much more interesting.
To get a free, no-obligation quote,
some tough choices to make. All of a sudden, if their customers in the U.S. are saying, I can't do business with you, do they set up shop in the United States? I mean, that's really what this is all about.
That's what he's pushing. That came at that press conference yesterday.
And this is why it's such a complicated story, because there's no doubt there are a lot of Canadians that could be very hard hit, particularly businesses that are trying to make a go of this. But, you know, we've been talking to some public companies that have operations set up in the United States and set up in Canada. So if the goods are actually technically not crossing the border for you to do business, you might be able to manage through this a little bit better than others. Even for the Canadian stock market, there's a lot of services-related businesses that won't necessarily be, that's why I was saying the auto stocks were immediately under pressure. But the uncertainty of the whole thing has already been weakening the economy. You've seen that in the confidence numbers, and Canada's response isn't just going to be what we do on tariffs. Think about if we have to go provide fiscal support to all parts of the Canadian economy. And are we going to do it the same way we did it during COVID, which was to get you through the day-to-day? Or, because everybody's talking about this as our big opportunity to build Canada for the future, can our political leaders work together on a savvy fiscal plan that prepares a lot of hard-hit businesses for the future? Because, I mean, last time I checked, we've got 4 years of Trump as a minimum right now. So if this does go on, are we in a position right now where we can rebuild some of our industry for the long haul here?
Well, I'm going to let you go, but we wrap up on a really good point, because not only we may have 4 years of Trump, but we don't know what our next government's going to look like, potentially, because we have a new prime minister coming in on Monday and then an election being called sometime between the end of March and October. Lots of uncertainty. The markets are not going to like that. They open a little bit later this morning. We'll have a look then. Thanks, John.
Thanks, Anne-Marie.
Thanks for coming in. All right, Lindsay has the rest of the day's news.
Thanks, Anne-Marie. Well, U.S. President Donald Trump will speak in front of Congress tonight. That's the plan, to explain what he's been doing since taking office. So since returning to the White House, you want to recap? He returned to the White House January 20th. So here's what he's done. He started a trade war with Canada, Mexico, and China. He's negotiating an end to the Russia invasion of Ukraine without input from Ukraine. Excuse me. President Trump has put Elon Musk in charge of cutting government spending. That has resulted in drastic cuts to the civil service and to international aid. So during his speech tonight, President Trump will likely say this is all part of his plan. A New Brunswick dog owner is speaking out after an incident last week. Her dog tested positive for drugs after a day out in the Moncton area.
She was just laying very dull in my lazy boy chair.
So Wendy Kale says Willow wasn't herself, so she took her dog to the vet. A toxicology report found Willow had traces of THC and cocaine in her system. Willow was on leash all day. Wendy said she was digging at something. The dog was digging at something in the snow. That may have been the moment where Willow got into something. The Maritime Animal Hospital in Moncton says they've seen cases like this before. In fact, they deal with incidents like this every 2 weeks or so. Shakira's hips and heart don't lie. She surprised fans outside her hotel. This was on Monday in Santiago, taking the time to sing, and she posed for photos. Shakira was scheduled to perform 2 shows in Chile as part of her Women Don't Cry Anymore tour. They were canceled, though, because of safety concerns and technical issues with the stage setup. Organizers are working to reschedule the shows. By the way, she is coming to Montreal and Toronto in May, Winston. She's coming. Are you going to go?
I would.
Yeah,
I would.
Fun.
Maybe we should do a field trip to see Shakira. Hips don't lie. Okay, thanks so much, Lindsay. A quick check on your weather this morning. We continue to have warm weather in British Columbia and in Ontario. The warmth will start to transition to a bit cooler temperatures as we head into Friday. And while that happens, we do have a system with rain moving through. So temperatures across the country, we're looking at 2 in Toronto, -3 in Montreal, -7 for you in Halifax. We do have this weather statement, special weather statement in effect for much of southern Ontario, southern Quebec, and into eastern Quebec as well. And that's because we've got that Colorado low ushering in rain for much of the southern parts of Ontario and Quebec, snow for the northern parts, upwards of 15 to 20 centimeters possible. In Atlantic Canada, this is this evening. We've got a system, a band of precipitation moving in that will start off as snow. And then as we watch the next system move in, that's when we have rain. So this is your evening drive tomorrow when that starts starts to switch over to rain, and that's because the cooler temperatures will start to climb for you there. So for the day today, we've got sunny icons across the board. Halifax sitting around the freezing mark, partly cloudy skies. Yarmouth at 3, Charlottetown at -1 and -4 in Sydney. And as we continue to head further east, we've got -1 in Summerside, -6 in Corner Brook, and we've got some flurries possible in St. John's at -6. In British Columbia, as I mentioned, we've got this system off into the Pacific. That will move onshore, and in higher elevations, we are going to see snow. But other than that, in the lower mainland, including Vancouver, that's where we are going to be dealing with rain. Now we're going to take a look at some of your local weather conditions across the country.
Let's talk about March break travel, because I'm sure a lot of us can agree one of the most stressful parts about traveling is figuring out what to pack and how to fit it all in the suitcase. Organizing expert Megan Arthurs is here with tips. Thank you for being here. I just told you I'm going to be packing later today.
Yes.
I need your tips.
Good timing.
Is such great timing. So I understand you have a travel packing tip, and it's called the 5-4-3-2-1 rule. What is that?
Yes, so it's a guideline to help create a little bit of structure to not overpack, which I am also guilty of. So it stands for packing 5 tops,
Okay.
4 bottoms, 3 shoes, 2 layering pieces, and 1 fancier outfit or a little dressier outfit. Of course, you know, we can adjust the numbers as needed, but it really does help eliminate that I just, you know, in case it rains or in case I don't like anything I packed, because we get into that habit of throwing random pieces in.
So the layering piece, is that like a shawl or like something?
Yeah, like a cardigan in the
got it.
evening. Yes.
And this is for like a week worth of travel.
Exactly, 5 to 10 days worth of travel.
So my problem is, if whatever suitcase I pull for myself, I will fill it. You know what I mean? It's
I
like that
know.
problem. It's if I grab a smaller suitcase, I'll fill that. If I grab a bigger one, I will still fill that.
That's why it's so important to pack outfits instead of the random pieces.
Yeah, and there's some bulky pieces too, like sweaters or towels. What's the best way to pack those?
So compression bags are super helpful. This is a hybrid model between a packing cube and then a vacuum seal. So you can pack your categories of outfits in the bag. The bags I purchased online actually come with that handheld air pump, which is super helpful. And honestly, it compresses so small, so tight. You end up saving tons of space in the suitcase. But what I really like about this is it's helpful for your travels on the way home. So put all your dirty clothes, all the laundry. You don't care if those wrinkle anyway.
It's true.
Yeah.
That's so smart. Okay, what about medication? I'm literally bringing all of it because you never know what's going to happen when you're down south.
It's so true, and you don't want to get into a unfortunate situation. So
Which I've been to before.
Right?
Yeah.
So I call it a pocket pharmacy. It's a small little organizer that has different compartments in it that you can put your medication inside, so you're not bringing all of those bottles, because that takes up a lot of space. It's super bulky. This is so compact, so small. And what I love about it is this particular one comes with...
Wait, what?
I know.
No.
Yes, if you're a label lover like myself, you can actually put the appropriate label on so you know what everything is.
Wait, that was just taken to the next level. You've got stickers to indicate what medication. That's very smart. What can you do with toiletries? Because that's also that takes up a lot of space as well.
Takes up a lot of space. You want to try and go for waste-free toiletries. So that really means solid forms of toiletries. So shampoo bars, toothpaste tablets. Have you ever...
Wait, what? Sorry, what?
Toothpaste tablets they look like little mints, and when you crunch down on them, it turns into a foaming toothpaste in your mouth.
What?
But what's so awesome about these is that they're solids, not liquids, so they don't count towards your liquid limits for for the TSA.
Wait, so you crunch it down and then use your toothbrush?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Can you get them anywhere? Or is it specialty?
Certain places.
I've never heard of that.
Yes, and this also is not bulky.
Yeah.
So it's great for packing.
That's a great tip. Okay, what about the chargers and the cables that you bring?
So we have to pack them, of course, and ends up looking like a bowl of spaghetti when we get there.
Yes.
So investing in an organizer can be really helpful that has different compartments, of course. This one I have here has zippered pockets. It has those great elastic band pockets. That's super helpful. That way it's easy to access, it's organized. This isn't just great for travel, I'll say. It's also great for every day. If you don't want to invest in something like this, just using a binder clip that you might have at home and wrapping the cord around is also just a really simple home hack to
do. And when you have it in your carry-on too, when you're trying to reach for all the things, it's the carry-on where I keep all that stuff too, right? For the plane ride. These are fantastic trips. These are fantastic trips. Thank you for the tips, Megan Arthurs. Always good to see you.
Thank you.
After the break, everybody, we've got a recap of the Brit Awards on This Week in Music. Stick around. The Sound of Music first hit theaters 60 years ago this week. Surprisingly, early reaction was mixed, with some critics calling it romantic nonsense and others using the word magnificent.
Every morning you greet me, small and white.
The Sound of Music went on to become the #1 film of 1965, and it won 5 Oscars. Today, it's widely seen as one of the greatest films of all time.
Blossom of snow, may you bloom and grow.
Did you know there's a fresh chicken option raised completely free of antibiotics? Try Maple Leaf Prime raised without antibiotics chicken. Maple Leaf Prime RWA chickens have never been treated with added hormones or antibiotics for their full lifetime. The chickens are humanely raised on Canadian farms and grain-fed. Plus, they're packaged in recyclable trays. Choose a Canadian brand you trust. Try Maple Leaf Prime raised without antibiotics chicken. Brand power helping you buy better.
Oh no. Oh there. Over there. No, run. Aw. You're so cute. Okay, I think I got it.
What if I crashed through the window?
That's genius.
From business
Excellent.
to taking care of business, Rogers Xfinity Internet changes everything.
You know, retirement doesn't have to mean giving something up. It should mean living life on your own terms. Well, thankfully, if you're a Canadian homeowner, age 55 and better, you can access some of your home's value in tax-free cash with CHIP. That way, you can live retirement on your own terms. Stay in the home and the neighborhood that you love. Because there's no place like home. Right, Rocky?
If you're 55 or older, call now for your free, no-obligation CHIP reverse mortgage guide. With CHIP, you could get up to 55% of your home's value in tax-free cash. Take only what you need in a lump sum or over time with no monthly mortgage payments required. Call 1-866-519-2447.
Maybe it's time for you to consider CHIP too.
Call now for your free no-obligation guide. Call 1-866-519-2447. That's 1-866-519-CHIP. Or visit chip.ca. Call CHIP today and live retirement your way.
Everybody knows what you got.
Tap into slots with over 1,000 games and new ones added daily. Tap into slots. Tap into Botano. Botano. The game starts now.
Come on. Handcuff fries, hands off my nacho fries. Salsa, cheese sauce, sour cream. Delicious and just for me. They're nacho fries, nacho fries, nacho.
Give your taste buds something to sing about at New York Fries.
All right, we're talking tariffs, but there's also a lot of music news to talk about, including highlights from Saturday's Brit Awards, new allegations against Sean Diddy Combs, and Lizzo stepping back into the spotlight with new music. So joining us on all of these storylines this morning is music journalist Emily Hanscamp. Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, let us start at the Brits. They were Saturday. It was a really good night for Charlie XCX. She won 5 awards. We're going to play everybody a clip from her acceptance speech of the night.
This genre of music, for me, it's euphoric. It allows me to escape. It allows me to feel on such a deep level.
So what are your thoughts on this? Is Brat Girl Summer getting the recognition it deserves? I think a lot of people felt like her. It was a way to escape.
100. And I think a lot of people felt like the people she's talking to, in a way, saying, like, this is real music. It is worthy of the cultural phenomenon that it was. I hear so often people saying, I don't get this Brat phenomenon. Even at the Grammys, she was snubbed, arguably. So it was great to see at the Brit Awards, which don't often get a lot of coverage here in Canada, that she finally got these 5 biggest awards of the night. Wow. She was able to, like, kind of tie this neat little bow because, yes, this album was underrated in terms of the mainstream, not attention, but people outside that genre saying, this is just dance music. She complicated that narrative, and she succeeded.
With 5 awards to prove it. 5 awards. There was also a really special tribute to Liam Payne. I want to play that for everybody, and then you and I can chat.
Your hand fits in mine like it's made just for me. But bear this in mind, it was meant to be. And I'm joining up the dots with the freckles on your cheeks, and it all makes sense to me.
Oh, that's just haunting and painful to a little bit, I think. What did his family have to say about this?
Yeah, so they did react to it, and of course, you know, they acknowledged his contribution to the music industry, but they also took that up as an opportunity to say, you know, the media attention and the media reaction, you know, and infiltration to their life has been very damaging to their grieving process. Specifically, they said his 7-year-old son, Bear, right, has been very damaging to his own process of grieving his father. And I think often, as a news cycle, we move past these stories very quickly. But Liam's was a story that we should not pass over. It was indicative of the industry, how it's lacking support, mental health especially. And when the media infiltrates on families grieving like this, like, let's not move past this. This happens again and again. This is not something to be glossed over. It's something to be interrogated, but also to be given space. You know, this family is going through the loss of their, you know, dear father, son, and they're asking for, yet again, privacy. Are they going to be given it? I don't know. It seems like they have a trouble receiving that very basic favor from the public.
Yeah, there are a lot of ways that this tribute could have been made as well, and I thought what was really beautiful is it focused on him, it focused on his music, and the ways that people knew and loved him.
As it should be.
I want to talk about this news story because the developments keep coming and the waves feel bigger and bigger. There are new allegations against P. Diddy's case. His lawyer has stepped down. What was the official reason given?
His lawyer said that under no circumstances is he able to represent this client in alignment with the criminal code of conduct, right? Wow. Let's just leave that there.
He can't do his job.
He cannot do his job. Maybe we'll see a memoir one day, but he cannot do his job. And on top of that, you know, on February 28th, there were 10 lawsuits that were filed, sexual assault lawsuits that were filed. The reason being, there is an act that was passed in New York, the Gender Motivated Violence Act. Basically, if you were a survivor, there was an extension of your statute of limitations. Wow. So you could come forward and you could file a lawsuit against who you allege has attacked you, sexually assaulted you. So we had 10 new cases come forward from men, women. One of the men said he was 16 years old. One woman said she was on set of a VH1 set when she was assaulted. Another was a former sexual escort. These stories keep coming in. They poured in because of that deadline, which was March 1st, to file that within that act. Wow. So here, he's already facing dozens of civil lawsuits. Now he has 10 more lawsuits from alleged survivors. His former partner at Bad Boys is also suing him for sexual abuse, coercion, violence. Wow. This is a mounting pile, Anne-Marie, that is becoming, I hope, irrefutable for the general public to take heed of this. We'll keep following, but one can expect that there will be more lawsuits to come.
And it's interesting when you look at previous lawsuits to this and the outcome of those. You're right. The pile is getting bigger, but will it be big enough? That's what we'll have to figure out. Speaking of lawsuits, Lizzo has just come out with new music on the heels of her own lawsuit, so she's making a comeback.
She's making a comeback. We knew this was coming because she was teasing it, also because that is how the pop culture cancellation cycle works. They come back. She came back with this new song. Let me just say, I'm not a fan of the song. I think, you know, just for context, we know that the lawsuit was dropped against her. Her dancers had filed that they had a hostile work environment and had been harassed, mostly based on, you know, their bodies. And now that has been dropped. So let's just say that. But there's been a lot of resistance to her in the popular. She's tried to make some comebacks. It didn't really work out. Here she is trying. In my opinion, it's sort of a 60s, 70s pop soul, the Strokes derivative garage rock vibe. I think if you're going to...
It's a lot of things.
It's like, that's what it is. It's pop soul, it's garage rock, but it's kind of derivative in my opinion. I think if you're going to try to make a comeback like Lizzo really needs to, I'm not sure this is going to do it for her.
Okay.
But this is just the beginning. She's going to keep trying. Whether the public accepts it, we'll have to see.
There really was a lot to talk about, and we got through it all. Emily, thank you. We'll be right back.
Being a dad and granddad means ensuring I've got all the tools to make the right choice. And now I'm in my 50s. That's more important than ever. That's why I'm choosing to look after my family, just in case.
Welcome to Senior's Choice, the #1 direct choice for Canadians over 50. How can I help?
Hi, I'd like a quick quote for Canadian seniors life insurance, please.
If you're a Canadian resident age 50 to 80, you can choose the right amount of coverage for you and your family up to $250,000.
That kind of money would help a lot.
You can choose to apply over the phone now in just a few minutes with no medicals or blood tests needed, only a few health and lifestyle questions.
Okay, great.
Depending on the coverage you choose, it could be as little as $17.02 a month. That's just 56 cents a day.
That's less than I thought. And that money could help cover my funeral costs, settle debts, or help my wife with retirement planning. I'll do it. Now that's done, I can get on with something much more interesting.
To get a free, no-obligation quote, call one of our trusted insurance advisors today at 1-844-808-7120 or visit seniorschoice.ca.
5,000 years of Chinese music and dance in one night. See it at least once in your lifetime. Returning to 9 cities across Canada, starting March 21st. Tickets at Shenyun.com.
Kids, they just love to keep going. Having a blast? Go. Shining bright? Go. A snack with a good taste? Go, go. Go, go squeeze. Snack on, play on.
Purina One True Instinct unlocked her true instincts. From day one, it's high-protein nutrition with real meat #1, supporting her healthy energy and strong muscles and the life she was born to live.
Purina One True Instinct, a difference from day one.
It's not always easy to eat enough of what I should. Ensure has 25 vitamins and minerals and is high in protein to help build muscles. So I get nutrients to help me keep doing the things I love with the people I love. Ensure, the #1 doctor-recommended brand.
A lot of hot women away from home, acting all anonymous. I just don't understand why you wouldn't hook up with me.
Because you're soulless. That's the perfect week for a fling. She's an aging actress. It's pathetic. Actresses are all basically prostitutes. Am I right?
Sharks are territorial, they hold grudges, and we're moving right through their breeding waters. We're dead in the water.
Dr. Odyssey returns Thursday, 9/10 Mountain on CTV.
Tomorrow on Your Morning, recipe ideas that incorporate local Canadian ingredients into your cooking. Start your morning with us Wednesday on CTV.
We were talking about today being Tariff Tuesday, and of course the Prime Minister speaking at 10:30. Earlier we had on the two founders of the Shop Canadian app, so I downloaded it. I'm looking forward to trying it out today and just, do what you can.
I think, and that's the key, right? And we don't really know how this is all going to play out, but we're certainly going to have some more answers in a couple hours from the Prime Minister.
Downloading the app right now.
There you go.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Get dirty. Get dirty. Get dirty. Get dirty. Shop and get dirty.
Beedly beep bop beep boop bop. Beedly beep bop beep boop. Beep bop beep boop bop. Beedly beep bop beep boop bop.
Maybe I could. Yeah, I'll just ask.
Wondering if Ozempic is right for you? Just ask your doctor or visit ozempic.ca.
Now is the time to book your ultimate voyage to Antarctica on Scenic Eclipse. With up to 10 dining experiences, rejuvenating wellness facilities, spacious suites, and unrivaled exploration. Choose to soar above or dive below for memories that last a lifetime. Enjoy exclusive savings on our 2025 to 2027 worldwide collection.
We insure your car so you can enjoy the ride.
Hold! What the bubble's happening?
We're waiting to see if she's gonna chew or let us melt.
Oh no, are we getting chewed?
Feel the aero bubbles melt. It's mind-bubbling. Swiss Chalet Seafood Fest is back. Hurry in for Canada's famous rotisserie chicken paired with garlic shrimp, our delicious fish and chips, fish sandwich, or our popcorn shrimp appetizer. All here for a limited time, starting from only $16.99, only at Swiss Chalet.
Do you need financing for your business? Get up to $800,000 in less than 24 hours from Merchant Growth. Apply online today and get your no-obligation quote. Trusted by over 10,000 businesses, Merchant Growth is Canada's leader for convenient business financing. Apply now at merchantgrowth.ca.
WWE LFG, it really is unprecedented. 4 legends competing to create the next WWE superstar. These are the things that we've always kept within the industry.
It kind of humanizes a lot of the legends. You get to see a more vulnerable, more sensitive side to an Undertaker. Oh my God, why did I go there?
WWE LFG, all new Monday at 8, 5 Pacific on USA Network and Crave.
Neighbors, friends, and close allies for decades. Today, a new and much darker chapter in the relationship between the U.S. and Canada. Welcome to CTV News Channel's special coverage today of Donald Trump's decision to impose punishing tariffs on this country, 25% across the board, and Canada's response, counter tariffs that went into effect at exactly 1 minute past midnight. I'm Vashi Kapelos in Ottawa today, and we have coverage throughout the entire morning. We are anticipating to hear from Prime Minister Justin Trudeau in about 90 minutes' time, live from Parliament Hill. We will certainly take you there as soon as that happens, but we have reaction from all different parts of the country, all different sectors. Once again, 25% across the board. Everything we send to the United States, those tariffs have now come into effect, except for energy, which will see a 10% tariff. Here is how Donald Trump described it yesterday afternoon.
On the tariffs, is there any room left for Canada and Mexico to make a deal before midnight? And should we expect those Chinese tariffs, the extra 10%, to take
No room left for Mexico or for Canada. No, the tariffs, they're all set. They go into effect tomorrow. It's going to be very costly for people to take advantage of this country. They can't come in and steal our money and steal our jobs and take our factories and take our businesses and expect not to be punished. And they're being punished by tariffs.
The president, they're clear on the motivation behind the imposition of these tariffs, though the executive order says something different. Initially, when the threat was made by Donald Trump to impose these tariffs, he talked very specifically about it being tied to the border, to the inflow of fentanyl, for example, as he saw it, not necessarily as the facts bore out, and illegal migration. He said it was happening at the northern border and the southern border with Mexico, and therefore he would impose these tariffs to create action at the border. Clearly, from the comments there, this was not entirely about the border. And in the interim, the federal government and different provincial governments have put forward more actions at the border to try and build up resources. And they say that there has been a tangible difference, though that argument clearly failed to convince U.S. President Trump to change course. And like I said, it's about a lot more than the border, clearly, from those comments as well. Late last night, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau released a statement in response. And again, we wait 90 minutes from now on Parliament Hill. He will speak to Canadians and take questions from reporters on this. He writes, "Let me be unequivocally clear. There is no justification for these actions. Should U.S. tariffs not cease, we are in active and ongoing discussions with provinces and territories to pursue several non-tariff measures. Because of the tariffs imposed by the U.S., Americans will pay more for groceries, gas, and cars, and potentially lose thousands of jobs. They will violate the very trade agreement that was negotiated by President Trump in his last term. I want to bring up some of our correspondents who are, again, stationed in different positions, both on this side of the border and south of the border. Our Judy Trin is in Washington, D.C. today. Michael Couture is on Parliament Hill ahead of that press conference from the Prime Minister. And Heather Wright is at the Canada-U.S. border in Windsor, Ontario. Mike, I'm going to start off with you. What are we anticipating to hear beyond the announcement? We already know $30 billion of immediate counter tariffs, another $100+ billion coming in 21 days. What do you anticipate? What are your sources telling you the Prime Minister is set to say today?
Yeah, I think that'll be a bit of a tone of trying to reassure Canadians to make sure that they understand that Canada does have a plan in place, and that plan is going into action right now, and making sure that Canadians understand that this government, even though it is in the twilight of this government right now, the Trudeau government, that they will do their best to try and protect Canadians, Canadian jobs, and that Canada will not take this sitting down. And that is something that we expect that the Prime Minister likely also to have a tone of, this is now that time. We know a month ago everybody was ready to start going to the grocery store and looking at labels and buying Canadian. A number of Canadians have been doing that, but this will be the time for everybody to try and really rally together and to ensure that we are rallying as a country. Expect the Prime Minister to try and set that type of tone today, Vashi, to make sure that everybody understands that there is a plan in place, and although Canada did not want this fight, that Canada is ready for it, and they will take swift action. Of course, he has also called a meeting of all the premiers of the territories and the provinces. That we expect to happen at the conclusion of his press conference, from what we understand at this point. And again, that will be a type of action planning mode to make sure that he continues to talk to a number of these premiers. We know Doug Ford is supposed to be doing some of the media rounds in the United States and really trying to continue to launch this plan and making sure that everything that goes to plan that they have in position. This is not where they wanted to be. 25% tariffs will be difficult and will be devastating for this country. But at the same time, I think he will try as best as he can to communicate and convey to Canadians that they do have their backs and that the Canadian government will make sure that they are taking care of jobs on this side of the border going forward.
So interesting, very quickly, Mike, the domestic political context here, right? You mentioned Doug Ford. He'll also address Canadians somewhere in and around 11:30 Eastern. We anticipate the federal Conservatives leader, Pierre Poilievre, will also address Canadians following the Prime Minister's remarks. This is the Prime Minister's. You just got back from his last foreign trip to London, covering his visit there and his meetings there. This is the Prime Minister's last week as the Prime Minister.
Yeah, it really is. And when you think about the timing of him handing over the reins to whoever wins the Liberal leadership, not ideal. I mean, he has been someone who has had very intimate conversations with U.S. President Donald Trump. There is a feeling inside his circle that he is able to reason with Donald Trump. And you have to wonder whether or not part of the reason for the trip overseas to talk to those European leaders was to have those conversations and sort of leave a legacy and leave some advice to some of these leaders and saying this is how you have to try and deal with him in many different facets, as he did in that first iteration of the Trump administration, and even going down to Mar-a-Lago, as we know, late last year to try and have the conversation and start the conversation around these tariffs and around the new relationship. So it will be interesting to see how that dynamic plays out. To your point, you have Doug Ford, who has been out there newly elected and has a strong mandate. As he says, they'll go beyond the Trump presidency. And of course, Pierre Poilievre, who's looking to fill that void as well, as he is going to try and position himself somewhere in the minds of Canadians of trying to say that, look, whatever happens, whenever we have an election, that I can go head-to-head with Donald Trump. I'll be interested to see, Vashi, what his tone will be and trying to make sure that he aligns himself with Canadians and, again, continue to wrap himself in this country's flag.
Yeah, I think very interesting that there's, some daylight between all the different political parties on who's best positioned, obviously, to navigate Trump, but not a lot of daylight around the response. Everybody is in agreement that counter tariffs are applied. It's just what happens with the revenue from those tariffs where there's, again, a little bit of daylight. Mike, thanks so much. Let's swing over right to Washington, D.C., where our Judy Trin is stationed for the entire week. Judy, we heard those comments last time we spoke yesterday afternoon from Donald Trump. Everyone wondered, is there room for an 11th hour deal? Because you never know with someone as unpredictable as Trump. Markets also took a hit very quickly yesterday afternoon, failed to convince him to move off this path. What are you hearing today in D.C. about the reaction in the White House, about how this is unfolding?
Well, Vashi, first thing this morning that we received in our inbox was this email from the White House about the facts of what President Trump was basing these tariffs on. There was a long list of bullet points in regards to fentanyl. The majority of points that he was making was in regards to fentanyl at the southern border, so the border with Mexico. But we are also getting a sense, and whether it's justifiable is arguable, especially if you're with the Trump administration, of what figures they are using. I want to point out that in the news release issued by the Prime Minister yesterday, he said in just the last month alone, the amount of fentanyl seized at the Canadian border by U.S. authorities had dropped 97% to historic lows to near zero. So at 0.3 pounds. Now, however, when we look at the news release we get from the White House, it says that for the first 4 months of this fiscal year, the amount of fentanyl seized was equivalent to highs in 2022. Well, what is the discrepancy? The fiscal year stats that the White House is using begins in spring of last year. So in actually 2024. So they are actually not comparing the same type of statistics. And in regards to what action has been done most recently, it's the Canadian statistics that reveal what is happening now. So we get a sense of that discrepancy, Vashi. But also worrying, Mike was talking about the impact on Canadian jobs. 13 million jobs in the U.S. rely on trade between Canada and Mexico. So the stakes are extremely high for this historic decision that the president has made.
Just really quickly, Judy, to follow up, do we anticipate, I mean, I can't remember a day where we haven't heard from the president, but do we anticipate the president will speak publicly at any point today?
He is going to address both houses, the House of Representatives and the Senate, in a statement tonight. So we expect him to make a justification, lay out his reasons for why this is happening, and rally, I guess, Americans for this. You know, Howard Lutnick was on Fox News yesterday, Vashi, and I know you were paying attention, but he was asked point blank. Howard Lutnick is the Commerce Secretary. You know, they were talking about how they're going to use tariffs to bring manufacturing back into the U.S. and how it was going to create these jobs. But Lutnick actually said that he didn't expect the results of these tariffs in terms of dragging jobs back into the U.S. to be reflected for 2 years. So that's possibly 2 years of pain for the Americans as this trade war begins.
And for Canadians as well. And Amanda Lang will join us in a few minutes to talk a bit more about that. Thanks, Judy. That's Judy Trin in Washington. And we'll swing over now to Windsor, Ontario, where we find Heather Wright, who's been at that border city for a while now, trying to ascertain, you know, how concerned Heather people are there, businesses are, so much integration between Windsor and Detroit, right at that border. What are you hearing?
Well, Vashi, we were here yesterday talking to people in this community, people who work in the auto industry. $51 billion of cars were exported by Canada in 2023, and 93% of those went to the United States. And a big place where those vehicles are made is right here in Windsor. Of course, the Stellantis plant is here. They make Chrysler vehicles. And people in this town, you know, they have been on pins and needles for the last several months, waiting to see if this was actually going to happen. And the fact that it has now happened, that these tariffs are in place, people are worried not only about the auto industry, but for their own families, their own livelihoods. Tens of thousands of jobs are at stake here in Windsor. The Economic Task Force is meeting this morning. They're trying to figure out ways to counteract these tariffs and also continuing to reach out to their counterparts across the border. And you can see Detroit right there behind me. I mean, these towns, these cities are so intertwined. We've heard the story of the lug nut, that piece of the vehicle that crosses the border several times, and it really epitomizes the integration of the auto industry and the concerns that so many people here have now that these tariffs are in effect.
And just to follow up with that, Heather, yesterday the president made it pretty clear that this was not explicitly or exclusively, I should say, about the border. He brought up the prospect of moving those auto companies, which have set up shop, as you point out, in Canada and have become so integrated in the supply chain with the United States, of moving it all to the United States and therefore being able to avoid tariffs in that respect. Is that, what kind of impact does a statement like that have?
Well, I mean, you heard what Judy said earlier, referencing the comments made by Howard Lutnick. I mean, that it could take 2 years to have those plants realized. And so that is something that the CEO of the Chamber of Commerce pointed out to us yesterday, that you can't just flip a switch and have all of these assembly plants ready to go south of the border. These companies have invested billions of dollars here in Canada to build these plants. They're continuing to hire workers. A lot of that has been on hold, of course, in the last few months as people wait to see what's happening. And so that lobbying effort certainly is happening, reminding people in the United States, lawmakers in the United States, that billions of dollars has been invested here in Canada and that you can't just create assembly plants out of thin air. That takes time. And what will happen to the industry in the interim, that's what everyone is very afraid of. And so there is some hope perhaps that there might be a walk back on some of these. But at this point, really, people are bracing for the worst. Families very concerned about what might happen over the next week. I mean, this is short term. This could be very short term that we start to see layoffs. And that's what people here in Windsor are especially afraid of.
I can, understandably so. We're going to also talk to Lana Payne coming up, who, of course, heads up Unifor, one of the unions that represents a majority of those auto workers. Mike, Judy, Heather, thank you so much for your insights. We're going to be checking in with the three of you throughout the rest of the morning as we look ahead. About an hour and 15 minutes from now, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau expected to address Canadians about the imposition of these tariffs and the full scope of Canada's responses. Speaking of what Donald Trump has decided to do in the imposition of those tariffs, his Commerce Secretary, Howard Lutnick, who has been engaged at times over the past 6 weeks in discussions with the federal government, in particular Finance Minister Dominic Leblanc, did an interview this morning on CNBC addressing these tariffs and their impact. Here's what he said.
On April 2nd, we're going to re-examine trade policy, but that comes April 2nd, and we understand that there are production in Mexico and Canada. But let me ask you a question. Why don't you go ask those auto manufacturers what percentage of their parts are made in America? And it would shock you in a negative way to say that many of the cars that they think produced under USMCA have less than 10% American parts. Less than 10%. Right. We've got to bring this stuff to America. It's got to be produced in America.
Again, that's Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, part of the Trump administration, speaking not too long ago on CNBC. We are about 15 minutes away from the markets opening as well. Yesterday, on the news of this, on those comments from Donald Trump we played earlier saying there was no room for negotiation left, they certainly did take a hit, both the Dow and the S&P in the United States. Let's bring in the host of Taking Stock on BNN Bloomberg, Amanda Lang, who is with us live to unpack what we may be looking at in 15 minutes and then, of course, over the long term as well. Hi, Amanda. It's good to see you again. As you look ahead to the markets opening, what are you watching for?
Well, more jitters, of course. We've seen it in global markets already today. And the big concern is that the trade war, and that's what this is, make no mistake, continues longer than people are hoping. You're still hearing people today saying, this is just negotiating. It won't last very long. The Chinese tariffs are the ones that are rattling the global markets the most. Of course, for Canada and Mexico, our own trade relationship is going to be a huge preoccupation. Stock markets are much more concerned about those 10, now 20% tariffs in some cases on Chinese goods. China retaliating today with new tariffs, 15% on U.S. ag. That will be recessionary. And a U.S. recession, of course, as you know, will dampen the whole world's economic outlook. So Canada has that two-pronged problem. The U.S. is shooting itself in the foot with China, and it's causing this massive trade problem with us. And as you've heard, Vashi, this may go well beyond demands about how we behave at the border. This is maybe a rethink of our trading relationship, and perhaps it's going to pull a lot of manufacturing south. You're already seeing some companies that can do it have tried to locate their operations in the U.S., and you could expect to see more of that if this goes on for more than a month to 3 months.
Yeah, I wanted to get your take because in the last 24 hours, when you couple the initial comments from Donald Trump around the auto sector in auto companies with what we just heard moments ago from Howard Lutnick, they are laying bare more transparently than they have in the last 6 weeks the degree to which they're imposing these in order to see those companies pick up, leave Canada, and go to the United States. How worried should we be about that prospect in your view?
Very worried. I mean, this is the heart of the concern. It becomes apparent, and if you read Project 2025, which, Canadians probably should, if you read Robert Lighthizer book, The Trade Czar, behind a lot of these policies, it's very clear they want U.S. jobs. They think the trade-off that free trade made between jobs and cheaper goods was a bad one. They want to unwind it. And, we should note, I've talked to, as you have, many people inside the Canadian auto industry, and they would say we're too intertwined. It's impossible. You can't disassemble this. That's just not true because there's new production planned. And remember, Canada had, it would say great success, the government, in drawing all kinds of promised new production on batteries, on EV production. Some of that has already been seen as a hit pause. Some of it could easily move to the U.S., and you could see that shift. As the world, the big manufacturers assess where Canada fits in this trading relationship, they will make rational decisions about where to produce. This is an existential crisis for Canada if it goes on. If this actually plays out in a worst-case scenario, which is the U.S. does want to pull manufacturing back and just forgo any kind of favored trading nation status for Canada, we'll have to buy our way into that market, and we'll have to rethink what we're doing. That's a big now. Maybe this is over in a month, Vashi. Maybe it's over in a week. This is such a mercurial White House, it's hard to know.
That's one way to put it for sure. Amanda, thank you so much for your analysis. Appreciate it as always. That's the host of BNN Bloomberg's Taking Stock, Amanda Lang. We are standing by to take you just over an hour from now live to Parliament Hill when Prime Minister Justin Trudeau will address Canadians and detail Canada's response to the imposition of these very widespread and punishing tariffs from the United States. I'll take a quick break. We're back with our special coverage right after that.
Vengeance has no timeline with the mafia.
Retirement doesn't have to mean giving something up. It should mean living life on your own terms. Well, thankfully, if you're a Canadian homeowner, age 55 and better, you can access some of your home's value in tax-free cash with CHIP. That way, you can live retirement on your own terms. Stay in the home and the neighborhood that you love. Because there's no place like home. Right, Rocky?
If you're 55 or older, call now for your free, no-obligation CHIP reverse mortgage guide. With CHIP, you could get up to 55% of your home's value in tax-free cash. Take only what you need in a lump sum or over time with no monthly mortgage payments required. Call 1-866-519-2447.
Maybe it's time for you to consider CHIP too.
Call now for your free no-obligation guide. Call 1-866-519-2447. That's 1-866-519-CHIP. Or visit chip.ca. Call CHIP today and live retirement your way.
At Wayfair, we get pretty excited about furniture. Around here, it's not a patio, it's a patio.
Oh, I love those chairs. Shed-tastic. Let's go. This rocks.
My queen.
Yeah?
Oh, I'm at the bed.
Girl, you nailed it.
No, this set, it's just a couple of screws.
They're a perfect combo. They got a fire pit.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Thousands of entrepreneurs don't have access to the support they need. Breaking down doors for entrepreneurs. We're on it. BDC. Financing, advising, know-how.
Handcuff fries, hands off my nacho fries. Salsa, cheese sauce, sour cream, delicious and just for me. They're not nacho fries, nacho fries, nacho.
Give your taste buds something to sing about at New York Fries.
They're hanging on by their fingernails right now with the wood prices the way they are and without the tariffs. So I suspect that if this was to impact them financially, it could be the end.
We're never going to replace the American market, and we need to separate politics from the people. I think that's an important thing that we need to remember. And our American customers, they know that.
We are in the midst of one of the worst freight recessions we've seen. There's historically low freight volumes in our country right now and depressed freight rates, meaning our members are already struggling to make ends meet. So facing down the barrel of these tariffs now is just a perfect storm, unfortunately.
Welcome back to our special coverage of the imposition of U.S. tariffs on all Canadian imports, 25%, as you can see on the screen there. Live shots there of Ottawa on your left, Washington to your right. The relationship certainly changed in the last 24 hours. Canada imposing counter tariffs just after midnight last night, and we do expect more details on exactly how Canada plans to respond from Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, who just over an hour from now on Parliament Hill will address reporters. We also will hear from Ontario's Premier Doug Ford and other premiers from across the country, as well as the leader of the federal Conservatives, Pierre Poilievre. All of that coming up throughout the morning. Mexico's president, because these tariffs are not only being applied to Canada, there's an equal set of tariffs of 25% with no exception for energy, like Canada is seeing, applied to all Mexican imports to the United States as well. And then a doubling of the 10% tariff to 20% tariffs on Chinese imports coming into the United States. Mexico's president, Claudia Sheinbaum, just last hour responding to the imposition of those tariffs. She condemned them and promised retaliation, saying there is, quote, no justification for 25% tariffs on all of those imports. Sheinbaum says she's going to announce the response, the content of her response and retaliation on Sunday. The Mexican president also called for better cooperation between countries to fight the opioid crisis, saying the U.S. government also needs to take responsibility for its role in that crisis. We will, of course, continue to track reaction from all over the world, but most particularly from Mexico and China. China also imposing retaliatory tariffs to the tune of 15% in an announcement overnight. We want to get more reaction to what this means, though, for Canadians and for Canada, in particular, different sectors of our economy. To help us do that, Lana Payne is with us live. She's the national president of Unifor, the union that represents so many of this country's auto workers. I was just talking to Amanda Lang, Ms. Payne, about this kind of laying bare of Howard Lutnick and Donald Trump specifically moving the auto sector basically from Canada to the United States, and how tariffs, they're hoping to use tariffs to accomplish that. You know, does that put a chill down your spine?
It does, but honestly, this has been the game from the beginning, and we've known it, and we've been saying it as a union. This was never about borders. It was never about drugs. It was always about Canadian jobs and shifting production and investment to the United States. And now they're just saying what we understood, wide in the open. The reality is this is a very big problem for not just the auto sector, for the forestry sector, for many, many parts of the Canadian economy. And we are going to have to respond hard, and that means retaliatory tariffs that the Prime Minister will announce, but also a non-tariff retaliation. Canada has no choice here but to fight this trade war with everything we have.
Are you concerned about those auto companies picking up and moving their investments south of the border if the climate is such or materializes as such as the president has now explicitly said he wants?
I'm always concerned about investment in the auto sector. It is something that we have to fight for every single time we go to a bargaining table. We've just come out of a period of 5 years of, historic and unprecedented investments in the auto sector in Canada, only to be faced with this. The reality is that this is an integrated sector. It is not as simple as a replacement theory that is coming out of President Trump and his people. But the reality is we need new investment, and that definitely can have an impact on production in Canada. Of course, I'm worried. Of course, I understand we have to fight back. And my message to the corporations that we deal with as a union is, if you think that shifting production is the solution here, you are going to have a massive fight on your hands.
I remember speaking to you on the eve of the what was to be the original imposition of the tariffs. And you said at the time, if they're imposed, that within a week, the auto sector could essentially be facing collapse in this country. Are you worried that that is the case right now? And what would that require of governments in response to avoid that?
In some ways, what we need right now to bring this to a head is for the North American industry to show how integrated it is and what happens when these tariffs are applied. And that means parts companies won't be able to operate. That means vehicles won't be able to be built. And that means the industry will face a massive industrial crisis unlike we've seen before. And the reality is, perhaps that's what's required to open people's eyes, including the President of the United States, to what is at risk here. It's not just Canadian jobs, it's American jobs that will cease to exist as well if we are stuck with these tariffs for any length of time. And maybe, you know, in my world, in the union world, sometimes you have to bring things to a head in order to get things resolved. And perhaps that's what's going to be required this time, a massive Donnybrook where we can finally push our way through this economic warfare that we've been facing for many, many weeks right now.
Okay, Ms. Payne, I'm going to leave it there. I appreciate you sharing your insights with us this morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lana Payne is the national president for Unifor. We are covering the imposition of 25% across-the-board tariffs today. They came into effect last night at midnight, save for a 10% tariff on Canadian energy. If you think back a month ago, this is exactly what Donald Trump's executive order had spelled out, though the executive order explicitly tied those tariffs to the border and ways in which Donald Trump viewed the issue with fentanyl and illegal migration at both the northern and southern borders. In the interim, there was a fentanyl czar appointed, a number of dollars allocated, $1.3 billion, not all spent, but allocated certainly at the border to increase resources. The head of the RCMP told us that 35% more personnel just in the past number of weeks were moved there. And now we watch and wait, just as we see live into New York at the markets as they open, a place we are most keenly watching at this moment. Yesterday, markets in the United States took an immediate hit when Donald Trump said there was no room for more negotiation with Canada and the United States. As Amanda Lang, BNN's Amanda Lang, earlier pointed out, markets elsewhere had already been reacting overnight to the kind of trade war that has erupted not just between Canada and the United States and Mexico and the United States, but China and the United States. So now we wait and watch to see what's going to happen in the markets this morning. And obviously, if any of that gets through to U.S. President Donald Trump, who certainly does keenly, at least all of his current and former advisors have communicated, does closely watch those markets. So we'll keep our eye on that movement, especially not just in the United States, but in Canada as well. The Dow is already down, I'm being told, 300 points. Pedro Antunes, chief economist with the Conference Board of Canada, is with us live to unpack some of this movement as we keep our eyes peeled to those markets. Already 300-plus points, Mr. Antunes, down on the Dow a minute into trading. There it is. We've got it live up on the board right now for everyone to take a look. What are you watching for today? How much volatility do you think we'll see?
Well, yes. I mean, markets obviously are very, very nervous about what's coming down here. And I think up until yesterday, even markets, and I've got to say, myself included, didn't really believe that we'd see these kinds of tariffs imposed. We didn't actually believe that it would come to fruition because they just make no sense at all. You know, and obviously the economic impacts that we're going to see are going to be just as big in the U.S. as they are in Canada. And the reason I say that is because the U.S. is imposing these tariffs not just on Canada, but on China and on Mexico at the same time. We're getting retaliation from all three countries at the same time. This is just going to be devastating for the U.S. economy. And if you think you're going to attract investment by creating a recession, boy, that's just not nonsensical policy, really. So I'm nervous. I'm sure industry very nervous about all that's going down, and markets are going to be extremely volatile depending on what comes out of the White House.
I did want to ask you about what you just said about a recession, because I have been reading a growing number of pieces of analysis out of the United States that are arguing that the Trump administration actually wants to see a recession, in particular because it would lead to the Fed there lowering interest rates. There's a whole bunch of different reasons, but that they sort of this is all part of their plan. Does any of that seem feasible to you? It's just so counter to anything that we've ever, thought of as a way to approach the economy before.
Boy, that sounds like a silly policy to create a recession just so you can get interest rates down. I think the best way to get interest rates down would be to make sure that inflation isn't being hit up. And these tariffs are going to do just that. They're going to be very inflationary for the U.S. economy. And if we think about most of our trade with the U.S., I can understand, the idea of wanting to move investment south and wanting to secure more manufacturing jobs. That might be the motivation here. But then why hit the resource sector that's so important as an input into all that the U.S. produces, right? This is, we're talking about energy, we're talking about potash, minerals, all of these things the U.S. does absolutely need. We sell these things at global prices on the global market. The U.S. buys them because they need them. So just one thing after another here makes no sense. I was of the opinion that this was really, kind of a policy move to create that uncertainty, a threat to create that uncertainty, to perhaps use as a bargaining chip for, more spending on defense or border security, or, as we renegotiate our CUSMA agreement. But to actually put this in place, and all three countries at the same time, and the resource sector with energy with 10% tariffs, makes no sense at all.
I want to ask you, because I think a lot of Canadians feel a lot of anxiety this morning about their own jobs, their own investments, and the possibility of a recession. I know that the amount of time these are imposed is going to be crucial to determining the answers to all of those anxieties. But even if this is just a little while, let's say it's not the worst case scenario of 2 years or 4 years, but a few weeks, a few months, in your estimation, how much of a lasting economic impact will that have for Canadians?
Yeah, well, I think we're going to see job losses pretty much immediately in some manufacturing sectors. This is just, a 25% tariff with, what is a very intricate supply chain that, with products crossing the border multiple times, and in fact, including border crossings between, the U.S. and Mexico. It just makes no economic sense. So I think this will halt exports. When we look at auto manufacturing, for example, auto exports, even with a 1/4 tariff hit, we would see a 50% decline, according to our kind of model results, just in that quarter, over 50%. So, definitely we're going to see immediate impacts, I think, in terms of job losses. And again, the longer this lasts, then it's going to have more prolonged impact, in the sense that some of these companies will not be able to come back. They will not be viable coming back. And, we may, in fact, see permanent impacts on our productive capacity. So very concerning here, especially for manufacturing, I would say.
Okay, Mr. Antunes, I've got to leave it there. I appreciate your analysis this morning. Very helpful. Thanks a lot. That's Pedro Antunes. He's the chief economist for the Conference Board of Canada. You can see on the side of that screen, I believe we have the Dow, which continues to tick lower. So too is the TSX, which a few moments ago was down more than 300 points. I want to bring in my colleague, John Venavalli-Rao, who's live for us from BNN Bloomberg. And there it is there, the TSX on the screen. Just there, that red arrow pointing downward. John, what can you tell us about the volatility on this side of the border, where markets are concerned?
Yeah, we obviously saw that drop yesterday, about an hour after Donald Trump announced that the tariffs would go into effect. And this, you might have expected to see an even bigger dive this morning. But a lot of traders have already factored in the possibility of tariffs. And I think he thinks that some investors are banking on the fact that these tariffs may not be long-lived, that this may be something that we may have to put up with for a couple of months and then that they will be negotiated away. But again, the U.S. market is also down this morning. What is of note is that the U.S. dollar has been somewhat softening, which is why the Canadian loonie right now is still hovering around 69 cents. Some might have predicted that it would have fallen further with the news of the tariffs this morning, but it's actually sort of holding at around 69 cents. So a lot of investors still trying to digest this news. The volatility index, which is closely watched, is showing a moderate amount of volatility in the markets right now. There is some fear out there, but I think also people are just trying to figure out how to play this market in the long run. You know, investors are obviously advised to not make snap decisions and panic sell. And so people are trying to get a sense as to, you know, where things might look in a couple of months from now. And clearly some investors believe that things are going to get sorted out.
Which is interesting because from a political perspective, we're all watching very closely to see if the market impact resonates with Trump, as, you know, all his former advisors have said may have been the case a month ago when the initial executive order caused a sell-off for markets in the United States. If that sell-off isn't as pronounced, for example, as you're indicating some economists are saying, you got to wonder what that means for how much it does or doesn't resonate with the U.S. president.
Yeah, does it give him sort of the confidence, that feeling that maybe what he's doing is okay? You're absolutely right. He does look at the market numbers as sort of a gauge of the success of his presidency, perhaps. And this would say that the market is not entirely upset with the tariffs. You know, some individual Canadian stocks, though, are clearly getting beat up. I mean, I was looking at one, Suncor, the big energy extractor in the oil sands. It was down 5% yesterday. It's down another 2% today. That's a 7% drop in 2 days, so quite significant. We'll have to take a look as the day progresses how some of the lumber companies do and some of the other mineral extraction companies as well. You know, again, though, the overall Toronto stock market is down now about 1.2%. But if you look at it in the context of the year, it's now down just slightly from where it was at the start of this year. So while the markets are drifting lower, you know, it's not a complete cratering this morning that maybe some people would have expected.
Yeah, erasing gains just like yesterday in the States made in 2025, but certainly not a total plummeting. Thanks so much, John. Really appreciate the insights today. John Benavalli-Rao, live for us from BNN Bloomberg on the markets, which we will continue to watch just under an hour now until we take you live to Parliament Hill to hear from the Prime Minister. Premiers are now starting to react to the imposition of these tariffs, starting with Premier Susan Holt over in New Brunswick. Let's take a listen in live, rather.
Consider themselves neighbors, cousins. You don't treat your neighbors like this.
When the time came to respond to concerns at the border, Canada invested $1.3 trillion or billion dollars, and we from the fentanyl traffic from Canada at the borders and at the American borders went down by 97%, making our communities safer throughout the country and here. There is no other place like New Brunswick. We are people who work hard and resilient, and together we will get through this storm.
Like New Brunswick. We are a province of entrepreneurial, resilient, scrappy people, and we will weather this storm together. I've just met with New Brunswick exporters to share our support package and our action plan, and to assure entrepreneurs in this province that we have their backs. In addition to the measures we've already announced, we've been working hard to develop a plan that includes support for affected New Brunswickers and communities, relief for New Brunswick businesses, including those most impacted by tariffs, such as our forestry sector, fisheries sector, agriculture sector, and manufacturing industries. We've taken concrete steps to knock down interprovincial trade barriers, and we've put in place the tools you need to help you buy New Brunswick-made products.
New Brunswick will not be intimidated. We are a proud and unique province, the best in the province with the best people and the best products. We know our worth.
Be bullied. We are a unique and proud province with the best people and the best products. We know our value. As soon as Trump began talking about tariffs, we took steps. To date, our government has put a stop to the purchase of any new U.S. products. On a cessé de signer de nouveaux contrats avec des entreprises américaines.
We've stopped all buying all American products, and we have started a new supply strategy to replace American products used by the provincial government.
Exports like seafood and lumber in partnership with other Atlantic provinces. We
finalized through Opportunities New Brunswick and post-secondary education, training, and labor programs to support business people and their workers. And Minister Randall will be talking about it, and Minister Damour will speak about this as well. And we put an end to internal trade barriers.
To strengthen our economy in collaboration with our federal and provincial counterparts, to make it easier to do business across Canada. This is something Minister Damour will be talking to you more about. We have been meeting regularly with New Brunswickers, with export companies, with chambers of commerce, to understand their challenges, to incorporate their feedback into our plan.
I contacted the Prime Minister in Washington, and we met many senators and congresspeople, and they all agree that these tariffs are bad for both countries, and they've started speaking out about them.
We will do whatever it takes to defend New Brunswickers and our province. Our government is using every tool in our toolbox to protect New Brunswick workers and our economy. Même si la situation est difficile.
Even if the situation is difficult, we have a unique opportunity, and we are trying throughout Canada with our partners throughout the world as well to work together to open new markets and eliminate trade barriers. This is our opportunity to show Canada and the rest of the world all of our products, services, and solutions that New Brunswick has to offer.
Challenging moment, but it presents an opportunity for New Brunswick. There is momentum across Canada, and with many of our friends around the globe, we can open new markets. We can break down trade barriers. This is our chance to show Canada and the world the incredible products, services, and solutions that New Brunswickers make. New Brunswick, we need you to rally together and to support each other. Just like we've seen you do over this past month. We see you buying more New Brunswick products. We see you changing your habits and changing your plans, all to help each other. And I have every confidence that through these challenging times, we will show our love for New Brunswick and for New Brunswick-made products. New Brunswick is an exceptional neighbor, a great trading partner. We have deep connections here and around the world. We are the only bilingual province in Canada. We are accessible through our ports, our airports, our networks, and our relationships. Now is the time for us to come together. C'est le moment de s'unir.
We have to get together as New Brunswickers, as neighbors, and with our other people, with everyone throughout the province to defend our province and country with strength.
Before, as neighbors, as New Brunswickers, and with our counterparts across the country, to stand strong and free for our province and our country. Merci. Thank you.
My name is Luke Randall. I'm the minister responsible for Opportunities New Brunswick, ONB.
All right, that is New Brunswick's Premier Susan Holt making a couple of announcements. First and foremost, that the province itself will no longer, she says, or has stopped purchasing, will stop purchasing any new U.S. products. She says New Brunswick will not be intimidated. And she also said that there will be specific supports that the province puts in place for certain sectors that are most impacted: forestry, fishing, she named agriculture among those sectors. We don't yet have the details on what exactly that support looks like, but of course we will be investigating throughout the day exactly what each province at this point is prepared to do. Of course, we're also looking to what the federal government will say in that vein. Counter tariffs already in place as of 1 minute past midnight last night. But in the Prime Minister's statement, and we are slated to hear from him about 45 minutes from now, he did raise the prospect, as the federal government has before, about non-tariff measures. So we're looking for some details there. And then additionally, any supports at the federal government that will be put in place in anticipation of the impact of these tariffs, which of course is also dependent on how long they are in place. Ontario's Premier Doug Ford spoke moments ago to CNN about Canada's response. Let's take a listen to what he said.
President Trump ran on a mandate to lower costs, to create more jobs. This is going to do exactly the opposite. The auto sector, we buy over 400% more autos than Mexico, 200% more than anywhere in the world. And, you know, he put up a smokescreen, he keeps moving the goalposts. Well, the market is speaking loud and clear. The market is going to go downhill faster than the American bobsled team, and we're going to continue seeing in the U.S. plants close, assembly lines shut down. In the auto sector, they may last 5, maybe 8 days before the parts that go back and forth across the border 8 times. This is unnecessary, and we do have to retaliate. And I apologize to the American people. It's not you. It's your president that's causing this problem.
And we are slated to hear more from Ontario's Premier Doug Ford in the 11 o'clock hour. We'll also hear then from the federal Conservatives leader Pierre Poilievre. In just under 45 minutes from now, we'll take you live to Parliament Hill, where Prime Minister Justin Trudeau will address Canadians. Let's get some more reaction to how these tariffs are playing, particularly at the municipal level. Mike Bradley is the mayor of Sarnia, and he is with us live. Mayor Bradley, good to see you. Thank you very much for making the time.
Thank you, Vassy.
I was talking to my colleague who's reporting out of Windsor for the past 2 days about how worried that border city is about the level of integration across the border and just the anxiety that people are feeling. What are people in Sarnia telling you about that level of anxiety at this moment, now that these tariffs are actually here?
Anxiety. It's great distress. For many, many years, we've had this relationship with our American friends that have now become our American neighbors. That friendship has been severely damaged, and this will continue this. I guess the message I would have is, and we are linked into Windsor. We make the gasoline, the plastics for cars. We're a very integrated economy. And to mess up the auto sector is a major economic mistake, which is going to impact right across North America. And what Canadians need to think about is this. It's great for us to rally and to listen to what people are saying to fight back. This is going to be 4 years of economic terrorism. And we're going to have to go through some real pain, and it's going to be difficult. We thought our economies were back on track. We got through COVID, interest rates were coming down, inflation was coming down, and now we have this self-created crisis from the U.S. And I expect tonight's State of the Union will be just one big Trump rally because he still has substantial support in the U.S. I am pleased to say the American Mayors Conference has come out to support Canada and Mexico because they understand the value of trade and they understand our integrated economy.
I know you have a lot of relationships with people on the other side of the border, and we're hearing from the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, for example, today, the mayor's group that you indicated. But by and large, you know, there has been some reaction, but not a ton of reaction, you know, compared to, let's say, when NAFTA was initially being renegotiated, and we heard from tons of different levels of government about how important the trading, open, you know, free and liberalized trade with Canada and Mexico was. Do you think that will change at all now, again, that the tariffs are here and their impact will start to materialize?
Well, it's a good question. My own sense is the American public and the politicians are turtled. They do not want to contradict Trump right now at the height of his coming into power. And that is distressing because I'm hearing it daily. People aren't going to Port Huron, Michigan. They're not going to Florida. They're not going to Arizona. What I like about that is a genuine, It's a boycott that's created by Canadians. It's not created by politicians. But this is just going to continue and continue. And the distress that's out there and the anger, there's a genuine anger about why is this happening to a country that has stood by the U.S. through thick and thin over the years. And we've got this bombastic bronze individual up there continuing to disrespect our sacrifice as Canadians to support the United States through decades and decades, many, many times.
Mayor Bradley, I'm going to leave it on that note. I appreciate you sharing some of your time with us today. Thank you.
Thank you, Vassie. Appreciate it.
Mike Bradley is the mayor of Sarnia. Just moments ago, U.S. President Donald Trump, who has yet to address publicly the imposition of the tariffs. The last we heard from him was yesterday afternoon when he pronounced that there was no additional room for negotiation about 8 hours ahead of the midnight deadline, has now posted to social media a statement. I'm going to read it to you. This is the first time I'm seeing it as well. Canada doesn't allow American banks, he writes, to do business in Canada, but their banks flood the American market. Oh, that seems fair to me, doesn't it? I guess that's the totality of the post. I would be remiss not to point out that, in fact, banks are allowed into the Canadian market, just not in maybe the exact way that he is characterizing it, but certainly, as you would know from seeing some different banks from America represented in different ways, they are allowed in some capacity in this market. I'm going to take a quick commercial break. We stand by to take you live to Parliament Hill just over half an hour from now. At that podium, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau will be joined by his Foreign Affairs Minister, Finance Minister, and Public Safety Minister to respond to these tariffs and detail how Canada will counter. We're back in just a moment with more of our special coverage.
The best songs of all time live on Bounce Radio. Bounce Radio, the music you just can't quit. Download the free iHeartRadio app to listen to Bounce Radio everywhere.
That feeling of relief after Restoralax helps you go. Restoralax works with the water in your body to hydrate and soften stools for gentle constipation relief to restore your natural rhythm. Restore your natural rhythm with Restoralax.
Question: if you can't see what's behind all this, how do you already know? It's Jeep. That takes you places that make you say, whoa! And if their hair looks like this, or you've got a couple of these, okay, more than a couple. Or if someone says, the doors come off. Could even be a game show question.
What is the original SUV?
Ding, ding, ding. You just know what it was, what it is, and what it always will be. Because when you're an original, there's only one.
Being a dad and granddad means ensuring I've got all the tools to make the right choice. And now I'm in my 50s. That's more important than ever. That's why I'm choosing to look after my family, just in case.
Welcome to Senior's Choice, the #1 direct choice for Canadians over 50. How can I help?
Hi, I'd like a quick quote for Canadian seniors life insurance, please.
If you're a Canadian resident aged 50 to 80, you can choose the right amount of coverage for you and your family up to $250,000.
That kind of money would help a lot.
You can choose to apply over the phone now in just a few minutes with no medicals or blood tests needed, only a few health and lifestyle questions.
Okay, great.
Depending on the coverage you choose, it could be as little as $17.02 a month. That's just 56 cents a day.
That's less than I thought. And that money could help cover my funeral costs, settle debts, or help my wife with retirement planning. I'll do it. Now that's done, I can get on with something much more interesting.
To get a free, no-obligation quote, call one of our trusted insurance advisors today at 1-844-808-7120 or visit seniorschoice.ca.
Handcuff fries, hands off my nacho, nacho, nacho fries. Salsa, cheese sauce, sour cream, delicious and just for me. They're nacho fries, nacho fries, nacho.
Give your taste buds something to sing about at New York Fries.
MLS is game on. Stars on.
Kevin Sullivan, the history maker.
MLS, this is our soccer. Game on.
I think the tariffs are bad for us in the long run. So I would say, I expect Canada to retaliate with similar tariffs on the U.S. goods as well.
They're doing what they have to do for America. That's it.
How are they going to affect me? Well, I'm a student.
And I don't really know. I just expect prices for most things to go up. So I imagine I'm going to be affected the same way as most people.
I suppose, like everybody else, when it comes to big picture items like fertilizer and all that kind of stuff, that it might ultimately affect you because your food costs might go up, maybe, but who can know for sure?
Well, what we do know for sure at this point, that was some reaction from Canadians to the imposition of those tariffs, is that the tariffs did come into effect last night from the United States as of midnight, 25% across the board, except for Canadian energy, which will see a 10% tax. Canada responded a minute later with its own initial package of $30 billion worth of counter tariffs. There's more than $100 billion of additional counter tariffs that will come into play 21 days from now, should the Trump tariffs still be in place at that point. Yesterday, when Donald Trump said there was no more room for negotiation, a market sell-off ensued pretty shortly thereafter. The Dow lost about 600 points. Markets have now been open for close to half an hour. Let's take a look first live at the Dow, which has lost more than 500 points as of its opening. And then we've also got volatility, of course, understandably, on the Canadian side. There's the TSX. You can see it is down as well. That red arrow very distinctly pointing downwards. We are going to hear from the Prime Minister. He is scheduled to speak to Canadians about half an hour from now. He has said, in particular in his statement last night, not only will there be counter tariffs on the table, but non-tariff countermeasures as well, something the President of Mexico has said could be part of a retaliatory package he announces on Sunday. The Prime Minister will be joined by a number of his ministers, including Minister of Finance Dominic LeBlanc and Foreign Affairs Minister Melanie Joly. We also anticipate a little bit later in the 11 o'clock hour, the leader of the federal Conservatives, Pierre Poilievre, will address Canadians, as will Ontario Premier Doug Ford. Let's get some more analysis on how all of this is playing out from Scott Reid. He's a CTV News political analyst and former director of communications to Liberal Prime Minister Paul Martin. And Shakira Chambers is the vice president of Oyster Group and a former policy advisor to Federal Minister of International Trade under the Prime Minister Stephen Harper government. Hi to both of you. Good to see you. Scott, I'll start with you. I think a lot of people were thinking, is this actually going to happen? Even when Donald Trump said what he did yesterday afternoon, you never know with this guy, right? Sometimes 6 hours, there could be an 11th hour reprieve. Clearly that isn't the case. How significant a moment do you think this is for this country?
I don't think that you can overstate it. Look, this is going to reshape our economic relationship with the United States. It's going to reshape our economy, our cost of living, our well-being, and it's going to reshape our politics. This is certainly going to dictate this next general election, which feels like it's coming upon us now very rapidly. So I don't know that you can overstate the significance of this. You've heard from politicians, political leaders, premiers who are conservatives. You've heard from those who are liberals. They're all essentially having the same reaction. We are left with no alternative but to fight back, retaliatory tariffs. We know that that is going to cause economic harm on both sides of the border, but this is where Donald Trump has taken us. Understand, this is the most hostile act. This is the most sweeping act of tariff imposition from the United States on Canada since 1930. And we know the harm that that unleashed. And no one, I hope, is thinking this is going to trigger and deepen any sort of downturn like we saw during the Great Depression. But this is incredibly serious. This is a persistent threat to us. And as you pointed out, we're dealing with a partner that you can't trust, you can't predict, and you cannot rely upon.
And I think also what's become, I mean, it was already clear, Shakira, and you've spoken about this before as well, but it became crystal clear over the last 24 hours, is that the motivation here is not something as simple as addressing the border, for example, or what he detailed in the executive order. I mean, he and his Commerce Secretary, Howard Lutnick, again, in the last 24 hours, have explicitly said auto companies need to move from Canada to the United States, which certainly doesn't impart a sense on me that these tariffs are just temporary.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see if it is just a negotiating tactic for, more of the immediate term, say 3 or 4 months, where the Bank of Canada governor said, we could absorb that shock. But if Trump wants to keep these on for a year or longer, it obviously puts us in a very dark, deep situation, a potential recession. And so we'll see how Trump is trying to play with these tariffs. But I would just pick up on something that Scott said. I think for all leaders, I think one of the things we're going to see moving forward is just a dramatic shift in our relationship with the United States. I mean, it used to be a situation where being a U.S. ally, provided significant advantages, and you had a trusted partner. But I think moving forward, whoever comes after Prime Minister Trudeau, whether that's Mark Carney, whether that's Pierre Poilievre, I think they need to realize that, being closer to the United States, being allied with the United States, having deep trade and security ties to the United States, it just makes you more vulnerable at this point and leaves you exposed. And it's very clear that at least under President Trump, they're willing to leverage those vulnerabilities to get concessions from you, no matter what happens to your economy. And so I think we need to keep that in mind as we move forward and try to build our relationships. When I was working under Harper International Trade, we had this program called Go Global, trying to encourage companies to export to other markets. And we see that it didn't really take off that much. So even as we try to diversify our markets, I think we need to realize how difficult that actually is going to be for a lot of businesses in Canada. But ultimately, I think at this point, it's imperative that we find a way to not be so significantly dependent on the U.S. Moving forward.
We were just looking inside Parliament Hill at the podium, just under half an hour, if everything runs on time, until we hear from the Prime Minister. There was a lot in the statement that he released. Obviously, those counter tariffs are already in play. What more do you anticipate to hear from the Prime Minister? And a reminder, you both have referenced the impending general election. This is the last week he is Prime Minister.
It's such an extraordinary moment in our political history. All of these events sort of coming together. We've never encountered a United States president who was so flagrantly and so hostilely treating Kennedy. Treats his allies like trash and treats his opponents like allies. We're watching it, whether it's the way in which he's treating President Zelensky and buttering up Putin, or whether it's the economic harm that he's unleashing on us and soon to unleash on Europe. What I expect from the Prime Minister is going to be a slightly calmer tone than you're hearing from me and Shakira and some of the people you've interviewed. As Prime Minister, he's going to have to be a little steadier. The anger that Donald Trump's actions are unleashing across Canada has to be looked past if you're the Prime Minister, no matter who you are, whether it's Trudeau now or a week from now, if it's Carney, if it's Pierre Poilievre down the road, but they're all going to have to take a more temperate tone, resilient, resolved, tough. But we know that we have to get a constructive relationship with the United States working again. We doubt that that's possible under this president, so we see a tough stretch ahead. I think he's going to talk about retaliatory tariffs. I'll be interested to see if he accelerates the previously announced schedule, whether instead of moving in stages, he unleashes the full suite of $115 billion worth of tariffs right away. What other measures might be put in place? And eventually, we're going to have to talk about energy. That won't happen today, but sooner or later, the big bat that we have to swing at the United States, at its markets, at its political leaders, is our ability to withhold their energy or to make them pay more for the energy that they consume. That is what will make Trump squeal. That's a political debate that we're going to have here in Canada, and it will be a difficult one.
Yeah, Ontario's Premier, for example, Shakira, Doug Ford on CNN this morning, on MSNBC yesterday afternoon, very specifically floating the prospect of blocking electricity. When it comes to potash, oil and gas, to Scott's point, the debate is perhaps a little bit different given the provinces that are involved. Your thoughts? I should also say Premier Ford's office just tweeting that they have the website for the LCBO is down as they pull off the shelves all American booze. Of course, what they had threatened to do on the initial round of tariffs. I think we have the board there that shows, or the graphic that shows that they're saying that if you go onto the website right now, it literally shows that it is down. There it is. There's the picture as they pull American booze off the shelves of the LCBO. Shakira, your thoughts on what to expect from the Prime Minister about 25 minutes from now?
I would echo what Scott said. I think, talking about retaliatory tariffs, being a little calmer than most people are, not reacting with emotion. But I think talking about also, an escalatory approach. We're seeing it from the premiers. We'll probably see from the Prime Minister where, they'll talk about removing alcohol out of the LCBOs. We saw the New Brunswick Premier talk about not buying U.S. products. But they'll also put in the window what Scott said, talking about the potential of, barring energy at some point, letting Trump know what is possible if this stays in place. And I guess the ultimate thing here is, will it affect Americans? Will Americans look at this and say, we want the president to change his direction? If you look at some polling in the U.S. right now, there's a lot of Americans, I think the majority of Americans, 65%, believe Trump has not done enough on the economy, on cost of living, and to address inflation. And so if we, take seriously this notion that tariffs are going to increase costs in the U.S., increase inflation to the U.S., does that make Donald Trump move, right? Between public opinion and the market reaction, is that enough for him and his advisors to say, you know what, this tariff war is stupid, let's back down a bit, let's find a way to negotiate ourselves out of this, and let's find a way to kind of, be good partners with Canada at this point. But I'm not sure to what extent external factors are going to be priced into Trump decision-making at this point.
Yeah, you'd think that stuff, lowering consumer confidence, analysis that shows the GDP shrinking at a rate far more rapidly than originally rather anticipated, the cost of eggs at $10 a dozen and now going up. You'd think all of that would have an impact, but I don't know if we can say for certain that it will, which is kind of the scary part. I got to leave our discussion there. We're going to check in with you throughout the next few hours, Scott Reed and Shakira Chambers. I do want to let you know that we're about 20 or so minutes away from when the Prime Minister is scheduled to talk to Canadians. There's the podium he'll step up to alongside some of his ministers up on Parliament Hill. We will also be getting reaction from the leader of the federal Conservatives, Pierre Poilievre, who will speak to Canadians from Parliament Hill after the Prime Minister, and Ontario's Premier Doug Ford shortly thereafter, also scheduled to address Ontarians and Canadians more widely about Canada's response. Let's get some more reaction on the ground, because this is impacting all parts of this country, all sectors, and certainly resonating to a degree, I guess you could say, in Washington. Our Judy Trin is in D.C. Our Michael Couture is on Parliament Hill, and Heather Wright is with us from the Canada-U.S. border in Windsor, Ontario. Mike, I'll start with you, just over 20 minutes away from the Prime Minister. We were just talking to Scott and Shakir, who were mentioning tone and tenor, and whether or not we might hear what those non-tariff measures are. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, I'm really curious to know exactly what they will be doing on that side of it. And I think in the tone and the tenor, I mean, we'd mentioned that the Prime Minister just yesterday got back from the UK. I expect him to mirror a famous saying from there: keep calm and carry on, likely to try and convey that message to Canadians in this dire moment, knowing the impact of these tariffs on Canadian businesses, how we will feel it, and how swiftly we will feel it as well. I think what's going to be interesting as well is going forward in the afternoon, when you consider where all of the other premiers are. 2 o'clock is, from what I'm hearing, when we expect that virtual meeting of all of the premiers and the Prime Minister. Expect Dominic LeBlanc, the Minister of Finances, to be on that call as well, as he has been in the past. And then likely game planning in there what everybody else is going to be doing across the country, understanding that the Prime Minister will not be in this position at this time next week and will be handing eventually over the reins. We know that there has to be some sort of a ceremony at Rideau Hall for the new Prime Minister to take over. So it'll be interesting to see how he is trying to set things up, set the table going forward today, and really conveying that message to Canadians that not to worry, that the Canadian government is ready for this. They were not in a position that they wanted to be here. They didn't want this to have to come to this at this point, but that they are ready. And whether or not they will, to what Scott and Shakir were saying, accelerate that plan going forward for that more than $100 billion worth of products that they want that consultation on. There was supposed to be a 21-day consultation period that they're expected to do with Canadian businesses to really figure out exactly how to drill down and how to have that maximum impact on the counter tariffs going forward, besides the $30 billion that they are already going to be announcing today and going forward with it. We know some of the items that are on that list. Florida orange juice, because it is the adopted home state of Donald Trump, trying for the maximum impact there, and then looking at products from other Republican states to try and make sure that they are feeling the pain, and then that pain then gets relayed back to Donald Trump, beyond the stock market that we have seen continue to tick downwards today. And so I think the Canadian government and Prime Minister Justin Trudeau will try and make sure that he sketches that out. And certainly that's one of the questions I have for what other non-tariff measures are we looking at to try and really turn the screws on the Americans today.
Judy, Mike brought up the markets. There was a sell-off immediately after Donald Trump's comments yesterday afternoon, and the sell-off continued this morning. Obviously, markets, there's the down 680 points at this very moment. We're just looking live at the Dow right now. The TSX impacted in a big way. I think I can see lower, is rather down 500 points as of 9:30 this morning, so about 40 minutes ago. And that's a live look at the TSX at this very moment. Do you have a sense there in Washington if, like his advisors have said for so long, that will have an impact on President Trump, or have they priced that in to their plan?
You know, this is a gamble, Vashi, that they are willing to take. Over the past few weeks, as you know, the premiers and federal politicians have been in Washington speaking into the ear of state governors, of national representatives, congressmen, senators, especially Republican ones, hoping that they would tell President Trump just how great this impact would be. It has not worked, and it apparently is something that this administration is willing to take on this risk. Now, just today, the biggest lobby in the U.S., the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, put out a news release calling for a reconsideration or a quick end to these tariffs. 13 million American jobs are on the line. That's how many jobs are affiliated with trade between the U.S., Canada, and Mexico. Now, Vashi, this, as we know, began as an issue regarded to fentanyl, but it has now morphed into something else. Tariffs are a tool that the Trump administration is using to boost domestic manufacturing. And Vashi, when you speak to trade consultants about why they are taking this very strong stance against Canada, its closest ally, its biggest trading partner, the answer is that I have heard now multiple times is that it's to set an example. If they can treat Canada this way to get jobs back to the U.S., treat Canada this way in regards to tariffs, how will they treat other nations when they negotiate in Asia and in the European Union? And Vash, I think other countries are paying attention. On the same day that Trump said that he was going to put in place these tariffs, he signed an agreement with a Taiwanese semiconductor company worth $100 billion. So that is going to bring hundreds of manufacturing jobs to the U.S. over the next 4 years.
Yeah, using the threat of a tariff in that instance, not the imposition yet of one. Heather, you're in Windsor. When Judy talks about justification morphing when it comes to the rationale presented by Donald Trump, in the past day, it's been all about the auto sector. You're in a place where that has a major impact. Lana Payne, the head of Unifor, who represents so many auto workers, says you're looking at the collapse, the potential collapse of the industry in a week. What are you hearing on the ground there about that?
Worry. I mean, the simple answer, Vashi, is worry. Yesterday, when we were talking to people, it was uncertainty. There was still sort of this hope that perhaps at the 11th hour, Trump would back off of these tariffs and there might be a reprieve. But for the auto industry here in Windsor, I mean, this is the biggest industry here for the people who live in this city. You can see Detroit right behind me. Parts crisscross this border multiple times as cars are made. And for this city alone, tens of thousands of jobs are at risk. And throughout the auto sector in Canada, more broadly, hundreds of thousands of jobs perhaps are at risk because of all of the spin-off industries that are associated with the Canadian auto industry. There is a meeting happening right now with the task force that has been working for the last several months, trying to lobby their counterparts. And so they're trying to figure out how to move forward. But for people in this town, you know, families, entire families are employed by the auto industry and by spin-off industries. And so there is a great deal of concern today about what happens next.
Very understandably. Heather, thanks so much. That's Heather Wright in Windsor, Ontario, Judy Trinh in Washington, D.C., and Mike LeCouture up on Parliament Hill. We do anticipate we'll be swinging back to Mike very shortly. and on Parliament Hill specifically in about 15 minutes' time for the Prime Minister's press conference. He'll be accompanied by his Finance Minister, Foreign Affairs Minister, and Public Safety Minister. Just right now into our inbox, the leader of the NDP, Jagmeet Singh, has called for an emergency session of Parliament. He has written a letter, I understand, to that effect. Say to all different party leaders, saying to call for an emergency session to immediately, quote unquote, put in place a package of measures to protect Canadian workers from the impacts of Donald Trump's tariffs. I'm certain you can expect a question to the Prime Minister about that. We'll take a quick break. On the other end of that break, more analysis. We'll be joined by former ambassador to the U.S. and former Premier of New Brunswick, Frank McKenna. Back in just a moment with that.
Vengeance has no timeline with the mafia.
Your home is your happy place until you come back to bad odors. Use Febreze plug-in with Fade-Defy technology. It has 2 complementary scents that alternate to constantly fight odors and give noticeable freshness. It even reminds you when to refill, so you can always be sure that your home smells fresh and clean for up to 50 days. Enjoy the freshness of Febreze plug-in and try a warmer now for 99 cents.
Listen, I know you all need a win. Well, it could happen here. Hey, free coffee. See?
You got a shot at something amazing.
All right, everybody, look, this Volkswagen ID Buzz won't win itself. So do we roll over?
No!
We
roll.
Play on the app anytime and on cups, only while supplies last.
Now is the time to book your ultimate voyage to Antarctica on Scenic Eclipse. With up to 10 dining experiences, rejuvenating wellness facilities, spacious suites, and unrivaled exploration. Choose to soar above or dive below for memories that last a lifetime. Enjoy exclusive savings on our 2025 to 2027 worldwide collection.
We're all out here, climbing our own Everests. After every fall, what do? Do I hope for a miracle? Or do I try and go back up?
I have to tell you, Canadians love Americans. We love the U.S. It's one person that's causing these problems. I've talked to senators and congresspeople and governors, Republicans and Democrats. Not one of them agree with them. The red states, the people have to start calling their senators, their governors, and congresspeople to stop this insanity.
92% of our exports go to the U.S. These tariffs are an attack on Canada and on who we are, and they mark a turning point for our province and our country. Canada and the U.S. have been good trading partners, good neighbors for a long time. Here in New Brunswick, we know this better than anyone. We share 17 border crossings with Maine, and many New Brunswickers and Mainers alike consider themselves neighbors, cousins. You don't treat your neighbors like this.
The premiers there of New Brunswick and Ontario reacting to the imposition as of midnight of 25% across-the-board tariffs from the United States on everything we send to our neighbors south of the border. A 10% tax on energy. That's the only exception of sorts. In a couple of those provinces, like New Brunswick, Premier Holt there announcing that they are no longer, as a province, going to buy U.S. products. So they'll put a stop to that practice as of today. Ontario Premier Doug Ford in Ontario has already at this moment pulled all the American booze, or is in the process rather of pulling all American booze off the shelves of the LCBO. The LCBO's website, in fact, is down due to that process unfolding as we speak. The Premier will, Ontario's Premier, I should say, will address Ontarians and Canadians with the full details of that province's response about an hour from now. In 10 minutes from now, we are set to hear from Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and some of his ministers in greater detail, expected to talk about how they plan to counter these tariffs beyond the initial set of counter tariffs that came into effect at about a minute past midnight. Donald Trump, who hasn't said anything since yesterday afternoon in person, is going to address Congress much later tonight, but has now posted a couple posts on social media. If companies move to the United States, he writes here, there are no tariffs, echoing something he said yesterday afternoon when he specifically focused on the auto sector moving out of Canada, rather, into the U.S. Frank McKenna served as Canada's ambassador to the U.S. From 2005 to 2006. He's with us live now. Mr. McKenna, good to see you. Thank you very much for making the time. Donald Trump seems to be laying bare right now the true motivation of imposing these tariffs, which is to see manufacturing leave Canada and go to the U.S. He and his Commerce Secretary now on 3 occasions have explicitly said that. What do you take from that and the potential impact to this country?
Well, to start with, I think this will go down in history as a day of infamy for the United States of America. It's a day in which they walked away from their contractual obligations, treaties which they negotiated. That's never been done in, I think, 100 years. So the United States has made itself really in many ways a rogue nation. And for Canada, it's a day of hope, quite frankly. This sounds counterintuitive, but you know, the sword of Damocles has been hanging over our head. It's better to bring it on, to have this fight. The uncertainty was killing us, and we're going to use this as a motivation, a burning platform to do some terrific things. As to the motivation of the president, I think that's a moving target. I think it probably would be in part to move manufacturing jobs to the United States. If that's the case, they picked the wrong enemy. The manufacturing shortfalls are with China and with Mexico, not with Canada. The only reason we have a small, I repeat, small trade imbalance is because of our oil, which is basically an export of Canadian jobs to the United States of America. So they're picking on the wrong person here. They're picking the wrong fight. And quite frankly, it's a fight that we're going to end up winning. So I think Canadians should feel some sense of optimism today that that this is closer to the beginning of the end.
Let me ask you to expand on that, because I think there's a lot of Canadians who feel a ton of anxiety at this moment, a lot of worry for their own economic future, for their own jobs, for what this means for the country's economy writ large. Why do you feel that you know, the opposite can be true today in a way, that the sentiment can be one of hope instead? And what do you anticipate from the government to inform that?
Well, okay, I really want to unpack that because it's important. To start with, let's put it in context. In the same week that we're being influenced fiscally, economically, a country that we consider a great ally, Ukraine, is being destroyed almost to a person by being exposed to a Russian onslaught without American assistance. That is cool and repugnant. And of course, picking on a friend now on top of that, Canada and Mexico, it just shows that the United States has gone rogue. And for Canada, it represents the burning platform we need. First of all, we can win this fight. We're just not a little neighbor. We are the major trader with the United States. We buy most of their goods, more than the European put together. And we provide them with raw materials that build our country. Their oil refineries go off of Canadian oil. Aluminum, 70% of all their aluminum is from Canada. Canadians know all of these numbers. 75 or 80% of all their potash comes from Canada. So we provide real things which America needs. And for that reason, I think that we'll end up prevailing. Secondly, Americans overall are not interested in having a war with Canada. Every poll shows that they have a really highly favorable opinion of Canada, and they disagree with their government on this. That's before they experience any pain. And now there's going to be pain experienced. On the other hand, Dashi, in Canada, we are 100% together. More solidarity on an issue than I've ever seen before. It's an exciting time to be a Canada. We're patriots. Sovereignty is down in Quebec, and support for provincial trade barriers are up. And I think that we'll take advantage of this moment of crisis to do some great things for our country. And I have to say this, because we tend to be tough on our political leaders. I thought Pierre Trudeau's, or Justin Trudeau's speech was his finest moment. I thought Pierre Poilievre's was his finest moment. I think Harper coming out telling us we have to be prepared to bear whatever pain it takes was a fine moment. I thought that Chrétien's letter to the nation was an extraordinary moment. And watching leaders like Jolie and Dominic LeBlanc stand up, it just tells me that from coast to coast, premier to premier, Premier Ford and the other premiers all standing up, it tells me that we're seeing real leadership in this country and solidarity.
I'll leave it on that note. Mr. McKenna, a real pleasure to see you. Thanks for your input today. Very much appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Frank McKenna served as Canada's ambassador to the U.S. and additionally as Premier of New Brunswick. You can see that little box on the corner of your screen. We'll bring it up full frame. Any minute now, we anticipate to hear from Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and some of his ministers, Foreign Affairs Minister Melanie Joly, Public Safety Minister David McGuinty, and Finance Minister Dominic LeBlanc. Some more detail is anticipated about how Canada plans to respond to the tariffs imposed as of midnight. The initial round of counter tariffs from the federal government to the tune of $30 billion came into effect at about a minute past midnight. 21 days from now, a second tranche of tariffs, more than $100 billion worth, are expected to come into effect if, in fact, Trump's tariffs are still around. But there is the prospect of non-tariff countermeasures. And, of course, also the question of what supports might be in place for a response to all this for people who are perhaps at risk of losing their job or do lose their jobs, and sectors that will be most impacted by these very punishing tariffs. Jagmeet Singh, the leader of the federal NDP, is calling for Parliament to come back in an emergency session to, I guess, litigate or to discuss and debate what those support measures could look like. We will, of course, look to the Prime Minister's answer when he receives a question about that, and also hear from the leader of the federal Conservatives, Pierre Poilievre, about an hour from now, plus Ontario Premier Doug Ford and a host of other premiers we anticipate will be stepping up to the microphone with their response. As we do wait for the Prime Minister, I want to bring in some of our top analysts. Scott Reid is a former communications director to Liberal Prime Minister Paul Martin. Lisa Raitt was the former Conservative former deputy leader. She's the vice chair and managing director of global investment banking now at CIBC. And Tom Mulcair served as the leader of the federal NDP. Hi, everybody. Good to see you. Tom, I'll start with you for... Oh, maybe not, because you're saying something and I can't hear you. But if, in fact, maybe I'll go to Lisa for... Oh, no, I have him now. Okay, Tom, I'll start with you. As we count down to the Prime Minister, what are you anticipating to hear? Like, what are you watching for?
I think that the most important thing that Justin Trudeau can do is start reassuring Canadians, because I don't know about you, Vashti, but just in everyday life, in the grocery store, on the street, people keep coming up to me. They're insecure. They're worried about what this means, because it's a drumbeat that's been going on now for weeks and weeks. I think he has to do that. He has to explain the two-step approach, which I think is very wise, bringing it in to show that tariffs will hurt American producers who are used to exporting into Canada. Right now, most of Trump's tariffs will be hurting American consumers, because they're the ones who are going to be paying the price. Canadian consumers, by the way, are going to be paying the price of anything that we slap on. So when you go to your big box store, we're expected all that long list, if you've looked at the tariffs, that long list of agricultural products from frozen chicken to sausages, that's all going to get slapped. They're either not going to be on the shelves from the U.S. anymore, or the price is going to be going up. Beyond that, people are looking at the bigger picture. They're super worried. Here in Quebec, it's aluminum. It's the big employer. We produce most of it for the Americans. There's also a big plant in Kitimat, BC. Same reason, inexpensive, clean hydroelectric power. So the average Canadian is feeling a lot of weight about this. It's on the air constantly. They need to be reassured that Canada has a plan. And I do think that Frank McKenna hit the nail right on the head. We can be all very proud of the way this is being handled. It is less problematic because there does seem to be a unity of purpose across the land.
Lisa, lots of different provincial reaction already. The website for the LCBO is down as they pull off American booze from the shelves. Premier Holt in New Brunswick saying that that province will no longer, as a provincial government, purchase or they'll stop purchasing American products. We're slated to hear more from Premier Ford, Premier Houston next hour. Where does the federal government fit in here? What do you anticipate we hear from the Prime Minister and his ministers in just a few minutes?
I think Tom covered it off very well, what it is that Canadians do want to hear. I think in Ontario, what I think we need to hear is that the Premier is going to work with the federal government, as they've done in the past, to protect the auto sector. I cannot understate how important the auto sector is and those jobs are to the well-being of the economy in southwestern Ontario. It is a fundamental pillar of how well people do in places like Oakville, Burlington, Milton. I mean, the list goes on. I can go further into the Windsor area, London. The reality is that if this hits the auto sector, as Mr. Trump is saying it's going to hit, it will have an immediate impact. And it's going to be more than just people being displaced from their jobs at assembly plants or at automotive plants. It's going to be mom and pop shops. It's going to be grocery stores. It is such a big impact. And I know this because we had this analysis done in 2008 and 2009 during the Great Recession. And it was one of the things that caused the Harper government at the time to invest in auto companies. But at that time, we were working with the United States. We're not working with them anymore. So I'm really looking for a signal on some of the big sectors, like Tom said, aluminum for Quebec. But for me, it's got to all be about the auto sector, Vashi. I can't understate how important it is to us.
Well, and Scott, just beyond that, I mean, the president, and to Lisa's point, she mentioned, and his commerce secretary have now, on a number of occasions since yesterday afternoon, referenced their desire in, the same conversation around tariffs to see those auto companies pick up, leave Canada, and move to the United States. Like, they're not even talking about it in general terms. They're being very specific to that industry.
Yeah, all pretense has been abandoned now. The tariffs have been put in place. The rationale for the tariffs, they've abandoned all this this fig leaf of fentanyl. It's about simply trying to repatriate manufacturing industry and jobs. And that's why both Tom and Lisa and Frank McKenna before it are talking about the anxiety that's currently gripping the country, because people are worried for their well-being and their jobs. This is a day we hope we could avoid. This is a discouraging day. Effectively, Donald Trump has declared economic and trade war upon Canada.
Yes.
One of the things I hope that we hear from the president, one of the things I hope we hear from Prime Minister Trudeau is a note of reassurance, because I do think we have advantages, as Frank McKenna points out. We are a critical trading partner, and we do have the ability, although we hope to never go there, to inflict harm and pain and discomfort on the American consumer. And one thing I would say about Donald Trump, as discouraging as today is, he likes to talk tough, he likes to act tough, but we've never really seen much evidence that he is tough. When he's confronted with something that causes him pain, particularly political pain, he often retreats and rationalizes. So we see the markets going down. We hear the U.S. Chamber of Commerce complaining. If you add to that the popular opinion, the voice of consumers saying this is a mistake, I hope that there is a chance that he can be forced into retreat, because Donald Trump is not prepared in the way that the Canadians are. We are resolved. We recognize that this could cause real harm. I don't think Donald Trump has prepared the American public at all for the possibility that their costs will go up, prices will increase, and their lives will be disturbed by his actions, his policies, and the consequences that they provoke.
Yeah, he and his delegates, particularly on the economic file, Tom, have acknowledged there will be pain, but only in the most general and kind of mitigating way, rather than detail, if your eggs are $10 now, we'll wait for a couple of weeks. They could be if a dozen eggs are $10 now, they could be a lot more. Or around potential job loss. Like, there's been no detail essentially ascribed to any of that. At the same time, I've read a ton of analysis that indicates that they might have attempted to price this pain into their overall plan, if you want to call it that. How worried should we be about that?
Well, I think that the American consumer has yet to understand exactly what this is. It's Donald Trump's tax on everything. It's not money just falling into the U.S. Treasury. It's money that's going into the U.S. Treasury that they're paying. And the reason that the Treasury needs all of that money is because Donald Trump has promised trillions of dollars in tax cuts for the richest people, for billionaires like him. So the average person, Donald Trump said, you know, you've got a rusting pickup truck in your backyard. Vote for me. Get a MAGA hat. All that's going to change. What's going to change is that Ford F-150 they thought they could afford is now going to cost $1,500 more because of Donald Trump. So the inflation, whether it's a dozen eggs or a pickup truck, is going to eventually hit home with American consumers. They're going to realize it. I love Scott Reed's way of explaining that Trump has a tendency to retreat and then rationalize. In other words, he could easily retreat and then declare victory because one company would have moved one production line to Flint, Michigan. He said, massive success, we're moving on, I can remove the tariffs. I'm not sure he's going to do that unless the stock market continues to do what it's doing. Because he can bully businesses and say, get rid of diversity, equity, and inclusion policies in your human resources department. I don't like that. He can bully that, but he can't bully investors. He can't bully the stock market. They can't be told to make a bad investment. And right now they're saying being in the stock market is not as good as it was 2 days ago. We're getting out. And then when the stock market starts to fall, that will be the punch that Trump needs to finally start concentrating on what he's done.
Your thoughts on that, Lisa? Markets did have a sell-off yesterday afternoon, and we're seeing that continue this morning. It's volatile, but it's not deadly. Yeah.
No,
at this
it's
point,
not a big one. I think my point of view is that the markets have already priced in what a tariff war looks like, but they haven't priced in what Scott highlighted, which I believe this is. This is economic warfare. Have they priced in a war? No. They have not priced in a war. They have priced in tariffs. So let's see what the markets will do in the future. But our hopes of saying, well, the markets will drop precipitously and that's going to cause Donald Trump to change his mind. Maybe, maybe not, but we're not seeing the evidence of that right now. What we do have evidence of, though, however, is an announcement made by the Taiwanese semiconductor company yesterday that they're going to invest $100 billion in building new semiconductor manufacturing plants in the United States. And they've linked it directly, or Donald Trump has linked it directly, to his threats of a tariff on semiconductors. So he has a proof point, and he can say to Americans, it's going to be a little bit painful, but look, it happened with semiconductors, and I'm going to bring back the auto sector. And by the way, I'm sitting in the banking industry. Not more than an hour ago, Donald Trump says, Canada doesn't allow American banks to do business in Canada, but their banks flood the American market. Oh, that seems fair to me, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's he tweeted that and about companies escaping tariffs by moving south of the border. Those are the only comments thus far since the imposition of those tariffs, and he is scheduled to address Congress later tonight. Lisa, I know that you've got to go, so thanks so much. Tom and Scott are sticking around. I do want to swing up to Parliament Hill because you may have noticed, as is the case sometimes, the Prime Minister is running a little bit late. We are told to anticipate him a little bit closer to 11 o'clock Eastern, so 10 or 15, maybe 20 minutes from now. That's where he'll step up on Parliament Hill. My colleague Michael Couture is up on the Hill as well. Mike, we've got some news out of the federal NDP. The leader of that party, Jagmeet Singh, is calling for Parliament to resume for debate on how exactly the government responds, but more specifically, I guess, responds insofar as supports for workers who may lose their job or for sectors who could be particularly at risk with the imposition of these tariffs. What are you hearing about that?
Yeah, hearing that they want this emergency session to really sort of come together and make a plan for workers. I mean, this is something that the Conservatives have been calling for as well. They believe that Parliament should be in session right now to make sure that Canada is as nimble as possible, and so Parliament can make these types of decisions. And so Jagmeet Singh, in that letter calling for that. Vashti, I've also been trying to speak to senior government sources who are talking to me a little bit about the tone, also hearing that the Prime Minister may be out closer to 10:45, but of course, as we know, we've both covered these things in the past. It's a bit of a moving target, but certainly on that tone, he will speak first to Canadians. Then in his speech, he's going to address Americans as well. And as I understand, there will be a strong message as well for specifically targeted to U.S. President Donald Trump. Those are the three places that we expect him to go today. And it's interesting that he will be speaking directly to Donald Trump through this speech. Not in a phone call. It doesn't seem like that is planned as of this point, but certainly understanding that the language will be strong and something that we will be seeing from this Prime Minister, as you know, the panelists have been talking about, in the waning days of his reign here as Prime Minister of this country. And, you know, on the days that he's got less than a week, it would seem the leadership race is going to be on the 9th. And then, of course, there is that transition of power where he does have to go to Rideau Hall and the new Prime Minister has to be sworn in. But certainly expect strong language from the Prime Minister, one of reassurance to Canadians, but then pointed messages for Canadians and for U.S. President Donald Trump, speaking directly to him through cameras.
All right, Mike, we're going to be checking in with you over the next little while. Our colleague, I should say, Judy Trinh, is also live for a station in Washington, D.C., at the epicenter of the decision-making that has led to all this. We're a few minutes away, as Mike pointed out, Judy, from Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. He says he's being told by sources he's going to talk directly to Donald Trump through this speech. What can you tell us about the White House reaction today around these tariffs? What are you watching there?
Well, Vashi, you know, you had mentioned whether or not the U.S. administration had actually priced these tariffs into their budgeting, into their projections for this year. I want to put this in the context of geopolitics. You'll recall just last week that confrontation between the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky and Trump and J.D. Vance in the White House. Now, what is interesting is that as the U.S. moves towards closer ties towards Russia, Russia is actually preparing or offering economic support for the Trump administration as it goes into this tariff war. Just last week, Russia said it was willing to provide the U.S. discounted aluminum, more than 2 million tons. As you know, tariffs on aluminum and steel are also set to follow in a few weeks, and the tariffs on steel and aluminum will predominantly impact Canada because we are the biggest exporters of those goods to the U.S. So as Canada tries to find this plan, the U.S. is also looking at other contingency plans, other potential places where it can import goods and raw materials from. Now, of course, this is contingent on whether or not there's a normalization with Russia, but whether or not sanctions are lifted. But we do know that Trump has treated Russia much better than it has treated Ukraine. So that is just something to put out there, that this is something that the Russian President Vladimir Putin has put out, and in regards to the situation right now. And then I am going to listen for how the president will reassure Americans as well, and whether or not he makes the case that this war is worth it.
Okay, Judy, thanks so much for that insight. I appreciate it. Our Judy Trinh live in Washington. Mike Couture is up on Parliament Hill, where any minute now we anticipate we'll hear from Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. Scott Reid is still with us, as is Tom Mulcair. And joining us now, Corey tonight, was Ontario Premier Doug Ford's campaign manager and former Director of Communications for Prime Minister Stephen Harper. Hey, Corey, good to have you back. We'll start with you, and then I'll jump over to Scott. I know Premier Ford is going to actually speak about an hour from now, in addition to the interview he gave CNN this morning. What do you anticipate from the federal government? What do you think Canadians need to hear this in just a few moments?
Well, I think we'll see the first tranche of retaliatory tariffs from Canada, and maybe a look at what the pathway of the other things, additional tranches and what those might look like. So this is kind of the second time that we've seen this coming to the fore, and where the Canadian government has been ready to react. So I think we'll see something similar to what was announced the first time we were looking at this. I guess the difference now is that we know they are in fact in place. So it's now for real. We're in a trade war with the United States, which is not something that I think anyone in Canada wanted to see happen. But here we are just the same. And I think the United States is going to get a demonstration of the quiet patriotism and resolve that Canada has when it comes to this issue and its own sovereignty.
Contextualize, Scott, if you could, this kind of moment in time where we face this existential threat in this very moment from the United States on the last few days of this Prime Minister's time in office. Yes, he's anticipated to provide details around the response, but as far as the overall messaging, what does he need to do in your view?
Yeah, it certainly is an extraordinary moment. I mean, our politics and economic issues are sort of coming together on the grandest possible stage. America, our longest and most reliable partner, has become unreliable and hostile. Donald Trump, of course, basically waging war against our economy. So it's hard to overstate the stakes of this address. About a month ago, when the Prime Minister, under similar circumstances, addressed the nation, I thought he was note perfect, got the tone right, got the substance right. I think if you're the Prime Minister, the critical thing that you want to do is signal two things. First, resolve and determination with respect to a response, that we will not back down. We will force political pain upon Donald Trump with retaliatory measures. And second, reassurance to the Canadian public that when it comes to jobs, when it comes to industry, when it comes to making our way through this, the government will be there, and governments, that this will be a united, multi-partisan, cross-country effort, that it will be there to protect people and to guard against the worst possible consequences of Trump's actions. I think if he can hit both of those beats, he will get a fine response. I think it will be an important test for him as he effectively exits office. And I think it's a moment that the country is really looking for, because people, as we've talked about all morning, people are anxious. Folks do walk up to you in the grocery store and at the bank and say, what's going to happen next? And now's the moment for the Prime Minister to respond to that in a way that's both determined and reassuring.
It's weird. I don't mean they're perfectly analogous in any way, but as I sit here, looking at that podium, Tom, in thinking about the degree to which, as Scott points out, I have been, just sort of the degree to which Canadians are attached to this and informed about this and engaged with this and worried about this. It reminds me a lot of the start of COVID, just when all eyes were on a singular issue and it affected us all so tangibly. Today, we're not just going to hear from the Prime Minister. We're going to hear from Premier Ford. At 1 o'clock Eastern, we're scheduled to hear from Premier Legault. I imagine all the premiers at some point today will be out addressing not only people in their province, but people across the country. How closely aligned do you think their message will be?
I think that's been one of the most impressive things about the last few weeks. François Legault, who had said a hard no to pipelines across Quebec, actually having meetings with Danielle Smith of Alberta saying, okay, let's talk about this. A big LNG plan for the Saguenay that they had put the kibosh on. All of a sudden, it's back on the table with a couple of tweaks. So this is the Canada facing the United States. Separatism as an option in Quebec in free fall, simply because Quebecers are looking at this thing saying we're much better being part of something bigger that can face this current threat. So I think that overall, there's everything that Scott says I agree with, but there's one other thing I would add. In addition to the 2 points that he made, I would add one thing I would hope would be in Trudeau's remarks, which is the lasting friendship between Americans and Canadians. Forget about Donald Trump for a second. Talk about the fact that we've all got friends or relatives or business associates. We work across that border. We work with each other. We have similar values. It's different histories, but we've come together for most of the last century and worked all of that out. There are no examples in the world of two countries of this size getting along that well on so many topics for so long. And I think that that's what we have to remind ourselves. I'm uncomfortable when I hear people booing the American national anthem. And I'm a resolutely patriotic, proud Canadian. But I'm uncomfortable when we're booing somebody else's national anthem, because I know that the American public takes umbrage at that, and they don't necessarily look at what we're looking at because we're the victims of this stuff. But I think we've got to rise above it and keep in mind, the best example on it in Canada, Mayor Dilkins of Windsor, Ontario. I can't think of a Canadian town that's going to be hit harder. But he's been out there working with what he calls the border mayors, the mayors close to the border on both sides, just with a positive message of what can be accomplished. We need some of that in Trudeau's remarks today. In other words, this is passing. This too will pass. Trump won't be there in a few years, but our continued border will be there, and our need to work with each other will be there, and he's got to reinforce that as well.
Although you never know with Donald Trump is all I would say, and I'll leave it at that. The three of you are sticking around for a few moments. Just got word from the Prime Minister's office that we now anticipate the Prime Minister a little bit closer to 11 o'clock Eastern, so that's 10 minutes away. I did want to check in. Tom referenced the border, and there are many different border crossings in this country. Reagan Hasegawa is standing by live for us at the Pacific border crossing in Surrey, British Columbia, that connects to Washington. Hi, Reagan. Good to see you. What are you hearing on the ground about anxieties and the potential impact of these tariffs?
Good morning, Vashi. A lot of anxiety about what this means for British Columbians. We are at the Pacific Highway border crossing this morning, which you might be able to tell is absolutely dead. I've been talking with border guards this morning telling me it's been exceptionally quiet here with far fewer crossings than what we normally see at this point. And that's because British Columbia has really been pushing a buy local approach. And Premier David Eby even went as far as to asking British Columbians not to take those crossings across the border for things like groceries or day trips and to plan vacations in other areas to try to send a message to the American government. And we've just found out this morning we will be hearing from Premier David Eby in just a couple of hours about BC's planned response to these tariffs.
Okay, and I'm also hearing, Reagan, that there is a planned protest perhaps there outside of, maybe it's the U.S. consulate. I know there's one planned outside of the embassy right here in Ottawa. What more can you tell us there?
That's right, Vashti. That's happening at noon local time, and it's being organized by a group called Took Off, and they're trying to send a message to the American government that they are not a fan of these tariffs. They do not want to be the 51st state. They've held a couple of rallies, but we are expecting this one to be a little bit larger than what we've seen over the past several weeks. You have to keep in mind that the BC government has really been crunching these numbers and is anticipating huge losses from these tariffs. They predict about $69 billion in lost economic activity between now and 2028, and 124,000 jobs will be lost, according to their numbers as well.
Okay, Reagan, thanks so much for your reporting. I appreciate it. We'll be checking in with you throughout the next few hours. Reagan Hasegawa there at the Pacific border crossing in Surrey, British Columbia. I'm standing by any minute now, about 8 minutes from now, we're told, for the Prime Minister's press conference. He'll be alongside Foreign Affairs Minister Melanie Joly, Public Safety Minister David McGuinty, as well as Finance Minister Dominic LeBlanc. Scott Reid, Corey Teneycke, and Tom Mulcair are also with us as we stand by for that press conference. Corey, I wanted to talk a little bit about what we've heard from President Trump. He's, of course, going to address Congress later tonight. But the sector that he identified yesterday afternoon, as I've been using the term all morning, kind of laying bare what may be the true motivation of imposing these tariffs, was the auto sector, which is, of course, a huge part of Ontario's economy. How worried should we be about the language he's using about the utility of tariffs and forcing companies to move to the U.S.? Is that a real possibility?
Of course, it's a real possibility, and I think we should take it very seriously. Look, the justifications around border security and fentanyl are simply that. They're a justification. The president has the ability to impose tariffs on a security basis, but not on an economic basis, without a much more robust process. And so, I think the whole conversation around fentanyl, we ship, a few pounds of the stuff comes through Canada, containers of it go through Mexico. It's not at all equivalent. It's simply a pretext that allows him to do it. It's clearly about two things. One, revenue generation for the U.S. federal government, which is in dire straits, and also about economic nationalism, trying to repatriate jobs and manufacturing to the United States. But I also think it denotes a fundamental misunderstanding about how our manufacturing sector in North America works. We build things together more than we build things and sell them to each other. And I think what the president's about to learn is that you can't shut down the Canadian auto industry in the short term without shutting down the U.S. auto industry, too, and causing enormous amounts of economic dislocation south of the border as well. So, I think that's the reality. He would like to see it all done there. Good for him. But you could call that a medium to long-term goal. In the short term, I think it comes at a heavy price for Americans, and he's about to learn that.
Let's talk a bit about that price, Scott, because earlier we were talking about how there's already some pretty dim economic indicators in the United States, consumer confidence, forecasts when it comes to economic growth or the lack thereof, really. This, you would imagine, would only make those problems worse, would only compound them. What will you be watching for in the next few days, in the next few weeks, to see if, I guess, any of that makes a difference?
Well, I'll be watching for a couple of things. First of all, business leaders and other state leaders, senators, congressmen, not just from, the predictable political opponents, but from border governors. Do they become more strident in their pitchback? And these things are related. So if those voices are more strident in speaking up against these measures, well, then the president's invincibility will diminish and they'll have more room to raise questions and to be critical of his actions. I don't think that Donald Trump, for all his strength, all his bullying, and all his brash, is actually invincible. Americans hired him to bust up the status quo, but he's busting up NATO. He's busting up Europe. He's busting up his economic relationship with Canada. He's busting up his economic relationship with Europe. And all of this, at some point, is going to start to seep into the consciousness of the American public when they realize, as Corey says, you build a car all across North America. It's not like there is a company, a factory, a plant in Canada that builds a lamp and then ships it to America. So now just make that lamp factory relocate to West Virginia. It doesn't work that way. That's a 19th century impression of a 21st century economy. Trump hasn't actually appreciated that important factor. And I think increasingly it'll dawn on Americans as they see the price of eggs increase, the price of gas increase, the price of everything increase, and the political promises go unfulfilled.
I guess the gentle caveat, Tom, I would add to that is, having gone to the RNC and been at his headquarters even back in 2016 when he won, the degree to which he is able to convince his supporters, which, by the way, number tens of millions, that it is not his fault when something bad happens to them, is unlike any politician I've ever witnessed, though my experience is somewhat limited. Like, at the RNC, there was nothing he could say that they did not buy into. How potentially problematic is that? Is that something we have to price in, I guess?
That's a tremendous observation, Vashi. I couldn't agree with you more. And it dovetails nicely with what Scott Reed said before. It's all bluster, it's all attack until he has to retreat, and then he rationalizes and declares victory for himself and presumably his bone spurs. So yes, he's great at fighting these imaginary battles, but there's something that's going to happen here that's going to be different from anything else that we've seen. It's the MAGA hat crowd. It's the folks in rural Pennsylvania with a rusting Ford F-150, believing that Donald Trump has made things better for them, and they find out that the Ford F-150 now costs $1,500 more. And then Trump can blame that on everybody else. He can say that's because Joe Biden didn't move the factory to the United States. But all the American consumer is going to see is that the cost of everything is going to be going up. This is Donald Trump's tax on everything. That's all this is. And it is to get money into the Treasury because they are in dire straits, as you correctly say. But longer term, he has a plan to reduce the taxes for rich people like himself. And he wants to do that with money that's being paid in tariffs by American consumers. When he was asked on MSNBC shortly after he won, can he guarantee that American consumers won't be paying for those tariffs? His answer was bizarre. Pure Trump, because he knew he couldn't guarantee it. He said, I can't even guarantee tomorrow. Well, tomorrow and the day after, American consumers are going to start to see, and it'll take a while, because Trump will blame other people. I agree with you on that. He's got the ability to never be responsible for anything. But at some point, people are going to say, but why were we not paying that price a year ago for our Ford F-150? Why is that Canada's fault? Or why is that Mexico's fault or somebody else's fault? There will be a time of reckoning. It's just going to take a while because it's complicated. And it takes a while for the average folks to just realize, hey, we've been had. This guy Trump is pulling off a stunt that we're going to pay for.
I just want to point you to the image you're looking at on screen. That is the podium where we anticipate now, maybe 5, perhaps even 10 minutes away, the Prime Minister will step up to the microphone and address Canadians as to the federal government's plan to counter the imposition of these tariffs. Those tariffs took effect at midnight, 25% across the board, save for 10% on Canadian energy. I do want to welcome all of our Atlantic viewers joining us here on CTV. A warm welcome to you for our special coverage of the Prime Minister's press conference. We also anticipate we'll hear from a number of premiers within the next half an hour to an hour, including Ontario Premier Doug Ford, the premiers of Nova Scotia and Quebec as well, and the leader of the federal Conservatives, Pierre Poilievre, will speak following the Prime Minister. Corey, tonight I'll swing over to you as we await that press conference and pick up where Tom left off, which is around the cost to Americans or the impact on Americans and the degree to which that may or may not impact Donald Trump. Tom mentioned $1,500, an increase in a price on a truck, for example. I've read other analysis that shows it could be $6,000, like a huge, very, very, even $1,500 is tangible, but $6,000 is something you notice right away. Is that kind of stuff, do you think, going to have an impact in the shorter term insofar as resonating with Americans who will then apply pressure?
I think in the short term, what's really going to hammer them is plant closures. And I think that's where the first and most immediate impact will be felt. I think the second one is going to be around export markets that the U.S. has. Like we, have mostly been talking about this in terms of Canada and things that we sell to Americans. But don't forget that we are the largest export market for a number of states in the United States. And we are both, sellers of things, but also purchasers of things. And I think that there's going to be a lot of pressure from those folks, too, as they see the goods that they are shipping into our markets being hit by retaliatory tariffs. So there's those things. I think there's also contracts. I expect the Premier will cancel the Starlink contract that was recently signed for remote internet service here in Ontario. I think you're going to see government procurements across the provinces being affected by this. I think you're going to be seeing products like U.S. whiskey and wine barred from provincial liquor shelves. So all of these things, I think, any one of them in isolation is not a silver bullet. But I think their collectivity, does create a narrative and an impact that, you're not just hurting Canada, you're hurting yourselves as well. You're hurting your own workers in your own states, in your own jurisdictions by pursuing a trade war with a friend and ally. And for what? What is being gained through this? Other than, higher prices for yourself. It's the absolute peak of economic lunacy. But, we're in an unusual set of times where you have the United States president praising a foreign leader with literally thousands of nuclear missiles pointed at his country from them, while, castigating lifelong allies and friendly neighbors. It's really an unbelievable set of circumstances.
Yeah, everything's upside down, to put it mildly. Scott, some of what Corey mentioned, the measures taken by various premiers to stop buying as provincial governments American things, to cancel something like the Elon Musk-linked Starlink contract, to pull American booze off the shelves of the LCBO. We saw earlier that picture that the Premier's office posted showing that the site was actually down because of that. The politicians in this country are by and large supported in ways that we haven't seen in a long time for the actions that they're taking. How important do you think that support will be to sustain?
It's critical because we need small business people who run large businesses. We need them to join in. I think one of the most important things to look for coming out of the Premier's meeting today, but also in the days to come from businesses and others and labor leaders, non-tariff retaliatory measures. Things like procurement. I can't imagine there's going to be a large city in the country that is going to feel that it is politic for them to be sourcing things out of the United States. And, like I said before, fundamentally, Donald Trump is a bully. And what do we know about bullies? What do you learn about bullies from the time you're in grade 5, right? They can't take a punch. They talk tough. They throw a lot of dirt, but they can't take it. And so when we start to land some of these punches on Donald Trump's political jaw, I think you'll see him react. I don't think he likes pain. He did complain about bone spurs to get out of serving in the armed forces. And, you know, Corey and I, just to get a quick story, Corey and I were in Saskatchewan, like a couple months ago, and a guy followed us out of the hall where we were speaking, and he said, listen, I actually import agricultural materials from the United States. It's been cheaper for me to do it that way. I've been doing it for a long time. I've been raising this issue with them. They are ignoring. They're all mega hat. Yeah, Trump rocks. And he said, so I canceled it. That's it. And he goes, I'm just one guy. It's only like $2 million a year in terms of their goods. But then they call me up and they go, hey, what's going on? And my answer was, I warned you. I told you. Send a letter to your president. And I do think that if the leadership of the country, the leadership of our provinces, the leadership of our municipalities is joined in that sort of response by business people large and small across the country, the message is going to get heard and the feeling is going to be expressed. And so I wouldn't dismiss the broadly held determination that you're going to see in the weeks and months to come.
Any moment now, that podium that you see with the Canadian flags draped behind it, we'll see the Prime Minister step up. He is going to address Canadians alongside his Minister of Foreign Affairs, Minister of Public Safety, and Finance Minister about how exactly this country plans to respond to the tariffs imposed overnight. Those tariffs, as a quick reminder, 25%. A 25% tax on everything that we send to the United States, except for Canadian energy, which will still see a 10% tax. This was done in concert with tariffs applied to Mexico, 25% across the board in that case, no exception for energy or any other classification. And then a doubling of the 10% tariff to 20% on Chinese imports. China has already responded with a 15% counter tariff. Mexico says its president, Claudia Sheinbaum, earlier this morning, that it will respond on Sunday. It will include both tariff and non-tariff retaliation, though we don't know the details of that yet. Canada's response is already somewhat detailed. Overnight, 1 minute past midnight, in fact, the first tranche of counter tariffs was applied, $30 billion worth on a number of different products, mostly consumer products. And here is the Prime Minister to address the plan in more detail. Let's take a listen in live.
The United States launched a trade war against Canada, their closest partner and ally, their closest friend. At the same time, they're talking about working positively with Russia, appeasing Vladimir Putin, a lying, murderous dictator. Make that make sense. Canadians are reasonable, and we are polite, but we will not back down from a fight. Not when our country and the well-being of everyone in it is at stake. At the moment, the U.S. tariffs came into effect in the early hours of this morning, and so did the Canadian response. Canada will be implementing 25% tariffs against $155 billion worth of American goods, starting with tariffs on $30 billion worth of goods immediately, and tariffs on the remaining $125 billion of American products in 21 days' time. Encore aujourd'hui, on se voit forcé d'imposer des droits de douane de 25% sur 155 milliards de dollars américains,
$155 billion worth of U.S. products, 30 billion, 30 billion immediately, and in 21 days, $120 billion worth of U.S.
Today, we will also be challenging these illegal actions by filing dispute resolution claims at the World Trade Organization and through the USMCA. But in the meantime, our tariffs will remain in place until the U.S. tariffs are withdrawn, and not a moment sooner. And should these tariffs not cease, we are in active and ongoing discussions with provinces and territories to pursue several non-tariff measures, measures which will demonstrate that there are no winners in a trade war. Now, just like I did a month ago, I want to speak first directly to the American people. We don't want this. We want to work with you as a friend and ally. And we don't want to see you hurt either. But your government has chosen to do this to you. As of this morning, markets are down, and inflation is set to rise dramatically all across your country. Your government has chosen to put American jobs at risk, at the thousands of workplaces that succeed because of materials from Canada or because of consumers in Canada, or both. They've chosen to raise costs for American consumers on everyday essential items like groceries and gas, on major purchases like cars and homes, and everything in between. They've chosen to harm American national security, impeding access to the abundant critical minerals, energy, building materials, and fertilizers that we have and that the United States needs to grow and prosper. They've chosen to launch a trade war that will, first and foremost, harm American families. They've chosen to sabotage their own agenda that was supposed to usher in a new golden age for the United States. And they've chosen to undermine the incredible work we've done together to tackle the scourge that is fentanyl, a drug that must be wiped from the face of the earth. So on that point, let me be crystal clear. There is absolutely no justification or need whatsoever for these tariffs today. Now, the legal pretext your government is using to bring in these tariffs is that Canada is apparently unwilling to help in the fight against illegal fentanyl. Well, that is totally false. Let's look at the facts. Our border is already safe and secure. Far less than 1% of fentanyl flows and less than 1% of illegal crossings into the United States comes from Canada. But we acted because we know we can always do better. We responded to concerns, including from the President, by implementing an ambitious $1.3 billion border plan. A border plan that includes generational investments in new AI and imaging tools to stop the flow of fentanyl in its tracks, stronger coordination and information sharing with American agencies, along with the deployment of drones, helicopters, and additional personnel to keep our border secure. Now, a month ago, as part of an agreement with the United States that paused the tariffs, we made further commitments. We appointed Kevin Brasseau as our fentanyl czar, a man who dedicated his multi-decade career in law enforcement to combating organized crime networks and drug trafficking. We designated 7 drug cartels, sick, evil groups who cynically profit off the pain and suffering of people on both sides of the border, as the terrorist organizations that they are. And just yesterday, we launched a new joint operations partnership supported by a $200 million investment between Canada's security and law enforcement agencies, a partnership that will enhance the coordination of information and intelligence in order to thwart criminal gangs involved in the illegal fentanyl trade. And critically, our actions are working. As the U.S. Customs and Border Protection just acknowledged, there was a 97% drop in fentanyl seizures from January compared to December, to a near zero low of less than half an ounce seized in January, even with all the further enforcements and actions we've taken at the borders. In sum, we stepped up. We engaged closely and constructively with the president and his administration. We did everything we promised. We stuck to our word. And we did it because we believe in working together to protect our citizens. Now I want to speak directly to one specific American, Donald. In the over 8 years you and I have worked together, we've done big things. We signed a historic deal that has created record jobs and growth in both of our countries. We've done big things together on the world stage, as Canada and the US have done together for decades, for generations. And now we should be working together to ensure even greater prosperity for North Americans in a very uncertain and challenging world. Now, it's not in my habit to agree with the Wall Street Journal, but Donald, they point out that even though you're a very smart guy, this is a very dumb thing to do. We two friends fighting is exactly what our opponents around the world want to see. And now, to my fellow Canadians, I won't sugarcoat it. This is going to be tough, even though we're all going to pull together, because that's what we do. We will use every tool at our disposal so Canadian workers and businesses can weather this storm. From expanding EI benefits and making them more flexible to providing direct supports to businesses, we will be there as needed to help. But Canada, make no mistake, no matter how long this lasts, no matter what the cost, the federal government and other orders of government will be there for you. We will defend Canadian jobs. We will take measures to prevent predatory behavior that threatens Canadian companies because of the impacts of this trade war, leaving them open to takeovers. We will relentlessly fight to protect our economy. We will stand up for Canadians every single second of every single day because this country is worth fighting for. Les derniers mois ont été stressants et honnêtement épuisants
and really tiring for all of us,
je crois qu'on peut
but I think
être rassuré par
we can be
l'incroyable
reassured
solidarité
by the incredible solidarity that our society showed with our companies, civil society, and indigenous society. The entire society is unanimous. We have to talk to our American partners. Those tariffs are a very bad idea. At the same time, working in external to eliminate obstacles between trade between our states and to find new markets throughout the world, to have better economy, more solid, more robust. In the last years, I discussed with leaders all over the world. My message hasn't changed. Canada is a reliable partner, and our doors are open. During the last week, we made more efforts to increase our collaboration with Mexico. That is also a victim of these tariffs. Together, we will find other ways of working and rely one with each other to confront this. Confronted with this uncertainty, Canadians show much solidarity. You share products to help companies. I saw you change travel plans to remain in Canada. And I saw that you were making more efforts to support small businesses and workers. I saw that you defended your culture to make it shine even more. I saw you encourage your athletes with unwavering support and enthusiasm. I cannot be more proud of my fellow Canadians. But there's something else I want to ask you. Ask from you. Do not abandon, do not fight for your country. Do everything you can to choose Canada, to defend Canada. We will go through these difficult times together. I've never been so optimistic after seeing how you have reacted in the past weeks. And we will go through, we will survive these difficult times. Canada is the best country in the world. There are reasons to be so proud of this country and this snowy country. And I am proud of our solidarity, our capacity to weather the storm. We have different origins, different languages, but when it comes to defending our country, we are one. Through the storm, Canadians can always on each other, on one another.
Tough spots before. But every time we've faced long odds and seemingly insurmountable obstacles, we've not only survived, we've emerged stronger than ever. Because when it comes to defending our great nation, there is no price we all aren't willing to pay. And today is no different. Merci beaucoup, mes amis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prime Minister. Merci beaucoup. We will now take 20 minutes of questions. Nous prendrons 20 minutes de questions. One question, one follow-up, une question, un suivi. Merci.
Hi, Prime Minister. Tom Parry with CBC. You're reaching out to the president today. You're speaking directly to him. We heard from U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance, who says that Donald Trump will be speaking to Canadians. And he also says that he wants to see more progress on fentanyl. So my question to you is, do you have any conversation scheduled with Donald Trump in the coming days? Is that something maybe your successor should do? And do you really believe that this is about fentanyl, or is there something larger at play here?
I have offered to speak to Donald over the past number of days, and I expect to speak with him in the days to come. I'm always there to talk with him about the importance of working together to take on the world at this time. The facts show very clearly that in terms of taking action on fentanyl, we are doing everything that is necessary, and not just for the United States, for ourselves as well, as Canadians are suffering as well from the scourge that is illegal fentanyl. We have laid out extensive plans, actions, cooperations, including as recently as the past days in Washington, and they have always been very well received. And the numbers bear that out. I think in what President Trump said yesterday, that there is nothing Canada or Mexico can do to avoid these tariffs, underlines very clearly what I think a lot of us have suspected for a long time, that these tariffs are not specifically about fentanyl, even though that is the legal justification he must use to actually move forward with these tariffs.
Monsieur Trudeau, en français, à part l'allocution que vous avez eue envers Monsieur Trump, lui avez-vous parlé au cours des derniers jours, des dernières heures?
Have you talked to Mr. Trump
À sa disposition pour parler pendant les derniers jours, comme on avait fait il y a 30 jours. J'espère lui parler dans les jours à venir. Je suis toujours ouvert
to him in the future.
You mentioned this my door is open. You're seeing the United States seemingly moving closer to Moscow. This is the same day that the United States has announced it's suspending aid for Ukraine. The Kremlin just said that U.S. foreign policy now is in alignment with Russia. So how do you successfully, or your successor, successfully negotiate with a president who seems to regard his friends as his enemies and his enemies as his friends?
In this regards, Canada and Canadians are very clear. We know who our friends are. We know who our opponents are, and there is no question that Vladimir Putin and his attack not just on Ukraine, but on the rules-based international order, on the founding principles of the United Nations, is an opponent of Canada. I think the question that we all need to be watching closely is, what do the American people think? How do Americans feel about jettisoning one's friends and allies in favor of a country that has never wished Americans well and continues to act in ways that harm the global economy and specifically the American economy and American values and principles?
Bonjour, Monsieur Trudeau. Valérie Gavage de Radio-Canada.
Radio-Canada.
Sur les programmes d'aide, au Québec, on parle de 160 000 emplois qui pourraient être
We talk about
perdus.
160,000 jobs that could be lost.
Dans les usines d'auto. Est-ce qu'il y a quelque chose sur la table aujourd'hui?
Is there something, a plan on the table
limiter le délai pour avoir
to limit the delay to have access to employment, workers' compensation? I want to remind people that our objective is not to find ways so Canadians can go through these terrible times. It's to prevent these terrible times to last longer than the minimum time necessary. We can eliminate these tariffs tomorrow. That's what we're going to try to do. Our priority is to end this commercial trade war.
Le fait que des Américains, dès aujourd'hui, font faire face
already
à
today
des mises
will
à pied,
be
vont faire
confronted
face
with
des problèmes
layoffs,
au niveau de leur
difficulties with regards to their
va nous aider à mettre fin à ces défis le plus
This will help us to end these problems as soon as possible. But we're considering many things that we can do if these tariffs last longer than 1 or 2 days, even with immediate actions with the workers' compensation,
remember first and
employment
foremost, as we
insurance.
reflect on the impacts on Canadian workers and Canadian jobs and businesses, is that, first of all, there will be similar impacts on Americans losing their jobs, American families paying more for basic goods that they rely on at a time where times are tight everywhere. But our focus has to be on getting these tariffs lifted as quickly as possible. What can we do in the coming days is our focus, to make sure that these tariffs don't last a second longer than necessary. So we will be looking at, including looking in the coming day at things we can do around adjusting EI to support people through this difficult time. But our priority has to be not on figuring out how to manage through these tariffs over the coming days and weeks and months, but on doing everything we can to get them lifted and put an end to this unjustified trade war that hurts American families and Canadian families.
On a l'impression que vous n'avez plus beaucoup de cartes dans votre jeu. Est-ce que devancer la négociation de la renégociation de la CEUM fait partie des
To
plans
go
actuellement?
forward, accelerate the renegotiation, is that something that you plan? Currently, in the conversations with the president, it's not very clear what's going on. Or maybe what is clear is what he said several times, that his objective is to kill Canadian economy, to talk about annexation. That's what he wants. So I don't know what negotiation we could start currently to avoid, to convince him that that shouldn't be his goal. Our answer today is anchored. We want to show how our economies are intertwined, and if we create obstacles, families in both sides of the border will suffer. to show that we should do things together. And while he's choosing to ruin Canadian economy, I don't know in such bad faith that the best way we see that by putting tariffs that have no justification at all. I don't know if we are open to those negotiations, but currently, no.
I'm just trying to remember. What was that? Cosma, that's right. I think in terms of what he wants, and I heard he talked about banking again this morning in a tweet, which doesn't make any sense because American banks, there's about 16 American banks currently active in Canada holding about $113 billion worth of assets in this country. So the American banks are alive and well and prospering in Canada. It's an example of not really being able to see what it is that he wants, because even the excuse that he's giving for these Paris tariffs today of fentanyl is completely bogus, completely unjustified, completely false. So we actually have to fold back on the one thing he has said repeatedly, that what he wants is to see a total collapse of the Canadian economy, because that'll make it easier to annex us, is the second half of his thought. Now, first of all, that's never going to happen. We will never be the 51st state. But yeah, he can do damage to the Canadian economy, and he's started this morning. But he is rapidly going to find out, as American families are going to find out, that that's going to hurt people on both sides of the border. Americans will lose jobs. Americans will be paying more for groceries, for gas, for cars, for homes, because we have always done best when we work together. So we are, of course, open to starting negotiations on the customer review, but let us not fool ourselves about what he seems to be wanting. And I will admit, I have been holding out hope that these tariffs were just a clever negotiating ploy that would have the impact that they're having now without even bringing them in over the past weeks, as we've seen order books dry up for Canadian companies from American customers, as we've seen expansion plans in Canada put on hold, as we've seen people choosing to invest in the United States over the past weeks because of the threat of tariffs. But now that he's moved forward with tariffs, we're going to see the real impact of a trade war between our two countries. And that impact will be to hurt American families.
Prime Minister Tonda McCharles with the Toronto Star. I hope you can be as specific as possible for a number of these points. Everybody's looking to what actually you're going to do. In your statement last night, you referenced non-tariff measures, and I want to know exactly what you're prepared to contemplate there. And given that your likely successors, both Carney and Poilievre, have said it should be dollar-for-dollar retaliatory tariffs, that's on $600 billion worth of American imports. If you were to do that, is that on or off the table?
I will be sitting down, as I have every week for the past many, many weeks, with the premiers this afternoon to talk about our individual, combined and collective response to this. As we've put on the table, the federal government has $155 billion worth of tariffs that we can move forward with immediately, and that we will be moving forward with both now and 21 days from now to give Canadian companies time to adjust their supply chains to not be overly impacted by this. But there are many other things that have been surfaced by different premiers in different approaches that we can look at. One, for example, is around purchasing and around suppliers and around contracts, whether it's municipal, provincial, or federal, with American companies. There are many different things that we've been looking at, and that conversation with the premiers this afternoon is going to be very, very important. But I can tell you what we have seen is Canadians across provinces and territories, across political lines, are united in knowing that this is a time to hit back hard and to demonstrate that a fight with Canada will have no winners. And the sooner we can get past this fight, back to working together to take on the world as our two countries always have, the better we'll all be.
To what extent have you turned or gotten cooperation from any other allies to exact more pain on the U.S. to accelerate getting to a solution? And are you concerned that Mexico appears to be trying to do their own thing maybe next Sunday? Where are you with any guarantees you've got allies?
I've just spent quite a bit of time over these past couple of weeks meeting with European and international allies to talk about a number of different things, including standing up for the rules-based order by defending Ukraine, but also being there for each other in a more challenging and uncertain world. And I can tell you that every country is very, very aware that if the American government is willing to do this to their own closest ally, neighbor, and friend, everyone is vulnerable to a trade war. And our ability to work together thoughtfully and strategically to make sure we're supporting our citizens, we're doing things together in a more diversified way is something that is on the mind of all of our allies.
En français, vous en êtes où dans les discussions avec les alliés, que ce soit européens ou
Where
mexicains?
Where are you at with the conversation with your allies? With several of our allies and our friends from Europe and international, everybody's worried. They know that if Americans are ready to do this to Canada, the closest ally and interconnected partner. Everybody risks the same. Our capacity to work together, to do more together, to diversify supply chains more in an even more deliberate manner. That's the conversation that we're having, and we're continuing to have with the allies. With our Mexican partners, we continue to, we remain in contact with them, close contact. And we're going to analyze how we can do things together, as I said. So we don't need to suffer more than necessary.
Prime Minister Rachel Haynes from CTV National News. As we know, the Liberal Party is going to be picking a new leader over the weekend. But when is it going to be your last official day as Prime Minister?
That will be up to a conversation between the new leader and myself to figure out how long a transition is needed. It should happen reasonably quickly, but there's a lot of things to do in a transition like this, particularly at this complicated time in the world.
My last day will be determined once the new leader of the Liberal Party has been chosen. That will be a conversation about how long will be required to make that transition. There are many different elements to be considered, but I know that we want to do it quickly.
So it sounds like it won't be immediately on March 9th or March 10th. So it sounds like you'll probably still have some time remaining to put in some more actions on this. Is one of those things that you're considering going to be taxing oil, gas, and potash exports, even if premiers don't consent to that?
As I said, the most important thing we're facing, as I've said, the most important thing we can do is ensure that Canadians remain united. That's why whatever response, individually or collectively, we do across the country, we have to make sure that no single part of the country is carrying a greater burden or suffering any more than everyone else. This is going to be tough for all of us, but we need to be pulling and holding Canadians together every step of the way. And that's the conversation I'm going to be having with the premiers this afternoon in our now weekly meetings. There will be many different ideas we discuss, but the most important thing, more important than doing specific or effective pressure points on the United States, is keeping Canadians united together. As we go through the pain that these American tariffs will inflict on our economy, on our workplaces, on Canadian families, we will be able to say this is happening to us by the decisions of a different government. As American families suffer the impact of these tariffs, of this trade war with Canada, they will be saying this is happening because our own government is choosing to do it to us. That's a very different proposition. And the most important thing right now, more important than anything else, is for Canadians to remain united. And that's why all premiers will be focused on things that make sure Canadians don't get divided amongst ourselves. This is a time for us to pull together, because the Americans will be having very real and very challenging debates and discussions about these actions. There will be no debate in Canada about whether or not we should be pulling together and responding. Everyone is aligned on that, and protecting that is job one for the Canadian government and the Canadian Prime Minister.
Hi, Mr. Trudeau.
Okay. Évidemment,
clearly, there are different things that different provinces and sectors can do to put pressure on the United States. Many ideas have been put on the table, but I want to be very clear. One region or industry in Canada will not suffer or carry a larger burden than others. We need to be fair with our response and our supports. And the most important thing in all of this is that Canadians remain united. And that's what I spoke about with the premiers of the provinces and territories this afternoon.
Unity, courage et de détermination.
Mission, courage, and determination. All of these values that Canadians will be showing in the days and weeks to come will be our strongest weapon. The Canadian families that will be negatively affected by these tariffs will be saying to themselves, we will stand united as Canadians because it's another country that is doing this to us. We will stand together and we'll get through this. American families that will see lost jobs, price hikes, and more because of these tariffs, they will say to themselves, this is because of our own government that we are suffering now. And that's going to lead to very difficult conversations amongst Americans. Discussions on why this trade war, this unjustified war is happening.
Follow-up. Thank you.
Hi, Mr. Trudeau. Mackenzie Gray with Global. You mentioned the markets earlier. Someone who knows a thing about them, Warren Buffett, came out and said that these tariffs could be viewed as an act of war. Does the Canadian government believe these tariffs from Donald Trump is an act of war from the U.S.?
Canadians are not angry at the American people for this. We don't have anything against Americans. Americans are our neighbors, our friends, our partners. We do things together. We've done things together for decades and generations. This is a policy decision by the American government designed to go after the Canadian economy. This is a trade war, yes. But Canadians are hurt. Canadians are angry. We're going to choose to not go on vacation in Florida or Old Orchard Beach or wherever. We're going to choose to try to buy Canadian products and forego bourbon and other classic American products. And yeah, we're probably going to keep booing the American anthem. But let me tell Americans, we're not booing you. We're not booing your teams. We're not booing your players. We're booing a policy that is designed to hurt us. And we're insulted. And we're angry. But we're Canadian, which means we're going to stand up for each other. We're going to fight. And we're going to win.
There are probably a lot of folks watching on TV today who've been laid off or they were told not to come into work today because of these tariffs. Can you explain to them why you've not announced any relief measures today to help those folks out?
As I've said, our entire focus has been on preventing these tariffs from coming in, if there was at all a way, and it now looks like there was never a way we were going to be able to avoid these tariffs that the president was determined to do. And our focus now is going to be on making sure that they get lifted and that there is an end to this trade war as quickly as possible. But over the past month, we have been working on measures that if these tariffs last longer than a few hours or a few days, we be able to help Canadian citizens, Canadian workers, Canadian companies make it through this time. But let's also be clear, this is going to be tough. The American trade war is going to hurt the Canadian economy and is going to hurt all of us. What our government needs to make sure we're doing is try to make sure that nobody goes hungry and that everyone carries their share of this. And that's a hard thing to do, but that's where we're leaning in, both as a federal government and with provinces and territories on responses to be there for Canadians.
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. That concludes today's press conference.
All right, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau there taking questions from reporters and beginning with some opening remarks, a lot of which is noteworthy and certainly important to communicate to you. A couple of quick programming notes. I'm Vashi Kapelos coming to you out of Ottawa. It's our special coverage today of the imposition of these tariffs and the Canadian response. The leader of the federal Conservatives, Pierre Poilievre, is also going to talk to Canadians and take questions from reporters any moment now, as is Ontario's Premier Doug Ford. Whoever steps up to the microphone first will take you there live, but we will play the full of the other political leader right thereafter. Other premiers like Premier Legault, Premier Eby, and Premier Houston out of Nova Scotia also scheduled to take questions from reporters and address their plans for countering and responding to these tariffs. Back to the Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, who, by the way, could be in the last few days of his time as Prime Minister. A new leader, as our Rachel Haynes addressed in that line of questioning, will be announced on Sunday for the Liberal Party. He said right off the top, we don't want to see Americans hurt, but your government did this to you, speaking directly to Americans in that portion, talking about the fact on multiple occasions that there is no justification in his view for these tariffs and the application of them, and then addressed Donald Trump in sort of a rare moment, I guess you could call it, very directly through the TV, saying, Donald, referring to him by his first name, we have done big things together. But the Wall Street Journal is right. This was a dumb thing to do. And then the comment that stuck out most for me around how the Prime Minister views what's really happening here, what the real motivation behind these tariffs is. I'm going to play that clip for you.
Even the excuse that he's giving for these tariffs today of fentanyl is completely bogus, completely unjustified, completely false. So we actually have to fold back on the one thing he has said repeatedly, that what he wants is to see a total collapse of the Canadian economy, because that'll make it easier to annex us.
What he wants to see, the Prime Minister says, is the total collapse of the Canadian economy. As we stand by for those other press conferences, I want to bring back our panel. Joining us for this round, in addition to Tom Mulcair and Corey tonight, is Sharon Carr, former Deputy Chief of Staff to former Finance Minister Bill Morneau, now a partner at Sovereign Advisory. Corey, I'll start with you. Do you agree with the assessment that this is about crushing the Canadian economy ultimately?
Yes, ultimately, as the Prime Minister, I think, correctly observed, it is an attack on Canadian sovereignty. And, when asked how, whether he would invade Canada in order to make us the 51st state, this is some months ago, I think he gave a very direct answer, not militarily, but economically. I think this is an attempt at the economic conquest of Canada and the economic submission of Canada. And, I think left to its own devices, a territorial submission of Canada. Which is something that I think the Prime Minister was also correct in pointing out is never going to happen. But to understand, where he's coming from, I think you need to listen to his words, and I think he's been pretty consistent and pretty direct and pretty clear that that's what this is about. And I also agree. It's unusual for me to agree this much with Prime Minister Trudeau. But I think he is correct in pointing out that Canadians will be united in their resolve to push back against this. It's going to involve sacrifice and economic dislocation for us. And if that's the price of our continued sovereignty, then that is the price that I think Canadians are willing to pay.
Yeah, he said on multiple occasions during his opening remarks and even in response to the questions, Tom, that there will be pain, right? And that even sort of harkens back to what Stephen Harper said at one point a few weeks ago, right? Like pain, the cost of our sovereignty will be pain, but we are united and prepared to bear it, essentially. Your thoughts, your takeaway from what the Prime Minister said just a few moments ago?
Overall, really strong, obviously very emotional for him. He knows he's on his way out. That clip that you played, of him talking about what this represents for Canada, what Trump's threat really implies, was one of his strongest moments. I think that his takedown of the excuse of fentanyl was pitch perfect. He probably spent more time on it than we would have needed here in Canada, because we already know that it's bogus. But to the extent that this speech is going to get covered more than anything else that he does in the United States, it was important for him to knock down that straw man. Best moment, right at the beginning, where he says, try to make sense of this. You're attacking your closest friend, neighbor, and ally for centuries, and you're mollycoddling a dictator, a murderous dictator in Moscow, and he's becoming your big buddy. Make sense of that. He was basically talking generally. It was rhetorical, but he was also addressing Americans. And I think that is, for me, the key clip of everything that he did. So he rose above everything. The only thing that I found a bit just disturbing is he didn't seem to know when he was going to stop being Prime Minister, because he couldn't give a clear answer. Something about stuff going on, and he starts talking with his hands. I think that should be pretty clear when whoever wins the Liberal leadership on Sunday should come in, should be as soon as possible, because we've got enough insecurity and instability as it is.
Yeah, if I had to wager a guess, I would anticipate that swearing-in ceremony for whomever wins is not necessarily weeks or months away, but probably sooner rather than later. Sharon, your thoughts on the comments by the Prime Minister? In particular, I thought what was unique in this, we've heard a lot of this before, but particularly today, was the direct addressing of Donald Trump, referring to him by his first name. Someone had sent me the Fox kind of banner at the bottom that made a big deal of that said he repeatedly called him Donald. What did you think about that?
Well, I've got to say, this is probably one of the stronger speeches that we've seen the Prime Minister give. And it's hard to not agree with what he's saying. But what really caught my ear as I was working away was when he said Donald. It was so intentional. And quite frankly, for the U.S. outlets like the Fox News who are saying that, oh, my God, he referred to him as Donald. We have a president who has been referring to him as a governor. So, I really have no sympathy on anyone who down south who's upset about that. But I definitely have to say, he came out pretty firm. He addressed him directly. And usually what we've been seeing from a lot of the Liberal Party and some of the ministers and MPs is there's been a lot of poking the bear to antagonize him. And this wasn't about him per se. This was about Canada, U.S. as partners, as neighbors. And he made it quite clear that this is going to cause economic harm to Americans. And I've been saying for quite some time, the only way someone like Donald Trump, who is not rational, you're not dealing with a rational politician, the only way he is going to do something differently is when his people, his country, his economy faces true pain. And it means we're going to have to be uncomfortable, but it also is a way to unite us together. So I've got to say, it was probably one of his better speeches that he did to show like resolve and unity. And again, very much directed right at Donald Trump.
There weren't a lot of details yet, Corey, about beyond the package, the two-tranche package of counter tariffs, what more the federal government is prepared to do. And obviously with the caveat that this prime minister will likely next week, not at this time, not be the prime minister or a few days thereafter, especially where, you know, provincial resources go, energy resources go, a big discussion about American reliance on them and what kind of leverage we have around them. He said he'll be talking to premiers later today. He doesn't want one part of the country to suffer more than another, but he also didn't directly address questions around if those premiers, for example, out west, like Premier Moe and Premier Smith, don't consent to a tax on potash or a tax on oil and gas, are you still prepared to go ahead with it? Where do you envision those discussions going, and how soon might the government need to decide what it's doing beyond just counter tariffs?
Well, I think we need to be really careful about, and I think the federal government has to be really careful, and I think it will be very careful about how it pursues that, because the worst thing that can happen as we go into this treatment of, you know, let's be frank, economic chemotherapy that is going to make us very sick before it makes us any better, is to have the country's unity torn apart. You know, we need to have this moment of coming together. I do think there has to be burden sharing. I think we have to use all the leverage that we have, be it with Western Canadian resources or Eastern Canadian manufacturing or contracting or any of these things. I think there has to be burden sharing, but it has to be done in a way that brings everyone along with you and where there's consent from provinces in whatever path is moving forward. Otherwise, we could see the country literally ripped in half. The last thing we need is a national energy program in which, you know, money is torn out of Western Canada and then redistributed to other parts of the country in a way that tears at the fabric of the nation even further. So I think this is going to be the core of the conversations that will be happening later today between the premiers. I think the federal government ultimately is the level of government that has to make the decision and has to make the call. But it would be a very dangerous call to make without sign-on by Scott Moe, by Daniel Smith, by the other premiers. So, you know, we need to unite. We need to stand together. We need to fight together. This is a larger and more fearsome foe, and that unity and collectivity is the only way we're going to have a chance at winning. And so we really have to be very, very careful about that.
How difficult a balancing act will that be, Tom?
A very difficult balancing act, and I think Corey just explained it perfectly. It's one thing for Doug Ford, who, like all the provincial premiers, the provinces have prime responsibility for natural resources. He talked specifically about a few things today, in particular, nickel, saying, I'll stockpile it, meaning somehow pay for it, do something with it, make sure that it doesn't go to the States. That's his prerogative. He's also talking about perhaps cutting off the electricity. Quebec sells a lot of electricity to the States under hard contracts, so it would be very hard for them to break it. But Legault is in such a state right now, he's always said that even that is on the table. But if you were to go after a province like Saskatchewan on potash, or after Alberta on oil and gas, and say, oh, well, the Americans are adding 10%, well, let's add to the pain. We'll add a 10% too. That money would go into Ottawa. They probably promised to give it back to the province, but it would be the wrong move at the wrong time. What I like about what Trudeau's doing is the staggered approach. Boom, here's your 25% on the first tranche. The rest comes in 3 weeks. Maybe cooler heads will prevail. Then the rest will hit. That is the ultimate hit. The Supreme Court said on the question of the carbon tax that when it's an existential threat to the country, that the provinces can be overridden by the feds. The federal government would have theoretically, let's hope we never get there, the possibility of turning off the taps on oil and gas and potash and other things if this trade war were to really go south. Let's hope that there are enough smart people around the table. And by the way, Trump might not understand the subtleties of this. Like, it's the nicest way I could possibly put it. But the people around him certainly, and they've got an ear on the stock market, and they care what it means. By the way, one of the best, cleverest moments of the speech was when Trudeau says, I don't usually quote the Wall Street Journal, but, Donald, you're really smart. But they say that this decision is really dumb. For him to actually start buttering him up, almost tongue-in-cheek, I know that anything has to say that you're really smart. So you're really smart, but what you're doing is really dumb. A clever moment. Whoever wrote that with him, it might have even come from Trudeau himself. Bono.
Yeah, he's expected, actually, I should say, just like Doug Ford was earlier, I believe, on CNN this morning, he is expected to go on a myriad of American networks as well, and I think continue what he started in the speech today, which is speak more directly to them. Danielle Smith, the Premier of Alberta, also just a little while ago on CNBC. I'll play a clip of what she said, and Sharon, bring you in after that.
To see this escalation is so disappointing, so damaging, initially to American consumers and American businesses who buy Canadian goods and raw materials, but then now with the counter tariffs, it's also going to be harmful to Canadian consumers. No one wins a tariff war, and so we want to go back to looking at the agreement that we signed, the USMCA, that has served us well for a number of years, and I don't know why the president is behaving this way, because it's illegal. We're going to challenge it, and would like to get back to negotiating some of the pressure points on that.
It's interesting, Sharon, because even with all the sort of differences of opinion when it comes to what happens around non-tariff measures and energy exports, today I could play you any clip from any premier who has been on an American network or federal politician, and they are saying the same thing. What does that say to you?
It's something that we've needed for some time now. We went through a period where we had Danielle Smith promoting one aspect and Ottawa trying to promote another. And I actually thought her comments right now were bang on in terms of the disappointment. And we need them out there saying that. But I think what they're seeing now is that the reprieve is done. He's coming out. He's not backing down. He's saying he's not backing down, and nothing is rational. We've all acknowledged that his claims of fentanyl crossing the border in mass amounts is bogus. And everyone is, I think, just tired of it. So it's actually quite nice to see the premiers and everyone come together and be united. This is the only path forward when it comes to dealing with someone like Donald Trump. Now, he will go do his media today where he will say things like, there's no American banks operating in Canada, which, again, is bogus. He's going to say all the fentanyl is coming from Canada, again, which is bogus. And we can't change that. We can't change someone who is a revisionist in history and making facts up. But what we can change is having all of our leaders, our premiers, our federal government coming together, speaking from the same book, because that message needs to be saturated. And we're starting to see that a bit in the U.S. with how people are receiving Trump and Vance, specifically after the last week's incident with President Zelensky in the White House. We're seeing a bit of a shift, and we need to keep sticking to this message. So I actually think what Danielle Smith said was probably quite welcomed in Ottawa.
Make that make sense is the line, I think, that came from the Prime Minister's speech about an alignment with Russia and a trade war with Canada. I'll leave our analysis there. Thanks, everyone. Really appreciate it. Sharon Carr, Corey Tonight, and Tom Mulcair. As we look ahead to a myriad of other responses and more reaction from across this country, different political leaders are slated to take the microphone in succession over the next few hours. We are going to take you through the whole thing. We are anticipating any moment now. Imminently, we are told Ontario Premier Doug Ford will take to the microphone. He has already been on American networks this morning speaking about Ontario's reaction. Just one thing that we can already tell you about, and there he is the removal of all American booze from the LCBO. Let's take a listen in live to Ontario Premier Doug Ford.
Well, good afternoon. Today's a tough day. It's a tough day for Ontario and for Canada, just as much as it's a tough day for the United States. Because, well, there's no question President Trump's tariffs on Canada will hurt us. They will also hurt Americans. U.S. markets are on the decline. In fact, the S&P 500 has already wiped out over $3 trillion in value. Factory floors and assembly lines across the American Rust Belt will start to close. American workers will be out of a job. American families will be poorer. This is not the outcome anyone wanted. Over the past few months, we've taken a strong, united Team Canada approach. The federal government, provinces and territories, municipalities, unions, business leaders who have all made the case. We're so much stronger together. I've spoken to governors, senators, congressmen and women from every region, both Democrats and Republicans. They know, they tell me, these tariffs are a massive mistake. We could have stayed focused. We could have poured our effort into making Canada, the U.S., the two richest, most successful, safest, most secure two countries on the planet. Unfortunately, one man, President Trump, has chosen chaos instead. Now, we have no choice. We have to respond. Earlier this morning, Prime Minister Trudeau and his team announced retaliatory tariffs. They have my full support for a strong and forceful response. Tariff for tariff, dollar for dollar. As they do, the federal government needs to ensure it's getting revenues from its tariffs to impacted workers and businesses as soon as possible. To support the federal government's efforts, Ontario will also launch its first round of retaliation. Starting today, LCBO, the largest purchaser of alcohol in the world, will begin removing U.S. products from its store shelves. And as the exclusive wholesaler, American brands will no longer be available in LCBO catalog, meaning other retailers, bars, and restaurants in the province will no longer be able to restock U.S. products. This is an enormous hit to the American producers. Every year, the LCBO sells nearly $1 billion worth of U.S. wine, beer, cider, seltzers, and spirits, including more than 3,600 products from 35 states. As of today, every single one of these products is off the shelves. Also, starting today, all U.S.-based companies will be banned from taking part in government procurement. Every year, the province and its agencies spend about $30 billion on procurement, alongside our more than $200 billion planned to build infrastructure. U.S.-based businesses will now lose out on tens of billions of dollars in revenues. They only have President Trump to blame. I'm also urging all 444 municipalities to do the same, and I'm thrilled to see some are already stepping up. For example, Mayor Patrick Brown in the city of Brampton and many other cities. As part of this government-wide procurement ban, we're going one step further. We're ripping up Ontario's contract with Starlink. It's done, it's gone. We won't award contracts to people who enable and encourage economic attacks on our province and our country. Alongside federal tariffs and the measures my fellow premiers are bringing forward, this Team Canada's opening response. We also need to be ready to dig in for a long fight. We need to be ready to escalate using every tool in our toolkit. That includes surcharges or even outright restrictions on the critical minerals and electricity we supply to the United States. The critical minerals and electricity they depend on. Today, I'm writing to every senator, every congressman and woman, and the governors from New York State, Michigan, and Minnesota, telling them that these tariffs persist. If the Trump administration falls through on any more tariffs, we will immediately apply a 25% surcharge on the electricity we export. We will not hesitate to shut off their power as well. I'm encouraging my fellow premiers to follow suit. Friends, I know you're worried. You're concerned about the future. I want you to know I will fight like I've never fought before. I will do whatever it takes to protect you, your families, and your communities. We are watching the real-world impacts of these tariffs, and we will be there for you. We will spare no expense to protect Ontario workers. We'll retrain impacted workers for new jobs. We'll retool companies for new customers and new markets. We'll reshore supply chains to bring good jobs back home. And we'll rebuild roads, highways, bridges to keep people working. Led by my friend Premier Tim Houston, we're breaking down costly internal trade barriers. And we need to cut the red tape to end the delays that are blocking projects with enormous economic potential like the Ring of Fire. Canada and Ontario did not start this fight. We want to work with our American friends and allies, not against them. We said we'd never start a trade and tariff war with the U.S., but you better believe we're ready to win one. Friends, I've always been straight up with you. The coming days and weeks will be hard. Businesses and families will feel the pain of this needless fight. But together, we're going to stand up for Canada. We're going to get through this more united than ever before. Together, we're going to protect the true north strong and free. Thank you, and may God bless the people of Ontario.
We will now take questions from the media. Please come to the mic and state your name and outlet. Just a reminder, it's one question and one follow-up. First question.
Yes, I agree with the Prime Minister. That's what President Trump wants, to dismantle, close down plants, take food off our table. But I can tell the Canadian population and the Ontario population will fight like we've never fought before. The difference is the federal government, we have the lowest debt in the all G7. And Americans, the U.S., have one of the highest debts. And talking to the American people and all the elected officials, no one is agreeing. When Warren Buffett comes out and says this is basically saying it's a disaster, along with every other CEO down in the U.S., this will affect Americans. It will hurt Canadians, but it's going to hurt Americans. The assembly lines in the auto sector will shut down within 10 days, I predict. Hopefully they won't, but I'm predicting they'll shut down because of the trade that we do back and forth, the supply chain, that parts, as you've heard many times, goes back and forth up to 8 times, each time hitting a 25% tariff on both sides of the border. I am almost positive the assembly plants will shut down on both sides of the border.
Premier Mark McAllister from City News.
Hi, Mark.
You've recognized the fact that this is going to hurt on this side of the border as well. The Prime Minister said that his priority first is to try and keep these tariffs from lasting any longer than they need to, not necessarily managing what can be done to help Canadians and deal with their loss. I'm just wondering what you can do right away to help people in terms of resources, perhaps cash.
I'll be sitting down with Prime Minister Trudeau this afternoon, along with the premiers. We do have a plan, so no different than the pandemic, very similar. We'll be supporting the people, we'll be supporting companies, and we're making sure that we diversify our trade, bring in more opportunities from around the world. Folks, we have 51 countries that we have tariff-free agreements with. We need to unite with them. We've brought over $70 billion of business from around the world to Ontario, but we need to continue. What we have to blame, we need to look in the mirror. Over the last decades, we've taken the U.S. for granted as our #1 trading partner. We need to speed up approvals on critical minerals that the world wants, the Americans need, and we have. We can no longer take 10 years to get shovels in the ground. This is what we need to do on many areas. We need to move quickly. We need to move quickly on infrastructure projects across Ontario. The federal government, they need to move quickly on on making sure that when they go out for procurement, they're Canadian companies. They have to speed up the procurement. One example is the 400 light armored vehicles in London with General Dynamics. We can't hold on to these purchasing agreements. We need to move them forward to give people certainty. We need to start building roads and highways and bridges. We need to start building rail right across the country. We need to build a pipeline east, west, and north. We should have done this decades ago. Again, we need to move quickly on this because this isn't the end of Donald Trump. We're going to be dealing with Donald Trump for another 4 years of unpredictability, threats to all or their neighbors, but right around the world. So we have to make sure we diversify and make sure that the provinces, municipalities, and the federal government buy Ontario, and secondly, buy Canadian if we can't make it here in Ontario. And again, I mentioned it the other day to the retailers. Across Canada, we buy $800 billion worth of retail products, no matter if it's grocery or tools or other things. We have to make sure we onshore these products. And if the big 5 retailers or 6 retailers in the groceries, you can't find it anywhere else, we will make it here in Ontario or other places around the country. We need on the shelf talkers. I love, by the way, the apps that are coming out. But little Ms. Jones that are walking down the aisle, she's not using that app to scan every single bag and every single product. They need to put it very clearly on their shelves. And I'm asking for their support. And if they don't do it, I will legislate it. You put your price, you put the Canadian flag beside the price. And the other ones, I need every product from the U.S. to have the price in an American flag. You don't have to worry about any other products if they're coming from around the world. We aren't battling against the rest of the world. The battle is against President Trump. And I always emphasize, folks, I talk to endless Americans. I talk to endless elected officials. It is not them. Don't blame the American people. It's Donald Trump to be blamed for this.
Second question to follow up on that. You said an immediate surcharge on electricity being exported, 25%, but you said you will not hesitate to shut off power as well. At what point does that happen?
Well, this is going to be a long battle, and we have to keep our ammunition dry for the next round. As the Commerce Secretary came out and President Trump has said, another round is going to hit us on April the 2nd. And I'm highly recommending to President Trump, don't force our hand. You underestimate Canadians, you're making a massive mistake. We're resilient, we're proud, and we're strong. And we will survive, and we will continue to thrive. We'll get through this together.
Richard Southern, 680 News Radio. Premier, no doubt many Ontarians are happy to hear that you're ripping up the contract with Starlink, but can you tell them today what the break fee is? How many of their tax dollars are still going to Starlink as part of the break fee?
Well, I'll be getting that information, but it's principle, Richard. This is principle. To cancel Starlinks to President Trump's right-hand man, Elon Musk. And isn't it ironic that he got educated, part of his education was at Queen's, and he's attacking the country and the province that gave him the opportunity to go to Queen's University? They should be embarrassed that he went to Queen's. He should be embarrassed to attack the people that took care of him for a number of years with his family.
Premier, will the LCBO be selling the American alcohol it has already purchased? And if not, is there a financial cost attached to that for Ontarians?
We're going to store it for what we have right now, and we'll wait until the tariffs come off the table. And then, depending on where we're at, we'll restock the shelves. But in the last, a few days, we've been sending a letter down to the governors and all the suppliers of the states saying that these tariffs continue, they're coming off. And as I always use the bourbon as an example, but there's many. But the governor of Kentucky said, don't touch our bourbon. And I said, Governor, that's the first thing we're going after. We're going after their bourbon. I can tell you the people in Kentucky, they're great people. Do anything, but don't touch the bourbon. Well, we're the largest purchaser of bourbon in the world. for Kentucky bourbon manufacturers, they're done, they're gone. And I want to thank Senator Mitch McConnell that stood up, one of the few senators, and the other senator slipped my mind from Wisconsin, that actually stood up against Donald Trump. I encourage other congresspeople, other senators, other governors to stand up to Donald Trump. He's two votes short in Congress. If he loses 2 votes, he'll be short of getting his tax breaks. So the congresspeople in the red states, you need to speak up for your people, because your factories are going to be empty, they're going to be shut down, there's going to be unemployment, inflation's going to hit, and it's going to hurt the American people. You need to speak up against Donald Trump and speak up for your people. That's what we do here in Canada.
Hey, Premier Barbara with QP Briefing. So when you called the election, you said you needed Ontarians' approval to pass your economic support package to protect the economy. But now that the tariffs really hit us, you can't get this done until mid-March when the legislature is back. So I'm just wondering, do you regret calling this election now?
No, that's totally inaccurate, first of all. I'm going to set the record straight. We can do anything right now without going back in the legislature. And secondly, Elections Ontario Act cannot swear in MPPs till March the 17th. Our cabinet is active right now, and we can do whatever we need to do to protect the people of Ontario.
So the other question I have, like the Prime Minister said he thinks that the tariffs are not about fentanyl, and that's just the legal justification behind what Trump is doing. So I'm wondering, what do you think the tariffs are about?
Well, number one, I believe in strengthening our border. I've believed in that for the last 7, 8 years. But was it a smokescreen? Absolutely, it was a smokescreen. Did we listen to President Trump about tightening up our border? We absolutely did. We've spent over, I think it was $1.5 billion, somewhere around that range with the federal government. We have Operation Deterrence with our OPP, and I want to thank our OPP. I want to thank Commissioner Creek for putting a great team of 200 officers together to patrol the borders, making sure that we have the drones, we have the helicopters, we have water vehicles, we have ATVs, boots on the ground. And I just want to thank the incredible job all our police services across our great province and our great country will always have their backs.
Hello, Premier. Stephanie Hughes, Bloomberg. As far as your jurisdiction goes, how will you actually implement cutting off or putting outright restrictions on critical minerals and electricity into the U.S.? What does that process look like?
Well, the federal government is in charge of any export. So we will be working with the federal government regarding, I use our high-grade nickel, that the U.S., 50% of what they use down there comes from Ontario. If we have to stockpile it, if we have to ship it around the world, that's what we'll do. But I'll be sitting down talking with the Prime Minister this afternoon on the process of going through that.
Follow-up question. Canada's biggest points of leverage with the U.S. are oil, uranium, and potash. What do you have to say about the premiers of Alberta and Saskatchewan who might be expressing reluctance to put taxes on their products there?
Well, I have absolutely no jurisdiction in Saskatchewan. I consider Scott Moe a good friend of mine. I've served with him longer than any other premier, and I've talked to him. We need to make sure America feels the pain. You know, Donald Trump wants to go after our dairy farmers. Without potash down there, they don't have a farming system. And when it comes to uranium, they're using that to enrich their uranium down in the U.S. for their nuclear energy. Again, I do not speak for Saskatchewan or on behalf of Premier Moe, but I will encourage him to ship uranium anywhere. Everyone wants his uranium. Ship it out other places, because the only other place they can get uranium is in Russia. And I see President Trump cozying up to Putin. What a disaster that is. He attacks his closest friends and neighbors to shoulder with them in wars and other crises. And who does he cozy up to? But Putin. You got to be kidding me. You know something? The American people don't agree with him, and he will pay the price in the midterms.
Premier Jeff Gray, Globe and Mail. Just wanted to clarify on the energy surtax idea. Your energy minister told me yesterday that this requires enabling legislation, so you will need the legislature, and that's at least a few weeks away. So can you clarify the timing on when you could actually impose such a charge on U.S. electricity?
Well, we are looking into it. We've asked Secretary D'Emanuel to come up with a system, anything that we can move quicker on this. Maybe we can regulate it, something. Because I don't always accept we can't. Matter of fact, I hate the word we can't. We can come up with a solution and come up with it immediately, because we need to act immediately.
And I wanted to ask, just following up on something you said yesterday about the $70 billion in investment that your government has secured from companies around the world, Stellantis, Volkswagen, the subsidies and so on. Have you had any conversations with those companies about the current status of those investments, which must be, you mentioned they're worried, they must be extremely worried and tentative now?
It's the word uncertainty, and thank you for that question. It's uncertainty. I know Minister Vic Fedeli is working hand in hand with them. I've talked to some part suppliers, and I'll be reaching out to the six major auto manufacturers here in Ontario. It's not just going to hurt the auto workers here. It goes hand in hand because of the supply chain. The supply chain in the auto pact has been around since the 1960s. And as I've said, and you know, with the auto pack, you can't unscramble an egg. You have to make the omelet larger.
Hi, Premier. Alison Jones of the Canadian Press. I just wanted to try and clarify again on the timing of your electricity measures. For the surcharge and for potentially shutting off the supply, are you waiting on both of those scores until more tariffs come in? Are both of those moves contingent on if they implement more tariffs?
We want to do the first part, a 25% surcharge. We have contacted the governors, senators, congresspeople. The letters are going out this afternoon to tell them that's exactly what we're going to do. And if they go further into April, then we'll cut off their electricity. You know, I feel terrible because they're great governors. I know all three of them. I've worked well with them. You know, I've met them all. We've had them to Ontario. They're great people. And I have to apologize to the governors and the American people. You need to make sure you send a message to President Trump. This is hurting Americans. This is hurting his red states. And isn't it amazing he had a mandate to lower cost, lower inflation, create more jobs, and it's working against them. People are going to be losing their jobs. There isn't going to be new jobs. Inflation's going through the roof. And as I told my American friends on the networks, and I changed it from the Canadian to the American, but the stock market, I predicted the other day, will go downhill quicker than the American bobsled team. And what's happening? Over $3 trillion. And it's just tanking right now. That says everything. When the market drops, that's the people speaking. That's investors around the world speaking. That's pension funds speaking. And all the CEOs down in the U.S. of the largest corporations in the world. I heard Walmart made a statement, Target's made a statement, many others are saying this is going to be a disaster. Prices are going to go up in the next few days. And isn't this a shame that the two greatest friends, greatest allies in the world, that one man, President Trump, decides to turn their whole country and our country and Mexico into absolute chaos right now. He needs to pay the price in the midterms. If I got to go down there and knock on the doors myself, I will.
And
That's Ontario President, Premier, pardon me, we're using the word president very frequently today. Doug Ford taking questions from reporters. We'll swing back to Parliament Hill, where the leader of the federal Conservatives, Pierre Poilievre, is addressing Canadians. Let's take a listen in live.
Will suffer. But so will yours, President Trump. In fact, you're already paying the price, with trillions of dollars erased in stock market value over the last month of these threats. Already, Americans are paying higher gas prices, as at midnight, a new American gas tax kicked in on U.S. working class taxpayers and motorists. Your workers will soon start losing jobs. Jobs they had upgrading Canadian raw materials, which, by the way, you were getting at an incredible and ridiculous bargain. And your businesses will be selling fewer products to your closest neighbor. And that's only the beginning. While Canadians are slow to anger and quick to forgive, once provoked, we fight back. And we will fight back. Now, I'd like to speak to the millions of Canadians who are anxious today after learning that President Trump has attacked our economy, to the auto workers, the forestry workers, the steel and aluminum workers, the mining and energy workers, the truckers, the farmers, to all of you who get out of bed before the sun rises and do the labor of the nation. You're afraid right now, and I understand. I want you to know that I will fight for you. I will fight for your job. I will fight for your family. I will fight for your chance at owning and paying off a home, and I will fight for your retirement. And I will fight to put Canada first. Before these tariffs came in this morning, you must have been asking yourself, how could things get any worse? Before these tariffs, you were already suffering. You wondered how you'd pay the rent, or eventually dream of buying a home after housing costs had doubled over the last decade, rising faster than in any other G7 country. You've downgraded your diet as food prices have risen 37% faster in Canada than in the United States over the last 5 years. You might be one of the 2 million people, a record-breaking number, lined up at food banks, a number that has more than doubled before these tariffs applied. You've likely noticed that your paycheck is not keeping up with the record inflation, as Canada's GDP has grown less and lower than any other G7 country over the last decade. You might have noticed that your company has already been moving jobs to the United States, as greedy and self-serving CEOs put their share prices ahead of your job, and $500 billion net has left from Canada to Trump's America under the current Liberal government. And now this. But I'm here with a message of hope. We will overcome this attack on our economy, and I have a plan to do it. First, we must retaliate, targeting American goods in the following order. A, goods that we can make ourselves. B, goods we don't need. And C, goods we can get from elsewhere. Second, counter tariffs must not be a cash cow for the government. Almost every penny of the tariffs collected should go to tax cuts, with a small sum set aside for targeted relief to workers hardest hit by the trade war. None of the money should go to new government spending and programs. We must not allow politicians to dishonestly use this crisis to once again launch a debt-fueled, money-printing spending spree that will drive up inflation and further destroy the working class and hit the poorest people the hardest. Third, we must immediately pass a bring-it-home tax cut on work, investment, energy, and home building. The idea is to neutralize the cost of the tariffs with lower taxes and incentivize massive new investment in building stuff here in this country. The obvious place to start is to get rid of the Liberal carbon tax, then axe the sales tax on new homes. We need to reverse the Liberal capital gains tax hike and slash income tax so that hard work pays off and you bring home more of each dollar you earn. Fourth, we must immediately repeal the Liberal No New Pipelines Law, C-69, a law that not only blocks all pipelines but stops mines, refineries, export plants, and all kinds of other energy infrastructure and makes us hopelessly reliant on one customer, the Americans, a customer we cannot count on anymore. We must greenlight LNG plants that Liberals say there is no business case for, so that we can no longer have to sell our 100% of our LNG, our gas exports to the Americans. We can sell it to Asia and Europe and help break the European dependence on Putin, turning dollars for dictators into paychecks for our people. 5, you know what industry Donald Trump does not control in Canada? Home building. It is a homegrown industry. We must get rid of all taxes and red tape to unleash the biggest home building boom this country has ever seen, bigger than the post-war boom when our heroes were coming back from that war. We need to build homes faster than ever, and that means removing the bureaucracy, the red tape, the taxes, and the gatekeepers, and I will make it happen. That will also boost the demand for softwood lumber. The loggers are suffering after Biden hit them with tariffs already. And 6, let's get our provinces together to knock down trade barriers so that we can lower prices and boost wages for our people. 7, we must secure our borders and rebuild our military to assert our sovereignty and strength in the world. All these things, axing taxes, building homes, unleashing construction of our resources, fixing the budget, stopping crime, all of these things were conservative fixations before the tariffs. Now they are even more necessary. But none of these things have happened in the last 100 days since Trump first launched his tariff threats. Look behind me. Parliament has been closed. Liberals shut it down to focus on their political battles. So the job-killing carbon tax is still in place. The sales tax is still in place on new homes. The No New Pipelines law still in place. The massive inflationary deficits still in place. Not one law has been changed. Not one tax has been cut. Not one action has been taken to free us from the grip of Trump and the U.S. We need change, and we will get change. It will be tough. Building Canada was tough, and so are Canadians. We will bring home the country we know and love and restore its promise. Canada will be self-reliant, sovereign, and stand on its own 2 feet. We will build on the great legacy and vision of John A. Macdonald of uniting our country east to west. We'll reward work, unleash entrepreneurs, harvest resources, make our own goods, trade with each other, build homes for our youth, rebuild our borders and military, honor our history, and raise our flag. What binds us together is the Canadian promise that anyone from anywhere can achieve anything, that hard work gets you a great life in a beautiful house on a safe street protected by solid borders and brave troops under a proud flag. To preserve that flag and its promise, we must work together, fight together, and win together. That is what it means to put Canada first, because Canada is worth fighting for our people, for our land, for our home, for our country. Let's bring it home.
Do you agree with the tariffs? What do you think Donald Trump wants by imposing these tariffs? What do you think Donald Trump wants by imposing these tariffs?
Should we put in place assistance programs to help Canadians? And in general, when the federal government puts in programs in place, should it be making expenditures? Answer, we need to be targeted in order to respond directly to the needs of the Canadian people. The impacts that they're having because of the trade war. But we should not be using the crisis in order to create other programs that are not related to the current crisis, such as we saw during COVID, where the Liberals had 40% of new spending during COVID had nothing to do with COVID. So we need to put assistance in place that will identify and target those who are directly affected. Employment insurance needs to be there to help them pay for groceries, housing, and other expenses. But at the same time, the vast majority of the funds from tariffs should be used to cut taxes and relaunch our more sovereign economy. The order yesterday is related to border measures with respect to fentanyl. Do you think that the government is doing enough? And what do you think about Trump's argument that that is why tariffs are imposed? Answer, no and no. It is possible to say that the Liberals haven't done enough to protect Canadians against fentanyl, and I've been saying that for 2 or 3 years, well before Mr. Trump came into office. But that's not the justification. He has no justification for these tariffs against Canada. There is no justification. Weapons, fentanyl, and illegal immigrants are coming into the U.S. from Canada. Is that his fault? It's not an excuse. Yes, we need to address the fentanyl issue, but not to please Donald Trump. It's so that no mother has to have a knock at the door from a police officer to inform her that her son has died in the street. We need to protect the world, and we need to put life sentences in place for major fentanyl dealers. We need an additional 2,000 border agents, drones, surveillance towers, scanners for the containers entering our country, and we need to stop fentanyl for Canadians, not for Mr. Trump.
How would you support Canadian business and workers?
Sorry, I didn't get a chance to say that in English. The question was, have the Liberals done enough on fentanyl, and is that a good justification for Trump's tariffs? And the answer to both questions is no and no. No, the Liberals have not done enough on fentanyl, but not because they should have been doing it for Trump. They should have been doing it for Canadians. We've lost 50,000 people to fentanyl. That's more than died in the Second World War. And that is because of the weak borders, the soft laws, and the radical liberalization of drugs that the Liberals experimented with and that they want to continue on with. I would ban the drugs, add 2,000 CBSA border guards, more surveillance towers, scanners, and drones to interrupt the illegal entry of fentanyl into our country. And I would treat fentanyl dealers for what they are. They are mass murderers, and they will get life sentences when I'm Prime Minister. But let's be clear, that is not a justification for tariffs. We have guns, drugs, and illegal migrants coming from the United States to Canada. We have never tariffed the Americans for that. If the president wants to fight fentanyl, I agree with him, but I would do it not for President Trump. I would do it for Canadians so that not one more mother gets the knock on the door from a police officer telling her that her son has died in a back alley.
Do you believe that this is about annexing Canada?
Tariff relief support package, whatever you want to call it, require reopening the House and passing legislation. Is this something you're open to doing, even if it requires supporting the Liberals on
Well, we should have had the House open for the last 2 months. No, we haven't. That's a question for the Liberals. They're the ones that shut down Parliament, and that's why we haven't had those debates.
Last question.
Le président américain a dit que vous êtes, he's not a MAGA guy. I don't like what he says about me. Comment, dans ce contexte, vous pensez
Given that, how do you expect to establish a personal relationship with Mr. Trump, given what he said about you? What's your strategy? Answer? It's true. I am not pro-MAGA. I am pro-Canada. Canada first. I know that Mr. Trump does not like me. That's fine. I don't work for him. I don't care about being liked by Mr. Trump or anyone else. I am here for Canadians above all, and I will defend our country, our jobs, our security, and our sovereignty. And that is regardless of what other politicians think about me.
In English. Well, I'll answer.
Is that what the end game here for Donald Trump?
Let me be clear. I'm going to combine the two questions. The gentleman asked in French about President Trump's comments on me. The president says that he doesn't like me. He doesn't think that I'm a MAGA guy. I am not. It is true that I am Canada first. I am only for Canada. I'm fighting for the interests of this people and this country. And if that upsets foreign leaders, including the American president, I'm fine with that, because I have one job to do, and it's to fight for this country. And let me be also clear. We will never be the 51st state. We will be self-reliant, sovereign, and stand on our own feet. We will be an independent and a sovereign country, and I will always stand up for our flag and our people.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
That's federal conservative leader Pierre Poilievre fielding questions from reporters on the decision by Donald Trump to impose overnight 25% across the board tariffs on all Canadian imports except for Canadian energy, which will see a 10% tariff. The leader of the opposition there putting forward a number of things he says should happen in response. He supports the plan to levy counter tariffs. He says that then we should look at different categories, basically, of goods that can be displaced, things we can make ourselves, things we don't need, things that we can find elsewhere that we do currently import from the United States. And then most specifically from a policy perspective, he is advocating, as he has done before, for the counter tariffs that are in place, the revenues from those counter tariffs, to go toward targeted relief. He used the word targeted a few times there for people who are impacted by these tariffs, perhaps losing jobs, things to that effect. And then also to go to tax cuts, in his view, which he said will help Canadians essentially deal with the economic impact of these. He was also critical of the Liberal government's economic record in the lead up to the imposition of these tariffs, but those are the policies essentially that he's putting forward. And that last comment there in reference to an interview late last week Donald Trump gave, in which he said that he didn't like Poilievre, he wasn't a MAGA guy. You heard the comment there from Mr. Poilievre addressing that interview and those comments from Donald Trump as well. Just before Mr. Poilievre spoke, Ontario's Premier Doug Ford also took questions from reporters, and he made a pretty significant and specific policy announcement threatening the U.S. that if there are other tariffs or these tariffs grow in size, that he is prepared to add a 25% tax on electricity sent to the U.S. from Ontario. Take a listen.
Today, I'm writing to every senator, every congressman and woman, and the governors from New York State, Michigan, and Minnesota, telling them that these tariffs persist. If the Trump administration follows through on any more tariffs, we will immediately apply a 25% surcharge on the electricity we export. We will not hesitate to shut off their power as well. I'm encouraging my fellow premiers to follow suit.
Now, Donald Trump, for his part, has not stepped yet before a camera. He will address Congress later tonight. For a third time, however, he has now posted on social media this post, likely in response to a speech just last hour from Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. This is what he writes. Please explain to Governor Trudeau, as he's taken to calling the Prime Minister of Canada, that when he puts on a retaliatory tariff on the U.S., our reciprocal tariff will immediately increase by a like amount. So just for context, there have been retaliatory tariffs now placed on $30 billion worth of mostly consumer products. The plan is in 21 days to levy an additional package of counter tariffs to the tune of more than $100 billion. So we'll have to keep our eyes posted if that does immediately lead to a further increase of these tariffs, which are already at a 25% level across the board, with 10% tax applied to Canadian energy headed south. I'm going to take a quick commercial break. Our special coverage of this monumental day for this country, 25% tariff from the U.S., and reaction to it continues in just 2 minutes. Stay right there.
Vengeance has no timeline with the mafia.
Swiss Chalet Seafood Fest is back. Hurry in for Canada's famous rotisserie chicken paired with garlic shrimp, our delicious fish and chips, fish sandwich, or our popcorn shrimp appetizer. All here for a limited time, starting from only $16.99, only at Swiss Chalet.
Purina One True Instinct unlocked her true instincts. From day one, it's high-protein nutrition with real meat #1, supporting her healthy energy and strong muscles, and the life she was born to live.
Purina One True Instinct, a difference from day one.
First, we won J.D. Power, ranking Ram the #1 brand in new vehicle quality. Then we won 2025 Motor Trend Truck of the Year. Now, we're throwing our weight around even more with the new Ram Heavy Duty. Well, you know what they say. You win some, you'll win some. And every win is inspired by the ones who drive us. Ram, built to serve.
Hold! What the bubble's happening?
We're waiting to see if she's gonna chew or let us melt.
Oh no. Are we getting chewed?
Feel the Aero Bubbles melt. It's mind-bubbling.
Gold standard. Gold dust. Pot of gold. Solid gold. Golden opportunity. Is it just me, or is there some kind of clue here? I don't know.
Even the excuse that he's giving for these tariffs today of fentanyl is completely bogus, completely unjustified, completely false. So we actually have to fold back on the one thing he has said repeatedly, that what he wants is to see a total collapse of the Canadian economy, because that'll make it easier to annex us.
Perhaps the most significant comment from Prime Minister Justin Trudeau as he fielded questions from reporters and addressed Canadians a little earlier this morning. Donald Trump overnight imposing 25% across-the-board tariffs, 10% on Canadian energy. The Canadian government at 1 minute past midnight imposing their own initial set of counter tariffs on $30 billion worth of mostly consumer goods. A lot of reaction throughout the day. We've got Ontario's premiers who just finished speaking, the leader of the federal Conservatives as well. And we're looking ahead to a myriad of other premiers who plan to address Canadians as well, including Quebec's Premier Legault and Tim Houston in Nova Scotia. I want to go, though, just down the street from where, rather, I'm coming to you from in Ottawa, where we find our colleague Colton Prale. He's standing by at a protest outside of the U.S. Embassy. Colton, take it away. What's going on there?
Yeah, Vashi, between the car horns, the anthem playing in the background, the cheering, you can hear there is some pretty strong feelings here. There's dozens of protesters out here. The clip you just played of the Prime Minister speaking really quite bluntly to the fears that so many Canadians have about the threat of annexation is the same emotion here. There is a very distinct pushback to those concerns. There's a united front as well. We're seeing a number of different groups, a number of different, protesters gathered here today, rallying around this pushback against Trump, and it is quite unified. The message that keeps coming up is elbows up. This is driven so highly by the emotion of it all today, the immediate instinct to literally, as many of them are doing, wrap themselves in the flag and fight back in any manner that we can. I was speaking with one man who made the 90-minute drive from Kingston, Ontario, who said he's going to do it every weekend, every time that one of these protests is happening, to show his displeasure with what the U.S. administration is doing. And the other aspect to all of this is there's an understanding that they're going to feel some pain too. They know that retaliatory tariffs, the American tariffs, all of this is going to have an impact on their pocketbooks, on their ability to live their life as they were just 48 hours ago. But they tell me they're willing to accept that if that's what it is to stand up for Canada, if that's what it takes for them to show their defiance against these tariffs and this economic threat that the U.S. is imposing.
Okay, I'll leave it there. Colton, look forward to your reporting outside of that protest throughout the afternoon. That's our Colton Prale, right outside of the U.S. Embassy in Ottawa, where, yes, there are, as you can see there, a number of Canadians protesting. I want to head over to Parliament Hill, where we find my colleague Michael Couture, and then also with us Judy Trinh, who is stationed in D.C. for the week. Mike, just a final comment from you about, I guess, the Prime Minister's remarks and where things go from here. What will you be watching for? I know Jagmeet Singh speaking in about an hour. He wants Parliament to come back to talk about how to respond to this and support people who may lose their jobs, for example. What are you watching for?
Yeah, on Jagmeet saying exactly how he wants the emergency session of Parliament to come back for some sort of a package for Canadians and Canadian workers. But I'm really going to be interested to see what happens out of that meeting at 2 p.m. with the premiers and the Prime Minister. And then going forward, any type of conversation that might happen between U.S. President Donald Trump and Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. He said he is open to having that conversation. He has tried to speak with him in the last couple of days. But certainly that message that he sent to him directly to him saying, even though that you are a very smart guy, this is a very dumb thing to do. Wondering how that will play and whether or not Donald Trump will take to social media to respond specifically to that, and especially that message that Prime Minister Justin Trudeau had to Canadians and Americans specifically, saying, look, we are not mad at you. We are mad at one person who is doing this, your government, and the person who's leading your government, U.S. President Donald Trump. And then further saying, yeah, you're probably going to hear us boo your anthem, but again, it's not about you. This is about a fight that we now have with your president and with your government, but it's a fight that we're going to win. I'm interested to see how that interpersonal relationship that Justin Trudeau says he does have with U.S. President Donald Trump, how that could evolve and whether or not there will be any movement there or any conversation between now and when Trudeau leaves office. Bashi?
Judy, I've got about a minute left. Tonight, Donald Trump will address Congress. He's already put a third post up on social media, essentially threatening for counter tariffs to add more more to the level of tariffs that he's applying. What do you anticipate from the president today? Although I know that's not an easy question to answer.
Vashi, the theme of Donald Trump's speech to the joint session of Congress is the renewal of the American dream. The fact that the Prime Minister now has come out first and has stated what this will cost the American people will be a factor as he's perhaps drafting that those final lines of that speech. What Justin Trudeau has presented to the American people is that this America First policy is one that has turned a foe into a potential ally in Putin and treated a lifelong, centuries-long friend in Canada into an enemy, an adversary. How does that make sense? That is what Justin Trudeau has posed, and that is what American media right now is glomming onto. They're reporting that, and this is something that Donald Trump will have to respond to. Trudeau and Doug Ford has presented a vision of America that Trump does not want to acknowledge. Their vision, they're saying that there are going to be massive job losses. You are going to see factories close along the Rust Belt, according to Doug Ford. You are going to see auto manufacturers close probably within weeks. So those are the predictions. The stock market is taking a beating right now. So these are the elements that Trump will have to address in his joint session to Congress today. And I can also tell you, Vashi, it's interesting that you point out that Donald Trump has tweeted about reciprocal tariffs on whatever retaliatory efforts that Canada puts out. That, to me, speaks to what Donald Trump admires. He admires strong men mentality, and he wants to be one right now, whereas what I think Trudeau and the premiers have presented are rationally thinking politicians who are taking into the best interests of their people. And what the Canadian politicians have said, that is not what Donald Trump is doing.
Okay, lots to unpack there. Judy, thank you so much. And Mike as well. Michael Couture on Parliament Hill, Judy Trin from Washington. They'll be part of our coverage all day long. I do want to pick up on what Judy was saying about the markets. Let's show you where they sit right now, because yes, they have been shedding. There has been a sell-off to a certain degree. There's the Dow over in the United States, which has shed about 640 points at this point in the day. The Toronto Stock Exchange as well, down just shy of 500 points. We'll keep our eyes peeled on those markets throughout the day. A lot as well to point to when it comes to what our response will look like going forward. Judy just mentioned the idea of reciprocal tariffs. Let's pull up, if we could, what Donald Trump said specifically just moments ago on social media, essentially threatening, in light of the counter tariffs that Canada has applied, to levy even worse tariffs. So you can see there, please explain to Governor Trudeau of Canada that when he puts on retaliatory tariffs, our reciprocal tariff will immediately increase by a like amount. So we will certainly have to watch if there is a further response from the United States. There are premiers set to respond from all corners of the country, and we will have special coverage of that throughout the afternoon. I'll leave our coverage there. I'll be back for...
Tomorrow on Your Morning, recipe ideas that incorporate local Canadian ingredients into your cooking. Start your morning with us Wednesday on CTV.
Forgetting something? Curry? The other thing. Spicy curry. Turo tires. A longer tread life, all season, and great looking. I'll add it to the list. Affordable all-season tires with great handling and longer tread life. Turo puts performance within reach.
your car so you can enjoy the ride.
You know, retirement doesn't have to mean giving something up. It should mean living life on your own terms. Well, thankfully, if you're a Canadian homeowner, age 55 and better, you can access some of your home's value in tax-free cash with CHIP. That way, you can live retirement on your own terms. Stay in the home and the neighborhood that you love. Because there's no place like home. Right, Rocky?
If you're 55 or older, call now for your free, no-obligation CHIP reverse mortgage guide. With CHIP, you could get up to 55% of your home's value in tax-free cash. Take only what you need in a lump sum or over time with no monthly mortgage payments required. Call 1-866-519-2447.
Maybe it's time for you to consider CHIP too.
Call now for your free, no-obligation guide. Call 1-866-519-2447. That's 1-866-519-CHIP. Or visit chip.ca. Call CHIP today and live retirement your way.
Hello, 988, Suicide Crisis Helpline.
I think I need some help.
Sharks are territorial, they hold grudges, and we're moving right through their breeding waters. We're dead in the water.
Dr. Odyssey returns Thursday, 9/10 Mountain on CTV.
It's not in my habit to agree with the Wall Street Journal. But Donald, they point out that even though you're a very smart guy, this is a very dumb thing to do.
There's no doubt that our economy will suffer. But so will yours, President Trump. In fact, you're already paying the price, with trillions of dollars erased in stock market value over the last month of these threats. Already, Americans are paying higher gas prices, as at midnight, a new American gas tax kicked in on U.S. working-class taxpayers and motorists. Your workers will soon start losing jobs they had upgrading Canadian raw materials, which, by the way, you were getting at an incredible and ridiculous bargain.
Starting today, all U.S.-based companies will be banned from taking part in government procurement. Every year, the province and its agencies spend about $30 billion on procurement, alongside our more than $200 billion plan to build infrastructure. U.S.-based businesses will now lose out on tens of billions of dollars in revenues. They only have President Trump to blame.
All right, and welcome to CTV News Channel. I'm Todd Vanderheyden. Ongoing coverage is breaking news. We're following President Trump launching a trade war against Canada today. It is an unprecedented attack on our country's economy. Trump hitting Canada with a huge 25% tariff or tax on all Canadian imports to the U.S. Canada immediately firing back, targeting American products and promising more to come. An angry Prime Minister Justin Trudeau condemning what Trump has done, promising Canada will not back down, but saying we need to brace ourselves because this trade war will be very difficult. Listen to this.
We will be looking at, including looking in the coming day at things we can do around adjusting EI to support people through this difficult time. But our priority has to be not on figuring out how to manage through these tariffs over the coming days and weeks and months, but on doing everything we can to get them lifted and put an end to this unjustified trade war that hurts American families and Canadian families.
Yeah, and that is mission number one, trying to get these tariffs lifted as soon as possible because the effects of a trade war would be huge. It's hard to emphasize just how important the U.S. is, by far our largest trading partner. The longer it goes on, the worse it gets. Trump seriously damaging the relationship with Canada, one of the U.S.'s closest allies, determined in his mind to help his country's economy at the cost of the Canadian economy.
No room left for Mexico or for Canada. No, the tariffs, you know, they're all set.
Trump saying Canada's efforts to try and stop the smuggling of the deadly drug fentanyl across the border, in his mind, fell short. So as of this morning, all imports from Canada and Mexico now taxed at 25%. Canadian energy products are subject to 10% import duties. Let's go to the Premier of New Brunswick, Susan Holt, who's standing by. She was part of the Team Canada approach that went to Washington to stop this from happening. Premier Holt, thanks for taking the time for us. Your thoughts on what we're seeing today?
Well, we're really frustrated and disappointed that President Trump has gone ahead with these totally unjustified and illegal tariffs against our country and our province as the most U.S. trade-dependent province in the country.
I know that more than 90% of New Brunswick's exports do go to the United States. What are the industries that could be the hardest hit here?
Well, number one is petroleum products. The president might not realize that we supply American defense with jet fuel. And if you go to the base in Maine or down the eastern seaboard, those defense planes don't get in the air without Canadian jet fuel. We also supply them with home heating oil and gasoline right through Boston, Massachusetts, and beyond. So that's going to get more expensive for Americans. We supply them with wood products to build the kind of homes that Americans really need right now. We supply them with seafood products, agricultural products, blueberries, potatoes, lobster, crab, you name it, as well as some really complex engineering services and others. And so I think they will see quite quickly that it's pretty tough to have your heating oil and your gas and your fuel to be more expensive.
As a premier of a province now that's going to be hard hit, how have you been able to prepare for this worst case scenario?
We have been preparing since the moment that Trump first opened his mouth and suggested this was coming. We've put together a 4-part plan to support workers that may be impacted, to provide relief to businesses, to diversify our markets, and to really tackle internal trade barriers while promoting New Brunswick-made products across this country and beyond. So we need to make sure that our businesses have the working capital they need to get through this. We need to make sure that our workers have access to training and supports to get through this. And then we need to look around to our neighbors, our friends and allies, and strengthen those bonds, because New Brunswick has resources and amazing people that the world needs. And so we're ready to provide those products to new markets.
Premier Holt, I want to bring up a message that was just sent out by President Trump on Truth Social, where he basically says, please explain to Governor Trudeau of Canada that when he puts on a retaliatory tariff on the U.S., our reciprocal tariff will immediately increase by a like amount. Can you make sense of that for us? What do you take away from that?
Oh, gosh, it's really hard to make sense of what's coming from President Trump, in part because he's attempting to put in place tariffs that he doesn't have the legal authority to enact. And now he's suggesting that he's going to put in a reciprocal tariff on top of his tariff. The federal government put out a strong list of U.S. items that are going to experience a tariff coming into Canada as a reciprocity for what the U.S. has done to us, because we're not going to be bullied here in New Brunswick nor in Canada. We are going to fight for our economy and our businesses and our workers, because we have long been a good neighbor, but we can't recognize our neighbor to the south anymore. And so we can comfortably stand on our own 2 feet and engage with our partners around the world to make sure that we continue to grow and work through this with resilience.
Susan Holt is the Premier of New Brunswick, joining us live from Fredericton today. Premier Holt, thank you for taking time for us. Much appreciated.
Thanks very much, Todd.
All right, we're going to go from Fredericton to Montreal, where the Premier of Quebec, François Legault, is speaking. This is huge for the Quebec economy as well. Let's listen in here.
This crisis, the storm that we have ahead of us. The other tool that we have in Quebec is Hydro-Quebec. As you know, we firmly believe in the importance of increasing the amount of renewable energies in the long term. Hydro-Quebec has projects valued at over $150 billion in order to double its capacity. So it will be the largest worksite in Quebec history. that can bring up to 160,000 jobs in the private sector, and a good thing for Hydro-Quebec. We will also be tabling the 2025-26 budget, and I've asked the Minister of Finance to accelerate the creation of long-term infrastructure. That's in education, schools, health, includes hospitals, mass transit, and I think it's time to invest in our infrastructure here so that we can get through this period, which is going to be difficult. There's another thing that's very important. I spoke to Doug Ford about this. In order to make increases in trade with the rest of Canada, so we need to get rid of those interprovincial trade barriers. For the last 6 years, we've increased our trade within Canada by 34%. But we need to do even more in both directions. Doug Ford and I promised to work together in a concrete manner, sector by sector. One other thing that we need to do is to respond to Donald Trump. He thinks that we are just going to throw up our arms. We saw earlier the Prime Minister of Canada reaffirm everything that has been agreed by the provinces and terraces. And that's a list of counter tariffs of goods imported from the United States into Canada. So the first list is $30 billion, and the second list that will come along in 3 weeks is $125 billion. That will give some of our companies the opportunity to have some flexibility in developing products that are made in Quebec and in Canada. And these will be more competitive compared to American products that have counter tariffs. Those products, their price will go up by 25%. I also wanted to tell businesses in Quebec, we have heard you on certain inputs. Sometimes businesses have products where either in the manufacturing of that product, part of it comes from the United States. What we're trying to do is to say, if there are any inputs, we need to be able to say that if those inputs are available somewhere in Canada, then we need to get them from Canada. If those inputs do not exist in Canada, then at some point we need to ask ourselves if we are going to impose a counter tariff on any of those inputs imported from the U.S. I think that Sonia Lebel can talk more about that soon. I've asked Sonia Lebel in our procurement and in our tendering processes, I've asked her to quote-unquote penalize U.S. companies, and I'll explain more about how we'll do that. We want to have more control over procurement. We want them to not win as many tenders in the future than what we are seeing today. I've also asked the SAQ to stop selling all U.S. products and take them off their shelves. I also call on all Quebecers. This includes businesses, municipalities, organizations. I call on you wherever possible to buy Quebec products. This is the best way that we can save some jobs here in Quebec. I want to conclude with the following. In the long term, we ideally would like to have an agreement with Donald Trump and have access to that enormous market. of 335 million people. We have 9 million people in Quebec, about 40,000 people in Canada, but 335 million in the United States. So that gives an idea of the size of the business. It can be easier for a company to amortize its fixed costs over a larger number of consumers. So the goal is always to try and come to an agreement that is both good for Canadians and for Americans. We'll have to wait and see what's going to happen over the next couple of days and weeks. Myself and others in our government have had the opportunity to speak with American politicians, both Democratic and Republicans, as well as members of large U.S. companies. And there's a lot of concern on the U.S. side. There's a concern that the 25% tariff will drive up inflation again in the United States. And second, that U.S. companies will be penalized. And that's because that the inputs that they were getting from Canada will now cost 25% more. So there will be an impact, and we will probably also see that on the stock market. We're going to see that reflected in loss of jobs in the United States as well. We understand that in the long term, Mr. Trump hopes that he's going to be able to replace jobs. But a plant and factory can't be opened overnight in the U.S. And one good example is aluminum. The U.S. produces only 14% of its own aluminum, and Quebec supplies them with 60% of their needs. So it takes about 4 to 5 years to build an aluminum plant. And it takes energy that they don't have. So I'm not surprised to see Mr. Trump reduce tariffs on aluminum to 10%. Because he can't do without our aluminum. But some products are well designed, like the Ford F-150, cannot get aluminum somewhere else overnight. So I remain hopeful that Donald Trump will come back to reality. He'll realize that his ill-advised strategy, which is bad for Americans, we do hope that he will come back to the table. We hope that we will be able to have a win-win agreement. But for the moment, I will be very clear. We will use all tools at our disposal. And we also send a clear message to Donald Trump. I'm convinced that at the end of the day, regardless of what Mr. Trump does in the next 4 years, I know that Quebec will come out of this stronger with a new economy that has been more diversified, is more resilient. And therefore, I am optimistic. But I tell Quebecers that the next few months will be difficult as these tariffs are in place. So now I'd like to pass it off to Minister of Economy, Ms. Fréchette. Thank you, Premier. Since my appointment in September as Minister of Economy, I've been able to delve in depth into the economic files. And I think it's important that we remember in this context, which is very particular. Our economic performance in Quebec since 2018 is very good. If we compare ourselves with the rest of Canada, we're doing much better over most performance indicators. We have a very low unemployment rate and a very high employment rate, a highly diversified and dynamic economy. Of course, we do have some challenges. These include productivity. We're not at the head of the pack in Canada when it comes to productivity. And if we look at Canada's performance overall, versus the U.S., we do have a significant gap, and that has widened since the pandemic.
All right, so we're listening into this live event. We were hearing from the Premier of Quebec, François Legault. Now we're listening to his finance minister reacting to this trade war launched today by President Trump against Canada. This war is a worst-case scenario for provinces across the country. Quebec, though, very exposed. Here's one piece of context. In 2023, Quebec exported $87 billion worth of goods to the U.S. The United States is Quebec's largest trading partner. More than 70% of its exports go to the United States, primarily things like aluminum, paper, wood. And the reality is, hearing from the Premier there, that this is going to hit the economy badly. A couple of quick takeaways. Legault saying American booze will be taken off the shelves at Quebec liquor stores. Also a major call to all businesses, municipalities, organizations to buy local where they can. All right, we're going to keep our eye on what's happening there in Quebec. We're bringing you a reaction from across the country, different premiers coming out. We're showing you right now the embassy in Ottawa, the American embassy. There's a protest going on right now. People are angry as Canadians across the country get news that Donald Trump has triggered a trade war against one of the closest allies of his country, Canada. People there outside the embassy in Ottawa with Canadian flags and signs condemning what Donald Trump has done. Ongoing coverage right here on CTV News Channel when we come back.
Vengeance has no timeline with the mafia.
Swiss Chalet's Seafood Fest is back. Hurry in for Canada's famous rotisserie chicken paired with garlic shrimp, our delicious fish and chips, fish sandwich, or our popcorn shrimp appetizer. All here for a limited time, starting from only $16.99, only at Swiss Chalet.
Shot and get dirty. Get dirty. Get dirty. Get dirty. Shot and get dirty.
Practice starts in 20. Let's get it. T-Mac.
Who shaves for practice?
My game face doesn't take days off with Gillette Labs. Its green bar releases trapped hairs, so you can get virtually every hair in a single stroke.
That's smooth.
The best your game can get is Gillette Labs.
Now I'm in my 50s, I'm all about making the right choices, like eating right and staying healthy. And another thing I can choose is how to look after my family if anything ever happened to me.
Welcome to Seniors Choice, the #1 direct choice for Canadians over 50. How can I help?
Hi, I'd like a quick quote for Canadian seniors life insurance, please.
If you're a Canadian resident, age 50 to 80, you can choose the right amount of coverage for you and your family up to $250,000.
That kind of money would help a lot.
You can choose to apply over the phone now in just minutes with no medicals or blood tests. Just a few health and lifestyle questions.
Wow, that easy.
Depending on the coverage you choose, it could be as little as $14.88 a month. That's just 49 cents a day.
That's less than I thought. And that money could help my family cover my funeral costs, support my husband's retirement planning, or even pay off loans. I'll do it.
To get a free, no-obligation quote, call one of our trusted insurance advisors today at 1-844-820-8006 or visit seniorschoice.ca.
There's a number of things that all the provinces are considering. I mean, non-tariff barriers, you don't need to put a tariff in place. You can also just choose to buy from other countries. You can choose to source materials differently. You can choose to do your procurement differently. I mean, part of the free trade agreement has been allowing for American companies to invest in building out our infrastructure. We build tens of billions, hundreds of billions of dollars worth of construction each year at the municipal level, the school board level, the provincial level, and the federal level. Those are the kind of things that we can look for other suppliers for.
Premier of Alberta, Danielle Smith there. She was a guest on American television, MSNBC, talking about this trade war. Alberta's oil sector will be affected. Smith had actually personally met with Donald Trump earlier this year, part of an effort to try and avoid a trade war. Of course, that has not happened. We know that a number of provinces are pulling American booze off their store shelves. You heard from Ontario, also from Quebec. We also are hearing from the Premier of Manitoba, Wab Kinew, who's saying we are taking U.S. alcohol off the shelves in Manitoba liquor marts. and he has the hashtag #OneManitoba. Nova Scotia also hitting back hard against this trade war, a series of actions announced by the Premier Tim Houston. Houston also had tough words for President Trump. Here's some of what he was saying today.
Donald Trump is a short-sighted man who yields his power just for the sake of it, not having any consideration for the destructive impact of his decisions on both Canadians and on Americans as well. Canada did not ask for or initiate this. This is about one person, President Trump. And he has declared economic war on our country and our province in Nova Scotia. And well, I hope that eventually Americans will do the right thing and remove the tariffs. In the meantime, we must respond. So in Nova Scotia, we will immediately limit access to provincial procurement for American businesses. They can no longer bid on provincial business. We are actively seeking options to cancel any existing contracts and reject outright bids until President Trump removes his unlawful tariffs. We will double the cost of tolls at the Cobequid Pass for commercial vehicles from the United States, effective immediately. And we will direct the Nova Scotia Liquor Corporation to once again remove all alcohol from the United States from their shelves, effective today. We know this is an effective response. It was an effective response the first time we talked about it and the first time we had this issue with the Americans. It hurts American producers who rely on Canadian markets. We will also take any step we can to support Nova Scotians through this incredibly difficult time. As part of Budget 2025-26, we added a contingency fund to respond to the U.S. tariffs. It's too early to determine exactly what specific funding is necessary, the exact programming that will be necessary, but we will communicate to Nova Scotians as we better understand the economic impacts and the federal government's plans to support Canadians and Nova Scotians.
All right, just a bit of what Tim Houston had to say, and we'll bring you what other premiers are saying, including from British Columbia later this hour. But let's show you where the markets are at as well, if we can, because this is a big story here. The markets have been tanking throughout the day. Take a look. The TSX is down by 421 points, and in New York, the Dow is down by 563 points as it fluctuates. It follows a big drop on Monday as well, after Trump confirmed the tariffs were coming. On Monday, the TSX was down more than 385 points. The Dow was down more than 400 points, and we are seeing the ongoing effect. Let's bring in CTV's Scott Hurst, who's standing by. Really, the reaction. And some people often say, Scott, that, you know, Trump watches the stock market very closely. Well, we're seeing the result here of these this tariff war.
Todd, the markets have been taking a beating for a second straight day, pretty much dropping as soon as yesterday afternoon. Donald Trump made the announcement that tariffs would go into effect on Canada and Mexico as of midnight Monday night, Tuesday morning, and they immediately took a nosedive, and that continues today. As we've heard from every provincial leader so far and the Prime Minister, this trade war is going to be tough. It's going to be extremely hard for Canadians. It is an unjustified trade war, and the priority number one is to get the tariffs lifted now. The Prime Minister saying Canada didn't want this, but is ready for it. As you were showing, the stock markets in New York and Toronto, both down significantly today. Also, immediately after Trump made the announcement yesterday, today the Dow Jones waffling anywhere between losing 500 to 700 points. The TSX, as we just showed as well, losing anywhere from 300 to 600 points as the day progresses. And so that is a significant factor. And let's put it into perspective with some of the jobs that are on the line, too. According to the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, in a statement that it released today, saying this reckless decision by the U.S. administration is forcing Canada and the U.S. toward recessions, job losses, and economic disaster. According to numbers from the Chamber of Commerce, 1.4 million American jobs are tied to Canadian exports. 2.3 million Canadian jobs are tied to U.S. exports, with Canada as the #1 export market for 34 U.S. states. And that is what is on the line here when we talk about the stock markets, Todd, of course, reacting negatively ever since Donald Trump made the announcement yesterday afternoon. So a second straight day really taking a beating. But also many jobs are on the line as industries have to pull back as well. And we all know for sure that the economy does not like uncertainty. And this is exactly what these trade war and these tariffs do. Lots of uncertainty for the Canadian economy. We're seeing the immediate reaction, Todd, with the stock markets, but lots of concern over the long term. about what this could mean for so many different industries. And according to these numbers that were crunched by the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, kind of looking at how it might affect everyday Canadians, it could cost the Canadian household an average of $1,900 annually. So that is significant for Canadian households as they look to figure out what this could mean, not just for their jobs, their investments, but also going forward, what it can mean for the entire Canadian economy, Todd.
CTV's Scott Hurst with the latest on that. Thank you, Scott.
Thanks, Todd.
And as we go to break, let's show you another look at the markets here. Scott was telling us just getting a real hammering today as a result of this tariff war, a trade war, an unprecedented situation for us in Canada, the United States under President Trump, launching an economic trade war against our country today. 25% tariffs on all Canadian imports into the U.S. except for oil and gas. That's at 10%. Mexico also getting hit with a trade war as well, breaking out across North America. Ongoing coverage right here on CTV News Channel when we come back.
Trade Center, presented by Harvey's, Friday on TSN.
To build a truck like no other, we ask the tough questions. Like, what if intelligent power could take you further? Because greatness comes from daring to ask, what if? Right now, get up to $9,500 in rebates on this F-150.
Did you know there's a fresh chicken option raised completely free of antibiotics? Try Maple Leaf Prime raised without antibiotics chicken. Maple Leaf Prime RWA chickens have never been treated with added hormones or antibiotics for their full lifetime. The chickens are humanely raised on Canadian farms and grain-fed. Plus, they're packaged in recyclable trays. Choose a Canadian brand you trust. Try Maple Leaf Prime raised without antibiotics chicken. Brand power helping you buy better.
We're all busy, but sometimes we put off the important things, like helping to provide financial protection for your family if the worst happens.
Welcome to Cover Direct. You're speaking to Sally. How can I help you?
Hi, your commercial for family life insurance says I can get coverage over the phone with no complicated forms.
Yes, that's right. You can arrange everything in just one phone call. If you're a Canadian resident aged 18 to 70, you can apply for up to $1.5 million in coverage and help give your family some peace of mind.
Great.
You won't need a medical or a blood test to get approved. You just need to answer a few health and lifestyle questions.
Sounds great.
If you choose $100,000 of coverage, it could be as little as $10.87 a month for the first year. That's just 36 cents a day.
That's less than I thought.
Family life insurance is exclusive to Cover Direct. You can't buy it anywhere else.
Sounds great. I'll go right ahead.
We're Canada's most trusted direct life insurance provider. To get a free, no-obligation quote, call one of our trusted insurance advisors today at 1-844-934-3220 or visit coverdirect.ca.
At Sleep Country, we know that for every reason that keeps us awake, there are hundreds more that make us dream. That's why we're offering 25% off, because great sleep fuels tomorrow's dreams. Sleep well, Canada.
To see this escalation is so disappointing, so damaging, initially to American consumers and American businesses who buy Canadian goods and raw materials, but then now with the counter tariffs, it's also going to be harmful to Canadian consumers. No one wins a tariff war, and so we want to go back to looking at the agreement that we signed, the USMCA, that has served us well for a number of years, and I don't know why the president is behaving this way, because it's illegal. We're going to challenge it, and we would like to get back to negotiating some of the pressure points on that.
That's Alberta Premier Danielle Smith earlier today on American television. Smith, like premiers across Canada, reeling from President Trump's decision to launch an economic war against Canada today. Smith had personally met with Donald Trump in Florida at his estate Mar-a-Lago earlier this year in an effort to try and avoid a trade war. Alberta's oil sector will get hit here. Let's go to Edmonton, where CTV's Nariman Issa is standing by with more reaction today to what we're hearing from Danielle Smith. Nariman, good to see you. What are you hearing? What are you seeing?
Well, we are waiting to hear from Danielle Smith, like here in Alberta. So we know that she spoke to an American television news show. However, we are asking why we are not able to hear from Danielle Smith today here in Alberta. So we have asked her comms team, because we are seeing, across the country that other premiers are speaking. So Danielle Smith says that she will be meeting with her cabinet today and tomorrow, and then we will hear publicly what Alberta's plans are. However, we have to wait another 24 hours or so because she says she will release that information on Wednesday. And so I know there was a lot of talk, like last week, Alberta tabled its budget, and there was 3 different scenarios. One of them included, what would happen if America went through with their 25% tariffs, 10% for oil. And so we did see that the possibility of a deficit of $8.7 billion. So I know maybe right now the Alberta government is just kind of trying to figure out what exactly is going to happen, because we know that Danielle Smith for weeks was trying to lobby the American government to, exclude, Alberta oil and gas from these tariffs. So we'll see what exactly are the plans, but they're not letting us know anything today just yet.
All right, Naraman Issa joining us from our studios in Edmonton with the latest. Good to see you as always. Thanks for this.
Thank you, Todd.
All right, and as we go to break, we just want to show you a live look at the Ambassador Bridge. This is, of course, one of the key points in which trade carries itself from Canada to the U.S. and vice versa. The Ambassador Bridge down in Windsor, Ontario. And, of course, you see trade continues to go back and forth, but this is going to be huge for Canada. Remember, where the United States is by far and away, there is no competition, our biggest trading partner, and a trade war with the United States could turn very ugly for the Canadian economy. The big mission right now for the Prime Minister is trying to get these tariffs lifted. We don't even know how that's going to start or how that's going to begin, or if that's even possible right now, given who is in the White House. Quick break for us here on CTV News Channel. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Guys, every year, your body loses more testosterone. Ageless Male has been proven to support testosterone levels in men, and it supports energy, too. Get Ageless Male and be the man you want to be.
After her partner's health scare, Sam needed to make some changes, so she got North Cover Life Insurance. Their licensed advisors helped choose coverage to suit her exact needs and budget. Now Sam's so well covered, it's like she's wearing a parka. Her family will be looked after with a cash payout of up to $1.5 million. Or she could receive 100% of the benefit up front if diagnosed with a terminal illness. North Cover. Comfort in being protected. Get a quote today. Call 1-844-657-1010 now or visit northcover.ca.
It's quick and easy. You will benefit a child and get a maximum tax credit. 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Swiss Chalet Seafood Fest is back. Hurry in for Canada's famous rotisserie chicken paired with garlic shrimp, our delicious fish and chips, fish sandwich, or our popcorn shrimp appetizer. All here for a limited time, starting from only $16.99, only at Swiss Chalet.
First, we won J.D. Power, ranking Ram the #1 brand in new vehicle quality. Then we won 2025 Motor Trend Truck of the Year. Now, we're throwing our weight around even more with the new Ram Heavy Duty. Well, you know what they say. You win some, you'll win some. And every win is inspired by the ones who drive us. Ram, built to serve.
The rubber hits the road on a new season of F1 on TSN.
I have missed this.
With lots of new faces and big names in new places.
Lewis Hamilton joining Ferrari.
Max Verstappen goes for his 5th championship in a row, but the grid's never been tighter.
This is so close.
So the title fight is wide open.
Lando Norris wins. Crushing performance.
And it all fires up down under.
Welcome along to the Australian Grand Prix.
On TSN and TSN Plus.
The president's going to have conversations with the Canadians. We need to see real engagement on the fentanyl issue, on the drug issue. That is fundamentally the underlying element of these tariffs, is we think the Canadians have not been serious about stopping the drug trade. Now, people will sometimes say, well, if you look at the numbers, the Mexicans send way more fentanyl into the United States than the Canadians do. The Canadians have allowed a lot of fentanyl to come into the country. It's not a defense to say more has come from Mexico, because way too much has come from Mexico.
U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance there with his take on this economic war that the country has launched against Canada and Mexico today, plunging the North American economy into deep uncertainty. We're seeing anger by Canadian leaders who feel betrayed, bullied by Trump. Speaking of which, Donald Trump sending a message out on social media, pushing back against Canadian retaliatory tariffs, saying anything Canada hits against the U.S. will be immediately increased by a like amount by the Americans. So you see there's an escalation going on here by the president. Let's bring in CTV's Colton Prail, who's standing by. Colton is outside of the U.S. Embassy in Ottawa. Colton, we see big protests behind you. People are not happy over this, and they're very angry at the United States.
Absolutely, Todd. I mean, the weather here is cold, it's wet, it's messy, and it hasn't hindered this crowd at all, who has been out here at this point for hours trying to show their displeasure with the American industry, American administration, I should say. This has been really specifically focused at Donald Trump, their displeasure that they are feeling towards him. The message has been elbows up. These are Canadians who in large part have already been doing what they can to try to support Canadian businesses and industry, shopping local rather than buying American, but they are doubling down their efforts today. And more than anything, as you speak with the people here, it's a feeling of betrayal. I was speaking with one woman who is an American who says that this isn't what her country stands for. This is not what she wanted to see, and she didn't think it was going to happen even last night. The disappointment, the betrayal that she felt this morning. And so she was here to stand with Canadians. I spoke with another man from Kingston who's made a 90-minute drive to be here in front of the U.S. Embassy and says he plans to keep doing that each time one of these protests is happening so that he can show his displeasure. I mean, right now, it's such an emotional state for so many people here. It's such an immediate, visceral reaction. They're trying to do what they can to show the Americans what they think of these tariffs.
Yeah, absolutely. And we know that Canadian politicians, Colton, from the Prime Minister to premiers, mayors, right on down, vowing not to back down to Trump, but rather hit back against the U.S. wherever possible to try and make this trade war painful for them as well.
Absolutely. I mean, we're seeing a variety of responses. Alcohol is coming off the shelves in Nova Scotia, Ontario, Manitoba. We're seeing the potential use of energy and critical minerals being discussed as ways to retaliate through non-tariff measures, doubling of tolls to impact commercial vehicles crossing over from the States into Nova Scotia, for example. Alberta's going to work out their plan, offer more details on that tomorrow. There is a litany of different measures that we're seeing from province to province as all of these jurisdictions try to do what is within their power. You know, municipalities avoiding buying American, provinces doing the same thing. And the message from people here on the ground is that they're okay with that. They're okay if that means they have to spend a little bit more at the grocery store, or if they have to spend a little bit more on a municipal project that could increase their taxes slightly than it would have before, because that's something that they're willing to stomach, that they're willing to accept if it means standing up to this American administration. They understand that there is going to be a cost, a real cost and a pain for them, but they're willing to take it if that's what it is to respond.
CTV's Colton Prail live outside of the American Embassy in Ottawa, where Canadians are out there protesting against Donald Trump and his trade war. Thanks for this, Colton. We'll check in again. And we're getting lots of reaction on day one of this trade war. Shock and surprise. Pedro Antunes, who's the chief economist with the Conference Board of Canada, saying up until yesterday, investors didn't really believe that Trump would follow through with his tariff threats. Listen to this.
We didn't actually believe that it would come to fruition because they just make no sense at all. You know, and obviously the economic impacts that we're going to see are going to be just as big in the U.S. as they are in Canada. And the reason I say that is because the U.S. is imposing these tariffs not just on Canada, but on China and on Mexico at the same time. We're getting retaliation from all three countries at the same time. This is just going to be devastating for the U.S. economy.
And the leader of the New Democrats, Jagmeet Singh, appearing on CNN today, saying that the trade war is something Canadians don't want, but that we are prepared to stand up to Trump. Here's a bit of that interview.
We've got to stand up to his attacks on us, and so we're going to defend ourselves. We are proud to be good neighbors, but we're also proud of our country, and we're going to defend our country. And so this is going to ask us to reimagine the way we do things. We were very tightly connected as economic partners. Now we're going to start building more in Canada, being more resilient, being less reliant. And that's something that we didn't want to do, but now we are forced to do, and we will do it.
And a live look for you from Ottawa. We're waiting to hear from Jagmeet Singh in person. He's set to speak to the media in the capital at about 1:45 Eastern, within about 5-10 minutes or so. There's lots going on today, and sometimes these press conferences get a little delayed, but we'll bring it to you as soon as it gets underway. So a question, what's the big impact here? We've been talking to a number of experts who warn that this trade war will lead to a price hike on many items for customers on both sides of the border.
Fruits and vegetables, for example, at the grocery store are highly reliant on U.S. suppliers, and they're perishable. So next week, next month, we could very easily see those prices pass along.
Let's think mainly about home appliances. We look at furniture, clothes.
It's definitely going to increase price. It's going to fuel the inflation, and it's going to decrease the capacity of purchasing for the American families.
All right, so lots of effects here. Let's bring in Lisa Bishop-Spencer. She's the Executive Director of the Canadian Centre for Food Integrity. Lisa, thanks for taking the time for CTV. I know it's got to be busy, but what's your take on what we're seeing, this trade war that's broken out?
It's a very busy day. I mean, the fact is that Canadian agriculture and agri-food contributes 2.3 million jobs to the Canadian economy and over 139 billion to the GDP. This is going to have an impact, and we really do have to do what we can to mitigate the situation as best we can.
Yeah, what do you think the effect will be on the Canadian side of the border as a result of these tariffs? You know, the immediate effect, let's say, in the next couple of weeks.
I expect that we're going to see, you know, some price increases across the board. I think that there's going to be some pain felt on both sides in terms of the two-way trade. That's $130 million daily in food and ag between Canada and the U.S.
Your thoughts on, you know, you talked about the number of jobs that are tied to this industry as well. How quickly do you think we may start to see job layoffs?
Oh, I couldn't really comment on that, because right now the important thing right now is to try to strengthen all of the efforts we have to leverage public awareness and to engage policy makers in efforts to really advocate for fair trade policies and to see what we can do about diversifying, you know, where our trade goes. Diversification is an option for us. We need to explore new global markets, but we can't forget that there is a huge market in the U.S. We have to try to make this work.
Yeah, based on everything you've heard, though, from President Trump, if I can be blunt, do you think that there's any reasoning with him at this point?
I think at this point we have to do what we can. I mean, the fact is that we do have to explore that diversification. We do have to investigate those trade deals with countries like Ecuador and Europe, and continents like Europe and Asia, just to explore other opportunities. But at the same time, there's so much invested within our entire food system, from before the gate to beyond the plate, within what we do, that we really do have to explore all possible options.
Lisa, I appreciate you taking time for CTV today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lisa Bishop-Spencer joining us there. As we go to break, another live look from Ottawa. We're waiting to hear from the leader of the NDP, Jagmeet Singh. He is set to speak within the next couple of minutes. We'll bring it to you live as soon as it gets underway.
Vengeance has no timeline with the mafia.
This is what pain looks like when you keep moving with Aleve. Just one Aleve gives you up to 12 hours of uninterrupted pain relief. Aleve, one pill, 12 hours. And for effective topical pain relief for muscles and joints, try Aleve X.
Being a dad and granddad means ensuring I've got all the tools to make the right choice. And now I'm in my 50s. That's more important than ever. That's why I'm choosing to look after my family, just in case.
Welcome to Senior's Choice, the #1 direct choice for Canadians over 50. How can I help?
Hi, I'd like a quick quote for Canadian seniors' life insurance, please.
If you're a Canadian resident aged 50 to 80, you can choose the right amount of coverage for you and your family up to $250,000.
That kind of money would help a lot.
You can choose to apply over the phone now in just a few minutes with no medicals or blood tests needed, only a few health and lifestyle questions.
Okay, great.
Depending on the coverage you choose, it could be as little as $17.02 a month. That's just 56 cents a day.
That's less than I thought. And that money could help cover my funeral costs, settle debts, or help my wife with retirement planning. I'll do it. Now that's done, I can get on with something much more interesting.
To get a free, no-obligation quote, call one of our trusted insurance advisors today at 1-844-808-7120 or visit seniorschoice.ca.
It's like a shower for your nose. This thing is amazing.
Navage Flush is sailing through the nasal passages to help clear congestion by quickly sucking out mucus, allergens, and germs.
There's no other product out there like it.
Navage, clean nose, healthy life.
All right, and we're waiting for the leader of the NDP to come out, Jagmeet Singh, to talk about this trade war that Donald Trump has triggered against Canada. Leader of the NDP was on CNN earlier today to say that Canadians will not back down to bullying by President Trump. No doubt the leader of the NDP speaking on behalf of most Canadians when he says that. We're going to bring that to you live as soon as he comes out. As you can imagine, the trade war triggering a lot of anger nationwide. Canadians shocked, disappointed, betrayed by our closest ally. We're seeing a surge in the so-called Buy Canada movement. Vacations to the U.S. canceled. Our cameras caught up with a number of Canadians as they were reacting to this news. Here's one example.
Terrible. Economy might come down pretty quick. You know, people talking about it everywhere, at work, everywhere, right? I think that's not going to lead to anything that is going to benefit Canada. It's terrible. Brothers next door. That's what they're doing to us.
What are you most worried about? Is it cost of living? Is it...
Cost of living is already high and it's going to be even higher.
Job losses, availability of goods and services, loss of goodwill between two countries. That's, yeah. What would come after that?
Yeah, everybody trying to make sense, heads or tails, of what's going on. One of the big sectors that is bracing for impact is Canada's auto sector. Let's bring in Hugh Williams. He's a national spokesperson for the Canadian Automobile Dealers Association. He is in Toronto today. Hugh, thanks for taking the time for CTV.
Actually in Ottawa today, and it's an extraordinary day in Ottawa, extraordinary day for Canada and the auto sector. There's no doubt that these tariffs are bad for automotive consumers. They're bad for the auto industry, bad for car dealers, and they're bad for the economies on both sides of the border. I just want to emphasize that when Trump first tried to introduce these tariffs back in 2017, 2018, there was a united front in the States because American business understood how integrated our automotive economy is. And we've got to get back to the American auto sector talking to the White House, dealers talking to the White House, so that they know this is going to hurt their consumers and their economy even more than it will hurt ours.
Hey, I'm hearing from the big American automakers, Hugh, that they could, basically run out of steam in a week or two if this trade war continues in terms of trying to get cars manufactured. I mean, that the whole North American auto industry could seize up as a result of this. What are you hearing?
Yeah, that's definitely a concern, and I think the manufacturers in the States have signaled very strongly to the White House that that's the primary concern, that it will jam up the entire supply chain in the auto sector and basically bring things to a halt. Obviously, that impacts parts workers, that impacts the OEM manufacturers themselves, but all the spin-off jobs. In Canada and the U.S., you're looking at about 1 in every 7 jobs, depends on the auto industry, and this is really the best example of an own goal. Anything that jams up the economy and jams up the car industry is going to be bad for consumers overall. So we're hoping that reasonable heads prevail on this, particularly in the United States, understanding the ramifications of this, and that American voices start to come to the table to make it clear that this is just not the right way to go.
We've heard the president say quite clearly, we don't need the Canadians to make our cars. We can make them just fine here in the United States. I'm curious about whether you think we're now talking about the potential of, plant closings in Canada, massive layoffs in the auto sector in our country.
Well, the auto industry, it's a great question. The auto industry is so integrated that any damage is going to be done all through the U.S. and Canada, and of course on the Mexican side of the border. Longer term, I think it's important to recognize that that the U.S. actually has a manufacturing surplus in the auto sector with Canada. They sell more cars here than we produce for them. And if you look at the the American market, the U.S. produces about 80% of the automotive sphere, with Mexico and Canada making up the other 20%. So it's actually a very fair and equitable sector. And the only reason we have a trade imbalance with the U.S., of course, as other guests and premiers and the Prime Minister has talked about today, is the large amount of energy that they buy from Canada. On the manufacturing side of the equation, there's just no scenario that Canada is somehow taking advantage of the U.S. It's a very balanced situation, actually in the U.S.'s favor.
Hugh Williams joining us. He is the national spokesperson for the Canadian Automobile Dealers Association. Hugh, thanks for your time today.
Yeah, so appreciate you having me on. Thank you.
All right, and we're going to stay in Ottawa because the leader of the NDP, Jagmeet Singh, is speaking. Let's listen in.
Devastating. People continually tell me they literally don't know if I will be able to go into my next shift, if I'm going to be laid off. There are auto workers talking about when there's pauses on the auto line, which normally happen, some of the workers are wondering, does this pause mean that we're shut down and we're going to go home and we lose our jobs? And what does that mean for a person? And they lose their job when you're living paycheck to paycheck. That means you could lose your home, not be able to put food on the table for your family, not be able to make your rent, not make your other bills. This is serious. Given the gravity of what we're up against, I'm calling on an emergency session of Parliament like we had in the pandemic. What we're witnessing could be worse than the pandemic and very likely will be worse. But Canadians are ready to fight back. And so my promise is we should fight back as well as elected officials. So an emergency session of Parliament where we do three things. One is we need to put in place supports for workers. Workers are already impacted. We need immediate supports. I'm calling on EI to be immediately reformed so it is covering enough workers. It's a sufficient amount to cover people's bills, and it's quick. People can get it quick enough so that they can actually come in and support them. Secondly, we need to create good jobs in Canada. And so that build Canadian, buy Canadian plan at the federal level needs to be there so we can build more and create good jobs in this difficult time. And finally, I know while the Parliament doesn't need to be recalled to put in place the retaliatory tariffs, I believe we should send a united message as all leaders and all parties that we stand united together, opposed to these tariffs, and we're going to impose these retaliatory tariffs with a unified voice, denouncing Donald Trump's attack on our country. This is a time that calls for us to step up, to be united, and to fight back. And so I'm calling for an emergency session of Parliament to do exactly that.
What we've seen so far today is a trade war. This is not a war that we wanted, but a trade war that we find ourselves in. Right now, there are workers who are afraid that they're going to lose their job. What does that mean for families who are having trouble making ends meet? They're afraid of losing their homes. They can't pay bills or mortgages. They can't buy groceries to feed their families. So these are such difficult times, and there's a lot of worry. Things are very serious, and that's why I'm today asking the government to call back Parliament. This is so that we can put measures in place to support workers, to create good jobs, and also to speak with a clear, united voice that we are against Donald Trump's decision. We agree with putting in place these retaliatory tariffs. Now is the time to support workers.
Elaborate more on what type of measures you'd like to see in support of workers or businesses. Are you looking for pandemic-style relief?
We're in what could be worse than the pandemic in terms of the impacts to our economy and to workers. So we need across-the-board supports for workers impacted. My first reaction now is we need EI that is actually up to the task. And so we've been calling for reforms for a while now. I want that to be put in place. EI that is quicker to access, that covers more workers, that is the sufficient amount so you can actually pay your bills. The current replacement fee or the replacement salary is not enough to cover the cost for many families. So we need an adequate EI to meet the needs of today.
How much would the increase be for EI? How much are you looking for in terms of percentage? My goal for the increase is to have employment insurance that covers everyone. Right now, it only covers 40% of people. So we need EI that covers anyone who is working. Especially in this current crisis, we need an EI system that works. Second element, we need access to that quicker. Right now, the delay to access EI is too long, especially if people are losing their jobs immediately. And lastly, the amount that people receive. Salary replacement is not adequate for the cost of living currently. So those are things I want to see.
You want to vote down the government at your earliest opportunity. Do you still stand by that statement, and do you think now is the time for an election?
Now is the time to put workers first. We're literally in a trade war. And I can't imagine any opposition leader that wouldn't want to support a package to help workers impacted by this. We did that during the pandemic. We came together. We need to have that same approach now. So my answer to that is we need support for workers first, put in place, working, an election afterwards.
And what's the plan for, I mean, how long would you see something like that, this tariff war?
All right, so we're listening to Jagmeet Singh, leader of the NDP. He's commenting on this trade war that has been triggered by Donald Trump, an economic war against Canada and Mexico. The president moving ahead with those 25% tariffs on all Canadian imports into the U.S. It will have a devastating effect. This is a worst-case scenario. Ongoing coverage when we come back right here on CTV News Channel.
Tomorrow on Your Morning, recipe ideas that incorporate local Canadian ingredients into your cooking. Start your morning with us Wednesday on CTV.
Explore the world the Viking way. From the quiet comfort of elegant small ships with no children and no casinos. We actually have reinvented ocean voyages, designing all-inclusive experiences for the thinking person. Viking, voted world's best by both Travel and Leisure and Condé Nast Traveler. Learn more at Viking.com.
A performance that truly matters. This is what you've been waiting for. Returning to 9 cities across Canada, starting March 21st. Tickets at shenyun.com.
Make food this good in a flash with delicious 15-minute recipes from HelloFresh that go from fridge to fork in a few simple steps. HelloFresh, homemade, made easy. And tasty too. Wow.
You know, retirement doesn't have to mean giving something up. It should mean living life on your own terms. Well, thankfully, if you're a Canadian homeowner, age 55 and better, you can access some of your home's value in tax-free cash with CHIP. That way, you can live retirement on your own terms. Stay in the home and the neighborhood that you love. Because there's no place like home. Right, Rocky?
If you're 55 or older, call now for your free, no-obligation CHIP reverse mortgage guide. With CHIP, you could get up to 55% of your home's value in tax-free cash. Take only what you need in a lump sum or over time with no monthly mortgage payments required. Call 1-866-519-2447.
Maybe it's time for you to consider CHIP too.
Call now for your free, no-obligation guide. Call 1-866-519-2447. That's 1-866-519-CHIP. Or visit chip.ca. Call CHIP today and live retirement your way.
MLS is game on. Stars on.
Kevin Sullivan, the history maker.
MLS, this is our soccer. Game on.
Canadians are hurt. Canadians are angry. We're going to choose to not go on vacation in Florida or Old Orchard Beach or wherever. We're going to choose to try to buy Canadian products and forego bourbon and other classic American products. And yeah, we're probably going to keep booing the American anthem. But let me tell Americans, we're not booing you. We're not booing your teams. We're not booing your players. We're booing a policy that is designed to hurt us.
There's no doubt that our economy will suffer. But so will yours, President Trump. In fact, you're already paying the price, with trillions of dollars erased in stock market value over the last month of these threats. Already Americans are paying higher gas prices, as at midnight, a new American gas tax kicked in on U.S. working-class taxpayers and motorists. Your workers will soon start losing jobs they had upgrading Canadian raw materials, which, by the way, you were getting at an incredible and ridiculous bargain.
We'll be supporting the people, we'll be supporting companies, and we're making sure that we diversify our trade, bring in more opportunities from around the world. Folks, we have 51 countries that we have tariff-free agreements with. We need to unite with them. We've brought over $70 billion of business from around the world to Ontario, but we need to continue.
All right, good to have you with us here on CTV News Channel. I'm Todd Vanderheyden. President Trump launching a trade war against Canada and Mexico today. It is an unprecedented attack on our country's economy and on North American trade. Trump hitting Canada with a 25% tariff. That is huge on all Canadian imports to the U.S. Canada immediately firing back, targeting American products. An angry prime minister condemning Trump, promising Canada will not back down to a bully. Justin Trudeau saying Trump wants the total collapse of the Canadian economy because it would make it easier to then force Canada to join the U.S. The Prime Minister promising help to Canadians, but saying goal number one is to stop this trade war.
We will be looking at, including looking in the coming day at things we can do around adjusting EI to support people through this difficult time. But our priority has to be not on figuring out how to manage through these tariffs over the coming days and weeks and months, but on doing everything we can to get them lifted and put an end to this unjustified trade war that hurts American families and Canadian families.
Well, make no mistake, the effects of any trade war between Canada and the United States will be huge, and the damage will be more significant for Canada. It's hard to emphasize just how big the U.S. is in terms of our trading partner, by far the largest. The longer it goes on, the worse it gets. Trump damaging that relationship. He is determined in his mind to help his country's economy at the cost of the Canadian and Mexican economies.
No room left for Mexico or for Canada. No, the tariffs, they're all set.
Trump says Canada's efforts to stop the smuggling of the deadly drug fentanyl across the border fell short. So as of today, all imports from Canada, Mexico taxed at 25%. Canadian energy products, Canadian oil, particularly from Alberta, are subject to 10% import duty, so a lower tariff, but a tariff nevertheless. We're getting a lot of reaction from Canada's top politicians. Ontario Premier Doug Ford attacking Trump, saying the U.S. president has made a massive mistake and is underestimating Canadians. Ford saying he's directed the Liquor Control Board of Ontario to stop selling American alcohol. He also says he is ready to cut off electricity to the U.S., but Ford also said this is about one man and one man only, and not all Americans.
I talk to endless Americans. I talk to endless elected officials. It is not them. Don't blame the American people. It's Donald Trump to be blamed for this.
A very angry Doug Ford saying Canadians need to rally together now in the face of this war. Ontario alone buys about $1 billion worth of U.S. alcohol every year. That is now being stopped. Ford says he also intends to rip up a $100 million deal that his province has with Starlink. Starlink is the satellite communications company owned by Donald Trump ally Elon Musk. Oil is Canada's top export to the United States. According to the Census Bureau, oil and petroleum products accounted for more than $108 billion worth of imports from Canada into the United States alone. So that 10% tariff on the 4 million barrels per day of Canadian crude imported into the U.S. could stall an expected industry rebound, and particularly hard hit Alberta, where Canada's energy sector is primarily located. We're also tracking the auto sector with Canadian workers there, saying the tariffs will be devastating. More than $42 billion in cars and trucks were imported, along with $14 billion in auto parts. Analysts say the tariffs will bring the entire North American auto industry, including in the United States, to a halt within a few weeks.
It weighs on all of us. My wife also works here too, so it's all our eggs are in this basket.
Yeah, Windsor, Ontario, and auto parts right across the border to Detroit multiple times a day. Cars go back and forth as part of the manufacturing process. Trump has said tariffs would be applied to each crossing. Imagine that. It would be tariff on top of tariff on top of tariff. The president has said, quote, "We don't need Canada to make our cars." Doesn't quite understand how the auto industry works, perhaps. Roughly 125,000 people in Canada are directly employed in the auto industry. The Canadian Vehicle Manufacturers Association is warning that assembly plants in both Canada and the U.S. could shut down within a week because of these tariffs. All right, we also want to track the financial markets, too, and there's a story playing out there. The TSX is down by over 300 points. The Dow was down by 800 points earlier today. It has rallied somewhat. It is still down, though, in negative territory by over 300 points. That follows what we saw on Monday, where both the Dow and the TSX were just pummeled as investors started to realize that, in fact, those Trump tariff threats were real and they were happening. Let's bring in Beth Burke. She's the CEO of the Canadian American Business Council. Beth, good to see you. I wish it was on a better day. Your thoughts on what we're seeing, this trade war?
Yeah, hi, Todd. I mean, it's disappointing. You know, this is not the outcome that we wanted to see. We were very hopeful that the conversations could progress to a place where we could be, instead of focusing on barriers to the relationship, finding ways to double down and focus on all the opportunities that exist when we partner together.
What can Canada do here, Beth? Give us, your realistic assessment.
You know, I think continuing to show the interconnectivity, to highlight the impacts that are going to happen, on both sides of the border is an important message that needs to continue to be sent. I think, businesses are preparing for every case scenario, as we always do. We're trying to stay nimble and focused on all the different outcomes. But really, what we're doing at the Canadian American Business Council is working and trying to get through this and get past it, because the tariffs and counter tariffs and retaliatory tariffs and the back and forth is just not a productive place for anyone. It's going to hurt jobs and consumers in both countries.
Absolutely. You can appreciate that the Canadian government doesn't want to be bullied, though, and that's why they are going to bring in tariffs against the United States. Yeah. And there are more coming in 3 weeks from now, trying to send a message. You hit us, we hit you back.
Yeah, I understand where they're coming from. I just don't want this to continue to escalate. We are quite hopeful that we can find a path out of it. And I hope that both parties can come to the table and have a productive conversation and not just hitting each other through the economies.
I mean, people are so shocked as well because, for decades, really, there has been this ever-growing integration in North America, Canada, the United States, Mexico, NAFTA, and then the successor to that in recent years as well. That all seems to be being blown up by the president here. We're trying to make sense of whether this is about fentanyl, whether this is about border security, whether this is simply about Donald Trump's belief that tariffs are a way to bring in revenue to the U.S. Treasury and a way to punish other countries, which he feels have been so-called exploiting the U.S.
Yeah, I mean, I take the president at his word that he was concerned about fentanyl, but I do think Canada showed exemplary work, has done a lot to sort of answer that call. So, I do think this is about more than just fentanyl. I think that the conversation is more broadly about trade imbalances that the president believes can be resolved through tariffs. We don't think that that's the best path. We think that, to your point, the economies are so extremely integrated, it's just going to be an additional cost to consumers at a time when both countries are trying to focus on affordability.
Hey, Beth, I appreciate you taking the time joining us today from Milwaukee. I wish it was under better circumstances. I have a feeling we'll be talking again in the days ahead.
Absolutely. Thanks so much for having me.
Yeah, Beth Burke joining us. She's the CEO of the Canadian American Business Council. So how integrated are the two economies? We're going to show you just some statistics here to give you a sense, a bit of an idea here. Take a look. 1.4 million American jobs are supported by exports to Canada. So those jobs now are going to be affected by Canada's retaliatory tariffs against the United States. How about two-way trade? Take a look at this. $3.6 billion daily in two-way trade crossing over the border between Wisconsin, British Columbia, Washington State, Ontario, into Michigan, Quebec, into Detroit, into Vermont and New York State. How about this? The annual two-way trade between the two countries is worth $1.3 trillion. That gives you a sense of the amount of money we're talking about here and just how integrated the two economies are. Bea Brusk is my guest, knowing that very well, president of the Canadian Labour Congress. Thanks for taking the time for CTV today. Your thoughts on this trade war and the effect you think it's going to have?
Well, you just nailed it right on the head. We are in a trade war, and we know it's going to have a significant impact on workers across Canada. We anticipate losing 1.5 million workers just in the first 12 months of this trade war. We know that 2.4 million workers are directly connected to goods and services crossing the U.S. border that are reliant on that trade across Canada. And so we need to sharpen our elbows, and we need to find a response.
Yeah, what do you think the Canadian government should do or could do realistically here, Bea?
Well, first and foremost, we need to make sure that workers are protected. And that means we are looking to all levels of government, but particularly to our federal government, to put some supports in place for workers who are going to be impacted by layoffs. And we're already hearing this morning that there are a number of employers providing layoff notices to their workers. So making sure that people qualify for employment insurance, making sure that things like job sharing, work furloughs are part and parcel of a package that workers can rely on is critically important. But overarchingly as well, of course, is the issue of being able to diversify our markets and our trading partners. And that means investing in Canadian infrastructure. It means investing in rails and ports and roads so that we can get our products and services to other markets and not be so reliant on our U.S. trading partner. You mentioned layoff notices already being issued, or you're hearing about them. Can you give me a sense of what industries we're talking about here that would be so quick? So we've already heard some layoff notices in the steel and the aluminum sector this morning. We already have heard from a number of different workplaces over the last month that even the uncertainty of these tariffs coming into play has caused many employers to hold back on hiring new workers, has caused employers to stop doing planned investments that they had within their workplaces to actually foster their growth within that workplace. And we've heard this morning that layoff notices have been issued. And so, you know, the uncertainty was just as bad as the reality. Now that the reality has come to be, we need to make sure that we have quick answers for workers and so that we can rely on some supports to keep our economies going. Is Canada doing enough to retaliate? What do you think? I think we need to start somewhere, and I'm pleased about the retaliatory measures that have been announced so far. We need to be able to respond just as forcefully as we are having to defend ourselves here. This is an economic war. We are being attacked, and so we cannot just anticipate that having rational conversation is going to find a way out of this. We've tried rational conversation for the last 30 days, and yet we are still here. So this is a time for us, as Canadians, to sharpen our elbows, to come together across the political spectrum, but also across provinces and territories, employers and unions, to stand together to make sure that we can continue to have strong jobs in Canada and to protect workers who are on the front line of this war. Bea Brusk joining us. She is the president of the Canadian Labour Congress, joining us from Ottawa. Thanks for this, Bea. Much appreciated. Yeah, Bea saying there that 1.2 million jobs could be at stake in Canada within 12 months if this economic war were to last that long. Let's hope it doesn't. The Premier of British Columbia weighing in, David Eby, with his response to these tariffs by Donald Trump, blocking sales of all alcohol products specifically made in Republican-governed states. Here's more from the Premier of BC.
Effective immediately, our liquor stores will be pulling all red state liquor products off of the shelf. This is a deliberate decision to target red state liquor products. There's a bit of a message in it. We understand who's attacking us. We understand where this is coming from. And we want to send a message particularly to those governors, to those congresspeople, when they hear from their constituents about this, that they have a chance to stand up to the president and to point out that jobs in their communities are dependent on a good relationship with Canada.
Well, British Columbia has a little bit of a cushion. Out of all the provinces, it's one of the ones that has the least amount of trade with the United States. Still trades a lot with the U.S., but less than other big provinces like Ontario and Quebec. Well, businesses nationwide are bracing for impact here. CTV's Sean Leathong is standing by at a manufacturing facility in the west end of Toronto with more reaction today for us. Sean.
And behind me is a place called Ultraform Manufacturing. They make small auto parts that can be shipped throughout Canada and the United States. Their owner and CEO tells me that the orders have been dropping for some time. Now, this is a factory that I featured in a series recently that I did on the potential impact of tariffs. What they do is many of their parts are made out of aluminum. And their owner, Casey Vasadeva, was telling me today it's so intertwined between the two countries. He says the aluminum that they use is initially mined in Quebec, and then it's sent down to the United States to be refined, and then they purchase it back here in Canada in order to make these small auto parts. From there, those auto parts can be sent to automakers in Canada and the United States. They're sent to engine makers. Many of the parts are used for engine coolants and then put into cars. Now, to give you some context of what's happening in the orders that they're seeing right now, he says he's currently in talks with an American customer of theirs where a $1 million order is on the line because Ultraform is saying that they can't possibly produce that order because it would cost them an extra $250,000 just to ship the item over to Michigan. So the owner of the customer is actually coming here today to talk. Here's a little bit more from Casey on what they're seeing in their orders.
Right now, our sales are around, I will say, 700,000 a month, but it's dropping like there's no tomorrow. And I think it's going to drop to about 300,000, and then the company can't afford. We will have to lay people off, and the government will have to come with a work-sharing program so that the skill we have, we don't lose the skill.
Now, what Casey is preaching is a more made-in-Canada approach. He's saying that what's important for Canada is that we can't be shipping parts to the United States anymore. He says we have the skilled labor, the natural resources to make the entire product in Canada and then sell it to the world. He says it would take, within 2 years, we would actually start to see job growth in Canada, but in the near term, there will definitely be pain.
All right, CTV Sean Leathong in Toronto. And by the way, it's not just Canada. This is a North American trade war, and the Mexicans are getting hit as well. Their economy is even more exposed to the United States. The president there promising to hit back against the United States, and Donald Trump's triggering of an economic trade war across the continent. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Vengeance has no timeline with the mafia.
This is the story of Molly and Sid, retired grandparents who love spoiling their grandkids. Did Manulife Cover Me health and dental insurance make Molly and Sid better grandparents? No. But also, yes. Because with affordable plans with guaranteed acceptance, they were covered. So despite his sensitive teeth, Sid knew he could help them finish their Sunday. Call 1-877-COVER-ME to get a quote, like Molly and Sid did. So when their grandkids wanted to do bumper cars, they jumped in, bad knees and all. Were they covered for a neck brace to deal with whiplash? Of course. What about prescription meds for high blood pressure? You know it. Even a relaxing massage after they sent the kids home. Oh, yes. Molly can take it easy knowing she's covered for her pre-existing condition of diabetes. Sid is taking it easy, too. Call 1-877-COVER-ME or visit coverme.com to get a quote today. Manulife, where will better take you?
You brush and floss, but did you know? Listerine kills up to 99.9% of germs and destroys 5 times more plaque above the gum line than floss, contributing to a clean, healthy mouth. Help complete your routine with Listerine.
Thousands of entrepreneurs don't have access to the support they need. Breaking down doors for entrepreneurs. We're on it. BDC. Financing, advising, know-how.
If you never thought you could see yourself driving an EV, then don't. See yourself in this. The all-electric Ford F-150 Lightning. The only EV that's an F-150.
Canada targeted by President Trump and his trade war he triggered today, but so is Mexico. The Mexican economy is even more dependent on the U.S. than Canada's is. Mexico's President Claudia Sheinbaum saying there is no justification for the 25% tariffs that her country was hit with. She says her government will respond. We're still waiting to hear what the response will be. Sheinbaum says she did have a plan put together in a worst-case scenario. She was also trying to avoid this, as Justin Trudeau was, saying she will be providing more details in the days ahead. And China has responded to new American tariffs that Donald Trump slapped against that country, saying it will impose additional tariffs of up to 15% on imports of key American farm products, including chicken, pork, soy, and beef. The Chinese do buy a lot of those products from the United States. U.S. President Trump, meantime, will be addressing Congress tonight, 6 weeks into what has been a very tumultuous term. The speech is similar to the State of the Union address, but not called that because Trump was inaugurated only in January. The speech coming just hours after he has triggered a North American trade war against two of the closest allies of his country, Canada and the United States. The speech also follows his very controversial decision that was made on Monday to stop all U.S. military aid to Ukraine. Tonight's agenda includes extending tax cuts, tightening border security, and increasing deportations. And a reminder, Trump will be addressing Congress. That'll be at 9 o'clock Eastern, and we will bring you coverage of that right here on CTV News Channel and ctvnews.ca. As we go to break, another look at the markets in North America. The TSX is down by 290 points, and the Dow in New York is down by 294 points, very close. A lot of investors did not think that there would actually be a trade war between Canada and the U.S. and Mexico, but in fact, that is what has happened. The question is, how long will it last? We do not know. We'll bring you ongoing coverage right here on CTV News Channel. Stay with us.
Trade Center, presented by Harvey's, Friday on TSN.
Swiss Chalet's Seafood Fest is back. Hurry in for Canada's famous rotisserie chicken paired with garlic shrimp, our delicious fish and chips, fish sandwich, or our popcorn shrimp appetizer. All here for a limited time, starting from only $16.99, only at Swiss Chalet.
Get dirty. Get dirty. Get dirty. Get dirty. Shot to get dirty.
You know, retirement doesn't have to mean giving something up. It should mean living life on your own terms. Well, thankfully, if you're a Canadian homeowner, age 55 and better, you can access some of your home's value in tax-free cash with CHIP. That way, you can live retirement on your own terms. Stay in the home and the neighborhood that you love. Because there's no place like home. Right, Rocky?
If you're 55 or older, call now for your free, no-obligation CHIP reverse mortgage guide. With CHIP, you could get up to 55% of your home's value in tax-free cash. Take only what you need in a lump sum or over time with no monthly mortgage payments required. Call 1-866-519-2447.
Maybe it's time for you to consider CHIP too.
Call now for your free, no-obligation guide. Call 1-866-519-2447. That's 1-866-519-CHIP. Or visit chip.ca. Call CHIP today and live retirement your way.
It's like a shower for your nose. This thing is amazing.
Navage Flush is sailing through the nasal passages to help clear congestion by quickly sucking out mucus, allergens, and germs.
There's no other product out there like it.
Navage, clean nose, healthy life.
I think the tariffs are bad for us in the long run. So I would say, I expect Canada to retaliate with similar tariffs on the U.S. goods as well.
They're doing what they have to do for America. That's it.
How they're going to affect me? Well, I'm a student, and I don't really know. I just expect prices for most things to go up. So I imagine I'm going to be affected the same way as most people.
I suppose, like everybody else, when it comes to big
big picture items like fertilizer and all that kind of stuff, that it might ultimately affect you because your food costs might go up, maybe, but who can know for sure?
Yeah, good point. Some reaction there from Canadians in London, Ontario that our cameras caught up with on day one of this Trump trade war. Shock and surprise. One top economist in Canada saying that up until just yesterday, many investors didn't really believe that President Trump would follow through with his threat of tariffs.
We didn't actually believe that it would come to fruition because they just make no sense at all. And obviously the economic impacts that we're going to see are going to be just as big in the U.S. as they are in Canada. And the reason I say that is because the U.S. is imposing these tariffs not just on Canada, but on China and on Mexico at the same time. We're getting retaliation from all three countries at the same time. This is just going to be devastating for the U.S. economy.
Alberta's economy is also, of course, at risk, given the massive amount of oil that it sends to the United States. Alberta's Premier Danielle Smith has not held a press conference yet today. We don't know if she is going to, but she did appear on American television today addressing the response from Canada to all these tariffs. Listen to this.
There's a number of things that all the provinces are considering. I mean, non-tariff barriers, you don't need to put a tariff in place. You can also just choose to buy from other countries. You can choose to source materials differently. You can choose to do your procurement differently. I mean, part of the free trade agreement has been allowing for American companies to invest in building out our infrastructure. We build tens of billions, hundreds of billions of dollars worth of construction each year at the municipal level, the school board level, the provincial level, and the federal level. Those are the kind of things that we can look for other suppliers for.
So what's the big impact here? We know, of course, there's a lot of bad blood now, a lot of Canadians very upset over what's going on, but experts are also warning that this trade war could lead to price hikes on many items for customers on both sides of the border.
Fruits and vegetables, for example, at the grocery store are highly reliant on U.S. suppliers, and they're perishable. So next week, next month, we could very easily see those prices pass along.
Let's think mainly about home appliances. We look at furniture, clothes.
It's definitely going to increase price. It's going to fuel the inflation, and it's going to decrease the capacity of purchasing for the American families.
All right, and as we go to break, a live look for you right now from the White House, ground zero for this trade war that President Trump has launched, economic warfare on Canada and on Mexico as well. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Being a dad and granddad means ensuring I've got all the tools to make the right choice. And now I'm in my 50s. That's more important than ever. That's why I'm choosing to look after my family, just in case.
Welcome to Senior's Choice, the #1 direct choice for Canadians over 50. How can I help?
Hi, I'd like a quick quote for Canadian seniors life insurance, please.
If you're a Canadian resident aged 50 to 80, you can choose the right amount of coverage for you and your family up to $250,000.
That kind of money would help a lot.
You can choose to apply over the phone now in just a few minutes with no medicals or blood tests needed, only a few health and lifestyle questions.
Okay, great.
Depending on the coverage you choose, it could be as little as $17.02 a month. That's just 56 cents a day.
That's less than I thought. And that money could help cover my funeral costs, settle debts, or help my wife with retirement planning. I'll do it. Now that's done, I can get on with something much more interesting.
To get a free, no-obligation quote, call one of our trusted insurance advisors today at 1-844-808-7120 or visit seniorschoice.ca.
Shot and get dirty. Get dirty. Get dirty. Get dirty. Shot and get dirty.
Gold standard. Gold dust. Pot of gold. Solid gold. You're worth your weight in gold. Golden boy, golden girl, golden goose, golden egg, golden age, golden ticket, golden opportunity. Is it just me, or is there some kind of clue here? I don't know.
I cannot believe this is real life.
my logical brain just shut down.
We're gunning for first.
Do not even. Claws are out. Don't you give up.
Is everybody ready to race?
Yeah!
We're on the amazing race!
We're doing it!
This season, there are more surprises than ever before.
A new season of The Amazing Race. Wednesday, 9:37 Mountain on CTV.
Even the excuse that he's giving for these tariffs today of fentanyl is completely bogus, completely unjustified, completely false. So we actually have to fold back on the one thing he has said repeatedly, that what he wants is to see a total collapse of the Canadian economy, because that'll make it easier to annex us.
Well, the Prime Minister with a frightening suggestion there that this trade war triggered today by President Trump is economic warfare to try and bring Canada to its knees and force us to join the United States. Let's bring in Goldie Hyder. He's the President and CEO of the Business Council of Canada. Goldie, thanks for taking the time for CTV News today.
Thank you for having me, Todd.
Can I get your thoughts on what Justin Trudeau said just there?
Well, he certainly didn't mince his words, and I think it reflects the seriousness of this moment, in part because I think everybody's just utterly shocked as to what has taken place. The fact that these tariffs have come at the magnitude that they have, and then the threats that there will be reciprocal tariffs on top of that. I mean, it's getting to the place where inflation doesn't even begin to describe what could happen if we actually get to that place. So I think he captured the seriousness of the moment, but it's also an opportunity for us, Todd, and I hope that Canadians don't panic, we stay calm, and we control the things that we can control and use this moment wisely. But let's also be honest, Todd, we're not going to have an environment in which we can't do business with America. We need to trade with America. We just have to figure out how to get to a place where whatever it is that we agree to them, they honor it. Because clearly today is a violation of the USMCA.
Yeah, and we want to be clear to people at home that Canada is not sitting by. We are reacting. We're hitting the United States back with 25% tariffs on $155 billion worth of goods, and there'll be more tariffs to come. You talked about the North American Free Trade Agreement, or the successor to NAFTA in any event, the USMCA or CUSMA, whatever you want to call it. These tariffs, do they not violate that? I mean, we're already hearing from the Prime Minister, Goldie, that they're going to challenge this legally.
Yeah, in effect, it undermines the entire purpose of having a free trade agreement, which is to have policies towards not having tariffs. So clearly that is a violation, and it to some extent makes it null and void. But having said that, let me say, as someone who's been spending a lot of time in Washington and meeting people, including at the U.S. trade representatives and others, they are continuing to function on the basis of the need to review and renew, not renegotiate, the trade agreement, and to do it and advance it. Let's not wait till next year to start. Let's get that process started. And to be very honest with you, Todd, that's the right answer. It's good to hear that at least a part of the administration's thinking that way. But you also hear the White House saying this isn't about trade. This is about fentanyl. And this is where I'm in complete agreement with the Prime Minister. This is unjustified on that basis. Every effort is being made, not because it's just in America's interest. Frankly, it's in the interest of Canada and Canadians to ensure that we're not losing life to this social disease, the bad actors that are here, that are abusing young people to get addicted to these things. 56,000 Canadians have died. Of course we want to take that seriously, and the evidence is showing that what efforts Canadian government has made in collaboration with the Americans, they themselves have said, we agree you guys have made great progress. So why are we where we are then? And that's the concern that we have here, because economically, what you're going to see is inflation, job losses, and tariffs ultimately hurt consumers on both sides of the border. And those tariffs that we've announced, we're going to try and minimize the damage on Canadians. But let's be clear. We're going to feel the effects of those tariffs as much as the Americans are going to feel it.
Yeah, a couple of tricky questions for you. How real is this? How much of it is political theater? How long does it last? What's your take on the end game here?
Well, look, you know, the thing about President Trump is anything is literally possible. His 4 favorite words in the English language are, let's see what happens. And you never know. This could be a week. It could be a month. There's no way this can go on for a prolonged period of time. If you're a president who has promised his citizens that life is going to get better under my administration, things will be more affordable, quality of life and standard of living will improve. This is not the way to go about it. Economic coercion is not the way to go about it. And taking an approach to attack your closest allies on each side of you, your top two the trading partners amongst the top three that are there, China being the other one who's also been a target. Let's get to a place where we can work together to strengthen North America, to make life better for North Americans and our citizens, and so we can compete with the rest of the world. It's just a question of when that happens, Todd, because it has to happen. It's not if, it's just when.
All right, so do you think the phone is ringing off the hook, so to speak, right now at the White House with all these industry leaders who are saying, what the heck are you doing? Or not, Goldie? Because, you know, the president has a lot of leeway. You know, Republicans control both houses of Congress. There's a lot of deference to Donald Trump right now. A lot of people don't want to be in his crosshairs. I mean, do you think that the American business community is speaking up here behind the scenes and saying, look, this is completely unsustainable. We cannot have a North American trade war?
I think those messages may well be being relayed. I don't think they'll be publicly challenged for the reason you cited. He's extremely popular. His numbers have gone up. He's riding the honeymoon. He's not even at the near the 100-day mark yet. Americans have, of course, not felt the effects of this, and we need real people on the ground, particularly in rural America. The heartland of America that the president really has as his constituency and his base for his MAGA movement are people who are going to feel the effects of tariffs. They're the ones who are going to feel the effects of what it means to be a farmer if you're going to put, tariff on energy, tariff on potash, tariff on uranium, tariff on other things like that, which is so important to the energy sector and to the farming community. Those are the people that need to speak up. We need real Americans to say, hang on a minute here. This is not what I signed up for. Why is everything costing me more? That's the last thing I expected you to do, Mr. Trump. Please fix that.
But how much damage, Goldie, do you think will happen between now and then for that to sink in, for anger to swell, for the president to start to pay attention? I mean, a lot of damage can be done in Canada between now and then.
Well, look, at the rate that they've introduced these tariffs, it may not take long. If there's any saving grace here, it's a big number, 25. And then you're going to add on to it these reciprocal tariffs, and potentially he's saying we'll retaliate on your retaliation, in which case you're into a full-blown, a tariff war that is going to end miserably for the people who are going to have to pay more for the things that they're going to buy. You're talking cars, you're talking sporting equipment, you're talking vegetables and juices and your gasoline. I mean, we all know how sensitive Americans are to the price of gas. That 10% is going to work its way through the system, and it's ultimately the customer who's going to have to pay that. And so I'm optimistic that because the numbers are so high, this won't last long. And I'm encouraged by the fact that they continue to say this is not about a trade dispute, it's about fentanyl. Well, if it's about fentanyl, both Mexico and Canada have made tremendous progress in that regard, doing it collaboratively with the Americans who have acknowledged the progress that's being made. So it's a little inconsistent and a little rich to say, you're doing a good job, but we're going to whack you anyways.
And so just before we go, you're thinking that could be potentially, possibly an off-ramp, the fentanyl way, where if Canada and Mexico are able to convince, or there is the perception that more is being done in the weeks ahead, that maybe that is a way for Trump to back down from this?
Well, look, I mean, we know there's a lot of moving goalposts here, but the reality is they continue to say fentanyl. And if we have to take them at their word, I think the reason behind that, Todd, is simply this. There's an executive branch that's overreaching in its authority to impose tariffs and to effectively do the work of Congress on trade. And right now, Congress is not speaking up. He's speaking to Congress tonight at the State of the Union. He's riding a high. We'll see how it goes. But when the average person starts telling their congressman, congresswoman, their senator, what is going on? What are these tariffs all are about? Because it's costing me more. I thought the idea was to bring it down. That has to work its way through the system at the rates that he's charging, that these tariffs will be. I don't think it'll take long. I would be surprised if we're doing this a month from now.
Goldie Hyder joining us. He is the president and CEO of the Business Council of Canada. Always great to have you part of our coverage, Goldie. Thanks for this today.
Thank you for having me, Todd.
All right, and we're getting more reaction to this trade war today, coming in fast and furious. Frank McKenna is a former ambassador to the United States from Canada, and he says the United States has walked away from their trade obligations.
I think this will go down in history as a day of infamy for the United States of America. It's a day in which they walked away from their contractual obligations, treaties which they negotiated. That's never been done in, I think, 100 years. So the United States has made itself really in many ways a rogue nation. And for Canada, it's a day of hope, quite frankly. This sounds counterintuitive, but the sword of Damocles has been hanging over our head. It's better to bring it on, to have this fight. The uncertainty was killing us, and we're going to use this as a motivation, a burning platform to do some terrific things.
All right, Frank McKenna there with his take. Take a look. Live pictures coming in from Washington, Ground Zero, the White House. Donald Trump launching a trade war against Canada and Mexico today. We'll have more on the impact on the food service industry and beyond when we come back. Stay with us.
If it happens here or around the world, trust CTV News Channel to deliver live. Breaking 24 hours a day. Download the CTV News app or stream anytime at ctvnews.ca.
Vengeance has no timeline with the mafia.
What's next in pain relief? Salonpas Roll-On and Cream, the only products with 2 clinically studied anesthetics, lidocaine and benzyl alcohol. Salonpas starts to work on contact to numb pain away. Salonpas, it's good medicine.
Swiss Chalet Seafood Fest is back. Hurry in for Canada's famous rotisserie chicken paired with garlic shrimp, our delicious fish and chips, fish sandwich, or our popcorn shrimp appetizer. All here for a limited time, starting from only $16.99, only at Swiss Chalet.
I'm death gonna miss my class if I try and pack my lunch. Oh no, spilled coffee on myself again. I really shouldn't drop $25 on a sandwich. These nails weren't cheap. More coffee, stat. If you know, you know. Slate that exam, treat yourself, right? I could cook, but no. We're here for you 24/7. So if you didn't know, now you know.
Being a dad and granddad means ensuring I've got all the tools to make the right choice. And now I'm in my 50s. That's more important than ever. That's why I'm choosing to look after my family, just in case.
Welcome to Senior's Choice, the #1 direct choice for Canadians over 50. How can I help?
Hi, I'd like a quick quote for Canadian seniors life insurance, please.
If you're a Canadian resident age 50 to 80, you can choose the right amount of coverage for you and your family up to $250,000.
That kind of money would help a lot.
You can choose to apply over the phone now in just a few minutes with no medicals or blood tests needed, only a few health and lifestyle questions.
Okay, great.
Depending on the coverage you choose, it could be as little as $17.02 a month. That's just 56 cents a day.
That's less than I thought. And that money could help cover my funeral costs, settle debts, or help my wife with retirement planning. I'll do it. Now that's done, I can get on with something much more interesting.
To get a free, no-obligation quote, call one of our trusted insurance advisors today at 1-844-808-7120 or visit seniorschoice.ca.
At 12:01 a.m., President Trump stabbed America's best friend in the back. My message to the President is this: Canada will fight back. We will defend our people and our economy, and we will put Canada first.
What does that mean for a person? They lose their job when you're living paycheck to paycheck. That means you could lose your home, not be able to put food on the table for your family, not be able to make your rent, not make your other bills. This is serious. Given the gravity we're up against, I'm calling on an emergency session of Parliament like we had in the pandemic. What we're witnessing could be worse than the pandemic, and very likely will be worse.
Well, there is a remarkable degree of unity among politicians in Canada, from the right, the left, the centre, saying Canada's got to stand up to the bully in the White House in the face of an unprecedented situation. Imagine a U.S. president has just launched a trade war against his country's closest ally, Canada. CTV's Colton Prale is standing by in our capital here as he tries to make sense of it. And we know Canada, Colton, hitting back 25% tariffs on a whole whack of American imports to Canada.
Absolutely. And the first aspect of those tariffs, the first $30 billion that are currently in place, really specifically designed to minimize the impact on Canadians, to make sure that this is something that consumers in our country can find alternative options for, can shop around, find Canadian products, those products potentially be brought in from other countries that are not the United States. We've already seen grocery supply chains shifting in the last month as there was so much uncertainty, and we saw a shift in Canadian consumers moving away from certain certain American products, but there is still going to be an impact on Canadians. We know that the Chamber of Commerce, for example, in our country has said that this will have an estimated, $1,900 annual impact on the buying power of Canadians. You look at what's on your screen right now, where those counter tariffs are targeted in round one, specifically citrus fruits are going to be something that is difficult for Canadians to avoid U.S. products. There's a chance you can bring in oranges from places like Turkey, for example, but in large part, fresh orange juice is going to be something that some Canadians are choosing to turn away from because there are fewer alternatives. Glassware is a big one in the housing industry. Same with ceramics as well. This is something that's going to increase the cost of homes where there are relatively few other markets to import from. But in large part, these $30 billion of items are designed in a way to ensure that Canadians aren't feeling the immediate impact. Where that's going to get much more challenging is in 3 weeks, in 21 days after the consultation period, and we see the next $125 billion worth of goods, $155 billion total, vehicles, buses, boats, steel, aluminum, all included in that second round. And that's where it's going to be much more impactful on the Canadian consumer. And we know this is going to be especially devastating in cities like St. John, New Brunswick, in cities like Hamilton, in cities like Calgary, places where so much of the business is centered around exporting a key product to the American markets, whether that's oil from New Brunswick and Calgary, fisheries out east, salmon out west, whether it's the steel plants in southern Ontario or the auto sector all along that southern Ontario 401 corridor. This is going to be really crippling for them, and it's going to get worse in the near future. The president has talked about the additional 25% steel and aluminum tariffs that are coming in 8 days. He's talked about increasing the tariffs reciprocally on everything that Canada has tariffed in retaliation when he unveils his reciprocal tariffs in April. This is something where Canadians are going to feel the pain, and the hope from the Prime Minister, the federal government, and provincial governments is that they can craft a response that will also be damaging enough to Americans that Americans on the ground force the president to lift these tariffs because they will be unwilling to deal with the economic costs and the rise in cost of gas and groceries and products that they're dealing with on their side of the border.
Hey, how about the anger as well? Because, you were outside. I see it snowing there in Ottawa where you are. You were outside earlier. You were outside of the U.S. Embassy in the capital, and there was a big protest there. People very angry, trying to figure out, how can I send that message? And some of them decided to go out in front of the U.S. Embassy with big signs, Canadian flags, and start protesting against Donald Trump and what he's done.
I was speaking with an Ukrainian woman who told me she had no desire to be out there. She was very old. She was cold. It was not nice weather to be outside. She had no desire to be there. She said, but I have to be here. I want to be here today to show her displeasure. She was Ukrainian Canadian, and for her, there was this dual sense of betrayal, first of Ukraine, then of Canada, and this feeling that the U.S. has essentially left its allies behind. And so for her, she spoke specifically about the need to fight back, the need to show that this is someone in the White House who is making decisions that, in her mind, didn't reflect the views of the America that she knew, or of the Americans that she was familiar with and knew. And so many people I spoke to there spoke about that same sense of betrayal, that this is a friendship that has gone on for decades. This is a relationship that has certainly become so intertwined in the last 50 years that they didn't foresee this happening. Even last night, in the lead up to these tariffs, when they knew it was hanging over our heads, there was almost this expectation that America won't follow through with this. And so many people I spoke to today were angry, they felt betrayed, they felt incredibly frustrated and helpless, and they were willing to suffer through any short-term economic pain if it meant retaliating against that government, if it meant standing up for Canada in response to these tariffs.
Yeah, absolutely. We heard that from the Premier of Ontario, Doug Ford-Colton, who was saying, look, you have underestimated Canada and you shouldn't mess with us. Thanks so much for this. We'll talk again.
Anytime.
The governor of Kentucky said, don't touch our bourbon. And I said, Governor, that's the first thing we're going after. We're going after their bourbon. I can tell you the people in Kentucky, they're great people. Do anything, but don't touch the bourbon. Well, we're the largest purchaser of bourbon in the world. for Kentucky bourbon manufacturers, they're done, they're gone.
Yeah, Ontario Premier Doug Ford detailing some of his response to the American trade war that Donald Trump launched against Canada today. That includes pulling more than 3,600 American-made products from liquor store shelves in the province. It also means bars and restaurants in Ontario will not be able to restock. Ontario buys about $1 billion of American booze every year. As of today, that is going to stop. Doug Ford saying that President Trump has made a massive mistake. Now, the food service industry is going to be hard hit by this American trade war. Restaurants Canada condemning Donald Trump's tariffs, and Canada and provincial federal support. Of course, they have said it's good to defend Canadian interests as much as possible, but a trade war will hurt businesses on both sides of the border. Richard Alexander is standing by. Richard is the Executive Vice President of Government Relations and Public Affairs with Restaurants Canada. Richard, thanks for your time on this Tuesday. Give me your reaction to what we're seeing here as we play this out in real time, day one of a trade war.
Yeah, I've been down in Washington. I'm in Washington, D.C. right now, and I can tell you that my phone has been blowing up. The industry is very, very concerned. This is going to cost jobs, cost businesses, and we're very concerned. And hopefully we can get through this difficult time as quickly as possible.
Tell me how this trade war, let's say in the next couple of weeks, if it continues, the #1 impact it would have on restaurants in Canada, on the food service industry.
Yeah, so we're the fourth largest private sector employer in Canada, approximately 1.2 million employees. We're concerned about the slowdown, obviously increasing costs. That's going to result in loss of jobs. We're often the sector that is first impacted by any economic slowdown. And we're worried about our employees. These are people that rely on the restaurant industry to be able to pay their bills, put food on the table, and do things for their children. So it's very, very concerning. It's going to have a big impact on our industry for sure.
Right, sort of a cascade effect. On the one hand, these restaurants and, in the food service industry will have to perhaps pay more for American products. But also, if the Canadian economy contracts into a recession, people have less discretionary spending. They don't go to restaurants as much.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And we've been, talking to the federal government about what they could do to support those jobs. One of the things that we've been pushing is the recent GST HST holiday. That holiday created 34,000 extra jobs in our industry. And now that we're facing tariffs, we think it's not the best policy for governments to be taxing food, no matter where it comes. And if they put that back in place, it would provide relief for Canadians during this time, and it would help keep people employed, particularly in our industry. So that's what we're pushing for primarily.
What are you able to do while you're in Washington? Who are you able to talk to? Are the Americans listening, Richard?
I went to a congressional reception last night organized by our partner association, the National Restaurants Association in the States. Tariffs, I would say, were in the top 4 issues that, elected officials that I spoke with, they were concerned about it, but it almost wasn't real. But I can tell you today, it is very real, and it has jumped to the top of the list of issues that they're concerned about. And the trade negotiators that our organization works with, they tell us that the way to get this over fast is to force inflation in the States to go as high as possible and as quickly as possible, and that will get elected representatives in the states hearing from the constituents and bringing this ridiculous trade war to an end.
Richard Alexander is the Executive Vice President of Public Affairs at Restaurants Canada. He's joining us today from Washington, D.C. Richard, thank you for taking the time for CTV News today. Much appreciated.
My pleasure.
And as we go to break, live pictures coming in right now from the Ambassador Bridge in Windsor, Ontario. This is #1 trade crossing in our country. Huge amounts of trade. They go back and forth each and every day. We're bringing you ongoing coverage on day one of a trade war launched against Canada and Mexico by President Trump. We'll be right back here on CTV News Channel.
Trade Center, presented by Harvey's, Friday on TSN.
Now I'm in my 50s, I'm all about making the right choices, like eating right and staying healthy. And another thing I can choose is how to look after my family if anything ever happened to me.
Welcome to Senior's Choice, the #1 direct choice for Canadians over 50. How can I help?
Hi, I'd like a quick quote for Canadian seniors life insurance, please.
If you're a Canadian resident, age 50 to 80, you can choose the right amount of coverage for you and your family up to $250,000.
That kind of money would help a lot.
You can choose to apply over the phone now in just minutes with no medicals or blood tests. Just a few health and lifestyle questions.
Wow, that easy.
Depending on the coverage you choose, it could be as little as $14.88 a month. That's just 49 cents a day.
That's less than I thought. And that money could help my family cover my funeral costs, support my husband's retirement planning, or even pay off loans. I'll do it.
To get a free, no-obligation quote, call one of our trusted insurance advisors today at 1-844-820-8006 or visit seniorschoice.ca.
Practice starts in 20. Let's get it. T-Mac.
Who shaves for practice?
My game face doesn't take days off with Gillette Labs. Its green bar releases trapped hairs, so you can get virtually every hair in a single stroke.
That's smooth.
The best your game can get is Gillette Labs.
We created these. We're 4 Canadian friends that quit our jobs because we hated our underwear. We couldn't take the chafing, riding up, and constant adjusting. So we spent 12 months creating our own. They're made with a premium modal fabric that's breathable like cotton, but it won't stretch out. And we designed them to contour and support the boys, preventing sticking. We also made it to Dragon's Den and received offers from 4 different dragons. So visit manmadebrand.com to experience ultimate crotch comfort today.
Isn't it time to obsess over something other than money for a change? Like building a path towards what's important to you. Money's a thing, but it's not everything.
Edward Jones, we do money differently.
Well, the mayor in Canada's biggest city is saying her city is working on a plan to respond to this economic trade war launched against Canada by Donald Trump. Olivia Chow saying she expects to make an announcement next week.
I know that time is tough because we are in a senseless trade war. Many Torontonians are feeling anxious. I know when we stand united as Canadians, we can defend our country, and Toronto will emerge stronger than ever. And Canada will never be the 51 state.
All right, Olivia Chow there, the mayor of Toronto, with her take as we continue to follow day one of a trade war triggered by Donald Trump against Canada and against Mexico. We're going to show you what's going on right now in the markets as well to give you a sense of where things stand. They were much worse earlier today. They have recovered some of their lost ground in recent hours. The TSX, though, still down by 240 points. The Dow is down by 254 points. Some of the economists we've been speaking to are saying that investors didn't realize Donald Trump was serious about launching a trade war. He did that today. We're going to bring you ongoing coverage, the ramifications, the impact right here on News Channel when we come back.
Tomorrow on Your Morning, recipe ideas that incorporate local Canadian ingredients into your cooking. Start your morning with us Wednesday on CTV.
Tired of not sleeping well? The problem is your mattress. Foam beds make you feel stuck and hot. Metal spring mattresses create pressure points. Hot spots and pressure points force you to toss and turn, so you wake up tired with aches. But not anymore. The premium mattress topper by Dormeo can improve the quality of your sleep and your life. The secret is an OctaSpring, an 8-sided foam spring that delivers the support of a metal spring with the comfort of flexible foam. Each OctaSpring moves in 3 dimensions, up and down and side to side, evenly distributing your body weight. Tired of sleeping hot? OctaSprings have spaces that allow air to freely flow through. Hot air leaves as cool air rushes in. The Dormeo topper is 8 times more breathable than standard memory foam. Have shoulder, hip, or back pain? The Dormeo topper has 3 smart zones with different levels of OctaSpring firmness, tailored for the ideal amount of support for key areas of your body like shoulders and hips.
When I tried it on the first night, I couldn't actually believe it because I literally just melted into the thing.
It was very, very comfortable.
I get up the next morning and my back, hips, everything feels very good.
Consumer Reports ranked the Dormeo topper as #1. Dormeo is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, is recognized by the Sleep Foundation, and has earned the Good Housekeeping seal of approval. Over 8 million Dormeo toppers have already been sold. Order now, and for a limited time, you'll receive 30% off during this special TV offer. Plus, get free shipping and the Better Sleeping Guide. All it takes is your first low payment to have the Dormeo delivered to your door. Order now and sleep on the Dormeo topper for 100 nights. We guarantee you'll love it, or you can get your money back. There's a big demand, so order right now while supplies are in stock and get ready to improve the quality of your sleep and your life.
There's no halfway with this. We finish what we started.
It's not in my habit to agree with the Wall Street Journal. But Donald, they point out that even though you're a very smart guy, this is a very dumb thing to do.
You're watching CTV News Channel on this Tuesday. It's March the 4th. A trade war is on between Canada and the U.S. The Prime Minister saying his country will not back down after President Trump followed through on his threat, saying Canadians need to rally together now and Canada will stand up to a bully.
President Trump stabbed America's best friend in the back. My message to the president is this: Canada will fight back.
Canadian politicians responding from all corners of the country today as Canada counters the U.S. tariffs with its own multi-billion-dollar tariff response.
It's time to roll up our sleeves.
And provincial premiers from Quebec and beyond, Ontario, British Columbia, Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, all rallying around to say we have to stand up to Trump and trying to do what they can to ease the pain for Canadian businesses if this trade war continues. I'm Todd Vanderheyden. This is CTV News Channel. It's good to have you with us from across the country on this Tuesday. It is day one of a trade war involving the United States targeting close allies Canada to the north, Mexico to the south. President Trump following through on a promise he made, launching that economic warfare, an unprecedented attack on the Canadian economy and really North American trade as well. Trump hitting Canada with a 25% tariff. That is huge, or a tax basically on all Canadian imports to the U.S. Canada immediately firing back, targeting American products and promising there are more tariffs to come. The Prime Minister very angry today. Justin Trudeau condemning Trump, promising Canada will not back down to a bully. Trudeau also saying what Trump may want here is the total collapse of the Canadian economy, because that would make it easier for the U.S. to force Canada to join it. Trudeau promising help to Canadians affected, but says the #1 goal in his mind is to stop this war before it gets worse.
We will be looking at, including looking in the coming day at things we can do around adjusting EI to support people through this difficult time. But our priority has to be not on figuring out how to manage through these tariffs over the coming days and weeks and months, but on doing everything we can to get them lifted and put an end to this unjustified trade war that hurts American families and Canadian families.
The effects of this trade war will be huge. The United States is by far our biggest trading partner. No other country comes close. Most of what we export does go to the United States. As they say, geography is destiny, and we are right beside the Americans and their huge market. The longer it goes on, the worse it is going to get. But the president determined in his mind to help his country's economy at the costs of the economies of Mexico and Canada.
No room left for Mexico or for Canada. No, the tariffs, they're all set.
The tariffs are all set. The question is, how long will they last? The president saying that Canada's efforts to stop the smuggling of the illegal and deadly drug fentanyl across the border have so far fallen short. As of this morning, all imports from Canada and Mexico are now taxed at 25%. Canadian energy products, oil, are subject to a lower duty, that is at 10%. We're getting immediate response from all of our country's top politicians. You heard it from the Prime Minister a moment ago, but the Premier of Ontario, Doug Ford, very much on the attack attack as well, targeting the president, saying Trump has made a massive mistake and is underestimating Canadians and our resolve. Ford saying he has directed the Liquor Control Board of Ontario to stop selling American alcohol. Ontario buys about $1 billion in American booze each and every year. That is going to stop as of now. Ford also saying he is ready to cut off electricity to the U.S., but says it's important to remember this is about Trump and not all Americans.
I talk to endless Americans. I talk to endless elected officials. It is not them. Don't blame the American people. It's Donald Trump to be blamed for this.
Yeah, a very angry Ford saying Canadians need to rally together in the face of this war. We talked about the amount of booze Ontario buys. That does give it a lot of leverage. Ford also says he intends to rip up a $100 million deal that his province has with Starlink. That is a leading satellite communications company, but it is owned by a key Trump ally, Elon Musk. Well, oil is Canada's top export to the United States. Take a look. Oil and petroleum products accounting for more than $108 billion worth of trade, followed by cars and trucks, auto parts, aluminum, metal products, natural gas, and down the line it goes. But $108 billion worth of imports from Canada to the United States in oil alone. A 10% tariff on those 4 million barrels of oil every day sent to the U.S. could stall what was expected to be an industry rebound, and of course it would particularly hit Alberta hard. That is where our country's energy sector is primarily located. There's also a lot of worry right now in Canada's auto sector, where workers there say these tariffs will be devastating. Over $42 billion in cars and trucks were imported, along with $14 billion in auto parts. Analysts say that if these tariffs continue in the days ahead, it'll bring the North American auto industry, that includes in the United States, to a halt within a few weeks' time.
It weighs on all of us. My wife also works here too, so it's all our eggs are in this basket.
Take a look at Windsor, Ontario, right near the Ambassador Bridge, where the trade goes back and forth. Auto parts cross the Canada-U.S. border from Windsor to Detroit multiple times during the making of one car. Trump has said the tariffs will be applied at each crossing, so it's hard to do the math there, but it could be 25% each and every time. If it goes across the border 4 or 5 times, you're talking about tariffs of 150%. There are about 125,000 people in Canada who are directly employed in the car industry. The Vehicle Manufacturers Association is warning that assembly plants on both sides of the border could shut down within 1 week because of the tariffs. Let's talk about North American markets as well, because they have been pummeled today, although we're seeing some recovery. CTV's Scott Hurst is standing by in our national newsroom with more on what we've seen. Scott, reaction, of course, to this trade war.
Todd, everything we heard from the Premier so far and the Prime Minister didn't mince words, saying this will hurt the Canadian economy, this will hurt Canadian businesses, and we're already seeing that when it comes to the North American markets. The Toronto Stock Exchange and the TSX both losing significant ground over yesterday and today. However, as you mentioned, regaining a little bit of ground, but still both in the negative territory. Here is a look at some of the indexes right now. This is the Dow Jones, I believe, losing about 270 points today. At one point earlier today, Todd, it was in the negative, about 500 to 700 points. Similar story for the TSX here in Toronto. It is down about 200 some odd points as well, 260 points, I believe, about right now. And it was losing ground somewhere in between the 300 to 600 point total today. The Dow Jones yesterday losing about 650 points, almost taking a nosedive as soon as Donald Trump did say tariffs will be imposed beginning on Tuesday. And so that is the initial immediate reaction, Todd. But then there's so much concern about jobs going forward. And there are millions of jobs on both sides of the border that rely on cross-border trade. 1.4 million American jobs rely on Canadian exports. 2.3 million Canadian jobs are tied to U.S. exports. And we got this message from the Canadian Chamber of Commerce earlier today saying today's reckless decision by the U.S. administration is forcing Canada and the U.S. towards recessions, job losses, and economic disaster, which is why we're hearing so much from all the premiers and the Prime Minister as well about the retaliation, but also about how much this will hurt. Not mincing those words, saying Canadians need to be prepared for some economic pain. And that is why, according to the Prime Minister, priority number 1 is to get these crippling tariffs lifted from the Trump administration, Todd.
Scott Hurst with the very latest. Thanks for this, Scott.
Thanks, Todd.
One of Canada's former ambassadors to the United States, Frank McKenna, is saying the U.S. has now walked away from their trade obligations. Here's more from McKenna.
I think this will go down in history as a day of infamy for the United States of America. It's a day in which they walked away from their contractual obligations, treaties which they negotiated. That's never been done in, I think, 100 years. So the United States has made itself really in many ways a rogue nation. And for Canada, it's a day of hope, quite frankly. This sounds counterintuitive, but you know, the sword of Damocles has been hanging over our head. It's better to bring it on, to have this fight. The uncertainty was killing us, and we're going to use this as a motivation, a burning platform to do some terrific things.
We are really into an unprecedented situation here. You heard Frank McKenna there saying the U.S. has basically made itself a rogue nation due to President Trump's policies. So what does an isolationist trade policy mean for the future of trade agreements? How is Canada supposed to deal with an unreliable partner and our closest ally, one that we are, of course, tied to, whether we like it or not, by geography? Stuart True is my guest. He's an international trade policy researcher with the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives. Stuart, thanks for your time today.
Hi.
So is the U.S. a rogue nation now when it comes to trade? What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. With respect to trade, with respect to foreign policy, I mean, the actions we've seen in Ukraine, for example, this week, I think rogue nation captures it pretty well. But as you said just then, we unfortunately are attached to this rogue nation, right? And we have quite a few economic dealings with them, trade dealings. So we have to very carefully think this situation through.
I'm curious as well, the Prime Minister has talked, Stuart, about filing claims with the World Trade Organization and also the legal mechanisms within the North American Free Trade Agreement, now known as the CUSMA Agreement, Canada-US-Mexico Agreement. Your thoughts on how that might potentially play out, again, when you're dealing with an administration under President Trump?
Yeah, these were, I think, bare minimum things that Canada had to do. We also saw China take the U.S. to World Trade Organization dispute settlement as well. In one sense, they're showing that they are committed to the rules-based international trading orders, such as it is. And so they're going through the appropriate channels. I think that's what's going on. Whether or not, it has any effect, I mean, these things take a long time to roll through, but it's the bare minimum. And I think also applying retaliatory tariffs to some extent in Canada has become a bit of a bare minimum as well, something that the people surely want us to do. There's a lot of anger, a lot of frustration, and I think people expect a strong fight from Canada. So that's, I think, why we're going to, partly what's informing the government's response today.
Stuart, people at home might be asking themselves, okay, how is this going to affect me? What am I going to see now in my daily life in the days and weeks ahead, assuming this trade war continues and there isn't some kind of off-ramp that can be found? What's the number one thing you think people will see?
Well, it's going to depend, honestly, where you work. There are certain sectors that will be hit harder, faster, and then you know what they are. They're probably in the resource sector. Manufacturing, automotive is going to be almost instantaneous. I think we've said, we heard someone just now saying within days, if not weeks, the sector could shut down across North America, right? So this is going to affect people differently. What we need is for our government to be putting the needs of workers front and foremost in any response. We need emergency support programs for those who end up laid off, either temporarily or permanently. And we need to be thinking about how do we connect Canadian companies with buyers that aren't in the United States if this is going to be protracted. We need to be thinking more carefully about what we produce here and how we can get things across different parts of the country to where they can be purchased and be put to use.
In layman's terms, can you tell me how uneven or lopsided, so to speak, the trade relationship is? I mean, we've got about 40 million people in Canada. They've got well over 300 million in the United States.
Yeah, it's not exactly a fair fight. They can withstand more pain than we can. They are relatively less trade dependent than we are. I think 80%, about many years of our trade goes to the United States. We're highly dependent on that market, whereas they get their products from a number of different places and, in fact, produce a lot themselves. So it's not a fair fight. It's not a fight that we're totally unequipped to win, though, right? I mean, we have our strengths as well. They do depend on us for things like uranium, for things like potash, for things like aluminum. And we could make their life quite difficult if we start restricting those to the United States. So we do have some tools for withstanding this.
Your thoughts on the response we've seen so far, whether you think it's enough? You said it's sort of the bare minimum that Canada has to do.
It is. I think politically retaliation is the bare minimum. It's what people expect. I think we need to be hitting harder because getting rid of those tariffs should be a priority. But I don't think we should depend on that as part of our strategy. I think we should be thinking long term. How do we reduce our dependence on the United States? I think we should already be talking and making permanent changes with respect to shifting goods in a more east-west direction, finding new buyers internationally, and really making ourselves less vulnerable. We have to do that regardless of when the tariffs come down, I think.
Stuart True joining us from Ottawa. He's an international trade policy analyst with the Centre for Canadian Policy Alternatives. Thanks for this, Stuart. Good to see you as always.
Yes, likewise. Thank you.
Well, businesses right across the country are bracing for the impact. Stuart and I were talking about it a moment ago. CTV's Sean Leathong went to a manufacturing facility just west of Toronto to get reaction from a business owner there about this trade war, and has more.
And behind me is a place called Ultraform Manufacturing. They make small auto parts that can be shipped throughout Canada and the United States. Their owner and CEO tells me that the orders have been dropping for some time. Now, this is a factory that I featured in a series recently that I did on the potential impact of tariffs. What they do is many of their parts are made out of aluminum. And their owner, Casey Vasadeva, was telling me today it's so intertwined between the two countries. He says the aluminum that they use is initially mined in Quebec, and then it's sent down to the United States to be refined, and then they purchase it back here in Canada in order to make these small auto parts. From there, those auto parts can be sent to automakers in Canada and the United States. They're sent to engine makers. Many of the parts are used for engine coolants and then put into cars. Now, to give you some context of what's happening in the orders that they're seeing right now, he says he's currently in talks with an American customer of theirs where a $1 million order is on the line because Ultraform is saying that they can't possibly produce that order because it would cost them an extra $250,000 just to ship the item over to Michigan. So the owner of the customer is actually coming here today to talk. Here's a little bit more from Casey on what they're seeing in their orders.
Right now, our sales are around, I will say, 700,000 a month, but it's dropping like there's no tomorrow. And I think it's going to drop to about 300,000, and then the company can't afford. We will have to lay people off, and the government will have to come with a work sharing program so that the skill we have, we don't lose the skill.
Now, what Casey is preaching is a more made-in-Canada approach. He's saying that what's important for Canada is that we can't be shipping parts to the United States anymore. He says we have the skilled labor, the natural resources to make the entire product in Canada and then sell it to the world. He says it would take, within 2 years, we would actually start to see job growth in Canada, but in the near term, there will definitely be pain.
All right, Sean Leathong there in West End, Toronto. So how about border communities? Obviously, there's a lot of back and forth that goes on between Canada and the U.S. in those parts of the country. There's also a lot of trade, a lot of jobs that are at stake here. For more, let's bring in the Mayor of Cornwall, Ontario, Justin Towndale. Mayor Towndale, thanks for taking the time for us today.
Well, thank you for having me.
Yeah, you guys are right near the United States. I'm very familiar with your community, having lived in both Toronto, Ottawa, and Montreal. Your take on what this is going to mean for Cornwall?
Well, certainly we're concerned. We also have local manufacturing that, exports predominantly to the United States. We do have a company that specializes in automotive finishes, with their main clients being in the United States. We have food production here, 2 companies that produce a lot of product for the U.S. market. And then there's a plethora of other small, medium-sized companies that do business with the United States on a regular basis, including, some manufacturing based here, which is owned by U.S. firms. So we're certainly concerned about what the future will bring. Will they have to reduce production? Will that mean job losses? Will U.S. firms just simply relocate their manufacturing out of our community altogether? We're talking about millions of dollars and hundreds of jobs in my community.
Yeah, how do you think it'll affect the trade relationship, bigger picture, let's say, between Cornwall and, New York State, right across the border?
Well, it's immediately damaging. The added 25% tariff on goods leaving Cornwall, crossing the border into New York, it just really can make some of those products non-competitive, and that's where the concern lies. We've heard from business owners. I recently met with the Chamber of Commerce locally, who had surveyed business owners that are affected, and hearing that if a 25% tariff is imposed on their product, it just prices them out of the market.
What are you hearing from people in Cornwall as well? Because, you know, they're quite, you know, used to going back and forth. No doubt they've, you know, some of them got American friends as well. Their jobs could be tied to the U.S. economy. What are they saying to you, Mayor?
Certainly hearing quite a wide array of views, and you know, predominantly people are talking about boycotting the United States. Where we're located here, you know, we're only an hour and a half away from Lake Placid, which is a great, you know, little resort town, hosted the Winter Olympics at one point in the 80s, and certainly people are canceling their trips, their weekend trips, their getaways, their family vacations. You know, there's quite a few restaurants just across northern New York that rely heavily on Canadian tourism, Canadian dollars, and there's lots of people saying they're no longer going to frequent these establishments. So certainly there can be a very damaging outcome on the northern New York economy as a result.
Justin Towndale joining us. He is the mayor of Cornwall, Ontario, right near the border with New York State. Thanks for taking the time, Mayor. Much appreciated.
Thank you again.
All right, as we go to break, we're going to go from Cornwall to the White House, and the president is set to speak tonight to Congress. No doubt his trade war that he has just triggered against Canada and Mexico will be discussed. CTV News Channel will have live coverage of that coming up at 9 o'clock Eastern. But our ongoing coverage of day one of this trade war continues when we come back. Stay with us.
Vengeance has no timeline with the mafia.
Being a dad and granddad means ensuring I've got all the tools to make the right choice. And now I'm in my 50s. That's more important than ever. That's why I'm choosing to look after my family, just in case.
Welcome to Senior's Choice, the #1 direct choice for Canadians over 50. How can I help?
Hi, I'd like a quick quote for Canadian seniors life insurance, please.
If you're a Canadian resident age 50 to 80, you can choose the right amount of coverage for you and your family up to $250,000.
That kind of money would help a lot.
You can choose to apply over the phone now in just a few minutes with no medicals or blood tests needed, only a few health and lifestyle questions.
Okay, great.
Depending on the coverage you choose, it could be as little as $17.02 a month. That's just 56 cents a day.
That's less than I thought. And that money could help cover my funeral costs, settle debts, or help my wife with retirement planning. I'll do it. Now that's done, I can get on with something much more interesting.
To get a free, no-obligation quote, call one of our trusted insurance advisors today at 1-844-808-7120 or visit seniorschoice.ca.
First, we won J.D. Power, ranking Ram the #1 brand in new vehicle quality. Then we won 2025 Motor Trend Truck of the Year. Now, we're throwing our weight around even more with the new Ram Heavy Duty. Well, you know what they say. You win some, you win some. And every win is inspired by the ones who drive us. Ram, built to serve.
Swiss Chalet Seafood Fest is back. Hurry in for Canada's famous rotisserie chicken paired with garlic shrimp, our delicious fish and chips, fish sandwich, or our popcorn shrimp appetizer. All here for a limited time, starting from only $16.99, only at Swiss Chalet.
Gold standard, gold dust, pot of gold, solid gold, golden opportunity. Is it just me or is there some kind of clue here? I don't know.
We have been bringing you immediate reaction from Canadians nationwide to this trade war triggered today by President Trump. And that includes some premiers like British Columbia's David Eby. The premier is saying even though Canada responded to the president's concerns around the border and the drug fentanyl, Eby says it's clear that Canada's actions were never going to be enough for Donald Trump. We have an extended look at some of what David Eby was saying today to this trade war. Listen to this.
The news that many Canadians woke up to this morning, that our closest friend and ally and trading partner, with whom we have worked for generations to intertwine our economies, to raise the standard of living, to support families on both sides of the border, families that move across the border in terms of relationship, in terms of love, in terms of businesses, that order that we depend on is also directly under threat and frankly has been betrayed. When the president raised the issue of tariffs, he said it was about fentanyl on the border, and Canada and all of the provinces worked together to respond to the president's demands in good faith, that was really what this was about. I would say that without doubt, the President's demands were met. And yet, it did not matter. It didn't work. Because obviously, that's not what this is about. It's about something else. As the President has repeated many times, he wants to make Canada the 51st state. And Canada will never be the 51st state. We didn't ask for this fight that the President has brought to Canada and to British Columbia, but I'll tell you this, we're not going to shrink from it. The President wants to hurt Canadians. If he wants to hurt British Columbians, then we have no choice but to respond in kind to the United States. Our response is pretty straightforward. It's a message to Americans about what this is going to cost them. Everything from the cost of pasta to the cost of a home or a car or to turn on the lights or to fill up a tank of gas is going to go up in a way that is noticeable and significant for American families. For Americans who work in manufacturing, the factories that you work in, the inputs that you use to make the things that are sold around the world have just become significantly less competitive. Your jobs will be taken by people living in countries other than the United States who have access to the raw materials that Canada provides without tariffs. Our response is also to use the market power that we have as British Columbians to send a message. We're not as big and a powerful market as the United States, but there are many American jobs that depend on the purchases made by British Columbians and by Canadians. Effective immediately, our liquor stores will be pulling all red state liquor products off of the shelf. This is a deliberate decision to target red state liquor products. There's a bit of a message in it. We understand who's attacking us. We understand where this is coming from. And we want to send a message particularly to those governors, to those Congress people, when they hear from their constituents about this, that they have a chance to stand up to the President and to point out that jobs in their communities are dependent on a good relationship with Canada.
All right, bringing you some of David Eby, the Premier of British Columbia there, with what he had to say about this trade war. By the way, it's not just Canada. Mexico also getting hit with 25% tariffs. The Mexican economy even more exposed to the U.S. than ours is. We'll have more in a moment. Stay with us.
Trade Center, presented by Harvey's, Friday on TSN.
Your financial journey starts here.
Investing 101. Turn it around. Avoid the hype. Talk lies. Crack the differential curve.
Whatever life you choose, gold is easy to invest in online. It could help you grow what you have and protect it. Gold. Choose your own path.
You've got nothing to hide, have you? I chose to do what I did. I don't regret it.
You really think you can take them all on and win?
What'd you do?
I'm a thief.
You admitted to a capital crime. Any judge would be forced
To hang me.
I don't know what you're accusing him for.
Not just a pretty face.
I will not die with this world thinking I am some beaten little fool.
With 24/7 roadside assistance, help is always on hand.
Swiss Chalet Seafood Fest is back. Hurry in for Canada's famous rotisserie chicken paired with garlic shrimp, our delicious fish and chips, fish sandwich, or our popcorn shrimp appetizer. All here for a limited time, starting from only $16.99, only at Swiss Chalet.
Are you looking for a walk-in tub for you or someone you love? Well, look no further. A Safe Step walk-in tub is the best in its class. Now, for a limited time, when you purchase your brand new Safe Step walk-in tub, you'll receive a free safety package. And if you call today, You'll also receive $1,500 off your entire order. Yes, $1,500 off. Call today and receive a free safety package, plus $1,500 off.
And welcome back to CTV News Channel. Canada being targeted by President Trump and his trade war that he triggered today, but so is Mexico. And the Mexican economy is even more dependent on the United States than Canada's is. Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum saying there is zero justification for the tariffs and that her government will respond. She has said that they do have a plan, a strategy to deal with American tariffs. We're still waiting to see what that might look like. Sheinbaum is saying she'll provide more details in the days ahead. And as we go to break, a live look at the White House in Washington right now. Congressional leaders will be hearing from President Trump. And we are hearing that his speech tonight at 9 o'clock Eastern, 6 Pacific, will be focusing heavily on tariffs and trying to bring jobs back to the United States. More on reaction to this trade war that Donald Trump has triggered against the U.S.'s allies, Canada and Mexico, when we come back right here on CTV News Channel. Stay with us.
That feeling of relief after Restoralax helps you go. Restoralax works with the water in your body to hydrate and soften stools for gentle constipation relief to restore your natural rhythm. Restore your natural rhythm with Restoralax.
Get dirty. Get dirty. Get dirty. Get dirty. Shop and get dirty.
Kids, they just love to keep going. Having a blast? Go. Shining bright? Go. A snack with a good taste? Go, go. Go, go, squeeze. Snack on, play on.
Now I'm in my 50s, I'm all about making the right choices, like eating right and staying healthy. And another thing I can choose is how to look after my family if anything ever happened to me.
Welcome to Senior's Choice, the #1 direct choice for Canadians over 50. How can I help?
Hi, I'd like a quick quote for Canadian seniors life insurance, please.
If you're a Canadian resident, age 50 to 80, you can choose the right amount of coverage for you and your family up to $250,000.
That kind of money would help a lot.
You can choose to apply over the phone now in just minutes with no medicals or blood tests. Just a few health and lifestyle questions.
Wow, that easy.
Depending on the coverage you choose, it could be as little as $14.88 a month. That's just 49 cents a day.
That's less than I thought. And that money could help my family cover my funeral costs, support my husband's retirement planning, or even pay off loans. I'll do it.
To get a free, no-obligation quote, call one of our trusted insurance advisors today at 1-844-820-8006 or visit seniorschoice.ca.
No amount of studying can guarantee a gambling win. Find tips for safer play at gamblingisrandom.ca.
We're bringing you extensive coverage on day one of a trade war triggered by President Trump against Canada and Mexico. We heard extensively from the Prime Minister today. An angry Justin Trudeau spoke directly to the American people at one point. During his remarks, Trudeau offered a reminder of who is to blame for any hardship that Americans might start to feel now as this trade war continues between the two countries.
We don't want this. We want to work with you as a friend and ally. And we don't want to see you hurt either. But your government has chosen to do this to you. As of this morning, markets are down, and inflation is set to rise dramatically all across your country. Your government has chosen to put American jobs at risk, at the thousands of workplaces that succeed because of materials from Canada or because of consumers in Canada, or both?
Canada is responding with tariffs on $30 billion worth of goods immediately, and in 3 weeks from now, another $125 billion worth of American products, covering really the gamut from clothing to food to glassware. All sorts of different products will be targeted. The Prime Minister says those tariffs will remain in place until the United States withdraws its trade action and trade war. Justin Trudeau saying Ottawa is in active and ongoing discussions with the provinces to pursue several other non-tariff measures against the United States. Well, CTV's Colton Prale is standing by in Ottawa with more on this. And I just want to mention that we've got a statement from Scott Moe that he has just issued, the Premier of Saskatchewan, in which he says President Trump is just wrong when he says Canada has nothing the USA needs, and Americans are about to find out how wrong he is. Canada's response needs to be economically sound and reasonable. It should not result in the same kind of self-harm inflicted by President Trump. And he went on to say that there will be a cabinet meeting tomorrow, Colton, in Saskatchewan, to discuss all the possible options here. We are hearing from premiers right across the country. They're all pretty much unified in saying this is completely unacceptable, and the Americans are underestimating Canadians.
Unified in decrying these tariffs, in the fact that Canadians will respond, not necessarily unified in what that response will look like. I think one of the crucial lines in that statement that you just read was specifically the idea that our response should not have the same kind of self-inflicted harm the Americans are doing, and that it should be reasoned. This is something we had heard from Scott Moe prior to these tariffs being released, a month ago even, when we were talking about this same deadline coming up, pushing back against the idea of retaliatory tariffs to a certain extent, certainly against the use of energy or potash being among those retaliatory tariffs. This is showing some of the splintering that we've seen from the provinces, and Justin Trudeau even addressed it today, talking about ensuring that we have a united response, but also understanding that there's no one province that should be bearing the economic weight of the Canadian response as well. And so coming up with that united front as all of these provinces enact their own measures is also going to be a measure of real significance. It's going to be very important for the federal government to ensure that they can coordinate that with the province. And obviously the Prime Minister meeting with the premiers virtually today to discuss those kinds of responses. When it comes to the impacts, though, I mean, we are seeing that across the country. That's something that every province is feeling, Todd. And I was reading an interesting piece from the Royal Bank of Canada this morning where they said, as far as material impacts go on the general Canadian economy, it likely won't come until we see these tariffs in place for 3 to 6 months. But sector-specific impacts, that's where things get really, really concerning, especially if you're in the steel industry, if you're in the auto industry. I mean, we heard Flavio Volpe, head of the Auto Parts Manufacturers Association, saying that we could see plant closures potentially within a week or two. Doug Ford today saying we could see severe impacts in that industry in a matter of days. This is where there is real concern for Canadians.
Colton Prale with the very latest from Ottawa. Thank you, Colton. Much appreciated.
Anytime.
All right, and we're going to be checking in with Colton as well throughout the day. Donald Trump, meantime, will address Congress tonight, 6 weeks into what has been a very tumultuous term, to put it mildly. The speech is similar to a State of the Union address, but it's not called that because Trump was only inaugurated back in January. The speech coming hours after Trump has triggered a North American trade war, economic warfare against Canada and Mexico. The speech will also include, no doubt, mention of the highly controversial decision that Trump made to pause military aid to Ukraine. The agenda also includes extending tax cuts, tightening border security, and increasing deportations. Let's bring in U.S. political analyst Eric Ham, who's standing by. Eric, good to see you on this day. Your reaction to a new trade war now between our two countries?
Well, it's getting worse by the moment because not only did Donald Trump ignite a trade war and also end aid to Ukraine, but we're also looking at a looming government shutdown. Congress has 10 days to find a way to fund the government, or we could see even more hurt for the American consumers.
Do you think Americans are paying attention to this trade war? I'm always curious because obviously, you know, Canada, we got about 40 million people. You guys have got well over 320, 330 million. You know, it's a much bigger deal for our economy than it is for yours. What's the buzz?
Yeah, I think many Americans waking up today are going to feel it, and they're going to see it not only in terms of what they're going to pay at the grocery store, but they're also going to feel it in their pensions, in their retirements, their 401ks, given just how we're seeing a precipitous decline in the markets across the board. And Donald Trump is certainly going to have to explain all of this tonight when he speaks and addresses Congress. This is not what Americans actually voted for. This is not what they thought they would get with Donald Trump. They actually thought they would get the opposite. And it's going to be interesting to see how the master marketer actually sells this to a very weary American public tonight.
Our Prime Minister, Eric, has said today in a lengthy news conference that he basically thinks what's really going on here is Donald Trump wants the, quote, total collapse of the Canadian economy because it would make it easier to force Canada to then join the United States if we were in a depression, so to speak. Your take on that? Is that what's really going on here?
I do believe that's exactly what's happening. What we're seeing from Donald Trump is an attempt at American expansionism, and he believes that he has the economy and the economic force to be able to somehow get Canada to submit to his will. The question now becomes, who will actually blink first in this looming trade war? But again, one thing that Canada has going for it is it's not alone in what we're seeing Donald Trump's effort to engage in this trade war. You've got the United States' biggest trading partners that are now feeling the brunt and have all retaliated. And so the question becomes, will it be Canada? Will it be Mexico? Will it be China? Or will it be the United States that will actually decide that enough is enough, and it's time to step back from the brink? We've seen Donald Trump already do it once. He could very well do it again.
Yeah, he's always wily and unpredictable, if nothing else. We're going to show a message that he put out on Truth Social today, up on social media, shortly after our Prime Minister, Eric, talked about retaliatory tariffs. And he says, please explain to Governor Trudeau, again, using that insulting term that he has for our Prime Minister, that when he puts on a retaliatory tariff on the U.S., our reciprocal tariff will immediately increase by a like amount, exclamation point. Is there a risk that this is going to backfire on the president? And I'm curious where Congress is in all of this. I mean, they're supposed to be a co-equal branch of government, but it seems they've given the playing field entirely to the president.
That's absolutely right. And your Congress, particularly Republicans, have basically turned everything over to Donald Trump. In fact, that's why we're seeing Congress now unable to actually strike a deal to fund the government, because what we're seeing here is many actually want those cuts by Elon Musk and Doge to actually be in the forthcoming government budget. But again, what we're seeing here is massive fights. But what Donald Trump wants and what Donald Trump is hoping for is that there will be maximum pain. But again, that pain is going to be felt by many Americans. And we're already hearing from many businesses who are exacerbated by what they're seeing play out. The question is, will they actually grow a backbone and actually push back on this administration?
And does any of that kind of puncture the Trump bubble, Eric, if you know what I mean? I mean, the president's surrounded by like-minded advisors. You know, regardless, he has indicated, look, you know, this is going to be painful in the beginning, but it's going to work out well in the end. I mean, he often uses that kind of terminology, basically admitting, yeah, you know what, the stock market could be hit, there could be some job losses, but this is ultimately great for the American economy because we're going to force companies to put their plants and their manufacturing facilities and their jobs into the United States, leave China, leave Canada, leave Mexico, and come back to the U.S.
That is what Donald Trump is hoping in theory will work. However, what I have heard from a number of businesses is they are now actually looking where they can actually outsource their operations that are particularly in Mexico or other places where the tariffs are not actually having an impact. And so while Donald Trump believes that will work, it's going to be very difficult. Moreover, what we have seen not only from NAFTA and the U.S.-Mexico-Canada Free Trade Agreement is that the objective had always been to ensure that there was synergy and that there was a regional economy between the three countries, Canada, Mexico, and the United States. And that was always the goal. But what we're seeing right now is massive disruption by Donald Trump. And now what we're seeing is, I believe there's going to be some very, very short-term political pain, not only for Donald Trump, but also for his party. And the question becomes, again, will he actually step away from this? Many are hoping that he will.
Eric Ham with his take, U.S. political analyst for us here at CTV News. Thank you, Eric.
Thank you.
And a reminder that President Trump will be delivering that address to Congress. That's at 9 o'clock Eastern, 6 Pacific. We'll bring that to you live right here on CTV News Channel and ctvnews.ca. Well, one top economist in our country is saying that up until just yesterday, a lot of investors didn't really believe that Trump would follow through on his threat of tariffs.
We didn't actually believe that it would come to fruition because they just make no sense at all. And obviously the economic impacts that we're going to see are going to be just as big in the U.S. as they are in Canada. And the reason I say that is because the U.S. is imposing these tariffs not just on Canada, but on China and on Mexico at the same time. We're getting retaliation from all three countries at the same time. This is just going to be devastating for the U.S. economy.
The Premier of Ontario, Doug Ford, outlining some of his response to this trade war. He's got a lot of strategies. One of them, he says, he's ready potentially to cut off electricity to the U.S. Another measure is pulling more than 3,600 American-made products from the store shelves at Ontario liquor stores. Ontario buys about $1 billion in American booze every year. And Doug Ford is saying that is going to stop effective immediately. It means bars and restaurants in the province as well will not be able to restock that American booze.
The governor of Kentucky said, don't touch our bourbon. And I said, Governor, that's the first thing we're going after. We're going after their bourbon. I can tell you the people in Kentucky, they're great people. Do anything, but don't touch the bourbon. Well, we're the largest purchaser of bourbon in the world for Kentucky bourbon manufacturers. They're done. They're gone.
Meantime, the Premier of Quebec, François Legault, saying Canadians will not be intimidated by Donald Trump. Legault saying he has asked Quebec's Treasury Board to implement measures to penalize American companies that do business in his province. He says he's also considering more drastic measures. Here's some of what he had to say from Montreal today.
When I say we must not rule out anything for the future, it includes what we can do or would do with electricity. It's not something we look short term. We already announced today important counter tariffs and some important measures, but we don't have to exclude anything.
And from Quebec to Alberta, the Premier there, Danielle Smith, has not yet held a press conference, but she did appear on American television this morning on the financial channel CNBC, talking about the tariffs and the impact they might have.
There's a number of things that all the provinces are considering. I mean, non-tariff barriers, you don't need to put a tariff in place. You can also just choose to buy from other countries. You can choose to source materials differently. You can choose to do your procurement differently. I mean, part of the free trade agreement has been allowing for American companies to invest in building out our infrastructure. We build tens of billions, hundreds of billions of dollars worth of construction each year at the municipal level, the school board level, the provincial level, and the federal level. Those are the kind of things that we can look for other suppliers for.
All right, as we go to break, a live look from Ottawa. Snowy day in the capital. The Prime Minister is set to convene a meeting with premiers and members of his Canada-U.S. Trade Council. This is a worst-case scenario for the Prime Minister. Of course, he's only in office for less than a week now before he will hand over the mantle to his successor. But Justin Trudeau trying to contain the damage and try to find an off-ramp in this trade war. We'll see how that plays out. You're watching CTV News Channel. Ongoing coverage in a moment.
Vengeance has no timeline with the mafia.
To prove these underwear don't ride up, they don't bunch, and they stay in place all day, we're putting them to the ultimate test. Go! They didn't move. 200 kilometers an hour. They didn't bunch up. They didn't ride. And they stayed in place. Incredible.
Thousands of entrepreneurs don't have access to the support they need. Breaking down doors for entrepreneurs. We're on it. BDC. Financing, advising, know-how.
Question. If you can't see what's behind all this, how do you already know? It's Jeep. That takes you places that make you say, whoa! And if their hair looks like this, or you've got a couple of these, Okay, more than a couple. Or if someone says...
The door's closed.
Could even be a game show question.
What is the original SUV?
Ding, ding, ding. You just know what it was, what it is, and what it always will be. Because when you're an original, there's only one.
At Wayfair, we're game for every style.
Let's play charades. I'll act out my favorite chair. Got it. All right, ready?
Yep.
This one rocking chair.
Velvet tufted chaise lounger.
This is charades. Loungers are off limits.
Well, there's no rule about adding it to my cart.
It's a great deal.
This barrel swivel chair.
Yes!
Boom!
Wow. Not my first charades.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Whether you're starting your adventure,
seat buddies,
or coming back from it, we know the flight isn't the whole story. It's where your story takes off.
All right, welcome back. The trade war triggered by Donald Trump could have a huge impact on many sectors across the country, depending on how long it lasts, of course, and it could hit small and medium-sized businesses especially hard. Dan Kelly is the president of the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, CFIB. Dan, good to see you. I wish it was under better circumstances. Your thoughts on day one of this trade war? What do you think?
Gosh, it's reminding me an awful lot of what March 2020 felt like when things were in free fall and we spoke every 5 minutes. This is really, really rough for Canadian small businesses. It isn't just large exporters that are going to be affected. About 16% of small firms export directly to the United States, but over almost half import directly from the United States, and it's Canada's tariffs that are going to take a deep toll.
Yeah, I mean, the American market is so huge, it makes sense geographically. You know, who wouldn't want to tap into the American market? Who wouldn't want to sell or buy from them? I mean, you know, they've got an economy 10 times the size to a certain extent. Your take on what you're hearing from your businesses. I mean, it's not like this came out of nowhere. Trump has been threatening this for a while, but, you know, there's the threat, there's the unpredictability of the president, and then it's actually now happening. But then again, we don't know for how long it'll be in effect.
We don't know for how long and whether it's going to get worse or get better in the days ahead. But this uncertainty itself is creating a massive amount of stress and tension on business owners. Over half tell us that they do not feel like they are prepared at all to deal with this. Again, a huge number say that they're going to take at least 6 months before they can pivot properly to try to address all of the outcomes, either as an exporter or importer. I just spoke to a group of car wash owners today, and one of them told me that 95% of the things he uses in his car wash come from the United States. So businesses that you would think that would be more domestically, would be under greater domestic control, in fact, still have great connections to the U.S. market one way or the other. This is going to be a profound impact, and for some, there's not a lot that they can do to adjust.
Tell me about possible job losses, Dan. What are we looking at?
Look, that already has started. I can't tell you how many business owners I spoke to who had already put on hold plants and expansions. I think almost 20% had said that they had already begun to trim staff in preparation for the potential for tariffs. So businesses have been in a defensive posture, which is not good for the Canadian economy. And it's only going to get worse from here if this goes on for any length of time. But I will say the resolve among Canadian small business owners to push back is pretty high. It surprised me. 3/4 of small firms said that they support retaliatory tariffs against the U.S., even though they know that they are going to be deeply, deeply harmful to themselves.
Dan Kelly joining us. He is the president of the Canadian Federation of Independent Business. Good to see you, Dan. Thanks for this today.
Anytime.
Well, there are, of course, many Americans who completely disagree with what Donald Trump has done. That includes the head of Minnesota's Department of Agriculture, saying these tariffs are only going to hurt farmers and many other industries.
Tariffs, there's no winners in, as far as I can see. I don't see how you can hurt every sector of the economy. It's not just going to be the ag community. Every sector of the economy is going to be affected by this. And inflict pain on everybody for what? That's not the solution.
All right, as we go to break, a live look at the White House. President Trump starting a trade war today. You're watching CTV News Channel. Ongoing coverage when we come back.
Trade Center, presented by Harvey's, Friday on TSN.
Ooh. Ooh. Have a little boost.
Cough and cold symptoms? Buckley's knows you'll try anything for relief. It's not that we don't believe in the near mythical powers of chicken noodle soup. We just believe in Buckley's more. Buckley's. It tastes awful and it works.
Do you want to hear something nuts? Yesterday, I sprained my wrist opening a jar of pickles.
Oh, come on, that's nothing.
I sneezed too hard and threw my back out. I'm on so many meds. I need a pill organizer.
This is a pill organizer.
I've been exiled to the couch till I get a CPAP machine.
I'm at the dentist so often, I have my own parking space.
Well, my therapist said my dreams should be a podcast.
Well, I usually have to use the washroom every 90 minutes, but now it's every 60 minutes. Excuse me.
When you gotta go, Jimmy.
Aging doesn't have to be rough. With Green Shield, you get health coverage and care. That means you can connect with registered health professionals or check your health coverage all in one place. Prescriptions can be delivered right to your door. And with far less paperwork, reimbursements are quick and hassle-free. So call 1-833-377-7077 or go to getgreenshield.ca for health coverage and care that puts you first.
5,000 years of Chinese music and dance in one night. See it at least once in your lifetime. Returning to 9 cities across Canada, starting March 21st. Tickets at genuine.com.
Swiss Chalet Seafood Fest is back. Hurry in for Canada's famous rotisserie chicken paired with garlic shrimp, our delicious fish and chips, fish sandwich, or our popcorn shrimp appetizer. All here for a limited time, starting from only $16.99, only at Swiss Chalet.
All right, we're bringing you the latest on this trade war with the United States that began today. D.T. Cochran is standing by. He is a senior economist with Canadian Labour Congress. D.T., good to see you. Your reaction to this trade war now. What's it going to mean for Canada?
It's bad news for Canada. It's going to mean less demand for Canadian goods, which means we're going to see production cuts that will likely come along with reductions in hours and layoffs for workers. We're certainly going to see less investment by Canadian businesses. It's going to cause a fall in the value of the Canadian dollar. So that means that imports are going to get more expensive, including the imports of the goods that go into production in Canada. So there's a good chance that we're going to experience another bout of inflation. Those are all things that we know are going to happen. The magnitude, we don't know. What the ripple effects are going to be, we don't yet know. What the severing of cross-border trade within a single industry, like the auto industry, how that's going to play out. There is just an incredible amount of uncertainty that itself is going to cause economic harm.
DT, we're going to have to leave it there. We're out of time, but thank you for taking the time to join us here on CTV to get your thoughts on this one.
Thank you for having me.
All right, we continue to follow this trade war and live shots for you coming out of the capital right now. A snowy day in Ottawa as the Trudeau government is bracing for impact, trying to figure out how to mitigate the damage. Today is only day one, and the longer this trade war goes on, the worse it is going to get for the Canadian economy. We're going to bring you ongoing coverage of this, the impact it's having on Canadian industries, all the uncertainty, and a lot of Canadians stunned, surprised, shocked, and very angry at what President Trump has done to one of the country's closest allies, Canada, but also to Mexico as well. We'll be right back with ongoing coverage in a moment. Stay with us.
Tomorrow on Your Morning, recipe ideas that incorporate local Canadian ingredients into your cooking. Start your morning with us Wednesday on CTV.
You know, retirement doesn't have to mean giving something up. It should mean living life on your own terms. Well, thankfully, if you're a Canadian homeowner, age 55 and better, you can access some of your home's value in tax-free cash with CHIP. That way, you can live retirement on your own terms. Stay in the home and the neighborhood that you love. Because there's no place like home. Right, Rocky?
If you're 55 or older, call now for your free, no-obligation CHIP reverse mortgage guide. With CHIP, you could get up to 55% of your home's value in tax-free cash. Take only what you need in a lump sum or over time with no monthly mortgage payments required. Call 1-866-519-2447.
Maybe it's time for you to consider CHIP too.
Call now for your free no-obligation guide. Call 1-866-519-2447. That's 1-866-519-CHIP. Or visit chip.ca. Call CHIP today and live retirement your way.
Feel the clarity of non-drowsy Claritin. Get fast relief from symptoms caused by over 200 outdoor and indoor allergens associated with types of pets, dust, and pollen. So you can enjoy every moment. Live Claritin Clear.
Want to get more fiber and enjoy it? Restore Fiber is naturally sourced prebiotic fiber in a delicious gummy and 6 tasty fruit flavors. Choose Restore Fiber. It's fiber made fun. And now, try new Restore Fiber Plus with 6-in-1 health support.
This is a place where imaginations can run wild. Maybe it's time to come set yours free.
Don't move!
Joe Wilson, 38-year-old female.
Help me get her to OB.
Grey's Anatomy returns Thursday, 10, 8 Mountain on CTV.
It's not in my habit to agree with the Wall Street Journal. But Donald, they point out that even though you're a very smart guy, this is a very dumb thing to do.
All right, you're watching CTV News Channel. It's Tuesday, March the 4th. A trade war is on between Canada and the United States. The Prime Minister is saying Canada will not back down after President Trump follows through on his tariff threats.
President Trump stabbed America's best friend in the back. My message to the president is this: Canada will fight back.
The leader of the opposition, tough words in response to Donald Trump's tariffs. We're hearing the same thing from many different politicians of many different political stripes.
It's time to roll up our sleeves.
And the provincial premiers from Quebec, British Columbia, Ontario, Nova Scotia, Saskatchewan vowing to fight back and try to ease the pain for Canadian businesses. All right, welcome back to CTV News Channel. I'm Todd Vanderheyden. Brace yourself, because Canada is now in an economic trade war with our closest ally and partner, the United States. This is an unprecedented situation. Canada has never been in a situation like this. Donald Trump living up to what he said he would do and hitting Canada with a 25% tariff on most Canadian goods. That will be huge because, of course, the U.S. is our #1 trading partner. The TSX down today by about 429 points, and the Dow is down by more than 600 points as you see financial markets reacting. They've just now closed in North America. Let's bring in CTV's Scott Hurst. And we're certainly seeing the reaction. The market's not liking one bit what Trump has done, Scott.
Todd, pretty much from the moment Donald Trump yesterday came out yesterday afternoon and said that the U.S. will impose these tariffs on Canada and Mexico, it has been a significant downward trend for the markets. As you mentioned, they just closed, and they are down significantly again today, losing several hundred yesterday and also several hundred again today. Here is the TSX and the Dow Jones. The Dow Jones losing 670 points today. The TSX 429, quite a significant number for both of these to lose. This is coupled to yesterday, the Dow Jones losing about 650 as well, or about 1.5%. So markets are reacting negatively to this trade war that has been sparked by the Trump administration. It's not just North American markets as well, Todd. Markets in Europe and Asia also slid after Donald Trump announced that he would impose these 25% sweeping tariffs against Canada Canada and Mexico. And now that they have gone into effect, these markets are continuing to react in a negative fashion. And we have been hearing from premiers, from the Prime Minister, also chambers of commerce on both sides of the border, and the Canadian Chamber of Commerce warning this will lead to recessions, job losses, and economic disaster. There are millions of jobs that rely on cross-border trade. So the markets are the immediate reaction. But when we talk about industries, that means jobs, and that means Canadians' livelihoods. 1.4 million American jobs are tied to Canadian exports. 2.3 million Canadian jobs are tied to U.S. exports. Canada is the #1 export market, Todd, for 34 states. So this will have a significant impact on both sides of the border. We're seeing this closely, and we're seeing this very specifically when it comes to the immediate reaction in terms of the markets. But there are also lots of fears that Canada could then be headed toward a recession in the months ahead if these tariffs are not lifted. And as we heard from the Prime Minister, job #1 is to get the tariffs lifted right away.
Absolutely. Scott Hurst with the latest. Thanks, Scott.
Thanks, Todd.
Well, Canada is immediately firing back, targeting American products and promising more to come. An angry Prime Minister condemning Donald Trump, promising Canada will not back down to a bully. Trudeau saying that Donald Trump wants the total collapse of the Canadian economy because it would then make it easier to force Canada to join the United States. Listen to this.
Even the excuse that he's giving for these Paris tariffs today of fentanyl is completely bogus, completely unjustified, completely false. So we actually have to fold back on the one thing he has said repeatedly, that what he wants is to see a total collapse of the Canadian economy, because that'll make it easier to annex us.
All right, let's bring in the Premier of Newfoundland and Labrador, Andrew Furey, who is standing by. Premier Furey, it's great to have you part of our coverage today. I know you've spoken out quite forcefully about what Donald Trump has threatened, and here we are. Your reaction to this trade war?
I think it's incredibly unfortunate. I do, as you've heard me say on your show before, I believe that this was very intentional on behalf of the President of the United States. I echo the Prime Minister's concerns. I've said that from day one. The president is using the excuse of fentanyl, conflating two unrelated issues to drive tariffs in an ultimate strategy to create economic chaos across Canada, and then advance his imperialistic agenda. And make no mistake about it, the president is not joking when he says the 51st state. It's insulting to us, but it is also an assault to the people of Canada and to the country that we love, the values that we hold dear. And I don't think that he is going to stop until he creates enough pain across both borders, by the way, but principally focused on Canada to try to advance his imperialistic agenda.
Right, an expansionist trying to add to U.S. territory. He's talked about Canada, Panama, Greenland, the list goes on. What can Canada do, Premier Furey, that we haven't already done? I mean, how do you kind of see this playing out in the next couple of days, next couple of weeks?
Well, I think it's time as Canadians that we need to reflect on the approach that we've tried. So he wanted some approach to fentanyl, and I think that's important that we take fentanyl off the streets, don't get me wrong, but we did his dance on fentanyl, did a fentanyl. So now we need to reflect as Canadians and pause to reevaluate our strategy moving forward. I think it needs to be firm. I think it needs to be courageous. I think it needs to be proportional to his tariffs. But we also can't be completely reactionary. So every time he suggests something, we react. I think we need to be more balanced, measured, and responsive to his antics, which, by the way, are cracked, as I've said before. We need to make sure that we're representing Canadians, not just in the industries that will be impacted, although we need to do that, but we need to make sure that we are protecting Canadian values, protecting the sovereignty of Canada, protecting the identity of Canadians. This will be the strength. This will be the source of strength for Canadians moving forward. It already has been. It's created an incredible source of pride. But now we need to draw on that strength to come up with the resolve to face down this bully, to protect what we hold dear, and the economy will survive. By the way, the relationship between Canada and the United States will survive as well. But we need to be very strategic, balanced, and measured in our response to the President of the United States.
I wonder how much of this you think may be political theater, how much of it is real, how long you think it might last, and how bad could it actually get, do you think, Premier Furey? Because, you know, we're hearing that there are no doubt American business leaders and politicians who will be putting pressure on the president to back away from this. You know, you think about the auto sector, we're hearing that the whole thing could, and I mean the whole thing, Canada and the U.S. shutting down within a week or two. I mean, that would be catastrophic for the American auto industry itself. So, you know, I'm trying to make heads or tails of this. I know you have, as you've been in office, of a president who is very difficult to make sense of.
Well, first of all, his principle is based on erratic and irrational and illogical economic theory. So, but he firmly believes that these tariffs will be a source of revenue that will drive tax cuts for Americans. And when you're dealing with someone who's irrational and illogical, you need to just take pause. I do believe that this is beyond political theater, though. One of the cold, hard messages we received when we were in Washington, D.C. was, and it was met with some confusion as to why we were confused by the president's rhetoric. The message was, he's telling you what you want, what he's going to do. Why are you surprised when you hear his continued doubling, quadrupling down on the 51st state or continuing to commit to tariffs? You act like as leaders in Canada, you're surprised. He's telling you. So the message that I received down there and the message that we need to make sure that we understand as Canadians is that this man is serious in his agenda, one which I believe is to reset a new world order with an imperialistic approach for the United States. And that is going to require incredible courage by Canadians to meet the moment, but I know they will. We already have, and we will continue to combat any attack on our sovereignty or our economy.
Andrew Furey is the Premier of Newfoundland and Labrador. Premier Furey, thank you so much for taking time for CTV News. It's great to get your perspective, as always.
Thanks very much.
And we are waiting to hear from the Premier of Manitoba, Wab Kinew, who is set to speak in Winnipeg coming up, and we'll bring that to you shortly. They're just getting the cameras ready and testing the microphones, and we're looking forward to hearing what the Premier of Manitoba has to say about this trade war launched today by Donald Trump. We are also hearing from the Premier one province over, Saskatchewan Scott Moe, saying tariffs are going to hurt families on both sides of the border. Moe posting a message up on social media a short time ago saying President Trump is just simply wrong when he says Canada has nothing the USA needs, and Americans are about to find out he is wrong. American farmers need Canadian fuel, fertilizer to grow their crops. Trump's tariffs will drive up the costs of oil, potash, uranium, and that will drive up the cost of groceries for every American family. Moe went on to say he's convening his cabinet tomorrow to come up with options for Saskatchewan. Well, oil is Canada's top export to the United States. Oil and petroleum products accounting for more than $108 billion worth of imports from Canada into the U.S. in 2023 alone. The 10% tariff that Donald Trump is now slapping on Canadian oil, that's about 4 million barrels per day of Canadian crude, could stall an expected industry rebound and, of course, hit Alberta particularly hard. That's where Canada's energy sector is primarily located. Canadian auto workers are also very concerned as well that these tariffs are going to be devastating. More than $40 billion in cars and trucks were imported back and forth into the U.S., along with $14 billion in auto parts. Analysts say the tariffs will bring the North American auto industry to a halt within just a couple of weeks from now.
It weighs on all of us. My wife also works here, too, so it's all our eggs are in this basket.
Couple of weeks, some say 10 days. In Windsor, Ontario, auto parts crossed that border from Windsor to Detroit, Michigan multiple times during the making of one car. Trump has suggested that tariffs would be applied to each crossing. So imagine 25% one way, 25% the other, back and forth. Before you know it, you'd be at 150 or 200% tariffs. There are about 125,000 people in Canada that are directly employed in the auto industry. And the Canadian Vehicle Manufacturers Association is warning that assembly plants on both sides of the border, Canada and the U.S., could shut down within a week because of the auto tariffs. Brendan Sweeney is standing by. He's the managing director of the Trillium Network for Advanced Manufacturing. Brendan, thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Yeah, I know you focus on the auto industry. Can I get your sense on what you think the impact is going to be on Canada's auto industry? I was outlining some of it to our viewers there about the jobs at stake, the amount of money that goes back and forth, and how a car can go back and forth 6-7 times before it's finally finished in Canada and the U.S.
Sure. We're in wait-and-see mode now. Today, most Canadian auto workers went to their place of work and made cars or made car parts. It's a fluid situation. Everybody is monitoring it. And at that rate, a sustained 25%, that's problematic. That's problematic for Canada. It's even more problematic for the United States. I think.
Yeah, why is that? Why is it problematic for the U.S.? I mean, I've heard Ford, GM, Stellantis say, look, at 25% tariffs would wipe out our profits.
In Canada, our automotive industry for the past, 25 years or so, we've been going from existential crisis to existential crisis. So we're a bit more used to this. What I think the United States has to really get their heads around, and maybe we can help communicate this to them, is that they're now, by some margin, the second largest, the second most important automotive producing nation in the world. They're not the first. And if their strategy of alienating their two closest allies and trading partners, Canada and Mexico, as a mechanism to get back to being number one, if that's what their plan is, I don't know if that plan is going to work very well. And in some ways, it might even drive Mexico closer into the arms of the Chinese automotive industry. So that's where I think maybe a bit of a change in the narrative. Certainly this would be problematic, and that's putting it lightly, for Canada in the medium term and in the long term. It's going to be, the United States has a lot more to lose in this than does Canada. That should not diminish, what Canada has. But I think, the matter of this integrated industry is it hinges around both the United States market, the United States consumers for vehicles, and a whole system, a whole industry that is ran largely out of the United States with the support of Canada and with the support of Mexico, and increasingly with the support of Mexico, which made 4 million cars last year.
Hey, Brendan, thanks for taking a bit of time today of all days to join us in our ongoing coverage here on this trade war. Much appreciated. Brendan Sweeney joining me there with the Trillium Network for Advanced Manufacturing with his take on the impact potentially on the automotive sector in this trade war. We've also been talking to a lot of border mayors. Their communities would be directly impacted, of course, as this trade war begins, and they're following very closely. That includes the mayor of Sarnia, Ontario, who spoke to Vashi Capellos, the host of Power Play, earlier today. He said this is only day one of what could be a long and painful trade war.
And what Canadians need to think about is this. It's great for us to rally and to listen to what people are saying to fight back. This is going to be 4 years of economic terrorism. And we're going to have to go through some real pain, and it's going to be difficult. We thought our economies were back on track. We got through COVID, interest rates were coming down, inflation was coming down, and now we have this self-created crisis from the U.S.
4 years of economic terrorism. Think about that for a moment. Businesses across Canada and Sarnia and beyond are bracing for the impact here. CTV's Sean Leathong went out to a manufacturing facility in the west end of Toronto to talk to one medium-sized business owner who does a lot of business in the U.S. and is now very concerned. Sean.
And behind me is a place called Ultraform Manufacturing. They make small auto parts that can be shipped throughout Canada and the United States. Their owner and CEO tells me that the orders have been dropping for some time. Now, this is a factory that I featured in a series recently that I did on the potential impact of tariffs. What they do is many of their parts are made out of aluminum. And their owner, Casey Vasudeva, was telling me today it's so intertwined between the two countries. He says the aluminum that they use is initially mined in Quebec, and then it's sent down to the United States to be refined, and then they purchase it back here in Canada in order to make these small auto parts. From there, those auto parts can be sent to automakers in Canada and the United States. They're sent to engine makers. Many of the parts are used for engine coolants and then put into cars. Now, to give you some context of what's happening in the orders that they're seeing right now, he says he's currently in talks with an American customer of theirs where a $1 million order is on the line because Ultraform is saying that they can't can't possibly produce that order because it would cost them an extra $250,000 just to ship the item over to Michigan. So the owner of the customer is actually coming here today to talk. Here's a little bit more from Casey on what they're seeing in their orders.
Right now, our sales are around, I will say, 700,000 a month, but it's dropping like there's no tomorrow. And I think it's going to drop to about 300,000, and then the company can't afford. We will have to lay people off, and the government will have to come with a work sharing program so that the skill we have, we don't lose the skill.
Now, what Casey is preaching is a more made-in-Canada approach. He's saying that what's important for Canada is that we can't be shipping parts to the United States anymore. He says we have the skilled labor, the natural resources to make the entire product in Canada and then sell it to the world. He says it would take, within 2 years, we would actually start to see job growth in Canada, but in the near term, there will definitely be pain.
All right. That was Sean Leathong in Toronto. We're waiting for this to get underway. This is some live pictures as the cameraman is just adjusting his focus there and his white balance, perhaps, on the snow. This is in Winnipeg. We're waiting for the Premier of Manitoba, Wab Kinew, to come out with more reaction on day one of a trade war triggered by Donald Trump against Canada. We'll bring that to you as soon as it gets underway. Stay with us right here on CTV News Channel.
Vengeance has no timeline with the mafia.
This place is stunning, and I'm talking pain relief for the soul.
What happened? What'd you do?
I'm a thief.
There's been a tweet.
What the bubble's happening?
We're waiting to see if she's gonna chew or let us melt.
Oh no, are we getting chewed?
Feel the aero bubbles melt. It's mind-bubbling.
First, we won J.D. Power, ranking Ram the #1 brand in new vehicle quality. Then we won 2025 Motor Trend Truck of the Year. Now, we're throwing our weight around even more with the new Ram Heavy Duty. Well, you know what they say. You win some, you win some. And every win is inspired by the ones who drive us. Ram, built to serve.
You are a traveler, and you're already dreaming of your next getaway. While your travel plans probably don't include hepatitis A or hepatitis B, you know that many common travel activities can put you at risk of acquiring these two serious liver diseases, which is why you plan on talking to your doctor about Twinrix, right? Of course, right, because you are a traveler. Twinrix.
Practice starts in 20. Let's get it. T-Mac.
Who shaves for practice?
My game face doesn't take days off with Gillette Labs. Its green bar releases trapped hairs, so you can get virtually every hair in a single stroke.
That's smooth.
The best your game can get is Gillette Labs.
All right, we're back. We're going to go to Winnipeg, where the Premier of Manitoba, Wab Kinew, is speaking, reacting to this trade war Donald Trump has launched against Canada and against Manitoba. In the Premier's case, let's listen in.
And foremost responsibility is always to protect our children and our grandchildren and to protect our families. So the response that we're announcing here today has both that pushing back against this aggression from the United States of America, while also standing together, united to defend our families, our way of life, our jobs, and most importantly, our kids. Earlier today, we announced that we are bringing in tax deferrals to protect your jobs. These deferrals on provincially administered taxes like the health and education levy and the retail sales tax will mean that businesses can keep cash on hand to keep people working. These tax deferrals mean that people will have money in their businesses to protect your jobs and keep our economy moving through this period of uncertainty. And so that's about protecting our homes, protecting our families, protecting our way of life. At the same time, we know that we have to push back And so on behalf of the province of Manitoba, we fully support the federal government's retaliation against the United States of America. And we're joining with other provinces across this country to pull American booze off of liquor mart shelves. Now, here's the thing. The good news about this is that the Canadian booze is way better than the American stuff. And so this is one sacrifice that I think everybody from coast to coast to coast can get behind. And I want to mention today that in the coming days, if these tariffs persist, we will continue to roll out additional non-tariff countermeasures to stick up for Manitobans and to stick up for Canada. We all recently watched the Four Nations Cup, and what we saw from Team Canada there sent a very clear message to a lot of American hockey players. We don't start it, but we finish it. Just ask Matthew Tkachuk. And so on behalf of the people of Manitoba, people across Canada, we are standing together to respond to the tariffs that have been brought forward today. And we are here to protect our kids and protect our way of life. And the way that we'll get through this is, of course, by getting through it together. Et puis certainement, comme tout ce qu'on fait dans le Canada, on le fait dans une façon bilingue.
We are doing it bilingually. Today we're announcing supports for the business world. And we've also removed the presence of American products from liquor stores here in Manitoba. So on the question of national identity and provincial identity, we are united. We're united together for Canada, for Manitoba, and for you.
So happy to take questions that folks in attendance may have.
Some of the other countermeasures you've discussed before include preventing U.S. companies from winning provincial contracts. Is that on the table? Is that one of the things you're still looking at?
Yeah, it's on the table. We're looking at it, and we're looking at it later this week. We'll have information to share in the coming days.
Private wine stores, they've been asked to remove their U.S. products from their shelves. Is that fair to ask them when you've got other retailers selling American goods? They've already stock to remove their wine. Other businesses aren't being asked to do likewise.
The great news about us stopping the sale of U.S. booze is that Canadian booze is way better. Crown Royal, great local breweries of all sorts. One of the things we're working on with the other provinces, and just got off a call with the Prime Minister and the other premiers, is that interprovincial trade and direct-to-consumer alcohol, so that our brewers and our distillers will be able to access those other markets. So if you want to go shopping for wine, buy a BC wine, buy a wine from Niagara. And if you want to have whiskey, don't buy bourbon, buy Crown. These are the choices that we can make. The economic choices that we all make are some of the most important decisions that we can all take in our lives. And right now, when we're all feeling this great sense of Canadian pride, when we're all resolving to stand up against this unjustified aggression from the United States President Donald Trump, we're sending that message that we are going to buy Canadian, buy Manitoban, and we're going to fight back by buying local. And so, yeah, we reached out and have had some conversations with private wine stores, and they told us, we'll pull it off the shelves because we're not going to be able to sell this stuff. And I think we're all seeing that take place in so many retailers, regardless of the sector right now. Manitobans are looking to spend money on Canadian companies and companies that treat Canada fairly.
Is the provincial wholesaler going to continue to supply private beer vendors with U.S. product?
No.
Going to stop wholesale?
Yeah.
In terms of is cutting off hydro, the sale of hydro to other jurisdictions, or at least to America, is that an option?
Well, we're going to talk about hydro in the coming days.
Can you tell us about critical minerals? Ontario Premier Duckworth is talking about electricity. He's talking about uranium now from Saskatchewan, nickels from there, from his own province. Can you tell us about what you're thinking from this?
Well, we're very proud that we've brought a mine to the construction phase within 18 months of taking government. So we know that developing minerals, for everybody who uses a cell phone, for everybody who uses a computer, who participates in our modern economy. Critical minerals are part of what powers the economy of today and of tomorrow. And so we've got a great hand to play here as Manitoba and as Canada. When we're talking about nickel, we have a huge nickel mine in northern Manitoba, in Thompson. And our job is to stand up for those steel workers. Our role, when we're talking about steel tariffs affecting Selkirk, is standing up for those steel workers as well. So we're protecting jobs, and we're working with business and labor to ensure that your way of life will stay strong. When we're talking about what happens with those critical minerals, on the call earlier today, I shared an open invitation to my colleagues from the other provinces and territories. This summer, this shipping season out of Churchill, let's use this as a proof of concept to show how we can diversify, reaching international markets. We know that we're doubling the amount of critical minerals in this coming shipping season that'll come out of Churchill, but let's talk about ag products. Let's talk about other mining products. Let's talk about energy products. And let's be serious about Trump-proofing our Canadian economy, including accessing international markets through Tidewater in Churchill.
Monsieur Quignou, peut-être revenir en français sur votre position pour l'électricité, pour les minéraux. Quelle est votre position par rapport à peut-être couper l'électricité?
All right, so we've been listening to Wab Kinew. He's the Premier of Manitoba, the latest Premier we've heard from today, condemning this trade war against Canada that President Trump started today. The Premier is saying Canadians nationwide have to stand together in the face of a bully in the White House. I'm Todd Vanderheyden. The CTV National News with Sandy Ronaldo is next with ongoing coverage of his Canada-U.S. trade war. And then our chief political correspondent, Vashi Capellos, will have in-depth coverage on power play. This is an unprecedented situation that Canada has never found itself in. Our top ally, closest partner, the United States, has launched a trade war against Canada and Mexico, 25% tariffs against the Canadian economy. That will have a punishing effect. The question is there an off-ramp? The Canadian government launching retaliatory tariffs against the Americans as well to push back? Stay with us here on CTV News Channel for the latest on this story when we come back.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. Some of the stories we have for you right now. Day one of Trump's tariffs, the immediate and sweeping impact of the expanding trade war.
Even though you're a very smart guy, this is a very dumb thing to do.
Canada's direct message to the U.S. president and the stark warning about the pain ahead.
We've got to bring this stuff to America. It's got to be produced in America.
The reaction stateside and in Canada to the America First strategy.
Food items, we're going through it now to make sure that we are 100% non-USA.
Taking stock of what's being pulled and what will skyrocket in cost.
We have to really stand firm in Canada. It is going to hurt us.
Plus, Pulse of a Nation, how Canadians are reacting from coast to coast.
CTV National News with Sandy Ronaldo.
This is going to be tough, the words of Prime Minister Justin Trudeau in a strong speech this morning, reacting to those blistering 25% tariffs, speaking not just to Canadians, but Americans, and directly to Donald Trump. Trudeau saying Canada will not back down from a fight. We did not want this, but we will act. And he added, there will be pain, and not just for us. We have full team coverage with CTV correspondents right across the country, from BC to Atlantic Canada and in the U.S. Capitol. All right, let's start in Ottawa first with CTV's senior political correspondent, Mike Lakatura. And Mike, Justin Trudeau said he was holding out hope that the tariff threat was simply a negotiating ploy. Clearly, that's not the case. So talk to us about what Ottawa's doing to hit back.
Yeah, Sandy, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau had a message for people on both sides of the border. He also spoke directly to the U.S. president.
Even though you're a very smart guy, this is a very dumb thing to do.
Pulling no punches, the Prime Minister laid out the economic damage this will do to the continent. And he dismissed Trump's argument that this has anything to do with the flow of fentanyl into the U.S., calling it completely bogus.
So we actually have to fold back on the one thing he has said repeatedly, that what he wants is to see a total collapse of the Canadian economy, because that'll make it easier to annex us.
Vowing not to back down, Trudeau announced counter tariffs on $30 billion worth of American goods. In 3 weeks, another $125 billion worth of U.S. imports could also face levies. Governments across the country are also looking at non-tariff measures. Ontario is one of several provinces removing American alcohol from province-run liquor stores, and the Premier is willing to go even further.
If the Trump administration falls through on any more tariffs, we will immediately apply a 25% surcharge on the electricity we export. We will not hesitate to shut off their power as well.
Danielle Smith is also upset, but she's ruled out export tariffs on Alberta energy.
I've already said that we're not going to retaliate on energy. That is such an essential product for American consumers and American businesses.
Opposition leaders also stood firm against the U.S. trade action, but had their own suggestions for how Canada should help respond to help Canadians.
Counter tariffs must not be a cash cow for the government. Almost every penny of the tariffs collected should go to tax cuts, with a small sum set aside for targeted relief to workers hardest hit by the trade war.
I'm calling on an emergency session of Parliament like we had in the pandemic. What we're witnessing could be worse than the pandemic, and very likely will be worse.
The Prime Minister says instead of a relief package, the focus right now is to get American tariffs lifted as quickly as possible.
And we're insulted, and we're angry, but we're Canadian, which means we're going to stand up for each other. We're going to fight, and we're going to win.
But in order to get that win, Sandy, Trudeau is calling for continued unity and calling for people to continue to buy Canadian.
All right, Mike in Ottawa. Now, hold that thought, because Donald Trump has already punched back, now threatening threatening us with reciprocal tariffs. CTV's Judy Trin is in Washington. And Judy, talk to us about the impact of this trade war on Americans.
Sandy, this is part of Trump's America First policy, but this tariff plan could backfire.
Donald Trump's decision to push 25% tariffs on Canadian goods was brought in under the guise of stopping the flow of illegal fentanyl. But its primary aim is to drive manufacturing back to the United States.
We're going to try to start bringing cars back. We're going to bring back those great jobs. We're going to bring back production of enormous amounts of things.
The U.S. also imposed tariffs on Mexico and China. Both countries are also retaliating. Tariffs are usually passed on from companies to consumers, driving up the price of products from home building to cars to fruits and vegetables.
We depend on Mexico for a significant amount of supply. Those are categories where we'll try to protect pricing, but the consumer will likely see price increases over the next couple of days.
The jobs of 13 million Americans depend on trade with its northern allies. But instead of reconsidering, Trump called Justin Trudeau governor and posted that the U.S. will counter Canada's retaliation with more tariffs.
So today, the United States launched a trade war against Canada. At the same time, they're talking about working positively with Russia, appeasing Vladimir Putin, a lying, murderous dictator.
America first or America alone?
This trade lobbyist says the Trump administration may be improving its relationship with Russia to get through this.
You will see the return to markets in the United States, undoubtedly, of all of those companies that face sanctions after Russia's invasion of Ukraine in 2022.
Tonight, Donald Trump will address a joint session of Congress. The theme of his speech will be renewing the American dream. He'll have to convince Americans that it won't turn into a nightmare. Sandy.
All right, Judy in Washington. A nightmare or perhaps a bad dream, certainly for the financial markets, closing the day deep in negative territory in response to the trade chaos. CTV's John Vinavali-Rao is working that angle. And John, start us off with what happened to the markets today.
As the opening bell sounded, there was little to cheer. Traders watching as markets, as of this morning, had wiped out all of the gains they'd made this year. And on Bay Street, some worried it was just the start of the pain.
Trump's going to crash the bond market and the stock market. Yeah. This is the beginning. It's not over.
At one point, Toronto's main index was down more than 2%, while stocks plunged in Europe, fell in Asia, and U.S. markets continued their sharp sell-off, though recovering somewhat as the day wore on.
The Nasdaq is officially in correction. That means it's down more than 10% from its high.
Investors worry a trade war will lead to higher consumer prices and reignite inflation, while slowing growth in both the U.S. and Canada, possibly leading to a recession.
Assuming the tariffs do stay in place for a while, it's likely to lead to at least a couple of quarters of outright decline in the Canadian economy.
Notably, though, while falling slightly, the loonie held at around 69 cents U.S. Some investors remain hopeful tariffs won't stay in place for long, but the uncertainty making it tough to know what to do.
I can't stress the uncertainty aspect enough. Nobody really knows the answer. I don't think the president of the U.S. knows the answer, to be honest. So we're going to have to wait and see here.
As for investment advice, one analyst said this is a time for caution, not bravery. Sandy.
Okay, John, in Toronto. Now, border towns like Windsor, Ontario, Canada's automotive capital, will certainly feel the effects most acutely, with billions worth of goods crossing over every day. And that is where we find CTV's Heather Wright again today. And Heather, Trump made it clear he wants the car industry back in the U.S. What are people saying now that tariffs are in place?
Well, people we talked to today, Sandy, say that's just not realistic in the near term. We heard Howard Lutnick coming out, the U.S. Commerce Secretary, saying that it might take 2 years to get things up and running in the United States. We're hearing from industry experts here in Windsor that that's more likely to be 10 to 15 years to replicate the industry, the auto industry that has been built here in Canada, and also train those skilled workers needed to build the parts, to build the cars for that industry. And in the meantime, they say jobs and industry are not going to shift south of the border, but rather east.
They don't have the resources in the United States to take on what we do, but China does. And China is hungry right now. So what he's really doing is he's making it worse. Instead of having this seamless business between Canada, U.S., and Mexico, what he's going to do, he's going to force everybody to China. That's what he's going to do.
Bridge right behind
now, we also
you.
spoke with some...
Okay, we've got the Ambassador Bridge right behind you, and I know that you've been hearing from truckers. What are they telling you? Are they experiencing any disruptions?
No, actually, they said it was sort of business as usual crossing the bridge today, Sandy, that they were able to, experience the same amount of traffic that they usually have on a Tuesday morning. They are hopeful things will soon return to normal. But again, they are stumped by this entire trade war as well.
Okay, Heather in Windsor.
Stupid.
Now, that was Heather Wright in Windsor. Thank you, Heather. Okay, other places like Calgary and St. John will see key industries like oil, fishing, and lumber hit hard. CTV's Sarah Plowman is in St. John. Okay, Sarah, talk to us about how that city is affected by Trump's tariffs.
Sandy, St. John is considered to be the most tariff-exposed city in this country, according to the Canadian Chamber of Commerce. It's the industrial workhorse in a province where more than 90% of its exports go to the United States. Nobody knows exactly how much pain these tariffs will cause, but pain is expected. St. John is home to Canada's largest oil refinery. It can process more than 320,000 barrels of crude each day, and 80% of it goes to the States. Forestry and fishing are also huge players in the economy here, and they're expected to be hit hard. Lobster, for example, can be caught here in New Brunswick but processed in Maine, or vice versa. St. John Mayor Donna Reardon notes it's time for Canada to be less reliant on the U.S.
We know what we have to do. The country seems to be united with all of this. We have
one common enemy at the end of the day that we're trying to deal with.
New Brunswick's Premier Susan Holt said the tariffs marked a turning point for this province and Canada, as she announced more than $160 million in a response plan today. Sandy.
Sarah in St. John. Well, Ottawa is promising to help Canadians because everything we send to the U.S., as you know, will be hit. CTV's Rachel Aiello breaks down the impact on you and me, and it's not pretty. Rachel.
Sandy, with both the U.S. and Canadian governments imposing tariffs, which are a tax on imported goods, consumers on both sides of the border will be paying more. Trump's 25% tariffs make Canadian products going into the U.S. more expensive. This will hurt homegrown businesses who export, but also everyday Americans, as U.S. companies that buy Canadian will be paying more, and they'll then have to decide if they can afford to absorb the cost or pass it down to consumers. It goes both ways, though. Canada's retaliation targets key U.S. sectors, but consumers on this side of the border will see prices rise. Among what the trade war is making cost more, your morning coffee or orange juice, the ingredients that make meals taste better, such as butter and spices, as well as the appliances that you cook them in. Cocktail essentials such as liquor and bitters, shampoo, deodorant, underwear, and the clothing you put on top. Plus, handbags, helmets, and home building materials. Federal officials say these items were chosen to minimize the cost on this side of the border, as there are made-in-Canada alternatives. And this is just phase one. Canada plans to impose another round of tariffs on U.S. products in 21 days. That list is expected to include cars, boats, steel, and aluminum. Sandy?
Okay, Rachel, thank you. And Ontario is also retaliating by tearing up a contract connected to Elon Musk. As we head to break, here's how some premiers have been responding to the trade war.
We want to go back to looking at the agreement that we signed, the USMCA, that has served us well for a number of years, and I don't know why the president is behaving this way.
We're ripping up Ontario's contract with Starlink. It's done, it's gone. We won't award contracts to people who enable and encourage economic attacks.
That will hurt our economy, but it will also hurt Americans. We need to keep a cool head.
Ordinarily, because of trade agreements with the United States, we have to treat their products like ours when we're purchasing as a government. Otherwise, it's a trade violation. Well, obviously, all bets are off.
Everybody wants super straight, super white teeth. They want that Hollywood white smile. New Sensodyne Clinical White provides 2 shades whiter teeth and 24/7 sensitivity protection. I think it's a great product. It's going to help a lot of patients.
Our new home, somewhere we can build a life. And I'm gonna do everything I can to look out for you. And that starts with being smart about our family's financial future.
Welcome to Cover Direct, Canada's most trusted direct life insurance provider. How can I help?
Hi, I'd like to get a quote for family life insurance, please.
If you're a Canadian resident aged 18 to 70, you can apply for up to $1.5 million of coverage and help give your family some peace of mind.
That's great.
You won't need a medical or blood test to be approved. There are just a few health and lifestyle questions.
Sounds good.
If you chose $100,000 of coverage, it could be as little as $9.66 a month for the first year. That's just 32 cents a day.
That's less than I thought. And that money could pay for the mortgage for him one day.
Cover Direct Family Life Insurance is exclusively available from us. You can't buy it anywhere else.
I'll do it.
The smart way to protect your family's future is to get Cover Direct. To get a quote today, call our friendly Canadian team at 1-844-990-3342 or visit coverdirect.ca.
Listen, I know you all need a win. Well, it could happen here. Hey, free coffee. See?
You've got a shot at something amazing.
All right, everybody, look, this Volkswagen ID Buzz won't win itself. So do we roll over? No!
We
roll.
Play on the app anytime and on cups, only while supplies last.
Dry eyes ruining the moment? Get fast relief with Hydra Sense eye drops. Made with a naturally sourced lubricant that works to attract and retain moisture. Hydra Sense eye drops.
An angry protest against Donald Trump was held outside the U.S. Embassy in Ottawa today.
That man is not only destroying America, he's destroying alliances, he's putting Canada at risk, and definitely Ukraine.
This Ukrainian Canadian was among dozens, including some Americans, who are out in the snow showing their support for Canada. And for industries like potash, so-called pink gold used as fertilizer, which American growers need and Saskatchewan provides big time. CTV's Alison Bamford is at a potash facility just outside Saskatoon. Alison.
Sandy, in anticipation of the tariffs, Saskatchewan potash giant Nutrien moved as much potash south of the border as possible before today. But the company says the tariffs still put American farmers in a pinch. Christian Hebert's Saskatchewan farm uses about 1,000 tons of potash each year.
Potash is a big player in crop health and straw strength.
Potash contains potassium and is one of 4 macronutrients needed to grow a crop. It improves water efficiency and disease resistance. American farmers need it even more than Canadians, partly because of their soil and the crops they grow.
Corn is a huge, very important crop, and it is a crop that demands a lot of nutrition.
Millions of tons of fertilizer flow into the U.S. every year.
Canada supplies more than 80% of the potash used on American farms. A 25% tariff gives farmers 2 options: increase their budget or cut back on fertilizer.
If they try to cut back by 10 or 20% on the amount of fertilizer that's needed, that's going to have a direct impact on their yields.
The timing of this isn't ideal either, with the spring planting season in the U.S. right around the corner. Sandy?
All right, Alison, near Saskatoon. And we'll be back in a moment, but first how some Canadians across the country are reacting.
It's annoying to be bullied by Mr. Trump.
I really do think it's a negotiating tactic.
It's only going to get worse.
And you are watching CTV National News.
Being a dad and granddad means ensuring I've got all the tools to make the right choice. And now I'm in my 50s. That's more important than ever. That's why I'm choosing to look after my family, just in case.
Welcome to Senior's Choice, the #1 direct choice for Canadians over 50. How can I help?
Hi, I'd like a quick quote for Canadian seniors life insurance, please.
If you're a Canadian resident age 50 to 80, you can choose the right amount of coverage for you and your family up to $250,000.
That kind of money would help a lot.
You can choose to apply over the phone now in just a few minutes with no medicals or blood tests needed, only a few health and lifestyle questions.
Okay, great.
Depending on the coverage you choose, it could be as little as $17.02 a month. That's just 56 cents a day.
That's less than I thought. And that money could help cover my funeral costs, settle debts, or help my wife with retirement planning. I'll do it. Now that's done, I can get on with something much more interesting.
To get a free, no-obligation quote, call one of our trusted insurance advisors today at 1-844-808-7120 or visit seniorschoice.ca.
First, we won J.D. Power, ranking Ram the #1 brand in new vehicle quality. Then we won 2025 Motor Trend Truck of the Year. Now, we're throwing our weight around even more with the new Ram Heavy Duty. Well, you know what they say. You win some, you'll win some. And every win is inspired by the ones who drive us. Ram, built to serve.
When arthritis pain makes the stairs feel like a summit, there's Tylenol Arthritis with 2 layers of pain relief. One acts fast, one lasts for up to 8 hours, and it's gentle on your stomach. Tylenol Arthritis, made for everyday moments.
Thousands of entrepreneurs don't have access to the support they need. Breaking down doors for entrepreneurs. We're on it. BDC, financing, advising, know-how.
Welcome to the pit. Let's go save some lives.
Is it always this busy?
It gets a lot busier.
Vengeance has no timeline with the mafia.
one with the rod and pipe. You are the golden arm.
I need a minute. I'm meditating. That's not meditating. I just heard your weird self-recording.
Another crucial sector of the economy bracing for impact is the lumber industry. Despite what we've heard from the U.S. president, American customers do rely on softwood from Canada. CTV's Andrew Johnson is at a sawmill in Chilliwack, BC, where people are taking a wait-and-see approach. Andrew.
Sandy, sawmills like this one are already starting to reach out to their U.S. customers to see if orders are going to keep coming in at the start of a trade war that could seriously cut into their business. This sawmill, about an hour east of Vancouver, produces high-end exposed wood for timber framing. Nearly half of the billions of dollars of softwood lumber Canada sends to the U.S. each year comes from British Columbia. The Premier has called Trump's tariffs a massive threat and says American homes will become more expensive to build. The U.S. president claims America doesn't need Canadian lumber because that country has its own forests. But BC producers say the Canadian product is in a league of its own.
It's just a way higher quality. Like, we're on the coast, and the species that we saw here are unique to this area. For one thing, you can't really buy it anywhere else, you know. And then in the interior mills, where there's a shorter growing season, the lumber is just superior to what they can manufacture in the U.S. And that is something that, you know, that we've heard from the U.S. customers. They want our wood because it is a superior building product.
In addition to today's blanket 25% tariff on Canadian products, the U.S. is also threatening lumber-specific levies that could take effect later this year. It all adds up to a lot of uncertainty at mills like this one. Sandy?
Okay, Andrew, thank you. Now, as we said earlier, Canada is not the only country hit by Donald Trump's tariffs.
Hemos decidido responder con medidas arancelarias.
Mexico's president, Claudia Sheinbaum, said Mexico will announce retaliatory tariffs on Sunday. And China announced additional 10 to 15% tariffs on American agricultural products today, saying if the U.S. wants a trade war, China will, quote, play along to the end. Now, a different kind of political chaos erupted dramatically in Serbia's parliament today. Opposition lawmakers lit flares and threw smoke grenades inside the chamber. 3 members of the ruling party were injured, including a pregnant woman and a lawmaker who suffered a stroke. Today's actions follow months of student-led demonstrations. Well, Canadians are shopping in solidarity.
Buy Canadian.
I want to spend money in Canada.
We are shopping local where we can.
How Canadian business is taking a stand, and that is coming up next when CTV National News returns.
At Wayfair, we get pretty excited about furniture. Around here, it's not a patio, it's a patio.
Oh, I love those chairs.
Shed-tastic.
Let's go. This rocks.
My queen.
Yeah?
Oh, I'm at the bed.
Girl, you nailed it! No, this set, it's just a couple of screws.
They're a perfect combo. They got a fire pit.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Shop and get dirty. Get dirty. Get dirty. Get dirty. Shop and get dirty.
You know, retirement doesn't have to mean giving something up. It should mean living life on your own terms. Well, thankfully, if you're a Canadian homeowner, age 55 and better, you can access some of your home's value in tax-free cash with CHIP. That way, you can live retirement on your own terms. Stay in the home and the neighborhood that you love. Because there's no place like home. Right, Rocky?
If you're 55 or older, call now for your free, no-obligation CHIP reverse mortgage guide. With CHIP, you could get up to 55% of your home's value in tax-free cash. Take only what you need in a lump sum or over time with no monthly mortgage payments required. Call 1-866-519-2447.
Maybe it's time for you to consider CHIP too.
Call now for your free no-obligation guide. Call 1-866-519-2447. That's 1-866-519-CHIP. Or visit chip.ca. Call CHIP today and live retirement your way.
So where do we go from here as we watch politicians battle it out over tariffs? A proud Buy Canadian movement is taking shape right across the country. CTV's Adrian Gobriel has examples of how small business is fighting back and ringing up national pride. Okay, obviously, you know, this does happen in live television. You do have some technical things that crop up every now and then, so obviously we don't have Adrian's report. You know, this has been the day that most of us thought that we'd never see, the day that our closest ally and friend would launch a trade war against us. But it's happened. We heard from the Prime Minister today. We heard from the premiers. We're hearing from Canadians. And I think what we would have seen had we had Adrian's report is just how much Canadians are feeling their pride. They're wearing them on their hearts. They're wearing Canadian flags. And if we can quote Mike Myers, he said, elbows up. Well, we leave you with that thought as we say goodbye. I'm Sandy Ronaldo. We'll be covering every angle of the story every day this week. Stay strong.
That man is not only destroying America, he's destroying alliances, he's putting Canada at risk, and definitely Ukraine.
Yeah.
CTV National News, Canada's #1.
Hi there and welcome to Power Play. I'm Vashi Kapelos in Ottawa. Tonight, Trump starts a trade war with us.
Even the excuse that he's giving for these tariffs today of fentanyl is completely bogus, completely unjustified, completely false. So we actually have to fold back on the one thing he has said repeatedly, that what he wants is to see a total collapse of the Canadian economy, because that'll make it easier to annex us.
Prime Minister Justin Trudeau with a history-making statement on what's really behind Donald Trump's trade war with Canada. As of midnight, Trump slapped a 25% tax on all Canadian goods heading south of the border, except for energy, which will see a 10% tax instead. A minute after those tariffs came into effect, Canada's first round of counter tariffs on $30 billion worth of U.S. goods in turn came into effect. Let me show you a little bit more, if we could pull up on screen, about what those counter tariffs look like. There will be two different tranches. The first, as I mentioned, came into effect at 12:01, mostly applying to consumer-based products in 3 weeks after 21 days of consultations. The second tranche, worth about $125 billion, will come into effect. And you can see some of the products there that will be targeted with those countermeasures. To talk more about Canada's response and what's ahead, I'm joined live in studio by Foreign Affairs Minister Mélanie Joly. Hi, Minister. It's good to see you. Thank you very much for making the time.
Thank you.
Just moments ago, I have to start with some breaking news on our watch and see, you know, if you've heard anything, if you can help us interpret it. Howard Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary for Donald Trump, was on Fox News, and he appeared to make statements to the effect that there could be some kind of rollback in the cards as of tomorrow. I'm going to play that clip so you can hear it from his mouth, and then we'll get your reaction. Let's take a listen.
He's going to come out today angry that Americans are still being killed. Now, both the Mexicans and the Canadians were on the phone with me all day today trying to show that they'll do better. And the president's listening because, you know, he's very, very fair and very reasonable. So I think he's going to work something out with them. It's not going to be a pause None of that pause stuff. But I think he's going to figure out, you do more, and I'll meet you in the middle some way, and we're going to probably be announcing that tomorrow. So somewhere in the middle will likely be the outcome. The president moving with the Canadians and Mexicans, but not all the way.
I imagine, Minister, you've been engaged in conversations today. Does that in any way come as a surprise? Have there been any indications that something like that is coming?
Listen, before the U.S. launched its trade war, they didn't have any communications with us, any of us. And there are many, many of us that were in contact with the Trump administration until then. They didn't only do that to us, they did that to the Mexicans as well. So this is clearly a strategy. We'll see what will happen in the State of Union speech of the president tonight before Congress. But let's be frank, we've done the work at the border. We are there securing our border. We've done everything to make sure that the Americans would be happy. There's no crisis at the border. And right now, what President Trump is trying to do is to use his executive powers based on the fact that there is apparently a national security crisis at the northern border, which is false, to make sure that ultimately he can kick us around and ultimately bully us into a position of imposing 25% tariffs, which is completely unacceptable. So we'll continue to work with the Trump administration. As the head of the diplomacy in Canada, of course, I will talk to the Secretary of State tomorrow at noon, Marco Rubio. We already have a phone call scheduled, and we'll find solutions. But fundamentally, what is at risk is the fact that the U.S. is trying to create a lot of unpredictability, a lot of pressure on the Canadian economy that will cost hundreds of thousands of jobs across the country. So, based on that, we are reacting strongly. We are going ahead with our list of $155 billion worth of tariffs, like you were mentioning, a first phase of $30 billion, and we will fight back. Because what is really important for all of those who are watching us right now is Canada has a real purchasing power. We all do. Why? Because we're the biggest client of the Americans. We buy more from the Americans than the UK, China, Japan, and France all together. So when we say, no, 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 we don't want to buy certain products from the US, that is affecting companies, businesses, and affecting jobs in the U.S. in key Republican states. And that's what we need to continue to do, because at the end of the day, Vashi, what is clear and everybody in Canada needs to understand is only the American people will be able to stop their president from imposing these tariffs. Only them, when they understand that jobs are at stake, that it's costing more at the pump for them, more at the grocery store, that they will be able to say it's enough, and ultimately we will prevail.
In a few moments, we're going to speak live on this program to the governor of Kentucky about that very impact that you detail. Is there engagement that has taken place today? For example, the Prime Minister earlier said he would, he has been reaching out. He hoped to have a conversation with President Trump. Has any of that taken place? And do you put any stock into what Howard Lutnick said there, to be blunt?
To be blunt, the only person that really does a deal is the president. And the people around him are always trying to guess what he will do. So, of course, I will continue to engage with Howard Lutnick, and particularly Dominic LeBlanc, the Minister of Finance, will do so. But at the end of the day, none of them know exactly what the president wants. And I'm being frank with Canadians right now, because they ought to know. We've been dealing with this for now weeks, but we were very respectful until they launched a trade war. But right now, we've never seen that in 155 years from the Americans. We're the canary in the coal mine. They've done that to us, their biggest trading partner, their best friends, best neighbor. They've done that to Mexico. And they said this week they would do that to the Europeans as well.
Today in the Prime Minister's comments, there didn't seem to be a lot of ambiguity about what he felt the motivation behind this was. And I think a lot of Canadians would have listened to, in particular, the comments about crushing Canada's economy in the name of annexation and stopped in their tracks. I think a lot of people are full of anxiety. Thinking about the Prime Minister, for the first time, directly saying, that's what I think is behind this. What is your message to them right now?
Well, two things. First, the Americans have said that to us in private conversations.
But you thought it was a joke a few months ago.
No. From the moment that President Trump said himself that he wanted to use the economic power to make sure that he would really weaken the Canadian economy, you have to take the president to his word. And they've put many things on the table, not only linked to the economy, linked to military cooperation, linked to security partnerships, linked to water, etc. And meanwhile, they were always talking officially about the border. So fundamentally, what is at stake here is our sovereignty and Canadian jobs and Canadian way of life. So I think that once we've accepted that that's what's going on, and I get it, there is a shock linked to that. I had that shock early on when the first time I went to Mar-a-Lago in December. But my job has been to engage, the Prime Minister as well. We've done everything that is necessary. I've gone to Europe, the Prime Minister as well, to talk to our allies. And meanwhile, we have a way to fight against this. We can use our purchasing power. We can make sure that we're united. We know that when we're united, we win, because what is going on in the U.S. is they're divided. We know that Republican states and Democrats, the Democratic state, they don't agree necessarily. We know that a lot of people within the Republican Party don't agree with the imposition of tariffs. We've heard that. What we need to do is to be united, use our purchasing power, make sure we buy Canadian, send a clear message. Meanwhile, for all of those also that have American families and friends at home, please talk to them. They need to engage. They need to make sure they send a message to the governors, the senators, the lawmakers, like everybody. It is important because that's how we will be able to prevail.
On the question of unity, I did want to talk about something else that the Prime Minister mentioned, and you have as well. The prospect of a response that is not necessarily counter tariffs, that is different in nature. We've heard it floated today very specifically by Ontario's Premier Doug Ford, who said, I'm willing, if this gets worse, to shut off electricity or to tax it. There are other resources that the United States really depends on. 60% of their crude oil imports comes from Canada, 80% of their fertilizer. So we're talking about potash from Saskatchewan. The premiers that represent Alberta and Saskatchewan have expressed, in the lightest way, hesitation, in the strongest way, a complete opposition to messing, essentially, with those exports. Would the federal government proceed with using those levers, with adding an export tax, or, for example, blocking the export of those resources without the consent of those premiers?
So our goal, I just said to you, is unity. We want to make sure that we have a good deal for all provinces, because we know if we're united, we can win. If we're divided, we can't. But we also heard that, indeed, when we say $1.7 billion more for farmers in the U.S. because we could make sure that we do something on fertilizers, trust me, when I talk to governors and senators in Congress from different rural states in the U.S., they listen and they understand. So we can do different things. We can make sure that we put everything on the table, but meanwhile, we work on having a fair deal. And this is clearly my commitment. This is the commitment of our government, because ultimately we cannot pick one side or another. We can't say a job in Ontario or Quebec, where I'm from, is more important than a job in Alberta. This is not what's going to happen in this country. We'll use this crisis as an opportunity to be stronger together.
I guess, though, I need clarity, because what I heard you say, and earlier the Prime Minister, is no one region should unfairly shoulder the burden, right? But that can mean, A, that you're going to compensate them for any burden that they do shoulder, or B, that you're unwilling to go forward without their consent. Like, will you pursue those measures if you think it's in the national interest, despite the opposition of those premiers? Can you answer specifically?
So I think that while there is a bit of public positioning of different premiers across the country, there's a lot of good conversations happening meanwhile, because I think everybody is in solution mode. Yes, oil and gas is affected by 10%, but all the rest of the economy in Alberta is affected by 25%. All the economy in everything that is, exported to the U.S. from Saskatchewan is also affected. So we will continue to have these conversations. I know that the Prime Minister was meeting with the premiers this afternoon. I have not had the chance yet to talk to him since that meeting. I think it was an important one because, Vashi, this is the first time that the U.S. is not only saying that they will be imposing 25% tariffs against us, they're actually doing it. And so that's, I think, a pivotal moment also in the relationship.
I did also want to ask you about the counter tariffs and what your government plans to do with the revenue. Can you be explicit with Canadians tonight? Is that going to go back to people who are impacted by these tariffs and sectors, or will it be put into general revenue and used for whatever purpose the government wants? Because I think there is a discernment for Canadians.
Yeah, well, for sure, we want to make sure that Canadians are supported, clearly, because it's not true that the government will make money out of this. No, because Canadians will be affected by this. This will have an impact on prices. And so we need to make sure that we have a fair way to give back money to Canadians and also to different sectors that are supported. That conversation needs to happen. And I know that not only the Prime Minister will be having that conversation, but also the future leader of the Liberal Party that will be elected over the weekend, which will become Prime Minister, will have to take that decision.
But again, like, does that mean that that's exclusively what you're going to spend it on? Can you guarantee to Canadians tonight it's not going to go to other program spending?
There's various ways of supporting Canadians, and we need to decide how. And the ministers of finance and the minister also, and the Prime Minister and the future Prime Minister will take that decision. But the very principle behind it will be to make sure that we support Canadians and that ultimately the sectors that are most impacted, like I was saying, will be supported. We did that when Trump, during his first mandate, imposed tariffs on steel and aluminum. And we were there to support workers, but also businesses that were more affected in that sector.
Doesn't Parliament, though, need to endorse, for example, if in 10 days, as the Premier says, the auto sector collapses, any kind of bailout that your government would be considering putting forward? Doesn't it need to be in session, as both leaders of the opposition are asking your government to do?
Well, that's definitely a decision that the Prime Minister and also the future Prime Minister, as of Monday, will have to take.
Shouldn't it be in session right now, though, given the severity of this crisis, the way in which the Prime Minister described the threat to our sovereignty, the kind of support that's going to be out there? Like, do you regret kind of putting your party's interests ahead of the national interests in this moment, just where Parliament is concerned?
No, but listen, for myself, I decided to choose my country first. I asked myself, you know, whether I wanted to be the first woman in leading the Liberal Party of Canada. I said to myself, yes. Do I want to let go my responsibilities as Foreign Minister at a crucial moment between Canada and the U.S.? I said, no, I can do both. And so basically, I decided to choose my country over my party. And that's what I'll continue to do. And that's what I know the Minister of Finance will continue to do. And so you have a really team of seasoned negotiators, leaders of the government that are doing the work. And also, I think that the Prime Minister sent a clear message today. And he was addressing in a very clear way, I think one of the clearest way that any politician in the past decades have said to Canadians what was really going on. And that's true political leadership.
All right, I'm going to leave it on that note. I'm out of time. I appreciate your time as always, Minister.
Thank you
so much. Foreign Affairs Minister Melanie Joly. These Trump tariffs will also have an impact in the U.S., where they're expected to cause prices to rise. Counter tariffs should also pack a punch. The latest data shows 34 states count Canada as their biggest export destination. Among those states is the state of Kentucky. And Kentucky's Governor Andy Beshear is with us live now. Governor, good to have you here. Thank you very much for making the time.
Thanks for having me on.
What is your estimation of the, I've heard you call these the Trump tariffs. What is your estimation of the impact on Kentucky's economy?
It is going to be incredibly difficult and challenging for our people. These tariffs, which are the result of one individual, are going to cause our prices of gas to go up, are going to cause our prices of groceries to go up, are going to raise the cost of housing all across the United States. And in every one of those instances, the amount that it has increased those costs should be called the Trump tax, because he and he alone has started this trade war. Let me tell you, the vast majority of Americans view Canada as one of our closest allies and friends. They think that this treatment is wrong, and we all certainly hope that there is a way that our leaders will move past this, because this relationship is far too important to have a trade war that ultimately raises prices and difficulties on both of our people.
Let me ask you to expand on the point you made about the sentiment among Americans, because the vast majority of people in your state did vote for Donald Trump. Is this what they thought they were voting for? Like, are they drawing an explicit link between these kinds of policies and increasing prices? Because so far, at least in our estimation here in Canada, he seems to avoid blame fairly easily.
This is not what they voted for. And as prices go up, I believe that the people of Kentucky and the United States are going to feel betrayal. Now, Donald Trump is president because the last group of movable voters were convinced that he was more focused on prices and the economy and that his opponent was distracted with other issues. But since Donald Trump has become president, he's focused on anything but prices or the economy. All of these actions are going to hurt my people at the grocery store, where things already cost too much, are going to hurt them at the pump, where gas already costs too much. And we're having a huge issue, especially with our young people buying their very first home. This is going to make it that much harder for that couple to be able to buy their starter or their forever home. This is bad for the people of Kentucky. It's bad for the people of the United States, and we shouldn't be doing it.
The Prime Minister today of this country said that essentially the only rationale we're left with is that the president wants to crush Canada's economy in order to essentially annex us. Is it your impression that, you know, the true impetus behind this is a desire to see, for example, all of manufacturing move to the United States, or to grow the manufacturing sector in the United States and be able to count that as a win? And do Trump supporters not, in effect, support that? Because that was a message, not the crushing Canada part, but the boosting manufacturing part. That was a message during his campaign.
Now, listen, Canada, again, has been one of our closest allies and friends. We should want a strong Canada and never have positions that would crush or harm our neighbor to the north. When you think about increasing manufacturing, listen, my state's on the best economic development roll in our history. More private sector investment, more new jobs, better wages, highest exports for 2 straight years, and you all are our #1 trading partner, about 23% of our exports. So these tariffs will cause significant harm to my people and potentially to the manufacturers. The way to bring in manufacturing is through incentives. It's through creating a good business climate. And it's understanding that if you want to move manufacturing, it takes years to build advanced manufacturing facilities, and an immediate tariff isn't going to create that new factory overnight, but it is going to drive up prices overnight. And for Americans who've been hit by inflation, who are having trouble paying the bills at the end of the month, again, I think this is a betrayal because they voted for lower prices. They voted for someone focused on their economic interests right now, and that's not what they're getting.
Governor, have you heard anything to the effect of what Howard Lutnick just moments ago told Fox, which is that there might be some quote-unquote rollback of this, or a meeting in the middle announced tomorrow?
I haven't heard anything like that. And this month-to-month or deal-to-deal, we can't have the American economy or the Canadian economy put through that, every 30 days. We've already seen impacts to our stock market. We're already seeing potentially less buying, less consumer confidence among the American people. We're already seeing fiscal impacts that hit our families directly. We should want stability for both of our countries, which means no trade wars, no tariffs, and no silly comments about annexation of a proud country that has stood with the United States in virtually every moment that we've asked.
Governor, final question for you. What are your conversations like with your counterparts? I think, and please do correct me if I'm wrong, but the impression that we have on this side of the border is until now, and maybe even now, your comments tonight are a bit of an aberration, that there has been largely a lot of silence from different levels of government in the United States about either the prospect of annexation or the imposition of these tariffs, even the relationship and the strength of the relationship between our two countries. Even business groups that we traditionally relied on during the first round of NAFTA renegotiations to speak up and advocate for that relationship have been much more quiet. Are there discussions going on about, I guess, voicing more loudly exactly what you're saying tonight? And do you anticipate the pressure from governors on the president around this will increase?
Well, I believe pressure from the American people will increase. When you go to the supermarket and fruits and vegetables, beef and poultry cost more, you're going to hear people speak up. If gas goes up like it will, you're going to hear people speak up. You know, the goal of government should be to help people in their everyday lives, to make paying those bills at the end of the month a little bit easier, to provide more opportunity and security, because we all want a better world for our kids and our grandkids. Certainly coming from Kentucky, you're seeing not just me saying that tariffs are a really bad idea, but two Republican senators, Mitch McConnell and Rand Paul. And while I know your viewers don't know a lot about Kentucky politics, if Mitch McConnell and Rand Paul and myself are all saying something is a bad idea, it's because it's a really bad idea.
Point taken. Governor, thank you so much for your time this evening. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear there. We'll turn our attention to provincial reaction next. They're hitting back at these tariffs in different ways. We'll tell you what you need to know about that after a very short break. Stay right there. More Power Play just ahead.
Forgetting something?
Curry?
The other thing.
Spicy curry.
I'll give you a clue. Balding. No, worn down, feeling flat.
I have been tired lately.
Not you, tires. Turo tires. A longer tread life, all season, and great looking.
I'll add it to the list.
Affordable, all-season tires with great handling and longer tread life. Turo puts performance within reach. Nothing like new tires. Hey, pass me a protein bar. I'm trying to bulk up.
You've got nothing to hide, have you? I chose to do what I did. I don't regret it.
You really think you can take them all on and win?
What'd you do?
I'm a thief.
You're admitted to a capital crime. Any judge would be forced
To hang me.
I don't know why you're accusing him for.
Not just a pretty face.
I will not die with this world thinking I am some beaten little fool.
Oh, no. Over there. Over there. No, run. Aw. You're so cute. Okay. I think I got it.
What if I crashed through the window?
That's genius.
From business.
Excellent.
To taking care of business. Rogers Xfinity Internet changes everything.
We insure your car so you can enjoy the ride.
Practice starts in 20. Let's get it. T-Mac.
Who saves for practice?
My game face doesn't take days off with Gillette Labs. Its green bar releases trapped hairs, so you can get virtually every hair in a single stroke.
That's smooth.
The best your game can get is Gillette Labs.
Gold standard. Gold dust. Pot of gold. Solid gold. You're worth your weight in gold. Golden boy, golden girl, golden goose, golden egg, golden age, golden ticket, golden opportunity. Is it just me, or is there some kind of clue here? I don't know.
I'm writing to every senator, every congressman and woman, and the governors from New York State, Michigan, and Minnesota, telling them that these tariffs persist. If the Trump administration follows through on any more tariffs, we will immediately apply a 25% surcharge on the electricity we export. We will not hesitate to shut off their power as well. I'm encouraging my fellow premiers to follow suit.
Ontario Premier Doug Ford's response there to U.S. tariffs, saying he's going to slap 25% export taxes on his province's electricity exports if the U.S. follows through on any more tariffs, which is a real live issue. At midnight, 25% tariffs on Canadian imports started, with energy products facing a reduced 10% tax. But next week, an additional set of 25% tariffs for steel and aluminum products are scheduled to begin. Ontario is also tearing up, Ford said, a $100 billion deal with Starlink, the satellite internet provider owned by Trump advisor Elon Musk, and threatening to restrict the export of critical minerals or hike taxes on them. Over in Quebec, Premier François Legault is launching business relief, providing loans of up to $50 million to help companies diversify away from U.S. markets, and adding 25% penalties on bids from any American company bidding on public contracts that aren't already operating in the province. In Manitoba, Premier Wab Kinew also focusing on local business.
And the way that we'll get through this,
he announced a tax deferral period of at least 3 months for retail sales taxes, as well as the provincial health and post-secondary levy. You can see that big Canadian flag, I should say, on the legislature behind him. That went up today as well. And in Alberta, Premier Danielle Smith is set to detail her province's response tomorrow, but she's already promising to challenge the tariff, speaking to CNBC earlier.
To see this escalation is so disappointing, so damaging initially to American consumers and American businesses who buy Canadian goods and raw materials. But then now with the counter tariffs, it's also going to be harmful to Canadian consumers. No one wins a tariff war. And so we want to go back to looking at the agreement that we signed, the USMCA, that has served us well for a number of years. And I don't know why the president is behaving this way, because it's illegal. We're going to challenge it, and we would like to get back to negotiating some of the pressure points on that.
Alberta's Premier Danielle Smith there. In the aggregate, almost every province is pulling American alcohol from provincial store shelves. Most are axing all American booze, while British Columbia's Premier David Eby says that province will keep alcohols from blue states. Alberta and Saskatchewan have yet to pull any American products from their shelves when it comes to alcohol. Meanwhile, I want to take a look now at how markets responded today, because it was a bit volatile. Here's where things closed. The Dow shed 670 points after a midday rally. They ended up closing quite a bit down. The S&P 500 rather fell about 1.22%, and the TSX sunk nearly 430 points at close just about an hour ago. It is not just Canada Trump is targeting. The U.S. president also imposed a 25% blanket tariff on all Mexican imports. Mexico's President Claudia Sheinbaum said there's no justification for the tariffs and is promising retaliation that will include counter tariffs in a package she says she will announce Sunday. And there's also China. With the same executive order, Trump doubled the tariffs on Chinese imports from 10 to 20%. In response, China launched 15% counter tariffs on chicken, wheat, corn, and cotton imports from the United States. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, there's so much to unpack with our front bench. The Prime Minister says this is about annexing Canada. So what does that mean for how we respond moving forward? Brian Gallant, Lisa Raitt, Tom Mulcair, and Rob Benzie will be with me. There they are on the other side of a very short break. We're back in just a moment.
Feel the clarity of non-drowsy Claritin. Get fast relief from symptoms caused by over 200 outdoor and indoor allergens associated with types of pets, dust, and pollen. So you can enjoy every moment. Live Claritin Clear.
Want to get more fiber and enjoy it? Restore Fiber is naturally sourced prebiotic fiber in a delicious gummy and 6 tasty fruit flavors. Choose Restore Fiber. It's fiber made fun. And now, try new Restore Fiber Plus with 6-in-1 health support.
Did you know there's a fresh chicken option raised completely free of antibiotics? Try Maple Leaf Prime raised without antibiotics chicken. Maple Leaf Prime RWA chickens have never been treated with added hormones or antibiotics for their full lifetime. The chickens are humanely raised on Canadian farms and grain-fed. Plus, they're packaged in recyclable trays. Choose a Canadian brand you trust. Try Maple Leaf Prime raised without antibiotics chicken. Brand power helping you buy better.
Purina One True Instinct unlocked her true instincts. From day one, it's high-protein nutrition with real meat #1, supporting her healthy energy and strong muscles, and the life she was born to live.
Purina One True Instinct, a difference from day one.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate online at carsforkids.ca. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You will benefit a child and get a maximum tax
You really think you can get me to like dark chocolate?
Without a doubt.
Won't it taste bitter?
Not this dark chocolate.
It's delicious. I told you it wasn't bitter.
From the Lindt Matra Chocolatier, discover new Excellence Mild. Expect delicious.
Now I'm in my 50s, I'm all about making the right choices, like eating right and staying healthy. And another thing I can choose is how to look after my family if anything ever happened to me.
Welcome to Senior's Choice, the #1 direct choice for Canadians over 50. How can I help?
Hi, I'd like a quick quote for Canadian seniors life insurance, please.
If you're a Canadian resident, age 50 to 80, you can choose the right amount of coverage for you and your family up to $250,000.
That kind of money would help a lot.
You can choose to apply over the phone now in just minutes with no medicals or blood tests. Just a few health and lifestyle questions.
Wow, that easy.
Depending on the coverage you choose, it could be as little as $14.88 a month. That's just 49 cents a day.
That's less than I thought. And that money could help my family cover my funeral costs, support my husband's retirement planning, or even pay off loans. I'll do it.
To get a free, no-obligation quote, call one of our trusted insurance advisors today at 1-844-820-8006 or visit seniorschoice.ca.
Now is the time to book your ultimate voyage to Antarctica on Scenic Eclipse. With up to 10 dining experiences, rejuvenating wellness facilities, spacious suites, and unrivaled exploration. Choose to soar above or dive below for memories that last a lifetime. Enjoy exclusive savings on our 2025 to 2027 worldwide collection.
I see President Trump cozying up to Putin. What a disaster that is. He attacks his closest friends and neighbors, stood shoulder to shoulder with them in wars and other crises. And who does he cozy up to? But Putin. You got to be kidding me.
Today, the United States launched a trade war against Canada, their closest partner and ally, their closest friend. At the same time, they're talking about working positively with Russia, appeasing Vladimir Putin, a lying, murderous dictator. Make that make sense.
Make that make sense. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and Ontario Premier Doug Ford trying to square the circle that is Donald Trump coming after this country, imposing punishing tariffs on Canada, tariffs that were initially billed as border security related, that are now being rebranded by the U.S. administration with a clear goal to move manufacturing to America. This country did hit back today with counter tariffs, and Doug Ford is threatening to cut off electricity exports. Take a listen.
I'm writing to every senator, every congressman and woman, and the governors from New York State, Michigan, and Minnesota, telling them that these tariffs persist. If the Trump administration falls through on any more tariffs, we will immediately apply a 25% surcharge on the electricity we export. We will not hesitate to shut off their power as well. I'm encouraging my fellow premiers to follow suit.
So where does this all go from here? Let's talk about that with our front bench. With me this evening, former New Brunswick Liberal Premier Brian Gallant. He's now the CEO of Space Canada. Former Conservative Deputy Leader Lisa Raitt is here. She's the Vice Chair and Managing Director of Global Investment Banking at CIBC. CTV News political analyst and former NDP leader Tom Mulcair is with us. And so is the Toronto Star's Queen's Park Bureau Chief Rob Benzie. Hi, everybody. It's great to see you. Rob, I'll start with you because Howard Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary for Donald Trump, was just on Fox, like all of a sudden saying there's an announcement coming tomorrow and that there'll be a meeting in the middle and perhaps a rollback. Like those are all terms that were used. How do we figure out whether to put any stock into that? And what do you make of how we respond kind of in the interim?
What, Dashi, I'm not sure. I mean, I'm sure what Secretary Lutnick said is sincere, and he is probably hoping that that's the case. But I actually think what Minister Joly said to you earlier in the show was actually more logical, is that no one knows for sure what Trump is going to do. We're basically all on tenterhooks because of a 78-year-old toddler who has a tantrum here every now and again. And it's not good for the economy of the United States. It's not good for our economy. This is going to be a very bad time for the next little while. But I thought that Premier Doug Ford and Prime Minister Justin Trudeau were at their best today in a way because they were communicating logic and reason. The problem is their audience, the audience of one at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue in Washington, D.C., are they listening? Is that audience of one listening? I don't know.
The Prime Minister at one point, and I thought most notably in all his remarks, Brian, talked about what he believed to be the true motivation here, that Donald Trump wants to crush the Canadian economy in order to be able to later on, annex this country. Obviously, there have been some comments from the president as well as his delegates to the effect of particularly wanting to move the auto sector to the United States, and those comments have come very recently. How, I guess, stark a message do you think that is, and how will that inform how Canadians kind of respond or support the response, or maybe not, going forward?
Yeah, on annexation, they'd be up for a fight, that's for sure. I mean, I think we should take it seriously. I don't think we should make moves based on that, but take it seriously nevertheless. And what we can 100% conclude is that he is trying to bully us repeatedly. He's mocking us. And but it's not only us. Obviously, Mexico as well. There's been no comments of annexing Mexico, and they're sort of getting the same treatment. So that also leads me to believe that take it seriously, yes, but don't make decisions based on that. The challenge that I see is the following. The economic repercussions, everybody's talking about it. They're terrible for Canada, terrible for the U.S., and the U.S. is doing it with many countries, so it's going to be a few times over with their trading relationships. But so I'll park that aside for a sec. Obviously terrible, people are talking about that. What I'm incredibly worried about as well is the idea that this guy who's in charge of the most important country in the history of humankind doesn't seem to understand the role and responsibilities. He doesn't seem to understand that these economic ties with trading partners, with allies, help the U.S. have influence. Very, very evident and direct influence, or at times soft influence. And by doing things like this, even if tomorrow it comes off or somewhat comes off, or in a month or in a year or whatever the case is, damage is done. And if we feel the way that we feel here in Canada, we're their best friends. We've been their best friends for so long. Imagine how other countries are going to feel if and when they go through something similar. I mean, they're just going to lose all credibility on the international stage at a time when a year ago I was already worried about the U.S.'s ability to be able to push back on some of the other blocs that are forming. Now, when they're weakening their allies and they're making their allies not trust them, I'm incredibly concerned about all of this moving forward.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be coming to a conclusion anytime soon, particularly when you look to their comments on Russia, the display in the Oval Office on Friday. Like there is a realignment taking place. The degree to which it affects us obviously remains, I think, to be seen. Lisa, your thoughts on where things go from here, and in particular the discussion between premiers and the federal government about blocking things like oil and gas, electricity, putting extra taxes on them, potash. There are, tonight, or today rather, I felt like every premier and the federal government sounded the same. They were on message and certainly unified. But the discussion behind the scenes, could see some cleavages in that area. What do you think about how that unfolds?
Well, there are two different routes that have to be thought about. The first is one that we're talking about now, the retaliatory stuff, whether or not it's going to be a tariff or if it's going to be a surtax at the border. Provinces are going to make those decisions themselves, I think. I think it'd be very dangerous for a federal government to start imposing their thought on what a province should do. So what the meeting tomorrow should be is a consensus on where they can go and how far they can go and who's comfortable doing what and supporting one another in that path. The second road that has to be dealt with, which is important as well, is how do we make sure that Canada's economy is going to rev itself up and continue to grow over the next 4 years as we deal with President Trump, who may pull this stunt every 6 weeks. We're on, we're off, we're on, we're off. So I would say that at the same time as we're trying to deal with Trump, let's get a little real in that room as to what it is we have in Canada. What can we sell? What are we good at? Who do we have to do this work? Put a plan together and execute on it. And that's what I'll be looking for when I hear from whoever is going to be running in the next election.
I imagine, though, at all levels of government, the level of public consensus and support for doing what Lisa just laid out in the second half of her answer there, Tom, has never been higher. And like the responsibility they will bear is being able to capitalize on that and actually produce results, right? Because for the first time in a long time, most Canadians are on the same page, and they want us to become less reliant on the United States.
I think that that's the biggest change that's going to be wrought by this particular bout of Donald Trump. Because as Lisa correctly says, you're never sure where you stand, and it could change in 6 weeks. There was something that was absolutely poetic today, very good acting by both Justin Trudeau and Howard Lutnick. Trudeau's best line was when he looked at the camera and said, "Donald, you're a smart guy," but the Wall Street Journal says this is a really dumb move. When he said you're a smart guy, it was almost as if you could sense that he was smiling, knowing, here's the game that I have to play. I've got to give this guy a compliment, and nobody believes it because I'm smiling. Lutnick did the exact same thing a couple of hours ago on Fox News. He said, the president's a fair man, and he's going to announce that we're backing off from this. So it's the classic Trump. He's going to declare victory for himself and for his brilliant move on tariffs. But in the meantime, real companies in the real world are making real decisions that are going to affect things long term. I spoke for 1 hour today with a guy who has 3 branches, 3 factories in the United States, 3 in Canada. His Canadian supplier of one thing that gets used here and in the States is applying immediately the 25% for what goes to the States. He turned around and found another supplier in Italy where there are no tariffs. So that's going to mean that company is buying back. These types of real things are happening. This is the chaos of Donald Trump. And long-term, what is being wrought is not going to disappear, even if he finally realizes the obvious, that the main target of his tariffs are American consumers. This is Donald Trump's tax on everything, including your pickup truck. That's finally starting to make it through, because the first people who increase based on the price change are the oil companies, and it's hitting Americans at the tank right away.
Okay, I've got to take a quick commercial break. We've got lots more to discuss about this developing news. Lisa, Tom, Brian, and Rob will be back with me on the other end of that break. Stay right there.
Being a dad and granddad means ensuring I've got all the tools to make the right choice. And now I'm in my 50s. That's more important than ever. That's why I'm choosing to look after my family, just in case.
Welcome to Senior's Choice, the #1 direct choice for Canadians over 50. How can I help?
Hi, I'd like a quick quote for Canadian seniors life insurance, please.
If you're a Canadian resident aged 50 to 80, you can choose the right amount of coverage for you and your family up to $250,000.
That kind of money would help a lot.
You can choose to apply over the phone now in just a few minutes with no medicals or blood tests needed, only a few health and lifestyle questions.
Okay, great.
Depending on the coverage you choose, it could be as little as $17.02 a month. That's just 56 cents a day.
That's less than I thought. And that money could help cover my funeral costs, settle debts, or help my wife with retirement planning. I'll do it. Now that's done, I can get on with something much more interesting.
To get a free, no-obligation quote, call one of our trusted insurance advisors today at 1-844-808-7120 or visit seniorschoice.ca.
It's not the salt in the air or days that unfold at their own pace. You'd believe it was giants or a hero home to rest. Is it early mornings at the edge of the earth? Nope. It's Harold. Or the time he got invited in for tea. What is it about a place that stays with you? Truth is, it's never what at all.
Question: if you can't see what's behind all this, how do you already know? It's Jeep. That takes you places that make you say, whoa! And if their hair looks like this, or you've got a couple of these, okay, more than a couple. Or if someone says,
The door's closed.
could even be a game show question.
What is the original SUV?
Ding, ding, ding. You just know what it was, what it is, and what it always will be. Because when you're an original, there's only one.
Welcome to Jackpot City. Enjoy classic casino games such as blackjack or take a spin with roulette. Explore our exciting virtual range of the best slots, including the Jackpot City exclusive Mega Millionaire Wheel. Jackpot City, casino games perfectly made for you.
To the right. Little to the left. Oh, no, to the right.
More right.
A little to the left. Perfect.
Now, it's not in my habit to agree with the Wall Street Journal. But Donald, they point out that even though you're a very smart guy, this is a very dumb thing to do.
Before these tariffs came in this morning, you must have been asking yourself, how could things get any worse? Before these tariffs, you were already suffering. But I'm here with a message of hope. We will overcome this attack on our economy.
I'm calling on an emergency session of Parliament like we had in the pandemic. What we're witnessing could be worse than the pandemic and very likely will be worse. But Canadians are ready to fight back.
The political response there on Parliament Hill as Canadian leaders take up their posts on the front lines of a trade war with the United States. Are they prepared to meet the moment? Let's bring back the front bench. Brian Gallant, Lisa Raitt, Tom Mulcair, and Rob Benzie. Lisa, I'll start with you. What was your initial takeaway from the comments that you heard today from all three political leaders?
Where was this notion that we needed an emergency session of Parliament a couple of months ago, Mr. Singh? I mean, come on. We've been saying this for a long time, that it's important to have Parliament open and functioning. And he was the one that held it back, quite frankly. So now he's decided he wants to have it in place. Well, okay. Well, let's bring back Parliament and see what happens. I think it is an important piece of it's not just pageantry. I think it's important to meet the moment where we have the situation where an economic war has been declared upon our country and no one's sitting in the House of Parliament right now to discuss it. I think that is a gaping hole for Canadians. Canadians need to know that their elected officials are discussing this matter with one another. So yes, there should be Parliament should come back as soon as possible.
Tom, I wanted to ask you about that because it's supposed to come back around the week beginning after March 23rd, which is when, you know, lots of people expect that the writ could drop, for example, and that's when an election campaign could get underway. But in the interim, in a few weeks, both the Premier and members, different stakeholders in the auto industry say the entire industry could collapse within a week of the imposition of these tariffs. If a bailout is on the table, do you think there is a prospect of Parliament reconvening to talk about what that support looks like or to even give it its endorsement?
No, I don't think that that's realistic. I agree with Lisa that it's a bit late. And Mr. Singh is also on record many times as saying that if he could just get his hands on the Liberals and force a confidence vote, he'd defeat the government and force us into an election anyway. I can't really follow his brand of thinking right now on this stuff. I think it's important for him to get into the news, but beyond that, it's very hard to follow today. So with regard to whether or not Parliament and parliamentarians should be doing their job, the answer is yes. They won't be able to do that until the federal election is over. We'll find out one day, because Mr. Trudeau was quite vague on that. Its successor will be chosen Sunday, and we're not sure when Mr. Trudeau's planning on leaving, if that clip was worth. But I think that in all reality, it'll probably be a very short trip for the person who wins that leadership race, likely Mark Carney, we are told. If that's the case, he'll probably make a visit to Washington, maybe a visit to Paris and London, show that he's got some ability to work with this stuff. Then we'll go straight to a writ drop. I don't see Parliament coming back. I don't see a throne speech in the works. By the way, even if Parliament came back, Mr. Carney wouldn't be in it, and I don't think that's something that the Liberals want to show either. So for all the I think that you're completely right. Somewhere third week of March of this month, we're going to be heading to an election.
Brian, we played like a sampling of what we heard from the Prime Minister, from Pierre Poilievre, and from Jagmeet Singh. We heard from, I think, every single premier across the country today. As I mentioned earlier, they appeared to be very much on the same page. At the federal level, do you have a read on who met the moment? Did anyone not meet the moment? What's your take?
And now you get to ask an ex-premier. There you go.
Yeah. Which premier sucked, Brian? No, just kidding.
To Lisa's and
He'll
Tom,
never answer.
To Lisa's and Tom's points, I would tend to agree, but I think a lot of things can be true at the same time, in the sense that, look, if there was a need to have Parliament pass something to respond to the trade conflict, yes, absolutely, it should be called. If they were wanting to go to debate things, I think there's a very poignant argument there, and I agree that it would make a lot of sense for that to happen. I don't know if this was asked or if he was pressed or not. Speaking about not necessarily meeting the moment, I mean, Singh should have flat out said, let's call an emergency Parliament sitting, and I will prop up the government for the time in which we will have that debate, because this is not about launching us into an election. This is about us being able to discuss those issues. That could have obviously alleviated an unfortunate situation that's happening at the same time as this trade conflict. And I've said before on this panel, ideally, what we know right now, ideally, Prime Minister Trudeau would have picked a date to resign that was much earlier than this. That would have been the ideal situation, but we're sort of left with what we have, and the circumstances have to be dealt with as they are. So with that, I think it makes sense for the next leader to then decide. I think they'll decide when the transition is, as much as Trudeau might want to, and they'll decide the transition. And I would think they will launch into an election right away, not only because maybe they judge that to be better for their circumstances, but also, look, we have a major thing going on. Let's get somebody a mandate. The campaign will serve as a great way to discuss how we respond to this. So I think it makes a lot of sense in a lot of directions.
Rob, the last word goes to you.
Yeah, I mean, I think I felt kind of bad for Mr. Poilievre and Mr. Singh today, because it's very difficult for opposition leaders on a day like today, when the people in government, whether it's Premier Doug Ford or Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, they're taking up all the oxygen because they're the deciders. They're actually making decisions. It's not about rhetoric for people who are in government. It's about actually implementing policy. And I agree with Brian and Tom and Lisa. I think we're all headed in. I think we all concur that we're headed into an election sooner rather than later. If Carney wins on Sunday, I presume he will want to trigger it while his polls are still high, because he's been watching the conservative polls go down like the Donald Trump stock market. So I think if I were him, I'd want to go sooner rather than later. Remember, Kim Campbell in 1993, she won in June and initially took the Tories to within striking distance of Jean Chrétien's Liberals. People forget that. She hung on into the summer, and then when that election came in October, they were literally decimated down to 2 seats. I think if Carney is foolish if he waits till the fall, because if he can somehow survive a confidence motion till the fall, because I think the same thing could happen to the Liberals as happened to the Tories in 1993. He could be different, though, if he goes quickly.
Yeah, there's one thing. All the premiers agree today, and so does the panel, that an election is likely coming. I'll leave it there. Yeah. Thanks, guys. Appreciate the discussion. Our front bench, Brian Gallant, Lisa Raitt, Tom Mulcair, and Rob Benzie. We'll be right back with more on these tariffs and Canada's response.
Now I'm in my 50s, I'm all about making the right choices, like eating right and staying healthy. And another thing I can choose is how to look after my family if anything ever happened to me.
Welcome to Senior's Choice, the #1 direct choice for Canadians over 50. How can I help?
Hi, I'd like a quick quote for Canadian seniors life insurance, please.
If you're a Canadian resident, age 50 to 80, you can choose the right amount of coverage for you and your family up to $250,000.
That kind of money would help a lot.
You can choose to apply over the phone now in just minutes, with no medicals or blood tests. Just a few health and lifestyle questions.
Wow, that easy.
Depending on the coverage you choose, it could be as little as $14.88 a month. That's just 49 cents a day.
That's less than I thought. And that money could help my family cover my funeral costs, support my husband's retirement planning, or even pay off loans. I'll do it.
To get a free, no-obligation quote, call one of our trusted insurance advisors today at 1-844-820-8006 or visit seniorschoice.ca.
Everybody knows what you got. Tap into slots with over 1,000 games and new ones added daily. Tap into slots. Tap into Botano. Botano, the game starts now.
Still up at 2 a.m. again? Tonight, try Pure Z's All Night to help increase total sleep time. Unlike some other sleep aids, our extended release melatonin slowly releases up to 6 hours. ZzzQuil Pure Z's All Night. Fall asleep, wake refreshed.
Meet Noodles. She's part short hair and part ninja. Meet the Bissell Crosswave Hydro Steam. It's part vacuum, mop, steamer, and ninja nemesis. Bissell, a new breed of clean.
You brush and floss, but did you know? Listerine kills up to 99.9% of germs and destroys 5 times more plaque above the gum line than floss, contributing to a clean, healthy mouth. Help complete your routine with Listerine.
Do you want to hear something nuts? Yesterday, I sprained my wrist opening a jar of pickles.
Oh, come on, that's nothing. I sneezed too hard and threw my back out.
I'm on so many meds. I need a pill organizer.
This is a pill organizer.
I've been exiled to the couch till I get a CPAP machine.
I'm at the dentist so often, I have my own parking space.
Well, my therapist said my dreams should be a podcast.
Well, I usually have to use the washroom every 90 minutes, but now it's every 60 minutes, excuse me.
When you gotta go, Jimmy.
Aging doesn't have to be rough. With Green Shield, you get health coverage and care. That means you can connect with registered health professionals or check your health coverage all in one place. Prescriptions can be delivered right to your door. And with far less paperwork, reimbursements are quick and hassle-free. So call 1-833-377-7077 or go to getgreenshield.ca for health coverage and care that puts you first.
He's going to come out today angry that Americans are still being killed. Now, both the Mexicans and the Canadians were on the phone with me all day today trying to show that they'll do better. And the president's listening because, you know, he's very, very fair and very reasonable. So I think he's going to work something out with them. It's not going to be a pause, none of that pause stuff. But I think he's going to figure out, you do more, and I'll meet you in the middle some way. And we're going to probably be announcing that tomorrow. So somewhere in the middle will likely be the outcome. The president moving with the Canadians and Mexicans, but not all the way.
That is U.S. President Donald Trump's Commerce Secretary last hour on Fox, signaling that there could be some movement in what took place over the last 24 hours. Donald Trump imposing a 25% across-the-board tariff on everything heading from Canada into the United States, a 10% tariff on energy. Those tariffs came into effect last night at midnight. Now Lutnick is saying perhaps there could be a rollback of sort, not a complete pause, but a rollback. We did speak with Foreign Affairs Minister Melanie Joly on this program just a few minutes ago, and she indicated that the federal government had no indication of that being the case, nor had there been any official communication from the Trump White House to the federal government that even the tariffs that came into effect at midnight were coming. I do want to play for you a short clip from Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear, who was also on this program, talking about his plan to oppose these tariffs.
For Americans who've been hit by inflation, who are having trouble paying the bills at the end of the month, again, I think this is a betrayal because they voted for lower prices. They voted for someone focused on their economic interests right now, and that's not what they're getting.
And we will have continuing coverage all night, more reaction to the imposition of these tariffs and Canada's response. Plus, Donald Trump is set to address Congress this evening at 9 o'clock Eastern, and we will carry that live for you here on CTV News Channel as well. That does it for Power Play. I'm Vashi Kapelos. Thanks for watching.
It's not in my habit to agree with the Wall Street Journal. But Donald, they point out that even though you're a very smart guy, this is a very dumb thing to do.
A trade war is on between Canada and the U.S. The Prime Minister says the country will not back down after President Donald Trump follows through on his threats.
President Trump stabbed America's best friend in the back. My message to the President is this: Canada will fight back.
The leader of the opposition has tough words in response to Donald Trump's tariffs. And the U.S. president is set to address Congress tonight in the wake of hitting Canada, Mexico, and China with these hefty taxes. You're watching CTV News Channel. I'm Roger Peterson. Thank you very much for joining us. Let's take a live look at first the Washington, D.C., the White House, and then, of course, the U.S. Capitol, all the latest developments that has been going on right now in this trade war that has developed between the two countries. U.S. President Donald Trump hitting Canada with a huge 25% tariff on all Canadian imports to the U.S. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau condemning Trump, vowing Canada will not back down, and also promising to help Canadians.
We will be looking at, including looking in the coming day at things we can do around adjusting EI to support people through this difficult time. But our priority has to be not on figuring out how to manage through these tariffs over the coming days and weeks and months, but on doing everything we can to get them lifted and put an end to this unjustified trade war that hurts American families and Canadian families.
Trump is determined in his mind to help his country's economy at the cost of Canada.
No room left for Mexico or for Canada. No, the tariffs, they're all set.
Trump says Canada's efforts to stop the smuggling of fentanyl across the border fell short. So as of today, all imports from Canada and Mexico are now subject to a 25% tax. Canadian energy products, 10%. And now, little twist, the U.S. Secretary of Commerce is saying Trump might meet Canada in the middle as soon as tomorrow. Here's what he told Fox Business News.
Both the Mexicans and the Canadians were on the phone with me all day today trying to show that they'll do better. And the president's listening because, he's very, very fair and very reasonable. So I think he's going to work something out with them. It's not going to be a pause, none of that pause stuff. But I think he's going to figure out, you do more, and I'll meet you in the middle some way. And we're going to probably be announcing that tomorrow. So somewhere in the middle will likely be the outcome. The president moving with the Canadians and Mexicans, but not all the way.
Now, Foreign Affairs Minister Melanie Joly was speaking with Power Play's Vassy Kapelos today, and here's what she had to say about Lutnick's comments.
Before the U.S. launched its trade war, they didn't have any communications with us, any of us. And there are many, many of us that were in contact with the Trump administration until then. They didn't only do that to us, they did that to the Mexicans as well. So this is clearly a strategy. We'll see what will happen in the State of Union speech of the president tonight before Congress. But let's be frank, we've done the work at the border. We are there securing our border. We've done everything to make sure that the Americans would be happy. There's no crisis at the border. And right now, what President Trump is trying to do is to use his executive powers based on the fact that there is apparently a national security crisis at the northern border, which is false, to make sure that ultimately he can kick us around and ultimately bully us into a position of imposing 25% tariffs, which is completely unacceptable. So we'll continue to work with the Trump administration. As the head of the diplomacy in Canada, of course, I will talk to the Secretary of State tomorrow at noon, Marco Rubio. We already have a phone call scheduled, and we'll find solutions. But fundamentally, what is at risk is the fact that the U.S. is trying to create a lot of unpredictability, a lot of pressure on the Canadian economy that will cost hundreds of thousands of jobs across the country.
And CTV's Judy Trin is in Washington and joins us now with more on this trade war and more twists and turns. Judy, what's the latest from the Trump administration?
Well, you heard the minister reference the joint Congress speech in which President Donald Trump will be addressing tonight. His theme for that speech, Roger, is renewing the American dream. He has not responded to any of what Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has said or any of the ministers. He has responded in a social media post, right? But so far, right now, in terms of the messaging, it's the Canadian officials officials that are on the American airwaves, making their case directly to Americans that Canadians have done the job in regards to fentanyl, and yet they are still being punished, yet Donald Trump is actually embracing what Trudeau calls a murderous dictator in Vladimir Putin. So this is the positioning right now, and that is what Trump will have to talk about tonight in his speech to a joint session of Congress, whether or not his vision for renewing the American dream will actually turn into a nightmare because of these tariffs. He will have to convince Americans that it won't, Roger.
And with the tariff actually going into effect today, what are people saying south of the border? What's the impact so far?
You know, first thing this morning, we received a news release from the biggest business lobby in the U.S., the Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber of Commerce says 13 million American jobs depend on trade with Canada and Mexico. That's a huge amount of people who could be losing their livelihoods because of this decision by Donald Trump. Now, you heard that Howard Lutnick is saying that Trump might move on tariffs. Could a reversal happen? Take a listen. I spoke to trade lobbyist Eric Miller in Washington, and this is what he says it will take. It will require politicians in the U.S., congressmen and Republicans and Democrats, senators, to basically take control of the trade agenda. Take a listen.
They will only do that when their farmers cannot sell their agricultural products to Canada. They will only do that when they cannot get access to potash at reasonable prices for their growing season. And so you will unfortunately have to feel pain in the United States and pain in Canada for President Trump to reconsider. And it will take those in the Senate and in the House going to him and saying, look, we will lose significant numbers of seats politically if you do not change course. But these are things that play out over periods of months, not periods of days.
Midterm elections, Roger, are still 2 years away. And Howard Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary, actually conceded that in terms of seeing these actual jobs from pushing manufacturing back into the U.S. through the use of tariffs, it could take 2 years. That's a long time to go to feel financial pain. And just to juxtapose it with what's happening in Canada, if the trade war extends to about a year, the Canadian Labour Congress estimates that as many as 1.5 million jobs could be lost.
Okay, Judy, thank you for that. What a day. CTV's Judy Trin in Washington. And this tariff war will surely have an impact on consumers on both sides of the border. CTV's Rachel Aiello joins us now from the nation's capital for more on that. And Rachel, what can you tell us about the effect? Is it being felt already for Canadian businesses?
Yeah, Roger. So now that these tariffs are in effect, we took a look today at what this actually means. And tariffs are a tax that are imposed by the government. And because both Canada and the United States have levied tariffs, the cost is going to be felt both for American consumers and Canadians. So when we're looking at what Donald Trump has imposed on Canada, it is making the cost of Canadian goods going into the U.S. more expensive. So that will hurt homegrown businesses who are looking to export. But that is going to have a knock-on effect on Americans. That's because the American businesses who are buying up those Canadian goods will have to pay more, and they're going to have to calculate whether they can eat that cost, essentially absorb the extra price it will be, or pass it on, most likely, which is what they would do, to the consumer. And that means Americans will be paying more for the goods that are coming in from Canada. Now, it goes both ways because similarly, Canada has targeted a whole list of U.S. products. But that means that Canadians, when you go to the grocery store, if you're looking to buy those items, it'll cost you more. So it's a two-way thing here that we're talking about in terms of the impacts for Canadians and Americans because of the way the economies are so closely linked and how tariffs on one country means prices go up when they come in and then up on the other end for those who are picking them up at the grocery store, for example.
And now these tariffs are being collected by the government. What are they going to do with that money? Is it going to be redistributed to people who need support right now?
That is kind of the big question. The Prime Minister kind of stopped short of being definitive on that today, Roger. It is something that the government has said they're willing to support Canadians. They are looking at it. But yes, because this is a tax, it's essentially revenue that the Canadian government will be getting. In this instance, kind of to walk you through some of the items specifically, we've got coffee, we've got orange juice, we've got shampoo, underwear, clothing, football helmets, housing, building supplies, handbags. Like, there's a whole range of things that the government could be bringing in some money off of because of the tariffs they've imposed on U.S. items. And then so the question becomes, well, what do you do with that money? We heard from the opposition parties today, Pierre Poilievre saying that he wants to make sure that any revenue that is brought in is put forward and put back to Canadians, helping those industries and businesses who are struggling, helping Canadians directly, he suggested perhaps through a tax cut. And then Jagmeet Singh was pushing today for Parliament to come back so that any sort of new spending measure like this could be passed. We're waiting to see where the federal government goes from here in terms of what steps they would take. But it is also likely, Roger, that we would see similar responses, some sort of care package or support from the provinces to their most hit sectors on this front as well. So I think that's a wait and see once we get a clearer sense of what the overall financial impact is going to be on you and I at the grocery store, but also on big sectors like the auto, and whether that would need more specific targeting in the days ahead is kind of the big file we're now watching to see.
Okay, Rachel, thank you for that.
Thanks.
CTV's Rachel Aiello in Ottawa. Well, Saskatchewan's Premier Scott Moe says tariffs are going to hurt families on both sides of the border. Moe took to social media with this message. President Trump is just simply wrong when he says Canada has nothing the USA needs, and Americans are about to find out he is wrong. American farmers need Canadian fuel and fertilizer to grow their crops. Trump's tariffs will drive up the cost of oil, potash, and uranium, and that will drive up the cost of groceries for every American family. And premiers across the country are responding to Trump's moves to impose the tariffs today. Earlier, Ontario Premier Doug Ford laid out his plan to retaliate, but also said this is about one man, not all Americans.
I talk to endless Americans. I talk to endless elected officials. It is not them. Don't blame the American people. It's Donald Trump to be blamed for this.
And let's bring in CTV's Queen's Park Bureau Chief Siobhan Morris with more on this. Siobhan, Premier Ford probably has been one of the most vocal premiers we've heard about everything that is unfolding here. Ontario likely has a lot to lose with this. What's he saying is next for the province to try and protect itself?
So in the immediate term, I think the first most obvious thing that people living in Ontario will notice is a change at the liquor store. And the government has directed that the liquor store, the LCBO in Ontario, remove all American-made alcohol from its shelves. It also means that bars and restaurants that get their alcohol through the LCBO, they can't order it either. That's meant to be a direct hit, especially to red states, to really punish them and hope that they will give the message to Donald Trump that tariffs will not work going forward. That's the most immediate change. The government has also barred U.S. firms from bidding on Ontario contracts, something that will deprive them of tens of billions of dollars. There's also a talk about a potential escalation if tariffs are added on or continue. The Premier says that he is prepared to add a 25% surcharge on electricity that the province ships to American states. That keeps the lights on for about 1 million homes in a few U.S. states. And he says he's also prepared to turn the lights off if it comes to that. Again, if we see tariffs continue into the month of April. Controversially, of course, there is a deal that the province has with Elon Musk's company Starlink that was to provide high-speed internet to rural and northern Ontario. The province today is ending that contract worth about $100 million. This is really about principle, Doug Ford says, not wanting to link himself to somebody so intent on hurting Ontario's economy.
And of course, all this is unfolding not long after a provincial election that Ford's Conservatives won quite handily. What kind of an impact is that having on everything that's unfolding?
I think it's raised a lot of questions about exactly what the government can do in response to tariffs, whether they can deploy aid packages if these tariffs do continue for weeks and months ahead. The PCs over the course of the Progressive Conservatives, that is, over the course of the campaign, promised $5 billion in relief for affected workers, industries, businesses. How they could unleash that is a little unclear. It's also unclear at this point whether the government would need legislation to add that surcharge on electricity. Doug Ford says that the government is currently looking at options to try to speed that up or make other options available. So there certainly is a lot of uncertainty with the legislature not able to be recalled until March 17th at the very earliest, but it's not clear when Ford might do that.
Okay, Siobhan, thank you for that.
You're welcome.
CTV's Queen's Park Bureau Chief Siobhan Morris. Well, Trump will address a joint session of Congress tonight, 6 weeks into his tumultuous second term. The speech, while not technically a State of the Union address because Trump was only inaugurated in January, carries the weight of one. With a theme of the renewal of the American dream, Trump will highlight what his administration has accomplished so far, its economic policy, including extending tax cuts, border security and deportations, and his foreign policy plans. We will bring you Trump's address live right here on CTV News Channel and on ctvnews.ca at 9 p.m. Eastern. And as we head to break, a look at the nation's capital as we continue to follow Canada's reaction to Donald Trump's trade war. Stay with us. We'll be speaking with the mayor of Niagara Falls, Ontario, next.
Vengeance has no timeline with the mafia.
Get dirty. Get dirty. Get dirty. Get dirty. Shop and get dirty.
What's next in pain relief? Salon Pos Roll-On and Cream, the only products with 2 clinically studied anesthetics, lidocaine and benzyl alcohol. Salon Pos starts to work on contact to numb pain away. Salon Pos, it's good medicine.
Don't let nausea and vomiting interrupt your travel plans. Trust Gravol for long-lasting relief with just 1 tablet. Releasing medicine for up to 12 hours. Don't take chances. Trust Gravol.
Everybody knows what you got.
Tap into slots with over 1,000 games and new ones added daily. Tap into slots. Tap into Botano. Botano. The game starts now.
Hold! What the bubble's happening?
We're waiting to see if she's gonna chew or let us melt.
Oh no, are we getting chewed?
Feel the aero bubbles melt. It's mind-bubbling.
Trump wants our jobs.
We're going to take other countries' jobs.
And Mark Carney is just the man to help him. Trudeau and Carney sold out Canada with job-killing taxes that push jobs south. He opposed Canadian pipelines while profiting off U.S. coal. Carney even moved his company's headquarters to New York, just as Trump wanted.
You're sneaky.
Carbon tax Carney. If Carney wins, Canada loses.
Whether it is lumber, oil, or seafood, trade with the U.S. is vital to the economies of the maritime provinces. Exports to the U.S. account for a significant share of their GDP. CTV's Jonathan McInnes is in Halifax and has more on how businesses are reacting on day one of the trade war with the U.S.
With trade tariffs now in place, Nova Scotians are preparing for a rough ride.
It has a potential of being pretty devastating, I think, for many workers in this province.
As president of the Nova Scotia Federation of Labor, Danny Kavanagh represents 70,000 workers in the province, and he's expecting job losses. Kavanagh would like to see a worker protection fund to help them and the communities where they live.
We need to ensure workers and their paychecks and their income is protected so they can continue to, pay for their homes, put food on the table, buy the medications they need, and look after their families.
President Donald Trump's 25% levy on all Canadian goods became active at midnight.
It's going to catch many American and Canadian consumers paying more for a lot of different goods that cross both back and forth through the U.S. and Canada.
The president is also slapping 10% on oil, a move that petroleum analyst Patrick DeHaan says will affect Americans more than people in Eastern Canada.
I would say it's going to be a less of an impact for the Maritimes. Thankfully, your oil is, generally unaffected by any tariffs.
While many industries aren't sure what lies ahead, some in tourism are seeing an increase in bookings for this upcoming summer, especially for visitors from Europe and across Canada.
I would say, especially with Canadians, I absolutely believe that they've made the conscious decision to travel within Canada this year.
A small way to hit back and help soften the blow for businesses as this North American tariff war is now underway, with both sides digging in for what could be a long and costly battle. Jonathan McGuinness, CTV News, Halifax.
Border mayors are also responding to Trump's tariffs. Speaking to Power Play host Vashi Kapelos, Sarnia, Ontario's mayor, warning today that it's just the first day of a long and painful trade war.
And what Canadians need to think about is this. It's great for us to rally and to listen to what people are saying to fight back. This is going to be 4 years of economic terrorism. And we're going to have to go through some real pain, and it's going to be difficult. We thought our economies were back on track. We got through COVID, interest rates were coming down, inflation was coming down, and now we have this self-created crisis from the U.S.
Toronto Mayor Olivia Chow says the city is working on its plan to respond to Trump's tariffs, and she expects to make an announcement next week.
I know that time is tough because we are in a senseless trade war. Many Torontonians are feeling anxious. I know when we stand united as Canadians, we can defend our country, and Toronto will emerge stronger than ever. And Canada will never be the 51 state.
And as we head to break, a look at how Canadians across the country are reacting to the trade war. Our coverage continues in a moment.
It's annoying to be bullied by Mr. Trump.
I really do think it's a negotiating tactic.
It's only going to get worse.
Trade Center, presented by Harvey's, Friday on TSN.
First, we won J.D. Power, ranking Ram the #1 brand in new vehicle quality. Then we won 2025 Motor Trend Truck of the Year. Now, we're throwing our weight around even more with the new Ram Heavy Duty. Well, you know what they say. You win some, you'll win some. And every win is inspired by the ones who drive us. Ram, built to serve.
It was absolutely amazingly divine.
I thought I was going to heaven.
Breathtaking. It is absolutely stunning.
I feel better about the world. I feel uplifted.
I have never seen a production any better than this, anywhere.
This has just been therapy for the soul.
It's a must-see, must-see.
Make sure you see it. Make sure you see it.
Returning to 9 cities across Canada, starting March 21st. Tickets at genuine.com.
You've got a Pepto predicament, Ace. You overdid it on your poutine routine. Undo it with Pepto Caplets.
When you have nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, diarrhea.
When you overdo it, undo it with Pepto-Bismol. Whether you're starting your adventure,
seat buddies,
or coming back from it, we know the flight isn't the whole story. It's where your story takes off.
Nacho fries, salsa, cheese sauce, sour cream, delicious and just for me. They're nacho fries, nacho fries, nacho.
Give your taste buds something to sing about at New York Fries.
Kids, they just love to keep going. Having a blast? Go. Shining bright? Go. A snack with a good taste? Go, go. Go, go squeeze. Snack on, play on.
Saskatchewan Premier Scott Moe says the new U.S. tariffs will drive up the cost of potash for American farmers who depend on it to grow their crops. CTV's Alison Bamford has more on the fertilizer fallout and what it means for growers on both sides of the border.
Christian Hebert's Saskatchewan farm uses about 1,000 tons of potash each year.
Potash is a big player in crop health and straw strength.
Potash contains potassium and is one of 4 macronutrients needed to grow a crop. It improves water efficiency and disease resistance. American farmers need it even more than Canadians, partly because of their soil and the crops they grow.
Corn is a huge, very important crop, and it is a crop that demands a lot of nutrition.
Millions of tons of fertilizer flow into the U.S. every year.
Canada supplies more than 80% of the potash used on American farms. A 25% tariff gives farmers 2 options: increase their budget or cut back on fertilizer.
If they try to cut back by 10 or 20% on the amount of fertilizer that's needed, that's going to have a direct impact on their yields.
The timing of this isn't ideal either, with the spring planting season in the U.S. right around the corner. Allison Bamford, CTV News.
And south of the border, not all American officials are throwing their support behind President Trump's tariff plan. The head of Minnesota's Department of Agriculture says the levies will hurt farmers and many other industries.
Tariffs, there's no winners in, as far as I can see. I don't see how you can hurt every sector of the economy. It's not just going to be the ag community. Every sector of the economy is going to be affected by this. And inflict pain on everybody for what? That's not the solution.
And of course, our continuing coverage continues. There's a look at the capitals of Canada and the U.S. as we are embroiled in a trade war between the two countries. Stay with us. We'll have more on this right after the break. You're watching CTV News Channel.
Now is the time to book your ultimate voyage to Antarctica on Scenic Eclipse. With up to 10 dining experiences, rejuvenating wellness facilities, spacious suites, and unrivaled exploration. Choose to soar above or dive below for memories that last a lifetime. Enjoy exclusive savings on our 2025 to 2027 worldwide collection.
Gold standard. Gold dust. Pot of gold. Solid gold. You're worth your weight in gold. Golden boy, golden girl, golden goose, golden egg, golden age, golden ticket, golden opportunity. Is it just me, or is there some kind of clue here?
Cookies. Or cream. Crunchy cookies or smooth cream. How about both?
Your skin renews every 27 days. It's in your nature to glow. Help supplement your healthy hair, skin, and nails with 2 times the biotin. You are bountiful. Nature's bounty. It's in your nature.
Tenement. Hi. Now we're comfortable. Let's talk urine leakage. Tana Men Protective Underwear are designed for men with a discreet, secure fit and protects like Tana. No more dribble dramas.
Keep control. Discreet protection designed for men.
Swiss Chalet's Seafood Fest is back. Hurry in for Canada's famous rotisserie chicken paired with garlic shrimp, our delicious fish and chips, fish sandwich, or our popcorn shrimp appetizer. All here for a limited time, starting from only $16.99, only at Swiss Chalet.
A lot of hot women away from home, acting all anonymous.
I just don't understand why you wouldn't hook up with me.
Because you're soulless. That's the perfect week for a fling. She's an aging actress. It's pathetic.
Actresses are all basically prostitutes. Am I right?
Well, after months of threats, Donald Trump has imposed sweeping tariffs on Canadian goods. The federal government and several provinces are responding with retaliatory tariffs. CTV's Judy Trin in Washington and has more on how the trade war is being felt south of the border.
Donald Trump's decision to push 25% tariffs on Canadian goods was brought in under the guise of stopping the flow of illegal fentanyl. But its primary aim is to drive manufacturing back to the United States.
We're going to try to start bringing cars back. We're going to bring back those great jobs. We're going to bring back production of enormous amounts of things.
The U.S. also imposed tariffs on Mexico and China. Both countries are also retaliating. Tariffs are usually passed on from companies to consumers, driving up the price of products from home building to cars to fruits and vegetables.
We depend on Mexico for a significant amount of supply. Those are categories where we'll try to protect pricing, but the consumer will likely see price increases over the next couple of days.
The jobs of 13 million Americans depend on trade with its northern allies. But instead of reconsidering, Trump called Justin Trudeau governor and posted that the U.S. will counter Canada's retaliation with more tariffs.
So today, the United States launched a trade war against Canada. At the same time, they're talking about working positively with Russia, appeasing Vladimir Putin, a lying, murderous dictator.
America first or America alone? This trade lobbyist says the Trump administration may be improving its relationship with Russia to get through this.
You will see the return to markets in the United States, undoubtedly, of all of those companies that face sanctions after Russia's invasion of Ukraine in 2022.
Judy Trin, CTV News.
Joining me now for insight into how governments in border towns are responding to the tariffs is the Mayor of Niagara Falls, Ontario, Jim Diodati. Mayor, thank you very much for joining us.
Thanks for having me, Scott.
It's Roger. I'll just let you know. No worries, no worries. Let's talk about your initial reaction to what just happened. Was there hope going into last night that we might actually get a break or a reprieve?
There was, and we were hoping that they were just posturing, and this was the Trump way of negotiating one thing to get something else. And we really believe that this is just a strategy to help him prepare for the upcoming renegotiation of the agreement between Canada, the U.S., and Mexico. But unfortunately, it looks like he's stepping forward. And, it seems like he's throwing everything at the wall, seeing what sticks. I don't know that there's any rhyme to reason or it doesn't seem like it's logical. It seems very emotional at this point. We can't understand it.
How are you trying to deal with that as a border town?
Well, the challenge for us, we're the #1 leisure destination in Canada. We typically get 14 million people, and typically 25% of those visitors are American, and they do represent 50% of the revenue. So the question is, with the exchange rates right now, it would be very desirable for Americans to come to Canada. But given what's going on, we don't know if it's going to be a good news or a bad news story. We know there'll be a lot of staycations with Canadians staying here. We thought maybe we're going to have the cake and eat it too and have the Americans visit. The question is, are they going to follow their dollar or are they going to follow their president?
Have you been reaching out to American groups and getting their thoughts on it and what they're considering, if they're considering coming up for visits?
I have been. And in fact, I've been in regular touch with a lot of people across the border. I'm friends with a lot of mayors, congressmen, senators, county executives, and we talk on a regular basis. And I can tell you, they've been reaching out to say, listen, this is not the people. This is not how we feel. We love Canada. We love Canadians. This is our president, and this is politics. And we understand that. A lot of them have said, I'm embarrassed. I don't know even what to say right now. And I said, well, right now, Canadians aren't feeling the love. They're not feeling welcome right now. And I think on the Canadian side, it's important for our patriotism that we're definitely pro-Canadian. I just don't want to see us become anti-American any more than I want to see Americans become anti-Canadian. I think at this point, it's politics, it's politicians negotiating, and I hope this will end soon and we can move on and once again become each other's greatest allies, and trading partners.
Okay, Mayor, thank you very much for joining us today. Good luck with everything that's unfolding right now. That's Mayor Jim Diodati from Niagara Falls, Ontario. Well, Ontario's Premier Doug Ford had some strong words for the U.S. president today as he spoke directly to Americans via U.S. television. Ford also held a news conference at Queen's Park in Toronto where he took direct shots at Donald Trump's decision. CTV's Queen's Park Bureau Chief Siobhan Morris has more on what the Premier had to say.
A stone-faced Doug Ford aimed to level with Ontarians.
Today's a tough day.
a day that the United States hit its neighbor and ally with tariffs. A day that began with the Premier explaining to American TV viewers,
we do have to retaliate, and I apologize to the American people. It's not you, it's your president.
At home, making the goal of that retaliation plan clear.
I want to inflict as much pain as we possibly can until we get to a deal of the USMCA.
It means pulling American-made booze from LCBO shelves, blocking bars, restaurants, and other retailers from being able to buy it, barring U.S. firms from bidding on provincial contracts, and terminating an internet deal with the company owned by Donald Trump loyalist Elon Musk, a move that may come with a penalty.
This is principle.
Ford has some choice words for Musk, who studied at Kingston's Queen's University in the 1990s.
They should be embarrassed that he went to Queen's. He should be embarrassed to attack the people that took care of him.
Ontario is ready to escalate if the Trump administration follows through with more tariffs.
We will immediately apply a 25% surcharge on the electricity we export.
Enough to power more than 1 million American homes and businesses. If tariffs stretch into April, Ford says he's ready to turn the supply off.
I'm highly recommending to President Trump, don't force our hand. You underestimate Canadians, you're making a massive mistake.
Warning Ontarians the road ahead may get rocky, Ford repeated a campaign promise to help.
We'll retrain impacted workers for new jobs. We'll retool companies for new customers and new markets. We'll reshore supply chains to bring good jobs back home.
The opposition leader is urging the Premier to recall the legislature to collaborate on a tariff response.
If the Premier is good to his word, which is he wants a Team Ontario approach, that means everybody at the table together.
Ford insists he doesn't need the legislature and it can't be called back right away after last week's election.
Our cabinet is active right now, and we can do whatever we need to do to protect the people of Ontario.
Siobhan Morris, CTV News.
Quebec's premier says Canadians will not be intimidated by U.S. President Donald Trump. François Legault says he asked Quebec's Treasury Board to implement measures to penalize American companies that do business with the province, and he says he is also considering more drastic measures.
When I say we must not rule out anything for the future, it includes what we can do or would do with electricity. It's not something we look short term. We already announced today important counter tariffs and some important measures, but we don't have to exclude anything.
And British Columbia Premier David Eby says his province will support British Columbians financially in response to the tariffs. He also said BC is changing its procurement policies to prioritize buying Canadians and to punish Americans.
To send a message. We're not as big and a powerful market as the United States, but there are many American jobs that depend on the purchases made by British Columbians and by Canadians. Effective immediately, our liquor stores will be pulling all red state liquor products off of the shelf. This is a deliberate decision to target red state liquor products. There's a bit of a message in it. We understand who's attacking us.
The Premier of New Brunswick is joining the chorus of provincial leaders condemning the newly imposed tariffs. Susan Holt says the people of her province see the levies as an insult and a betrayal.
92% of our exports go to the U.S. These tariffs are an attack on Canada and on who we are, and they mark a turning point for our province and our country. Canada and the U.S. have been good trading partners, good neighbors for a long time. Here in New Brunswick, we know this better than anyone. We share 17 border crossings with Maine, and many New Brunswickers and Mainers alike consider themselves neighbors, cousins. You don't treat your neighbors like this.
The federal government is pledging to respond to the tariffs and support Canadians. CTV's Rachel Aiello is in Ottawa and has more on the impact.
With both the U.S. and Canadian governments imposing tariffs, which are a tax on imported goods, consumers on both sides of the border will be paying more. Trump's 25% tariffs make Canadian products going into the U.S. more expensive. This will hurt homegrown businesses who export, but also everyday Americans, as U.S. companies that buy Canadian will be paying more, and they'll then have to decide if they can afford to absorb the cost or pass it down to consumers. It goes both ways, though. Canada's retaliation targets key U.S. sectors, but consumers on this side of the border will see prices rise. Among what the trade war is making cost more, your morning coffee or orange juice, the ingredients that make meals taste better, such as butter and spices, as well as the appliances that you cook them in. Cocktail essentials such as liquor and bitters, shampoo, deodorant, underwear, and the clothing you put on top. Plus, handbags, helmets, and home building materials. Federal officials say these items were chosen to minimize the cost on this side of the border, as there are made-in-Canada alternatives. And this is just phase one. Canada plans to impose another round of tariffs on U.S. products in 21 days. That list is expected to include cars, boats, steel, and aluminum. Rachel Aiello, CTV News, Ottawa.
Well, the president will address Congress tonight, and 6 weeks into his tumultuous term. The speech is similar to a State of the Union address, but not called that because Trump was only inaugurated in January. It's coming just hours after the tariffs were slapped on Canada and Mexico. The speech also follows a pause in U.S. military aid to Ukraine. Tonight's agenda includes extending tax cuts, tightening border security, and deportations. And we will bring you Trump's address live right here on CTV News Channel and on ctvnews.ca at 9 p.m. Eastern. As we head to break, a live look at Parliament Hill in the snow. We are following Canada's reaction to Donald Trump's trade war. It started. We will be speaking with the mayor and other officials coming up ahead.
Vengeance has no timeline with the mafia.
Swiss Chalet Seafood Fest is back. Hurry in for Canada's famous rotisserie chicken paired with garlic shrimp, our delicious fish and chips, fish sandwich, or our popcorn shrimp appetizer. All here for a limited time, starting from only $16.99, only at Swiss Chalet.
After her partner's health scare, Sam needed to make some changes. So she got Northcover Life Insurance. Their licensed advisors helped choose coverage to suit her exact needs and budget. Now Sam's so well covered, it's like she's wearing a parka. Her family will be looked after with a cash payout of up to $1.5 million. Or she could receive 100% of the benefit up front if diagnosed with a terminal illness. Northcover. Comfort in being protected. Get a quote today. Call 1-844-657-1010 now or visit northcover.ca.
Hello, 988, Suicide Crisis Helpline.
I think I need some help.
Thousands of entrepreneurs don't have access to the support they need. Breaking down doors for entrepreneurs. We're on it. BDC, financing, advising, know-how.
It's not always easy to eat enough of what I should. Ensure has 25 vitamins and minerals and is high in protein to help build muscles. So I get nutrients to help me keep doing the things I love with the people I love. Ensure, the #1 doctor-recommended brand.
ProPlan is always advancing with game-changing formulas that promote mental sharpness and help extend lives. See what nutrition can do. Purina ProPlan, always advancing.
Well, these steep U.S. tariffs will no doubt hurt Canada's economy. There may be a silver lining, or perhaps a red and white one, as they've inspired a renewed sense of national pride. CTV's Tyler Fleming has a look at how communities are showing their support by raising the flag, shopping local, and for one company, building a symbol of unity.
Here at the Best Muskoka Chair Company in Kemptville, Ontario, Canadian pride isn't just a sentiment. For 70 years, it's been built into every piece.
Being able to manufacture a product from our hands and being able to ship around the world is an honor for me.
Passed down to Francois Bruneau by his father. The chair's synonymous with cottage life, relaxation, freedom, and now sovereignty, with a lounger that features a carved-out maple leaf backrest.
It symbolizes hope, unity, love for each other, and we decided to post it on Made in Canada, which is a new site that just got created because of these tariffs. And the interaction and the explosion in 3 days.
With nearly 10,000 views, this quintessentially Canadian showpiece booms in popularity.
It kind of gives me goosebumps, and just sitting in the chair, it's very special.
It seems more than ever, Canadians like Daryl Johnson are embracing their identity.
I'm proud to be a Canadian.
Red and white on display all around her community.
There's a few of us that always do flags for Canada Day, but this is the first time I've seen flags out at this time of year.
We just filled up again.
At World of Maps, flags are flying off the shelves.
Everyone's very happy that we can display the Canadian flag proudly.
It's also a reminder to shop local.
When I'm shopping, I can actually tell people, I can see people reading labels, looking for that Canadian flag or the Made in Canada on their products, so that's good.
Canada is a rich, beautiful country.
And in tough economic times, it gives the Best Muskoka Chair Company something to celebrate.
And as Canadians, we can grow, we can be strong, and we'll get through this.
Tyler Fleming, CTV News.
Joining me now is Barbara Barrett, the Executive Director of the Frontier Duty Free Association. Barbara, thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
How are these tariffs affecting your independently owned Canadian stores? And just give us a quick little explainer of who these stores are, where you find them.
Yes, thank you. So our land border duty-free stores are all independently owned, mostly family-run Canadian businesses on the Canadian side of the land border between Canada and the U.S. Once you enter into a land border duty-free store, you have to exit out into the United States. Our stores showcase uniquely Canadian goods and often locally made goods. Our only competition is U.S. retailers and U.S. duty-free stores 100 meters down the road. It's really important to remember that these stores were set up as the last opportunity to spend dollars in Canada before going into the United States.
And what are you noticing, I mean, especially today, but have you heard from people coming through? Are they hesitating to shop?
So as an export industry that's 100% reliant on that land border duty-free or on that land border traffic, we have been seeing even before the tariffs were implemented, just at the threat of the tariffs, this boycott of travel. So folks are not traveling over to the U.S. And yes, we understand, but we're hearing from stores across Canada that they've been seeing up to an 80% decline of traffic and sales since even the threat of the tariffs.
Wow. And now it's been a crazy day because we've heard talk possibly that Trump may meet in the middle somewhere. Yeah. Does that help you at all and your stores?
Yeah, any regulation or thickening of the border or sticky point on the border creates it creates an issue for our stores, for our businesses, and ultimately border communities. It creates a stickiness that prevents people from wanting to travel over the border. So of course we're in support of that pullback on the tariffs, but again, any of that stickiness at the border creates an issue.
And is there more Ottawa could do to help you?
Absolutely. There are a couple of things that we've been talking to the government about, and a couple of things that could be done immediately that are revenue neutral that would help us survive this and weather this new storm. So we're asking the Minister of Finance to issue a directive that would ensure that duty-free across all departments are treated as export without exception. That's one. And then two is we're asking for excise tax to be removed as we are a duty-free industry, and that would help us be more competitive with our U.S. counterparts.
Okay, Barbara, thank you very much for joining us. Good luck with everything.
Thank you for having me.
Barbara Barrett is the Executive Director of the Frontier Duty Free Association. Well, Mexico has also been targeted by Donald Trump. And Mexico's President, Claudia Sheinbaum, says there's no justification for the tariffs and says her government will respond. We are still waiting to hear what that response will look like. Sheinbaum says she will be providing more details this weekend. And China has responded to the tariffs, saying it will impose additional tariffs of up to 15% on imports of key U.S. farm products, including chicken, pork, soy, and beef. And as we head to break, a live look at the nation's capital. Lots of activity there as we deal with the fallout from the tariffs going into effect from Donald Trump. Trade war is here. Stay with us.
Trade Center, presented by Harvey's, Friday on TSN.
I'm death gonna miss my class if I try and pack my lunch. Oh no, spilled coffee on myself again. I really shouldn't drop $25 on a sandwich. These nails weren't cheap. More coffee, stat. If you know, you know. Slate that exam, treat yourself, right? I could cook, but no. We're here for you 24/7. So if you didn't know, now you know.
Trump wants our jobs.
We're going to take other countries' jobs.
And Mark Carney is just the man to help him. Trudeau and Carney sold out Canada with job-killing taxes that push jobs south. He opposed Canadian pipelines while profiting off U.S. coal. Carney even moved his company's headquarters to New York, just as Trump wanted.
You're sneaky.
Carbon tax Carney. If Carney wins, Canada loses.
Cough and cold symptoms? Buckley's knows you'll try anything for relief. It's not that we don't believe in the near mythical powers of chicken noodle soup. We just believe in Buckley's more. Buckley's. It tastes awful and it works.
You brush and floss, but did you know? Listerine kills up to 99.9% of germs and destroys 5 times more plaque above the gum line than floss, contributing to a clean, healthy mouth. Help complete your routine with Listerine.
Come on. Handcuff fries, hands off mine. Nacho, nacho, nacho fries. Salsa, cheese sauce, sour cream. Delicious and just for me. They're nacho fries, nacho fries, nacho.
Give your taste buds something to sing about at New York Fries. Gold standard, gold dust, pot of gold, solid gold, golden opportunity. Is it just me or is there some kind of clue here? I don't know.
It is a move that could drive up prices on some of the biggest purchases Canadians make, from cars and homes to food and appliances. Businesses on this side of the border say the added cost could deal a crushing blow, with Canadian consumers likely to feel the impact in the weeks and months ahead. CTV's Caitlin Wilson reports.
Clearing shelves, boxing up all American products at LCBOs across the province.
Fight fire with fire.
Jason McCafferty rushed to pick up some bourbon, Bullet, and Maker's Mark, but he will be making a change.
Just stocking up before it's too late, but also at the same time picked up a Canadian version to see going forward, see how it tastes, and go from there.
All the product will be stored until tariffs come off, encouraging people to instead buy Canadian, as the Premier lobs a financial punch at the U.S.
We're the largest purchaser of bourbon in the world for Kentucky bourbon manufacturers. They're done. They're gone.
Most shoppers understand, but for some, it's hard to swallow.
I'll miss those California wines.
I think in the long run, it won't accomplish much, but right now it seems to be the thing to do.
I believe in buying Ontario wine. There's some really good Ontario wines that people haven't discovered yet.
Choosing local options is exactly what the Ontario Restaurant, Hotel and Motel Association is recommending.
You know, these tariffs are a weapon to weaken our economy and our businesses and our livelihoods. And we should do our part in standing up for Ontario.
Not so easy when it comes to the tariffs on food.
Lettuce and tomatoes, potatoes and food-safe packaging. Those are the things that we will really struggle with in terms of finding replacements. So we've asked for the government to look at exempting those from the second round of the retaliatory tariffs.
Omid Azad is feeling the pressure, having purchased cases of booze already on the menu at Beer Bistro and potential replacements.
We have to find the right choice for them, and then we have to at least 1 week, 2 weeks, the free samples to the guests to see that is it the right things for them. And it's all about increasing the cost.
He says some of the options are more expensive.
It's not fair that we pay for them.
A cost that will be felt until the tariffs come off.
And that was CTV's Allison Hurst. Donald Trump's tariffs have riled up people across the country. In the nation's capital, more than 100 protesters rallied outside the U.S. Embassy, speaking out against the American administration. CTV's Austin Lee has more.
As anger towards Donald Trump reaches a boiling point in the nation's capital, few were voicing their displeasure louder than Mark Bogarts.
I was worried, but now I'm just mad. And I'm going to be out for every protest I can get to and make sure that Trump doesn't cross our border.
He drove 2 hours from Kingston to join a riled-up group of protesters in front of the U.S. Embassy in Ottawa on Tuesday, just 12 hours after Donald Trump imposed sweeping 25% tariffs on Canada and continues his calls to annex the country.
It's beyond my wildest dreams. If my mother was still alive, she'd be freaking in her boots. She'd be here beside me.
Many here still wrapping their heads around the deteriorating state of Canada-U.S. relations.
If you had mentioned this to me like 6 months ago, I'd have probably told you were crazy.
It takes a lot to rile Canadians up. And I think Canadians are riled up and they're speaking out, which they need to do.
At the Ottawa airport, Elizabeth and James Knight are returning home from Florida. They planned the trip months ago and say now, as the trade dispute deepens, their travel plans are changing.
We're not going back to the United States very soon.
We were traveling with friends who in fact changed their travel plans so that they wouldn't stay there, and they flew right home to Toronto.
As for what they heard from some Americans during their time south of the border,
they were apologizing and very upset. So that was encouraging.
Back in front of the U.S. Embassy, protesters say this will not be their last rally.
We are in for a bit of a rough ride and bad weather, and I think we need to look out for one another.
Austin Lee, CTV News.
As we head to break a live look at the capital of Canada, the capital of the United States, and we are in the middle of a tariff war, trade war with them right now. Stay with us. We will have more on this right after the break. You're watching CTV News Channel.
There's no halfway with this. We finish what we started.
What do Canadians know when their tires are low? They reach for Pocket Air Pro by Bullseye, the compact compressor that goes anywhere to fill it up with air. Now at our best Canadian dollar price ever. It puts the power of a full-size air compressor in your pocket, equipped with a 4,500 milliamp rechargeable lithium-ion battery. That's enough power to fill 4 car tires on a single charge, and the whole family's bike tires in no time. Low pressure warning? Fill it up with Pocket Air. Motorcycle tire flat? Pocket Air Pro can fill that. Take it with you to class to fill it up fast. Whether inflating basketballs or soccer balls, Pocket Air can do it all. Featuring an advanced smart pressure sensor, it automatically stops when your set tire pressure is reached. Simply set it and let it inflate, completely hands-free. Pocket Air Pro is lightweight, durable, and is powerful enough to lift all that weight. Even a trailer loaded with thousands of pounds of equipment is no match for Pocket Air Pro. Pocket Air is powerful enough to inflate this giant truck. With an ultra-bright LED light and a large display screen, it's safe to use even at night. And with 4 custom air nozzles on board, it's perfect for pool toys, exercise balls, and more. Gas station air out of order? Fill it up anytime, anywhere with Pocket Air. Call or go online now and get the complete Pocket Air Pro system for just $79.99 Canadian. That's our best Canadian dollar price. It comes with the carry case, car charger, and a 90-day money-back guarantee. And for a limited time, we'll give you a 50% discount on a second one. Plus, we'll ship your entire order free direct from our Canada warehouse. You get it all at incredible Canadian dollar value. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-474-9295. That's 1-800-474-9295, or go online to pocketair.ca. That's 1-800-474-9295, or go to pocketair.ca.
Don't move!
Joe Wilson, 38-year-old female.
Help me get her to OB.
Grey's Anatomy returns Thursday, 10, 8 Mountain on CTV.
It's not in my habit to agree with the Wall Street Journal. But Donald, they point out that even though you're a very smart guy, this is a very dumb thing to do.
Prime Minister Trudeau saying the country will not back down as the U.S. launches a trade war.
President Trump stabbed America's best friend in the back. My message to the president is this: Canada will fight back.
The leader of the opposition has tough words in response to Donald Trump's tariffs. And the U.S. president will address Congress tonight in the wake of him hitting Canada, Mexico, and China with hefty taxes. You're watching CTV News Channel. I'm Roger Peterson. Thank you very much for joining us. Well, the trade war between Canada and the U.S. is now underway after U.S. President Donald Trump slapped a 25% tariff on Canadian goods. Canada responding in kind, with Prime Minister Justin Trudeau saying Trump is aiming to collapse the Canadian economy. CTV's senior political correspondent, Mike LeCouture, reports.
Prime Minister Justin Trudeau had a message for people on both sides of the border, and he spoke directly to the U.S. president.
Even though you're a very smart guy, this is a very dumb thing to do.
Pulling no punches, the Prime Minister laid out the economic damage this will do to the continent. And he dismissed Trump's argument that this has anything to do with the flow of fentanyl into the U.S., calling it completely bogus.
So we actually have to fold back on the one thing he has said repeatedly, that what he wants is to see a total collapse of the Canadian economy, because that'll make it easier to annex us.
Vowing not to back down, Trudeau announced counter tariffs on $30 billion worth of American goods. In 3 weeks, another $125 billion worth of U.S. imports could also face levies. Governments across the country are also looking at non-tariff measures. Ontario is one of several provinces removing American alcohol from province-run liquor stores, and the Premier is willing to go even further.
If the Trump administration falls through on any more tariffs, we will immediately apply a 25% surcharge on the electricity we export. We will not hesitate to shut off their power as well.
Danielle Smith is also upset, but she's ruled out export tariffs on Alberta energy.
I've already said that we're not going to retaliate on energy. That is such an essential product for American consumers and American businesses.
Opposition leaders also stood firm against the U.S. trade action, but had their own suggestions for how Canada should help respond to help Canadians.
Counter tariffs must not be a cash cow for the government. Almost every penny of the tariffs collected should go to tax cuts, with a small sum set aside for targeted relief to workers hardest hit by the trade war.
I'm calling on an emergency session of Parliament like we had in the pandemic. What we're witnessing could be worse than the pandemic, and very likely will be worse.
The Prime Minister says instead of a relief package, the focus right now is to get American tariffs lifted as quickly as possible.
And we're insulted, and we're angry, but we're Canadian, which means we're going to stand up for each other. We're going to fight, and we're going to win.
But in order to get that win, Trudeau is calling for continued unity and for people to buy Canadian. Mike LeCouture, CTV News, Ottawa.
And are you ready for a new twist? The U.S. Secretary of Commerce is saying that the president might meet Canada in the middle as soon as tomorrow. Here's what he told Fox Business News.
Both the Mexicans and the Canadians were on the phone with me all day today, trying to show that they'll do better. And the president's listening because, you know, he's very, very fair and very reasonable. So I think he's going to work something out with them. It's not going to be a pause, none of that pause stuff. But I think he's going to figure out, you do more, and I'll meet you in the middle some way. And we're going to probably be announcing that tomorrow. So somewhere in the middle will likely be the outcome. The president moving with the Canadians and Mexicans, but not all the way.
And Foreign Affairs Minister Melanie Joly spoke with Power Play's Vashi Capellos today, and here's what she had to say about Lutnick's comments.
Before the U.S. launched its trade war, they didn't have any communications with us, any of us. And there are many of us that were in contact with the Trump administration until then. They didn't only do that to us, they did that to the Mexicans as well. So this is clearly a strategy. We'll see what will happen in the State of Union speech of the president tonight before Congress. But let's be frank, we've done the work at the border. We are there securing our border. We've done everything to make sure that the Americans would be happy. There's no crisis at the border. And right now, what President Trump is trying to do is to use his executive powers based on the fact that there is apparently a national security crisis at the northern border, which is false, to make sure that ultimately he can kick us around and ultimately bully us into a position of imposing 25% tariffs, which is completely unacceptable. So we'll continue to work with the Trump administration. As the head of the diplomacy in Canada, of course, I will talk to the Secretary of State tomorrow at noon, Marco Rubio. We already have a phone call scheduled, and we'll find solutions. But fundamentally, what is at risk is the fact that the U.S. is trying to create a lot of unpredictability, a lot of pressure on the Canadian economy that will cost hundreds of thousands of jobs across the country.
Joining me now is Eric Ham, our CTV News U.S. political analyst. And Eric, just another day in Washington, right?
It certainly is. Another day of chaos, another day of bedlam.
I mean, the latest, we have to talk about this off the top. Lutnick's comments that maybe tomorrow it'll be a different day, that we might get a break on this tariff.
Yeah, that was very interesting to say that Canada and Mexico will meet in the middle, but we don't know where the middle is with Donald Trump on these tariffs, because the post has moved for more than 3 months in terms of what Donald Trump wants. And we know that Canada has met every metric when it comes to securing the border. In fact, we've heard from governors here in the United States, from Michigan to New York, 2 border states with Canada, who have said there is very little fentanyl at all coming in through the U.S.-Canada side. And so clearly what we're seeing here is this is a crisis of Donald Trump's own making, and it's going to have to be a solution that somehow Donald Trump finds a way where he can actually agree to a deal. But again, no one, including Donald Trump's own cabinet, knows exactly what that is.
Yeah, and Lutnick mentioned, I believe, that it would involve everything that's part of the agreement, the trade agreement with Mexico and Canada. But would that leave things outside of it still exposed to the 25%? It's such a guessing game right now.
It is, and we have to remember, and we have to keep saying this over and over, the U.S.-Mexico-Canada Free Trade Agreement, that was actually Donald Trump himself who negotiated that, renegotiated NAFTA during his first term in office. So if there is a problem, this all goes back to Donald Trump. And again, I don't think anyone knows exactly what Donald Trump wants. Perhaps we'll get more into a window of what Donald Trump exactly is looking for when he speaks tonight before Congress. But right now, what we're seeing here is this has just basically cratered the U.S. and Canadian economies for no other reason than disinformation that Donald Trump has held on to. But again, at what cost, and more importantly, at what aim?
And before you go, what do you expect from the speech tonight?
I think this will be a lot of bluster. I think this will be Donald Trump making a victory lap. But again, I think for those in the room watching, I think they will be cheering, knowing that it's simply a false misnomer.
Okay. Short and sweet. Eric, thank you very much, sir, as always.
You bet. Thank you.
Eric Ham is our CTV News U.S. political analyst. Ontario's Premier Doug Ford had some strong words for the U.S. president as he spoke directly to Americans on U.S. television. Ford also held a news conference at Queen's Park where he took direct shots at Donald Trump's decision. And CTV's Queen's Park Bureau Chief Siobhan Morris has more on what the Premier had to say.
A stone-faced Doug Ford aimed to level with Ontarians.
Today's a tough day.
A day that the United States hit its neighbor and ally with tariffs. A day that began with the Premier explaining to American TV viewers,
we do have to retaliate, and I apologize to the American people. It's not you, it's your president.
At home, making the goal of that retaliation plan clear.
I want to inflict as much pain as we possibly can until we get to a deal of the USMCA.
It means pulling American-made booze from LCBO shelves, blocking bars, restaurants, and other retailers from being able to buy it, barring U.S. firms from bidding on provincial contracts, and terminating an internet deal with the company owned by Donald Trump loyalist Elon Musk, a move that may come with a penalty.
This is principle.
Ford has some choice words for Musk, who studied at Kingston's Queen's University in the 1990s.
They should be embarrassed that he went to Queen's. He should be embarrassed to attack the people that took care of him.
Ontario is ready to escalate if the Trump administration follows through with more tariffs.
We will immediately apply a 25% surcharge on the electricity we export.
Enough to power more than 1 million American homes and businesses. If tariffs stretch into April, Ford says he's ready to turn the supply off.
I'm highly recommending to President Trump, don't force our hand. You underestimate Canadians, you're making a massive mistake.
Warning Ontarians the road ahead may get rocky, Ford repeated a campaign promise to help.
We'll retrain impacted workers for new jobs. We'll retool companies for new customers and new markets. We'll reshore supply chains to bring good jobs back home.
The opposition leader is urging the Premier to recall the legislature to collaborate on a tariff response.
If the Premier is good to his word, which is he wants a Team Ontario approach, that means everybody at the table together.
Ford insists he doesn't need the legislature and it can't be called back right away after last week's election.
Our cabinet is active right now, and we can do whatever we need to do to protect the people of Ontario.
Siobhan Morris, CTV News.
And the president will address a joint session of Congress tonight, 6 weeks into his tumultuous second term. The speech, while not technically a State of the Union address because Trump was only inaugurated in January, carries the weight of one with a theme of the renewal of the American dream. Trump will highlight what his administration has accomplished so far, its economic policy, including extending tax cuts, border security and deportations, and his foreign policy plans. And we will bring you Trump's address tonight live right here on CTV News Channel and on ctvnews.ca starting at 9 Eastern. And on Parliament Hill today, the leader of the official opposition insisted Canada must fight back and outlined what should be done.
We must retaliate, targeting American goods in the following order. A, goods that we can make ourselves. B, goods we don't need. And C, goods we can get from elsewhere.
Pierre Poilievre also believes Canada needs to cut taxes to counteract the domestic impact of tariffs, and funds collected through retaliatory Canadian duties on U.S. goods should go to tax cuts, not government programs. The Conservative leader also insists new pipeline projects must be quickly approved to get Canadian energy products to non-American markets. And as we head to break, a live look at a snowy national capital, Ottawa, as we continue to follow Canada's reaction to Donald Trump's trade war. Stay with us.
Vengeance has no timeline with the mafia.
For 23 years, I was proud to represent Canada on the world stage. Canada's landscape has made me who I am, and that makes me want to protect it. Recycling your batteries helps protect the environment and prevent fires by keeping batteries out of the trash. So collect, protect, and drop off your used batteries. Learn more at recycleyourbatteries.ca. So join my team and recycle your batteries, Canada!
What's next in pain relief? Salonpas Roll-On and Cream, the only products with 2 clinically studied anesthetics, lidocaine and benzyl alcohol. Salonpas starts to work on contact to numb pain away. Salonpas, it's good medicine.
Handcuff fries, hands off my nacho fries. Salsa, cheese sauce, sour cream, delicious and just for me. They're nacho
Give your taste buds something to sing about at New York Fries.
Kids, they just love to keep going. Having a blast? Go. Shining bright? Go. A snack with a good taste? Go, go. Go, go squeeze. Snack on, play on.
Well, North American financial markets closed the day deep in negative territory in response to today's trade chaos. CTV's John Venevali-Rao takes stock of the damage.
As the opening bell sounded, there was little to cheer. Traders watching as markets, as of this morning, had wiped out all of the gains they'd made this year. And on Bay Street, some worried it was just the start of the pain.
Trump's going to crash the bond market and the stock market. Yeah. This is the beginning. It's not over.
At one point, Toronto's main index was down more than 2%, while stocks plunged in Europe, fell in Asia, and U.S. markets continued their sharp sell-off, though recovering somewhat as the day wore on.
The NASDAQ is officially in correction. That means it's down more than 10% from its high.
Investors worry a trade war will lead to higher consumer prices and reignite inflation, while slowing growth in both the U.S. and Canada, possibly leading to a recession.
Assuming the tariffs do stay in place for a while, it's likely to lead to at least a couple of quarters of outright decline in the Canadian economy.
Notably, though, while falling slightly, the loonie held at around 69 cents U.S. Some investors remain hopeful tariffs won't stay in place for long, but the uncertainty making it tough to know what to do.
I can't stress the uncertainty aspect enough. Nobody really knows the answer. I don't think the president of the U.S. knows the answer, to be honest. So we're going to have to wait and see here.
John Venevali-Rao, CTV News, Toronto.
Joining me now to discuss more of the impact of this trade war is Daniel Tisch, the president and CEO of the Ontario Chamber of Commerce. Daniel, thank you very much for joining us.
My pleasure.
For your members, is there an immediate impact of what's unfolding today?
Well, there's no question there's going to be a severe impact on businesses, on workers, on communities, on both sides of the border. It's important to note that, and that's something we've heard from our chamber counterparts in the U.S. as well. And, you know, the part of the challenge is that the uncertainty itself has already caused an immense amount of pain, right? Because businesses want certainty, and we've had chaos for some time, right? And, you know, in both countries, we've seen essential investments in manufacturing capacity, in productivity and technology and training. All of it has been deferred or denied. And the harm to the Canada-U.S. relationship will take years to repair. So it's not good news. But on the upside, I've never seen so much unity, so much energy, and so much focus among both business leaders and political leaders to actually use this moment to actually turn it into a competitive advantage for Canada.
Now you mentioned this may take years to recover from, depending on what happens. Now, we heard from Lutnick that maybe tomorrow the president might offer some kind of a middle ground. We're not sure what that is. Would that be enough?
Well, it would only be enough if we had actually a pathway to a permanent agreement, or agreement at least, that provides some stability for the years to come. Because I think the reality that we've seen is Donald Trump signed a trade agreement with Canada. And now he's reneging on that agreement. He's ignoring the will of the American people. He's ignoring the advice of the U.S. business community. And so the challenge is we don't know whom to believe, and investors won't know whether this is really going to be stability or not. And so I think we only get to stability when there's some sort of long-term review and renegotiation of the Canada-U.S.-Mexico trade agreement that's to the satisfaction of all countries. So we can get back to that win-win-win proposition that free trade represents.
Okay, Daniel, thank you very much for your time.
My pleasure.
Daniel Tisch is the president and CEO of the Ontario Chamber of Commerce. And as we head to break, a look at how Canadians across the country are reacting to this trade war.
It's annoying to be bullied by Mr. Trump.
I really do think it's a negotiating tactic.
It's only going to get worse.
Our coverage continues in a moment. Stay with us.
Trade Center, presented by Harvey's, Friday on TSN.
Ooh. 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 Have a little boost. Now I'm in my 50s, I'm all about making the right choices, like eating right and staying healthy. And another thing I can choose is how to look after my family if anything ever happened to me.
Welcome to Senior's Choice, the #1 direct choice for Canadians over 50. How can I help?
Hi, I'd like a quick quote for Canadian seniors life insurance, please.
If you're a Canadian resident, age 50 to 80, you can choose the right amount of coverage for you and your family up to $250,000.
That kind of money would help a lot.
You can choose to apply over the phone now in just minutes with no medicals or blood tests. Just a few health and lifestyle questions.
Wow, that easy.
Depending on the coverage you choose, it could be as little as $14.88 a month. That's just 49 cents a day.
That's less than I thought. And that money could help my family cover my funeral costs, support my husband's retirement planning, or even pay off loans. I'll do it.
To get a free, no-obligation quote, call one of our trusted insurance advisors today at 1-844-820-8006 or visit seniorschoice.ca.
Swiss Chalet Seafood Fest is back. Hurry in for Canada's famous rotisserie chicken paired with garlic shrimp, our delicious fish and chips, fish sandwich, or our popcorn shrimp appetizer. All here for a limited time, starting from only $16.99, only at Swiss Chalet.
Meet Noodles. She's part short hair and part ninja. Meet the Bissell Crosswave Hydro Steam. It's part vacuum, mop, steamer, and ninja nemesis. Bissell, a new breed of clean.
You've got a Pepto predicament, Ace. You overdid it on your poutine routine. Undo it with Pepto Caplets.
When you have nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, diarrhea.
When you overdo it, undo it with Pepto-Bismol.
Well, American booze started coming off LCBO shelves in Ontario today in retaliation against the tariffs. The move has generated plenty of reaction from people. CTV's Allison Hurst reports.
Clearing shelves, boxing up all American products at LCBOs across the province.
Fight fire with fire.
Jason McCafferty rushed to pick up some bourbon, Bullet, and Maker's Mark, but he will be making a change.
Just stocking up before it's too late, but also at the same time picked up a Canadian version to see going forward, see how it tastes, and go from there.
All the product will be stored until tariffs come off, encouraging people to instead buy Canadian, as the Premier lobs a financial punch at the U.S.
We're the largest purchaser of bourbon in the world for Kentucky bourbon manufacturers. They're done. They're gone.
Most shoppers understand, but for some, it's hard to swallow.
I'll miss those California wines.
I think in the long run, it won't accomplish much, but right now it seems to be the thing to do.
I believe in buying Ontario wine. There's some really good Ontario wines that people haven't discovered yet.
Choosing local options is exactly what the Ontario Restaurant, Hotel and Motel Association is recommending.
You know, these tariffs are a weapon to weaken our economy and our businesses and our livelihoods. And we should do our part in standing up for Ontario.
Not so easy when it comes to the tariffs on food.
Lettuce and tomatoes, potatoes and food-safe packaging. Those are the things that we will really struggle with in terms of finding replacements. So we've asked for the government to look at exempting those from the second round of the retaliatory tariffs.
Omid Azad is feeling the pressure, having purchased cases of booze already on the menu at Beer Bistro and potential replacements.
We have to find the right choice for them, and then we have to at least 1 week, 2 weeks, the free samples to the guests to see that this is the right things for them. And it's all about increasing the cost.
He says some of the options are more expensive.
It's not fair that we pay for them.
A cost that will be felt until the tariffs come off.
That was CTV's Allison Hurst. Well, Donald Trump's tariffs have riled up people across the country. In the nation's capital, more than 100 protesters rallied outside the U.S. Embassy, speaking out against the American administration. CTV's Austin Lee has this report.
As anger towards Donald Trump reaches a boiling point in the nation's capital, few are voicing their displeasure louder than Mark Bogarts.
I was worried, but now I'm just mad. And I'm going to be out for every protest I can get to and make sure that Trump doesn't cross our border.
He drove 2 hours from Kingston to join a riled-up group of protesters in front of the U.S. Embassy in Ottawa on Tuesday, just 12 hours after Donald Trump imposed sweeping 25% tariffs on Canada and continues his calls to annex the country.
It's beyond my wildest dreams. If my mother was still alive, she'd be freaking in her boots. She'd be here beside me.
Many here still wrapping their heads around the deteriorating state of Canada-U.S. relations.
If you had mentioned this to me like 6 months ago, I'd have probably told you were crazy.
It takes a lot to rile Canadians up. And I think Canadians are riled up and they're speaking out, which they need to do.
At the Ottawa airport, Elizabeth and James Knight are returning home from Florida. They planned the trip months ago and say now, as the trade dispute deepens, their travel plans are changing.
We're not going back to the United States very soon.
We were traveling with friends who in fact changed their travel plans so that they wouldn't stay there, and they flew right home to Toronto.
As for what they heard from some Americans during their time south of the border,
they were apologizing and very upset. So that was encouraging.
Back in front of the U.S. Embassy, protesters say this will not be their last rally.
We are in for a bit of a rough ride and bad weather, and I think we need to look out for one another.
Austin Lee, CTV News.
And as we head to break, a live look at Washington, the Capitol building. We await the president to speak there in a little over an hour and a half. Wait to see what he has to hear after apparently word that he may be backtracking on the tariffs against Canada. Details unconfirmed. We're not sure what may happen, but we may hear more tonight or tomorrow on that. And of course, the other side there, you're looking at Ottawa, the snow deadening the sounds probably of phones ringing off the hook as Canada tries to figure out how to respond. What's the next move for them in this trade war between the two countries? Stay with us. We will have more on this right after the break. You're watching CTV News Channel.
If it happens here or around the world, trust CTV News Channel to deliver live, breaking, 24 hours a day. Download the CTV News app or stream anytime at ctvnews.ca.
Are you looking for a walk-in tub for you or someone you love? Well, look no further. A Safe Step walk-in tub is the best in its class. Now, for a limited time, when you purchase your brand new Safe Step walk-in tub, you'll receive a free safety package. And if you call today, you'll also receive $1,500 off your entire order. Yes, $1,500 off. Call today and receive a free safety package plus $1,500 off.
It was absolutely amazingly divine.
I thought I was going to heaven.
Breathtaking. It is absolutely stunning.
I feel better about the world. I feel uplifted.
I have never seen a production any better than this, anywhere.
This has just been therapy for the soul.
It's a must-see. Must-see.
Make sure you see it. Make sure you see it.
Returning to 9 cities across Canada, starting March 21st. Tickets at genuine.com.
Your dream vacation plans probably don't include hepatitis A or B, but many common travel activities can put you at risk of acquiring these 2 serious liver diseases. So plan on talking to your doctor about Twinrix, because you are a traveler.
We insure your car so you can enjoy the ride.
Whoa, how'd you get your teeth so white?
You gotta use the right toothpaste.
Dr. C?
Not all toothpaste whiten the same.
Crest 3D White removes 100% more stains for a noticeably whiter smile.
New personal best.
Crest.
Home is where we do the things we love with the people we love. So what if we live tomorrow in the same place as we did yesterday? With help, we can. Home instead for a better what's next.
WWE LFG, it really is unprecedented. 4 legends competing to create the next WWE superstar. These are the things that we've always kept within the industry.
It kind of humanizes a lot of the legends. You get to see a more vulnerable, more sensitive side to an Undertaker. Oh my God, why did I go there?
WWE LFG, all new Monday at 8, 5 Pacific on USA Network and Crave.
It's not in my habit to agree with the Wall Street Journal. But Donald, they point out that even though you're a very smart guy, this is a very dumb thing to do.
Prime Minister Trudeau saying the country will not back down as the U.S. launches a trade war.
President Trump stabbed America's best friend in the back. My message to the president is this: Canada will fight back.
The leader of the opposition has tough words in response to Donald Trump's tariffs. And the U.S. president will address Congress tonight in the wake of him hitting Canada, Mexico, and China with hefty taxes. You're watching CTV News Channel. I'm Roger Peterson. Thank you very much for joining us. Well, the trade war between Canada and the U.S. is now underway after U.S. President Donald Trump slapped a 25% tariff on Canadian goods. Canada responding in kind, with Prime Minister Justin Trudeau saying Trump is aiming to collapse the Canadian economy. CTV's senior political correspondent, Mike LeCouture, reports.
Prime Minister Justin Trudeau had a message for people on both sides of the border, and he spoke directly to the U.S. president.
Even though you're a very smart guy, this is a very dumb thing to do.
Pulling no punches, the Prime Minister laid out the economic damage this will do to the continent. And he dismissed Trump's argument that this has anything to do with the flow of fentanyl into the U.S., calling it completely bogus.
So we actually have to fold back on the one thing he has said repeatedly, that what he wants is to see a total collapse of the Canadian economy, because that'll make it easier to annex us.
Vowing not to back down, Trudeau announced counter tariffs on $30 billion worth of American goods. In 3 weeks, another $125 billion worth of U.S. imports could also face levies. Governments across the country are also looking at non-tariff measures. Ontario is one of several provinces removing American alcohol from province-run liquor stores. And the Premier is willing to go even further.
If the Trump administration falls through on any more tariffs, we will immediately apply a 25% surcharge on the electricity we export. We will not hesitate to shut off their power as well.
Danielle Smith is also upset, but she's ruled out export tariffs on Alberta energy.
I've already said that we're not going to retaliate on energy. That is such an essential product for American consumers and American businesses.
Opposition leaders also stood firm against the U.S. trade action, but had their own suggestions for how Canada should help respond to help Canadians.
Counter tariffs must not be a cash cow for the government. Almost every penny of the tariffs collected should go to tax cuts, with a small sum set aside for targeted relief to workers hardest hit by the trade war.
I'm calling on an emergency session of Parliament like we had in the pandemic. What we're witnessing could be worse than the pandemic, and very likely will be worse.
The Prime Minister says instead of a relief package, the focus right now is to get American tariffs lifted as quickly as possible.
And we're insulted, and we're angry, but we're Canadian, which means we're going to stand up for each other. We're going to fight, and we're going to win.
But in order to get that win, Trudeau is calling for continued unity and for people to buy Canadian. Mike LeCouture, CTV News, Ottawa.
And are you ready for a new twist? The U.S. Secretary of Commerce is saying that the president might meet Canada in the middle as soon as tomorrow. Here's what he told Fox Business News.
Both the Mexicans and the Canadians were on the phone with me all day today, trying to show that they'll do better. And the president's listening because, you know, he's very, very fair and very reasonable. So I think he's going to work something out with them. It's not going to be a pause, None of that pause stuff. But I think he's going to figure out, you do more, and I'll meet you in the middle some way, and we're going to probably be announcing that tomorrow. So somewhere in the middle will likely be the outcome. The president moving with the Canadians and Mexicans, but not all the way.
And Foreign Affairs Minister Melanie Joly spoke with Power Play's Vashi Kapelos today, and here's what she had to say about Lutnick's comments.
Before the U.S. launched its trade war, they didn't have any communications with us, any of us. And there are many, many of us that were in contact with the Trump administration until then. They didn't only do that to us, they did that to the Mexicans as well. So this is clearly a strategy. We'll see what will happen in the State of Union speech of the president tonight before Congress. But let's be frank, we've done the work at the border. We are there securing our border. We've done everything to make sure that the Americans would be happy. There's no crisis at the border. And right now, what President Trump is trying to do is to use his executive powers based on the fact that there is apparently a national security crisis at the northern border, which is false, to make sure that ultimately he can kick us around and ultimately bully us into a position of imposing 25% tariffs, which is completely unacceptable. So we'll continue to work with the Trump administration. As the head of the diplomacy in Canada, of course, I will talk to the Secretary of State tomorrow at noon, Marco Rubio. We already have a phone call scheduled, and we'll find solutions. But fundamentally, what is at risk is the fact that the U.S. is trying to create a lot of unpredictability, a lot of pressure on the Canadian economy that will cost hundreds of thousands of jobs across the country.
Joining me now is Eric Ham, our CTV News U.S. political analyst. And Eric, just another day in Washington, right?
It certainly is. Another day of chaos, another day of bedlam.
I mean, the latest, we have to talk about this off the top. Lutnick's comments that maybe tomorrow it'll be a different day, that we might get a break on this tariff.
Yeah, that was very interesting to say that Canada and Mexico will meet in the middle, but we don't know where the middle is with Donald Trump on these tariffs, because the post has moved for more than 3 months in terms of what Donald Trump wants. And we know that Canada has met every metric when it comes to securing the border. In fact, we've heard from governors here in the United States, from Michigan to New York, 2 border states with Canada, who have said there is very little fentanyl at all coming in through the U.S.-Canada side. And so clearly what we're seeing here is this is a crisis of Donald Trump's own making, and it's going to have to be a solution that somehow Donald Trump finds a way where he can actually agree to a deal. But again, no one, including Donald Trump's own cabinet, knows exactly what that is.
Now, and Lutnick mentioned, I believe, that it would involve everything that's part of the agreement, the trade agreement with Mexico and Canada. But would that leave things outside of it still exposed to the 25%? It's such a guessing game right now.
It is, and we have to remember, and we have to keep saying this over and over, the U.S.-Mexico-Canada Free Trade Agreement, that was actually Donald Trump himself who negotiated that, renegotiated NAFTA during his first term in office. So if there is a problem, this all goes back to Donald Trump. And again, I don't think anyone knows exactly what Donald Trump wants. Perhaps we'll get more into a window of what Donald Trump exactly is looking for when he speaks tonight before Congress. But right now, what we're seeing here is this has just basically cratered the U.S. and Canadian economies for no other reason than disinformation that Donald Trump has held on to. But again, at what cost, and more importantly, at what aim?
And before you go, what do you expect from the speech tonight?
I think this will be a lot of bluster. I think this will be Donald Trump making a victory lap. But again, I think for those in the room watching, I think they will be cheering, knowing that it's simply a false misnomer.
Okay. Short and sweet. Eric, thank you very much, sir, as always.
You bet. Thank you.
Eric Ham is our CTV News U.S. political analyst. Ontario's Premier Doug Ford had some strong words for the U.S. president as he spoke directly to Americans on U.S. television. Ford also held a news conference at Queen's Park where he took direct shots at Donald Trump's decision. And CTV's Queen's Park bureau chief, Siobhan Morris, has more on what the premier had to say.
A stone-faced Doug Ford aimed to level with Ontarians.
Today's a tough day.
A day that the United States hit its neighbor and ally with tariffs. A day that began with the Premier explaining to American TV viewers,
we do have to retaliate, and I apologize to the American people. It's not you. It's your president.
At home, making the goal of that retaliation plan clear.
I want to inflict as much pain as we possibly can until we get to a deal of the USMCA.
It means pulling American-made booze from LCBO shelves, blocking bars, restaurants, and other retailers from being able to buy it, barring U.S. firms from bidding on provincial contracts, and terminating an internet deal with the company owned by Donald Trump loyalist Elon Musk, a move that may come with a penalty.
This is principle.
Ford has some choice words for Musk, who studied at Kingston's Queen's University in the 1990s.
They should be embarrassed that he went to Queen's. He should be embarrassed to attack the people that took care of him.
Ontario is ready to escalate if the Trump administration follows through with more tariffs.
We will immediately apply a 25% surcharge on the electricity we export.
Enough to power more than 1 million American homes and businesses. If tariffs stretch into April, Ford says he's ready to turn the supply off.
I'm highly recommending to President Trump, don't force our hand. You underestimate Canadians, you're making a massive mistake.
Warning Ontarians the road ahead may get rocky, Ford repeated a campaign promise to help.
We'll retrain impacted workers for new jobs. We'll retool companies for new customers and new markets. We'll reshore supply chains to bring good jobs back home.
The opposition leader is urging the Premier to recall the legislature to collaborate on a tariff response.
If the Premier is good to his word, which is he wants a Team Ontario approach, that means everybody at the table together.
Ford insists he doesn't need the legislature, and it can't be called back right away after last week's election.
Our cabinet is active right now, and we can do whatever we need to do to protect the people of Ontario.
Siobhan Morris, CTV News.
And the president will address a joint session of Congress tonight, 6 weeks into his tumultuous second term. The speech, while not technically a State of the Union address because Trump was only inaugurated in January, carries the weight of one with a theme of the renewal of the American dream. Trump will highlight what his administration has accomplished so far, its economic policy, including extending tax cuts, border security and deportations, and his foreign policy plans. And we will bring you Trump's address tonight live right here on CTV News Channel and on ctvnews.ca starting at 9 Eastern. And on Parliament Hill today, the leader of the official opposition insisted Canada must fight back and outlined what should be done.
We must retaliate, targeting American goods in the following order. A, goods that we can make ourselves. B, goods we don't need. And C, goods we can get from elsewhere.
Pierre Poilievre also believes Canada needs to cut taxes to counteract the domestic impact of tariffs, and funds collected through retaliatory Canadian duties on U.S. goods should go to tax cuts, not government programs. The Conservative leader also insists new pipeline projects must be quickly approved to get Canadian energy products to non-American markets. And as we head to break, a live look at a snowy national capital, Ottawa, as we continue to follow Canada's reaction to Donald Trump's trade war. Stay with us.
Vengeance has no timeline with the mafia.
Now is the time to book your ultimate voyage to Antarctica on Scenic Eclipse. With up to 10 dining experiences, rejuvenating wellness facilities, spacious suites, and unrivaled exploration. Choose to soar above or dive below for memories that last a lifetime. Enjoy exclusive savings on our 2025 to 2027 worldwide collection.
After her partner's health scare, Sam needed to make some changes, so she got Northcover Life Insurance. Their licensed advisors helped choose coverage to suit her exact needs and budget. Now Sam's so well covered, it's like she's wearing a parka. Her family will be looked after with a cash payout of up to $1.5 million. Or she could receive 100% of the benefit up front if diagnosed with a terminal illness. North Cover. Comfort in being protected. Get a quote today. Call 1-844-657-1010 now or visit northcover.ca.
What's next in pain relief? Salon Pas Roll-On and Cream, the only products with 2 clinically studied anesthetics, lidocaine and benzyl alcohol. Salon Pas starts to work on contact to numb pain away. Salon Pas, it's good medicine.
Handcuff fries, hands off my nacho fries. Salsa, cheese sauce, sour cream, delicious and just for me. They're nacho fries, nacho fries, nacho.
Give your taste buds something to sing about at New York Fries.
Mark Carney is back from Europe.
Speaking as a European.
To finish what he started. As Justin Trudeau's economic advisor, he's been pushing
a steady increase in the price of carbon
on you for years. Now he's planning to hit you with
effectively a shadow carbon price
after the election. And that will cost you even more because he thinks
carbon prices have been applied sparingly. They've been set far too low.
You sneaky.
Carbon tax Carney. He's just like Justin.
Well, North American financial markets closed the day deep in negative territory in response to today's trade chaos. CTV's John Venevali-Rao takes stock of the damage.
As the opening bell sounded, there was little to cheer. Traders watching as markets, as of this morning, had wiped out all of the gains they'd made this year. And on Bay Street, some worried it was just the start of the pain.
Trump's going to crash the bond market and the stock market. Yeah. This is the beginning. It's not over.
At one point, Toronto's main index was down more than 2%, while stocks plunged in Europe, fell in Asia, and U.S. markets continued their sharp sell-off, though recovering somewhat as the day wore on.
The Nasdaq is officially in correction. That means it's down more than 10% from its high.
Investors worry a trade war will lead to higher consumer prices and reignite inflation, while slowing growth in both the U.S. and Canada, possibly leading to a recession.
Assuming the tariffs do stay in place for a while, it's likely to lead to at least a couple of quarters of outright decline in the Canadian economy.
Notably, though, while falling slightly, the loonie held at around 69 cents U.S. Some investors remain hopeful tariffs won't stay in place for long, but the uncertainty making it tough to know what to do.
I can't stress the uncertainty aspect enough. Nobody really knows the answer. I don't think the president of the U.S. knows the answer, to be honest. So we're going to have to wait and see here.
John Venevali-Rao, CTV News, Toronto.
Joining me now to discuss more of the impact of this trade war is Daniel Tisch, the president and CEO of the Ontario Chamber of Commerce. Daniel, thank you very much for joining us.
My pleasure.
For your members, is there an immediate impact of what's unfolding today?
Well, there's no question there's going to be a severe impact on businesses, on workers, on communities, on both sides of the border. It's important to note that, and that's something we've heard from our chamber counterparts in the U.S. as well. And, the part of the challenge is that the uncertainty itself has already caused an immense amount of pain, right? Because businesses want certainty, and we've had chaos for some time, right? And, in both countries, we've seen essential investments in manufacturing capacity, in productivity and technology and training. All of it has been deferred or denied. And the harm to the Canada-U.S. relationship will take years to repair. So it's not good news. But on the upside, I've never seen so much unity, so much energy, and so much focus among both business leaders and political leaders to actually use this moment to actually turn it into a competitive advantage for Canada.
Now you mentioned this may take years to recover from, depending on what happens. Now, we heard from Lutnick that maybe tomorrow the president might offer some kind of a middle ground. We're not sure what that is. Would that be enough?
Well, it would only be enough if we had actually a pathway to a permanent agreement, or agreement at least, that provides some stability for the years to come. Because I think the reality that we've seen is Donald Trump signed a trade agreement with Canada. And now he's reneging on that agreement. He's ignoring the will of the American people. He's ignoring the advice of the U.S. business community. And so the challenge is, we don't know whom to believe, and investors won't know whether this is really going to be stability